A grim prophecy hangs over the prosperous Federation Kingdom of the East. In only 10 short years, the entire kingdom is destined to collapse and vanish. The cause behind that horrifying future is a group of 5 legendary disasters, feared across the land as the 5 great sins. These 5 are far beyond ordinary villains. Each one is a calamity in human form, a being with enough terrifying power to drag the whole world into ruin. Wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession. The moment those 5 emerge, destruction becomes inevitable. Every city, every noble house, and every living soul in the kingdom will be swallowed by flames, leaving nothing behind except shattered stone and ash. But there is one man who already knows that terrible future, and in order to stop it, he makes a decision so desperate that it borders on madness. Instead of destroying the villains who are fated to end the world, he chooses to become their patron. Thinking back on everything that followed, he can only sigh to himself. He never expected things to spiral into something this huge. In his previous life, Alan had been nothing more than an ordinary office worker, a wage slave crushed beneath a brutal 78-hour work week. Then one day, the classic ice sky truck came flying into his life, and when he opened his eyes again, he had been reborn as a young noble in a beautiful fantasy world. At first glance, it sounded like a dream come true. Unfortunately, there was a catch. He could not read even a single word in this world, to the point that his new butler had to inform him that he was holding a book upside down. Worse still, he possessed absolutely no special power of his own. Still, life as the useless young master of accounts household came with plenty of advantages. Every meal laid before him looked rich enough to feed an entire squad of soldiers. After he happily stuffs himself full, one of the maids steps closer and asks whether he has finished eating, offering to prepare his bath before he goes to sleep. Beautiful maids pamper him, wash him, and wait on him without hesitation. Compared to the exhausted life he left behind, this feels like a ridiculous upgrade. As he sinks deeper into the warm bathwater, Alan lets himself enjoy the moment. This, he decides, is exactly the kind of life he was meant to have. Then, while he is relaxing in the tub, a maid casually reminds him that the young masters will return tomorrow, so he should get plenty of rest tonight. Confused, Alan asks who she means. The maid blinks at him and answers, young masters Leo and Tonio. Then she wonders why he is speaking as though he has forgotten his own brothers. The moment Alan hears those names, his carefree expression locks in place. The scar across his face suddenly makes him look far more menacing than before. That luxurious dream of noble life instantly twists into a nightmare. Alan jerks forward in the bathtub, splashing water everywhere while the startled maids cry out his name. Panic tears through his mind as one terrifying thought hits him. Wait, am I inside Psychedelia? He knows that name far too well. Psychedelia was the notoriously difficult turn-based RPG he used to grind endlessly, using the game as an escape from his miserable old life. He remembers spending countless hours fighting monsters, exploring dangerous regions, and pushing through every route because he knew exactly how brutal the main storyline became. No matter which path the player chooses, the moment the 5 great sins begin to appear, the entire world starts falling apart. The kingdom, the noble families, and the cities all tumble into an irreversible collapse, one disaster leading to the next without any chance of stopping it. And right at the beginning of that long downfall, before the main story even truly begins, there is one infamous noble family causing trouble from the shadows. That family is House Palacio, his new family. His eldest brother, Leo, is known as the king of prostitutes, while the second son, Tonio, rules over the drug trade. The truth crashes down on Alan so heavily that he drops to his knees. He knows exactly who these people are, and they are far worse than ordinary villains. They are the starter villains of Psychedelia. The very first side quest in the game sends the player to investigate their criminal organization, Avalon. They are also the first domino to fall, the earliest victims caught in the path of destruction once the 5 great sins begin their rampage. And Alan himself is the useless extra villain of the family, the powerless third son who dies alongside everyone else, Alan Palacio. That night, Alan lies awake in bed, completely crushed beneath the weight of his new reality. He nearly cries himself to sleep, wishing he could return to being a 78-hour-a-week wage slave. What is the point of living in luxury if he is guaranteed to die 10 years from now? Why did he have to possess a fantasy character with no powers at all? Other people get cheats, abilities, and incredible blessings, but he got nothing. As far as Alan is concerned, this has to be the worst ice sky luck in history. Then, deep in the darkness of his despair, a small idea begins to form. Maybe knowing exactly what will happen 10 years from now is a power of its own. In a way, that makes him almost like a prophet. A new determination slowly appears in his eyes. If he knows what causes this world to collapse, then why not get rid of those causes before they can destroy everything? So, for the sake of preserving his own peaceful and comfortable noble life, Alan decides that he will reform the 5 great sins. After all, at this point in the timeline, every one of them is still only a child. Surely that means there is still a chance to change their future. 2 months later, Alan's ambitious plan has already begun moving into action. Inside his study, Alan listens to a report from the knight he recently hired, a one-eyed man named Evan. Evan explains that they rescued the orphans from the East's human testing center and placed a girl named Yusha in charge of the orphanage. Alan praises Evan's work with complete confidence, telling him that his judgment was correct and that Evan truly is as skilled as he expected. As he says it, Alan forces an awkward, unsettling smile onto his face, trying far too hard to look friendly. Evan stares at him in obvious confusion before cautiously asking whether that was supposed to be a compliment, because Alan's expression makes it almost impossible to tell. Alan remembers that the original owner of this body had always worn his emotions openly. Every feeling used to appear plainly across his face. Now, Alan has to physically force his own face into expressions just to look normal. It feels as though his possession of this body somehow stopped right at the face. Evan is one of the rare honest and loyal characters from psychedelia. In a world full of betrayal, hidden schemes, and shifting loyalties, someone like him is an incredibly valuable asset. That is exactly why Alan hired him without hesitation. Evan soon gets straight to the point and asks whether this whole operation was really meant to save the girl named Yusha. He explains that even after all his years of experience as a mercenary, he could tell at a glance that Yusha was no ordinary child. Evan still remembers the children trapped inside that testing facility, terrified, broken, and stripped of all hope. Yet Yusha had been completely different from the rest. Even while chained up and locked away, she gave off a quiet but terrifying pressure. Evan could not understand why someone so powerful would simply remain imprisoned without resisting. So he asks the question that has been bothering him from the beginning. Why did Alan leave her there instead of bringing her home? There is no obvious benefit in keeping her at that orphanage. Alan's face turns cold and deadly serious. It may look as though he has abandoned Yusha, but he assures Evan that leaving her exactly where she is part of the plan. Alan knows exactly who she really is. Yusha Blusha is a non-human child destined to forge a contract with an otherworldly being, claim its power, and eventually become Wrath, one of the 5 great sins. She is the Bloody Queen, a future monster fated to slaughter hundreds of thousands of people. But Alan believes that if Yusha is allowed to grow up peacefully, without being pushed into despair, she may never awaken as Wrath at all. For the moment, he feels like he has safely dealt with one of the ticking bombs threatening his future. Alan clears his throat and straightens himself, preparing to reveal the real reason behind Evan's assignment. Then he looks directly at his knight and speaks in a deliberately mysterious tone. It's not yet time. Evan can only stare back at him, completely lost. It's not yet time? Evan repeats, still unable to understand. Alan continues with his instructions, telling him to make sure no one speaks about the matter and to provide the orphanage with enough money to keep it running. Then Alan reaches out and places a sealed letter into Evan's hand. And give this to Yusha. Evan lowers his eyes to the envelope, looking even more confused than before. A letter? Is it really that important? Alan keeps his face calm and claims that it is only meant to reassure her after everything she has suffered. With the orders settled, Evan climbs onto his horse and rides away from the Palacio estate, heading straight for the orphanage. Alan watches Evan disappear through the window, his expression remaining calm even as he makes an enormous gamble. Because the letter is not simply meant to comfort Yusha. Inside it, Alan has written a very specific line, words he heard again and again in the game whenever the Archbishop tried to calm the fully awakened sin of Wrath. Whenever Wrath lost control, the Archbishop would raise his voice and chant the same spell. Sin of Wrath, calm thyself. The incantation that followed was always unchanged, agony of the dark, impassivity of the bright, belonging with the fall. In the game, those words would echo beneath a blood-red moon while Wrath unleashed her horrifying strength and turned the battlefield into a nightmare. But by that stage, it was always already too late. The spell would fail, Wrath would remain out of control, and the player would be forced into a brutal boss battle against her. This time, however, Alan may still have a chance. Yusha is only a child right now, long before she falls into madness and becomes the Bloody Queen. Alan stretches his arms with a faint sense of satisfaction. One future disaster has been handled, at least for now. That only leaves 4 more calamities waiting ahead. He knows how ridiculous the whole idea sounds. Trying to win over a future monster using nothing but a strange quotation from a game is hardly a solid plan. Still, these non-humans are practically fanatics devoted to some otherworldly god. To Alan, that makes this gamble worth taking. Meanwhile, Evan reaches the orphanage and delivers the sealed letter to a small girl with snow-white hair, Yusha. The moment Evan stands near her, he feels an unbelievable amount of mana rolling off her tiny body. She is a strange child, quiet and almost completely empty of emotion. He hands over the letter while Yusha stands before him without moving, looking so still and lifeless that she resembles an unnerving porcelain doll. But then Yusha quietly asks whether Mr. Alan was the one who sent it. The second Evan confirms it, the blank look on her face cracks apart. A horrifying aura bursts from her small body as rage fills her voice. Why didn't he want me by his side? Cold sweat runs down Evan's back. Yusha's mana begins taking physical form, twisting through the air as blood-red tendrils. That level of power should only be possible for someone who has already reached the Master Realm. Her eyes burn a vivid crimson as they lock onto Evan, filled with enough killing intent to make the air around him feel heavy. At that instant, Alan's strange warning finally makes perfect and terrifying sense. It's not yet time. Those words were not vague at all. They were a warning. Just as Evan braces himself for the worst possible outcome, Yusha's crimson gaze falls onto the words written inside the letter. She slowly reads the strange passage out loud. The moment the words leave Yusha's lips, the murderous pressure around her vanishes as though it was never there. A faint blush rises onto her cheeks, and she clutches the letter with trembling hands. This is a promise that only Master would know, she whispers. I understand. Evan can only stand there in stunned silence as the suffocating aura disappears. At last, he understands what Alan meant by timing. Those words were not random at all, they were a message, a code that only Yusha could recognize. The future Bloody Queen, the harbinger of wrath, now hugs the letter tightly against her chest, her devotion to Alan becoming absolute. Back at the mansion, Alan sleeps peacefully in his bed, completely unaware that a life-or-death situation has just unfolded at the orphanage. Later, Alan sits surrounded by a mountain of books, digging through page after page until frustration starts building on his face. He mutters under his breath, "Man, seriously, is it not here after all? Finding clues about the third boss is giving me a headache." At that moment, Evan enters the library with another report. "Young Master, we have rescued the second child you mentioned." Alan immediately jolts upright and scrambles to his feet. "You did? Did you make sure the child was treated very kindly?" Evan begins to explain that they rescued the child from an illegal slave market, but before he can finish his report, an unwelcome voice suddenly cuts into the room. Well, look who it is. Alan. A huge figure steps into the library with a smug, condescending sneer. It is Tonio Palacio, Alan's second brother and the notorious king of drugs. Tonio casually throws an arm around Alan's shoulders, his mocking voice dripping with amusement. "Why is an illiterate guy like you holding a book?" "Oh, right. I heard you've been studying lately." Then Tonio squeezes Alan's head and demands that he answer his older brother. Alan freezes in place, cursing his terrible luck inside. Tonio is always a problem. How did the original Alan endure this kind of treatment? Alan wants to strike back, but he knows better than to challenge a gangster like Tonio when he has no power of his own. Forcing himself to remain polite, Alan lowers his head and says that Tonio probably wants to use the library, so he will take his leave. But Tonio has no intention of letting him walk away. With a smug grin, Tonio kicks Alan down onto the floor and presses his boot firmly against Alan's head. "You know your place, don't you?" But before he can do anything worse, a dagger slices through the air. The blade buries itself in the wall only inches from Tonio's face. His arrogant expression disappears in an instant. Tonio whips around, his face pale with shock. Standing in the library doorway is someone whose presence feels even more dangerous than his own. It is Leo Palacio, the eldest son and the king of prostitution. He glares at Tonio with open hostility and warns him, "Brother, I told you to drop that shallow attitude when you enter the library. You reek of drugs. Get lost while you still can." The two brothers square off with daggers ready, filling the library with murderous tension. While their attention is fixed on each other, Alan sees his only chance and crawls away as fast as he can. His life may literally depend on it. Alan remembers the first subquest from Psychedelia, Investigate Palacio County, a den of corruption where Avalon runs both the drug trade and the prostitution ring. This family was supposed to be the player's first real glimpse of how rotten the world could be. But their influence is even greater than Alan expected. As he watches the brothers clash, he realizes that the entire Palacio household is one massive ticking time bomb. At the center of everything is a brutal succession war between the two worthless brothers. Leo is a giant force in the underworld, the king of prostitution. Tonio controls a massive drug cartel and is feared as the drug king. Neither brother can stand the other, and they are constantly ready to tear each other apart. Alan shudders at the thought of getting involved. For the sake of his comfortable future, he has absolutely no intention of interfering with either of them or getting caught in their crossfire. The force of their confrontation sends a shockwave through the library, making Alan focus on only one thing: escape. Evan quickly pulls his young master to his feet and shields him from the dangerous fallout. Alan collapses onto a nearby couch, completely drained. RRRK, Evan watches as his master deflates right in front of him, then carefully changes the subject by mentioning that the second child they rescued did not seem ordinary either. Alan does not answer Evan at all. He only lets out a weak, miserable groan from the couch, while Evan stands nearby like a silent statue, completely unsure what he is supposed to make of his young master. As Evan looks down at Alan, a question keeps bothering him. How could someone like the young master possibly know about an illegal slave market and secret human experiments happening in an entirely different region? Just how did Alan learn any of this? Watching Alan slump there as though his soul is slowly escaping from his body, Evan comes to a quiet conclusion. His young master may know far too much, but he clearly has a hard time holding himself together. A little later, Alan has managed to recover enough to lounge back on the couch. Evan resumes his report, carefully telling him that he really is a strange person for sending the rescued child all the way to the orphanage. Alan merely gives a small hum in response, but Evan's earlier words keep circling through his mind. The child did not seem ordinary. Of course he did not. Alan knows perfectly well who they rescued. That boy is not simply unusual. He is dangerous on a catastrophic scale. Within the United Kingdom, the central nation is known as the Callian Kingdom. And the child Evan rescued from that slave market is none other than Deus Macallion, the second boss of Psychedelia. In the game, Deus had been a deeply tragic figure. Sold into slavery as a child, he was passed from one cruel master to another and subjected to relentless abuse wherever he went. All of that endless suffering eventually awakened the power sleeping inside him, turning him into one of the 5 great sins, the sin of sloth. And when that power awakened, it became the beginning of something truly horrifying. Consumed by rage and despair, Deus unleashed his abilities and wiped out entire kingdoms in gruesome, unimaginable ways. The story became so cruel at that point that many players simply gave up and quit playing. Alan shudders as those graphic memories return. Ironically, despite being called the sin of sloth, Deus was known for being incredibly diligent, someone who repaid both kindness and cruelty several times over. That is exactly why Alan made sure Evan understood one thing: Deus had to be treated with genuine kindness. Alan calmly takes a sip of tea, even with all that terrifying knowledge sitting behind his expression. Evan then asks whether the letter Alan sent Yusha had something to do with the second child. Well, yeah, Alan answers with an almost innocent look. He says he simply asked Yusha to take care of a slightly sick child he was sending her way, along with a little harmless small talk. Meanwhile, the orphanage is filled with children laughing and playing together. But one boy, Deus, stays apart from everyone else, isolated by the scars left behind from his past. That night, beneath the pale moonlight, he is still alone. Wrapped in a tattered gown, he stands there like a small, broken figure forgotten by the world. Then a pair of elegant shoes steps into his view. Yusha approaches him, looks him over, and bluntly says, "You." You're broken. Her crimson eyes slowly examine him, noticing things that no ordinary person could ever see. Those are traces of that. Deus's hand twitches at his side, thin and scarred from years of abuse and suffering. Yusha recognizes the marks immediately. It was the black goat, wasn't it? A faint, knowing smile touches her lips as she looks down at him. And yet, the great moon has still chosen you. Congratulations. Her own power begins to swirl around them in the moonlit darkness. Feel the power that has been bestowed upon you, and let your potential finally be released. Then, in a quiet and tempting voice, Yusha offers him a promise beneath the night sky. Stay loyal, follow his orders, and you will have your revenge. In response, a torrent of purple energy erupts from Deus's small body. The power buried deep within him finally breaks free without restraint. Holding Alan's letter in her hands, Yusha stands in control of the situation and thinks to herself that it is finally time to send her first reply. Then she reads Alan's letter again. It is simple, friendly, and almost absurdly casual. Yusha, how are you doing? I'm doing fine. My second brother used me as a chair today. Huh, funny, right? The rest continues in that same everyday tone. A full year passes. One day, Evan suddenly bursts into the library looking frantic and out of breath. Big trouble. The scum, no, I mean, the second young master. Alan lifts his eyes from the books in front of him, one stunned word hanging in the air. What? Evan delivers the shocking news. That scum is dead. The news hits Alan like a physical blow. Tonio is dead? Already? In the game, Tonio's death was supposed to be a major event much later in the story. Soon after, Alan finds himself at the funeral, staring at Tonio's body laid out in an open coffin during a cold and sterile ceremony. At the wake, Alan notices his father, the Count, standing nearby with two women at his side. The man looks completely bored, as though he has wandered into an inconvenience rather than his own son's funeral. Drugs and women at his son's funeral? Alan can only stare in disbelief. He already knew this family was twisted, but this really confirms it. Dark fantasy truly means dark fantasy. Alan turns back toward Tonio's body in the coffin. Still, for Tonio to die from an accidental fall is completely different from what Alan remembers happening in the original game. In the game, Leo eventually killed Tonio himself after years of bitter fighting, shouting that he had finally gotten rid of that vermin and was now the rightful heir. But now Leo stands at the funeral wearing a smug look, almost as if fate has handed him an unexpected gift. Alan knows better than to trust that expression. At least try to hide your happiness. The culprit has to be Leo or someone working for him. Standing before his brother's coffin, Alan's thoughts race wildly. The original timeline is already starting to change. Still, he reminds himself that his real goal has not changed at all. He only needs to deal with the 5 great sins. Another year passes. With Tonio conveniently gone, the succession conflict is settled, and Leo absorbs the drug business into his own control. An eerie kind of peace settles over the county. During that quiet period, Alan and Evan spend a peaceful afternoon enjoying tea together. Alan has also become pen pals with Yusha, and he believes that maintaining this connection will be useful for him in the future. He reads through Yusha's newest letter, which warmly updates him on the other children. Yuna is good at hide-and-seek, Haydn is good at warplay, and Deus has been growing without any trouble. He especially enjoys puppeteering. Alan smiles to himself. Looking at them this way, they really do seem like good kids. Then Alan's gaze reaches the bottom of the page. Beneath the letter is the sponsor list for the month, and the number of sponsors has increased once again. It is strange that such a small orphanage keeps gaining more and more sponsors. Evan, quietly munching on a pastry beside him, remarks that it is unusual, but still a good thing nonetheless. Then Evan changes the subject. Oh, right. About that thing you've been searching for, I received word from the Information Guild. They found a clue. Alan's eyes immediately light up. Really? That's a relief. He carefully places another piece of cake into his mouth, but his mind is already racing ahead. He knows exactly what that clue must concern. It has to be an ancient book connected to the third boss. Finally, he might be able to find that person too. Everything seems to be moving along perfectly. What a peaceful evening, or at least, that is what Alan believes. But Alan's peaceful little life is resting on blissful ignorance. At that very moment, the children he thinks of as his good kids are elsewhere. And those good kids are causing absolute chaos at a drug distribution site known as Margot. One of Leo's underlings grins as he talks big, clearly enjoying the moment. The eldest son of the Palacio family sure knows how to spend. He's always throwing out massive rewards. Beside him, his partner nods along, just as pleased. Exactly. Our organization has already grown to a few hundred members now. But before their little celebration can go any further, everything around them suddenly changes. In the blink of an eye, the entire hideout becomes a slaughterhouse. Men who had been laughing only moments earlier collapse one after another, their bodies scattered across the ground as if some invisible executioner has swept through the site without making a sound. One of the few still alive freezes in pure terror as his own arm begins to rise without his permission. His fingers tighten around a sword, and his eyes widen as he realizes his body is no longer obeying him. No. My hand, it's moving by itself. Controlled like a puppet dangling from unseen strings, the leader's partner is forced to turn the blade on himself. With no power to resist, he drives the sword straight into his own throat. The same horrifying fate spreads through the remaining men. Their hands jerk unnaturally, blades and daggers stabbing into their own throats as their bodies are torn apart in a brutal, helpless massacre. Then, from the darkness beyond the blood-soaked scene, the one responsible for the carnage finally steps into view. It is Deus. His eyes burn with an eerie purple glow, and faint, ethereal strings stretch from him toward his victims, turning their final moments into a grotesque puppet performance conducted entirely by his will. And Deus is not standing there alone. Yusha remains beside him, gazing over the carnage with a cold, satisfied look. "I enjoyed today's puppet show," she says. Deus, still watching the bodies, asks flatly, "Is there any point in doing this?" Yusha's eyes shift toward the corpses of the drug dealers scattered across the ground. "Why? Do you pity them?" Deus answers without emotion. "No. They grind people down to make drugs. I just don't know whether killing them has anything to do with my revenge." "Of course it helps," Yusha replies, as her own power begins to flare around her. "This is the foundation we need to create a proper space for him to return." Her meaning becomes clear at once. How could we possibly let the place look so shabby when he finally arrives? Hearing that, Deus understands what this massacre is really meant to prepare. Their powers surge at the same time, swelling through the ruined site and resonating with each other. They are not merely destroying a drug den. They are preparing the world for the arrival of their master. Beneath the moonlight, the two calamities stand side by side, wrath and sloth, silent, terrifying, and completely certain of the mission placed before them. A massive wave of energy bursts outward from the site, swallowing everything in its path. In a single overwhelming blast, the entire drug den is erased from existence. When the destruction finally settles, nothing remains except a smoking crater carved into the ground. And with their work finished, the two vanish quietly into the night. Everything will move according to his will. And we, the Plele, Blue Moon, will become the sword that cuts down whatever stands in his way. 2 full years have passed since Alan first established his connection with Yusha, the Sin of Wrath, making her his hidden eyes and ears within the orphanage. During those 2 years, his loyal knight Evan has been pushed to the limit, chasing after the remaining future calamities one after another. At last, after his latest mission, Evan staggers back in, completely drained from the effort. He collapses right in front of Alan, who has been calmly practicing magic in the backyard as if nothing unusual is happening. Evan gasps for breath, panting hard. "Ha, ha. I'm back. So you were in the backyard." With what little strength he has left, Evan raises a tired thumbs up from the ground. The 5th one has been successfully sent to the orphanage too. Alan lets out a small breath of relief, the tension quietly leaving his face. In just 2 years, by combining his game knowledge with Evan's abilities, he has managed to locate and save all 3 remaining sins before their cruel futures could twist them into monsters. He thinks back to how difficult it was to track down greed, the 3rd sin, but in the end, even that had somehow worked out. To reward his exhausted knight, Alan offers him a well-earned treat. "Here, eat up." Evan, however, glares at him in disbelief. "Ah, damn you. Just kidding. Alan then reveals a literal tower of macarons, stacked high in front of him. The moment Evan sees them, he lunges forward like a starving man and starts stuffing his mouth with the sugary reward. Alan stands above him with the faintest trace of a smile. Good work on everything. You can rest now. Between bites, Evan asks whether that means all the orphanage-related duties are finally finished, and Alan confirms that they are. Evan releases a long, heavy sigh of relief, as if years of tension have left his body at once. But then he notices the strangely muted look on his master's face. Aren't you happy, young master? Lying back on the grass, Alan answers simply, I am. Evan looks at him for a moment, unconvinced, then says, you don't look like it. Alan forces the smallest, weakest smile possible, barely lifting the corners of his mouth. I'm smiling right now. Evan stares at that unconvincing expression and immediately sees through it. Let's just say that you are. Now that his mission to gather the future sins is finally complete, Alan allows himself a rare moment of peace. He drops onto the grass, lets the sunlight wash over him, and simply rests there. Stretching out beneath the open sky, Alan thinks to himself that he honestly never expected everything to go this smoothly. His main objective has always been to stop the rise of psychedelia's 5 final bosses, the 5 sins. Each one of them had been shaped by a horrific past, their lives ruined by torture and abuse so severe that it awakened powers capable of ending the world. They were once broken children, but in the original timeline, that pain would have turned them into unstoppable calamities, driven forward by hatred, despair, and everything they had lost. Alan knew from the start that saving all of them before those tragedies occurred should have been nearly impossible. And yet somehow, he had managed to intercept them before they were completely shattered. He had constantly worried that he might arrive too late. But now, every one of them is safe under the same roof, protected inside the orphanage he supports. Alan turns his attention back to Evan and asks, how's the orphanage doing? Evan reports that things are going well as usual, and at the same time, he hands over the latest letter from Yusha. The children who once looked like broken dolls have changed noticeably. Little by little, their expressions have softened, and they seem far brighter than before. Alan nods as he opens the letter. Yeah. Then I guess we won't need to hire a separate caretaker for them after all. He is genuinely impressed, perhaps even a little too trusting. I didn't think Yusha would handle things this well. As he reads, Alan quietly wonders whether Yusha's own background is the reason she feels so attached to the orphanage. Maybe, deep down, she would actually hate it if he tried to interfere any further. Scratching the side of his head, Alan smiles faintly to himself. Yusha really is a pretty nice girl in some ways. Evan leans closer, curious about the letter. What? Does it say anything important? Alan reads through the message, and in his mind, an image of peaceful, wholesome innocence begins to take shape. Everyone's okay. A few of them in particular are growing well. You don't need to worry about Deus at all. And on that note, don't worry too much about the other kids either. Alan closes his eyes, looking genuinely content. No, Alan says softly, I'm just glad they all seem to be growing up well. Seeing how much they've changed makes me realize that environment really is the most important thing. Then Evan asks the question that has clearly been waiting in the air. When do you plan on meeting the kids? You always say the time will come. Alan's relaxed expression disappears instantly, replaced by a look so serious it feels almost jarring. Oh, about that. I don't plan on ever meeting them. He explains that although staying close to them might sound nice, their in-game personalities are not exactly the kind of people he wants to be around. The memories of how savage and terrifying they became as sin still linger in his mind. Just remembering the atrocities they committed in the game is enough to send a shiver through him. He admits, it probably won't be as bad now that I saved them before they went through those events, but I'm still scared. After thinking it over for a moment, Alan offers a reluctant compromise. Maybe in 5 years? Evan accepts the answer without pushing further. I see. Even so, Alan knows better than to let himself grow careless just because one major objective has been cleared. He returns to his training, his thoughts sharpening again. In this cursed dark fantasy world, he needs enough skill and strength to protect himself. Alan thinks inwardly that, fortunately, magic requires talent, and this body is perfectly suited for it. But then, without warning, Evan asks him a question from out of nowhere. Have you heard of the Blue Moon? Evan stares blankly, completely thrown off by the name. Blue? What kind of group is that? He has never even heard of them. Alan tells him they are a newly rising organization that has been making a name for itself by hunting down criminal rings wherever they appear. Alan admits that clearing out that kind of filth does sound useful on the surface. Still, he gives a dismissive scoff, saying he has never heard of Blue Moon before, which probably means they will disappear before long anyway. Then Evan casually drops a far more alarming detail. From what he heard, Blue Moon does not stop at criminals. They are even willing to kill nobles. The moment Alan hears that, a cold shiver crawls down his back. His quiet, peaceful life might not be as safe as he thought. Without hesitation, he tells Evan that from now on, he should sleep in the room right next to his. But Alan has no idea how close he already is to the truth. That same night, inside the orphanage Alan has been so generously supporting, the mysterious Blue Moon is holding a meeting. His sweet pen pal, Yusha, stands before the children gathered around her and calmly calls for the weekly report. Her gaze shifts toward one of the children in the group. She asks for the report from the north. A cheerful girl with fox ears raises her voice while rubbing one sleepy eye, looking far too innocent for the subject at hand. She says she took the heads of every slave trader in the area. This bright, smiling girl is Sairang, the sin of pride. Sairang proudly adds that none of them ever discovered who she really was. She tells them that their clothes were so nice, and she even promised to spare them if they could guess the color of her eyes. Not a single one of them got it right. Another girl steps forward next. Rina, the sin of greed, gives her report in a much colder voice. The bodies, she says, were all melted down. After that, attention turns toward the boy seated on the stairs nearby. Without changing his calm expression, he says that he has already finished dealing with the South as well. He explains that the illegal human experimentation sites have been erased, and the Avalon scum who had been causing trouble were turned into minced meat. This boy is Radon, the sin of misophobia, and when he talks about cleaning, he means it in the most horrifyingly literal way possible. His work leaves nothing behind. Yusha smiles with clear satisfaction, her eyes shining with intense devotion. Good, she says. Everything will proceed exactly according to his will. Looking over the young but terrifyingly powerful killers gathered around her, Yusha reminds them why they exist. They live for the Great Moon. Alan's adorable little orphanage is actually home to a death cult devoted entirely to him, but then Rina suddenly speaks up. There appears to be a problem. Yusha's expression shifts in confusion. Under his will, everything is supposed to be perfect, so what problem could there possibly be? Radon explains that the head of Avalon is the eldest son of the Count family where their master lives. While cleaning up the South, he found a written order that looked extremely dangerous. Then he reveals the horrifying discovery. It seems the Count's eldest son has been targeting their greatness. Yusha's face darkens in an instant as she asks what he just said. The room grows heavy and silent as Radon confirms it. Someone has been plotting against the person they worship above all else, the master they call his greatness. Yusha's anger begins to spill into the room, sharp enough that every child can feel it. A dangerous crimson aura bursts out around her as Radon continues, revealing exactly what was written in the letter. The order is simple, cruel, and chilling. Once the Count dies, they are supposed to slowly poison Alan until he is dead too. Someone is planning to murder their master. Yusha's rage reaches its absolute limit as she quietly says that she understands. The other children can do nothing but watch in terror while her killing intent fills every corner of the room. The consequences of that discovery come quickly. 2 years later, Alan is standing before another funeral. This time, the body resting inside the coffin belongs to his father, Count Palacio. Officially, the Count's death is ruled a heart failure. But Alan knows that is not the whole story. It is obvious to him that his father died after taking far too much of something. As Alan stands there lost in his own thoughts, the guests around him are whispering about a completely different matter. Blue Moon struck again. Apparently they attacked last night. So does that mean everyone was wiped out again? Those hushed conversations make one thing clear. The criminal underworld is becoming increasingly terrified of the mysterious vigilante organization known as Blue Moon. With no one truly mourning the Count's death, the funeral eventually comes to an end in a cold and empty silence. Alan and Evan prepare to leave the lifeless gathering, but as they walk away, Alan's rotten brother Leo watches them from behind. His eyes follow them with a hungry, predatory look, as though he is already planning his next move. Later, back inside the Palacio estate, the atmosphere has become even colder and quieter than before. Evan is visibly anxious, unable to settle down. He nervously starts muttering that at this rate, that bastard, meaning the first young master, will become the next. But his words die in his throat when he notices Alan packing bags. Confused, he asks what all the luggage is for. Alan does not even bother looking up from what he is doing. He simply tells Evan to get his things ready because they are leaving. Evan freezes in shock, asking whether Alan seriously plans to run away. Not exactly, Alan corrects him. They are not leaving completely. They are going down south. Evan slowly understands what Alan means. By going down, does he mean Rodmill? Exactly. Alan has clearly been preparing for this possibility for a long time. His father is dead, Tonio is gone, and the unstable Leo is now next in line. Staying in this house would be like waiting inside a death trap. Their only real choice is to escape to the small southern town of Rodmill. And just as Alan expected, Leo stands on the balcony and watches their carriage roll away from the estate. 3 days later, Alan is settled into their new home in Rodmill. For the first time in a long while, he is making breakfast, enjoying a simple little pleasure that he could never properly enjoy back at the estate. He skillfully flips slices of French toast in the pan, quietly savoring the calm of his new life. Far away from his murderous family, even breakfast feels peaceful. Evan brings over the juice, and for one brief moment, everything feels perfect. But that fragile peace only lasts 3 days. Whoosh! Alan suddenly jerks awake, clutching his head in pure panic. He has returned again. And now, somehow, it is his brother's funeral. The warm breakfast in Rodmill was nothing more than a dream. Alan is back in the freezing, sterile funeral hall once again. He cannot believe he has been dragged back here, but something about this return feels horribly wrong. Alan takes a closer look and sees the stated cause of death. His brother was stabbed directly through the heart. But who could have killed him? The timeline has now been completely thrown apart. While Alan is trying to make sense of this new mystery, he accidentally meets the eyes of a nearby guard. Alan's gaze is so intense that the poor man freezes on the spot in terror. The guard lets out a frightened yelp and immediately apologizes for daring to look at him. His companion quickly grabs him and drags him away before anything worse can happen. Alan only watches them leave in confusion, wondering what exactly is wrong with that man. All around him, the funeral gossip continues in low voices as Evan quietly makes his way through the crowd toward his master. "Young master," Evan calls out, finally getting Alan's attention. Alan turns toward him and asks whether he found anything out, hoping Evan may have discovered a clue about who killed his brother. Evan leans close, his face unusually grim, and whispers the last thing Alan ever expected to hear. "Young master, were you the one who made Avalon disappear overnight?" The accusation hangs between them like a thunderclap, leaving Alan completely speechless. The little organization he thought was made up of harmless, adorable kids has apparently been causing far more trouble than he ever imagined. His thoughts drift back to the day he made his great escape toward Rodmill, a choice that seemed perfectly harmless at the time but quietly set an entire disaster into motion. Inside the carriage racing down the road, Evan turns toward his master with practical concern written all over his face. "Wouldn't it be safer," he asks, "to head for a proper city instead?" But Alan stares ahead with a hard, determined expression and rejects the suggestion immediately. No. Absolutely not. Rodmill is where he planned to go from the very beginning, and that is their final destination. As far as Alan is concerned, his plan could not be any simpler. First, he would save the 5 sins from their tragic futures. Then he would stop the world from collapsing into ruin. After that, he could finally retire somewhere quiet and peaceful, far away from every death flag, plot twist, and nightmare waiting in the original story. Rodmill was exactly what he needed. It was a sleepy little town with no connection to the main story, and better still, the Palacio family already owned a private villa there. For a reincarnator desperately trying to survive, it was the perfect retirement plan. Alan thinks that it is an ideal place for a noble to settle down, relax, and spend every day doing absolutely nothing. Everything happens for a reason, Alan mutters to himself. Evan, however, looks far from convinced. He knows those lazy excuses too well by now and says Alan cannot fool him anymore. Whenever his master cannot be bothered, he always starts talking like that. Alan simply brushes the complaint aside with a careless wave of his hand. Good things are good, he says as though that settles everything. Evan can only sigh, realizing the conversation ended far too quickly. As the carriage disappears into the fading light, a sinister figure remains behind on the balcony of the Palacio estate, silently watching them leave. It is Alan's rotten older brother, Leo, and even now, he is already thinking about whether Alan should live or die. Leo turns the thought over in his mind. Should he kill Alan or leave him alone? It hardly matters to him either way. After their father died, Leo had already planned to slowly poison Alan to death. One of Leo's men reports that Alan is heading toward the border, apparently intending to live quietly and keep out of everyone's way. Hearing that, Leo decides there is no longer much reason to kill him. If Alan truly plans to disappear into some peaceful border town, then why bother? Leo gives a low, thoughtful hum while lightly tapping his fingers against the railing, looking almost satisfied with that conclusion. Still, something about his younger brother suddenly leaving continues to irritate him. He wonders whether things with Avalon are not going well. Whatever the reason, Alan's behavior simply bothers him. Leo turns toward the doorway and calls for one of his most trusted men, Alman. A shadowy figure steps out from the darkness, and Leo orders him to follow Alan's carriage. But Alman, Leo's loyal subordinate, responds with a question that sends a chill through the room. Does Leo want him to kill Alan? Leo spins around in surprise, caught completely off guard by the question. What did he just say? His thoughts race in disbelief. Alman has never questioned him before, no matter how cruel or unreasonable the order was. So why is he suddenly daring to ask something now? The assassin remains perfectly still with his sword in hand. A suffocating silence settles between the two men as Leo stares at him. Leo's surprise quickly twists into anger. He lets out a sharp laugh and snaps that Alman's job is to carry out orders, not question them. But before Leo can finish speaking, Alman moves. A violent burst of red blood explodes from Leo's chest. Leo gasps and clutches the fatal wound, his body shaking from the pain. How could this happen? How could Alman dare to betray him? The assassin's face remains utterly cold, without even a hint of regret. He calmly says that he enjoys playing war. Blood drips from the blade as he continues speaking. It had been fun until now, he says. Then the truth behind his identity begins to surface. This man is not Alman at all. He is Haydn, a member of Blue Moon who had been hiding right under Leo's nose. Haydn speaks with terrifying certainty. Blue Moon follows the creed taught by the Red Moon. Since Blue Moon exists as that man's sword, obeying him is only natural. He says that he moves according to his master's will. But if anyone tries to harm the Great Moon, a terrifying glow begins to shine in his eyes. In that case, Haydn says, he is free to act on his own judgment. With those words, he slashes across Leo's chest once more. Haydn stands over the gurgling body of the man he once served, looking down with open contempt. That is why, he says, he had been waiting for Leo to give that order. Leo, barely clinging to life, warns him that his subordinates will not let him escape. Haydn narrows his eyes at the dying man and tells him how unfortunate that is. The Great Moon had given Leo a chance, and Leo chose to waste it. With his mission finished, Haydn leaps from the balcony and vanishes into the night, leaving the estate behind in complete chaos. Meanwhile, completely unaware that his brother has met such a gruesome end, Alan is enjoying every second of life in his long-awaited dream destination. He wakes up to a beautiful morning, stretches his arms wide, and lets out a long, satisfied yawn. With a cheerful laugh, he greets the morning. Rodmill is heaven. This new life is everything he ever wanted. There are no assassins lurking nearby, no poisonous family drama, and no constant danger, just silence, comfort, and peace. He can wake up whenever he feels like it and eat whatever he wants, sharing a delicious, unhurried breakfast with Evan. Alan happily bites into his toast and starts wondering whether he should open a toast stand. This, he thinks, is what a true noble's life should be like. But that peaceful breakfast is suddenly interrupted when Evan rushes in with a letter. Young master, he says, you received something. Alan's relaxed chewing stops at once. The toast balanced on his fork slips free and falls onto the floor with a sad, soft splat. His eyes widen in horror as he reads what the letter says. It is an order summoning him back to the estate for Leo's funeral. His brief 4-day stay in heaven has officially come to an end. Just like that, Alan is ripped away from his peaceful dream and dragged back into the cold, sterile funeral hall of the Palacio estate. As he stands in front of his brother's coffin, he notices the guests reacting strangely around him. They are trembling, whispering behind their hands, and avoiding his eyes as though even looking at him might bring disaster. Alan cannot understand what is wrong with them. Then Evan suddenly appears beside him, startling Alan so badly it feels like his soul nearly leaves his body. In a hushed voice, Evan asks when his young master became the hidden leader. Completely confused, Alan and Evan move away from the crowd and find a quiet place where they can sit down and speak privately. Alan looks like his entire world is about to collapse. He practically begs Evan to explain why everyone seems to think he is the villain here. Evan, looking far too pleased with himself, calmly lays out the obvious point. Alan is the only person who gains anything from this entire situation. Evan keeps talking, and the accusation hits Alan like a bolt from the sky. After they left the estate, Leo was murdered, and Alan just so happens to have the perfect alibi, leaving him in position to inherit the Count's title without suspicion. With his arms folded across his chest, Evan stares straight at Alan, who looks completely frozen by the absurdity of it all. Avalon has already vanished, and now Leo is dead too. From Evan's point of view, there is nothing left standing in Alan's way. Then Evan spreads his hands with dramatic confidence, as though he has finally solved an impossible mystery. To him, the answer is obvious: Alan must be the hidden power controlling the county, the one who arranged the assassination of a sword master from the shadows. Alan grabs his head as a brutal headache starts pounding behind his eyes. Is Evan actually enjoying this? And what is with that ridiculous outfit? There are so many things wrong with this situation that Alan barely knows where to begin. Still, he desperately tries to make sense of the accusation. No ordinary organization could erase an underworld figure that important in a single instant. Evan immediately brings up the one group that might fit such a terrifying description, the organization known for hunting down other organizations. Could it have been the Blue Moon? But before the idea can go anywhere, Evan dismisses it himself. According to the Information Guild, the Blue Moon had nothing to do with this attack. Then Evan begins explaining the way they operate. The Blue Moon does not usually leave bodies behind. Instead, Evan says, they leave a mark, an unmistakable crescent moon symbol that serves as their signature. Yet Avalon's members were found stabbed by swords, their hideout transformed into a horrifying sea of blood. That kind of slaughter did not match the Blue Moon's methods at all. Whoever did this had opened the road to hell. At last, Alan understands how Evan reached that wild conclusion. So that is why Evan thinks he is the secret ruler behind the county, the man responsible for killing a sword master. But inside, Alan can only scoff at the thought. In the game, the Blue Moon had been a bunch of weak nobodies who disappeared during the prologue. There was no way they should have been capable of something like this, right? Meanwhile, far from the estate, the Blue Moon has gathered at the orphanage after completing their mission. Their leader, Yusha, looks over her subordinates and calmly asks whether they found any traces left behind. Rina, known as the Sin of Greed, answers in her usual calm and almost otherworldly manner. Nothing was left behind. Beside her, Sayarang, the Sin of Pride, casually spins a dagger around her fingers while golden energy crackles around her body. Same here, Sayarang says with a playful grin, her fox ears twitching excitedly. To her, the victims had only been corpses waiting to fall. These children of the Blue Moon were far more dangerous than anyone had expected. Just then, someone steps out from the darkness and announces his return. It is Radon, the Sin of Mysophobia. A heavy purple aura wraps around Radon as he delivers his report in a voice that is short, flat, and chilling. 486 Avalon soldiers are still alive. As Radon speaks, the shadowy image of another Sin looms behind him. Everything happened exactly as Yusha had instructed. A cruel smile slowly spreads across his face. He cut every one of them in half. Yusha's eyes burn with demonic red light, and a terrifyingly satisfied smile touches her lips. Good. That was perfect. And that was the end of Avalon. The enormous criminal organization that once dominated the entire kingdom of Asteria had been erased from the map in only 5 days. But the work is not finished yet. Radon walks closer to Yusha and quietly admits that he does not believe the cleanup was completely flawless. He places a folder before her. Inside is something he discovered alongside the nobles who had been connected to Avalon. A list of influential noble families appears, but one name immediately stands apart from the rest. Surrounded by an icy, snow-covered presence is the Altia dukedom. Yusha studies the document without giving away a single emotion. Her face remains calm, but the intention behind her silence is unmistakable. Crimson light flares in her eyes as she gives the order without needing to say much. They already know exactly what she is about to demand. The Sins prepare themselves at once, their auras bursting outward with power. The Blue Moon's hunt has not ended, not even close. Then the final member of the Sins speaks up, volunteering for the task. He will take care of it quietly and make sure it is handled without attracting attention. Yusha closes her eyes and releases a soft, weary sigh. Then she turns sharply toward Rinna, her expression hardening. There is one final matter she needs confirmed. The Information Guild side is completely clean, right? She needs to know that no trail can lead back to the Blue Moon, or to him. Rinna confirms that everything is under control. This operation is being handled separately from the Blue Moon, leaving no connection behind. Nearby, Sairang excitedly waves a document around, already eager to move on to the next stage. Radon speaks with open contempt for the other guilds. In his eyes, they are all the same, blindly ignoring him. Rinna then asks whether she should continue monitoring the movement around them. Yusha gives a direct answer, yes. But then her voice turns cold as she adds one more warning. This matter must never reach that person's ears. She presses the folder against her chest, and for just an instant, fear flickers across her face, a strange and unsettling sight coming from the Blue Moon's leader. Radon tries to reason it out. That person's family had targeted them first, so what they did was not even an order. Yusha answers with the creed that governs them all. They are swords, and a sword must never think for itself. A storm of emotions passes through Yusha's expression as she makes their rule clear. The Blue Moon is only allowed to move when it receives an order. Remember this, she tells the Sins in a low, intense voice. That person knows everything. Never disappoint him. Her words settle over the young assassins with a crushing weight. Radon, however, cannot hide his confusion. A single bead of sweat slides down his face as he quietly admits that he does not understand. He cannot understand how someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Yusha could become anxious and restless simply because she fears being discovered. Radon tightens his grip around the folder, his determination becoming firmer. Whatever Yusha's reasons may be, his own path is simple. He understands what must be done. His loyalty is absolute. Everything is for the Great Moon. Everything is for them. Beneath the stars, the Blue Moon's quiet mansion hideout conceals some of the deadliest secrets in the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan's dream of living a peaceful retired life has turned into a complete bureaucratic nightmare. He collapses face first into a mountain of paperwork, groaning that he cannot take any more of this. A full month has passed since the funeral, and every day since then has been swallowed by endless, mind-numbing responsibilities. Alan is drowning beneath the workload. He only wants to lie around and eat. Was that not supposed to be what nobles did? His dream of a lazy, comfortable life keeps slipping farther and farther away. His beautiful plan has fallen apart completely. Leo was not supposed to die for another 6 years. But with the timeline completely ruined, every duty meant for the heir has now been dumped directly onto Alan's shoulders. Just when Alan feels like he cannot endure another moment, a knock comes from the door and promises even more misery. The retainers enter carrying yet another stack of documents in their arms. Alan lets out a miserable groan. Why is everyone suddenly working this hard? Back when the Count was still around, they all used to slack off and skip their work whenever they could. His exhausted face darkens so badly that the entire room becomes tense around him. The staff see his frightening glare and panic immediately. Is he angry? They have to work even harder. None of them want to die. Alan has no idea what they are thinking. Could the staff be taking their duties this seriously because of the rumors that he is some hidden mastermind? With a tired sigh, he calls for Evan and wonders why the former slave never comes when summoned. Meanwhile, Evan simply wants to carry out his own work in peace. Sick of being buried beneath paper until he can barely breathe, Alan wishes the staff would just handle everything themselves. He needs a break. Eventually, he finds Evan near the fireplace, quietly taking care of several chicken skewers. "Young master," Evan says as he looks up from the fire. His eyes travel over Alan's miserable, worn-out appearance, and he honestly looks astonished. But Evan is not surprised by Alan's workload. His attention is fixed on something entirely different. When did Alan grow this much? As magical energy crackles softly through the room, Evan stares at him in disbelief. Evan is genuinely shocked that Alan has reached the second tier of poisoncraft after only 2 years of studying on his own. That kind of progress shows remarkable talent. Alan has been secretly growing stronger the whole time, and Evan explains that reaching this level normally takes 4 full years of dedicated training. Just like anything else, magic demands a serious amount of natural ability. Alan only gives a casual shrug, admitting that his talent is probably decent. But beneath that relaxed look, anxiety is eating away at him. He trained so hard in order to protect himself because he never stopped feeling uneasy, and the constant threat of death hanging over him has been more than enough motivation. Poison magic is not something just anyone can handle. It requires the user to manipulate mana with incredible precision in order to create toxins, so even a small mistake can throw the entire spell off balance. Still, Alan knows the ugly truth better than anyone. What is the point of having talent when everything he can do still feels unfinished and only half-developed? By now, Alan has tried nearly every kind of magic this fantasy world has to offer. A tiny, unstable sphere of mana trembles above his palm, wobbling as though it could fall apart at any second. When Alan first reincarnated here, everything had felt exciting. Training with magic, discovering strange new powers, and learning how this world worked had all been thrilling at first. Back then, he thought that if his plan succeeded, he would never need to fight seriously. He could simply study at his own pace and enjoy a peaceful life. But now that his life is constantly in danger, he has been forced to face one devastating fact. His mana capacity is absurdly small. No amount of practice or talent can change that basic limitation. To Alan, natural mana capacity is like an athlete being born into a certain weight class. A person can train as hard as they want, but a flyweight still cannot truly overpower a heavyweight in a straight fight. And unfortunately for Alan, his mana pool is painfully, embarrassingly small. No amount of training can make up for such a miserable reserve of mana. It is like a permanent debuff carved directly into his body, one he has no way of removing. While Alan quietly sinks deeper into despair over his magical weakness, Evan suddenly pulls out a letter. With a flourish, Evan announces that Alan's invitation to the ball has finally arrived. Alan slowly looks up from his thoughts, completely confused. A ball? What ball? Before he can properly question it, Alan finds himself dressed in formal clothes and thrown into the glittering nest of high society. It is the regular aristocratic ball held for the southern region, where nobles gather to exchange favors, build connections, and quietly judge one another. Alan looks surprisingly sharp in his formal attire, with Evan standing nearby at his side. But despite looking the part, Alan already feels exhausted just from arriving. He lets out a tired breath. He has barely stepped inside, and he already wants to go home. Still, Alan has a reason for being there. Since he is about to become a count, maybe this is the perfect chance to start building useful connections with other nobles. It is time for Alan to become serious. Evan watches his master suddenly straighten up with determination while casually eating cakes from a nearby plate. Alan tells himself that forming ties with nobles is essential if he wants to secure a peaceful future. But the moment Alan takes even one step forward, the crowd parts around him like the Red Sea. The nobles see him approaching and immediately scramble away from him, nearly stepping on one another in their rush to escape. Alan freezes awkwardly, and one man even lets out a frightened shriek. Of course, the rumors are still following him everywhere. To everyone here, Alan is the shadowy mastermind who assassinated his own swordmaster brother. That reputation is not exactly helping him become popular. Evan leans in and tries to comfort him, though he keeps making little snorting sounds as he struggles not to laugh. Alan is clearly not amused by any of it. Upset? Alan claims he is not upset at all. He insists that this reaction was completely expected, brushing at Evan's shoulder as though nothing happened. Then he tells Evan to go enjoy himself because he can handle this alone. Alan strikes a confident pose, determined to save the situation somehow. He knows these people probably look down on him for being lowborn and lacking proper refinement. Unlike the respected era of his great-grandfather, the current Palacio family is infamous for being filled with troublesome people from the East. Still, Alan did not come here without preparing himself. He has a plan. With smooth timing, Alan reaches over and takes a glass of wine from a passing servant's tray. Now it is time to use the social skills he secretly practiced. He walks toward a noble lady, ready to charm her with what he believes will be perfect aristocratic conversation. Alan takes a slow sip and puts on his most refined expression. He comments that the wine has a unique aroma, especially its distinctive scent. Then he says he would like to keep several bottles at home, attempting what he believes is a gentle and charming smile. Unfortunately, the result looks less charming and more like the grin of a terrifying psychopath. The poor noblewoman goes completely stiff, her face turning pale with pure fear. She nervously says that she will ask her father to prepare some for him, then immediately runs away. Alan is left standing there in total confusion. That was definitely not how he expected the conversation to go. Around the ballroom, the other nobles begin whispering among themselves. Did Alan just threaten that family into giving him rare regional wine? Is he even more dangerous than the rest of his siblings? Evan can no longer hold back his laughter and breaks into a fit of giggles. Alan stands there quietly, trying to process his spectacular failure. In complete denial, he convinces himself that she must simply have been an especially shy young lady. Suddenly, the magnificent ballroom beneath its glittering chandeliers feels far lonelier than before. Evan eventually returns with an enormous pile of gifts collected from terrified nobles. There are luxury teas, finely crafted metal goods, and of course, the specialty wine Alan mentioned. Alan can only sigh as he leans against the wall in defeat. Palacio's reputation is far worse than Alan ever realized. The rumors that he destroyed his monstrous brothers have turned him into a complete social outcast. He watches the nobles gather together in distant groups, all of them making sure to stay far away from him. His social life is already ruined. Deciding that he needs a moment alone, Alan tells Evan that he is going outside for some fresh air. Evan simply answers with a cheerful little agreement. As Alan leaves the ballroom, his exit is watched by a striking woman with fiery red hair and an elegant gown. Her crimson eyes follow him with quiet curiosity. Out on the balcony, Alan rests against the railing and lets out a long sigh beneath the moonlight. Where did everything go wrong? His dream of a peaceful life now feels farther away than ever. All he wanted was a quiet retirement without trouble. Was that really too much to ask for? Then a soft voice suddenly breaks the silence behind him. Someone politely asks whether they can have a moment. Alan turns around in surprise. Someone actually came to speak with him, but who could it be? Behind him, the balcony door slowly creaks open. Alan's eyes widen as he turns toward the sound. A young woman steps out onto the balcony with a gentle, unassuming expression. She gives him a graceful curtsy before introducing herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altia. Alan's mind immediately short-circuits at the name Altia. That explains everything. Even so, he forces himself to respond with a polite greeting. The Altia family is one of the three major shadow powers operating within Asteria, infamous as the troublemakers of the north. So there is no chance that this girl is an ordinary noblewoman, Alan thinks to himself. But even as he watches her carefully, Alan does not remember seeing this girl anywhere in the game. As far as he can remember, Loria never appeared in the original story at all. Then, without warning, she speaks directly. She asks Alan to lend her his strength. The moment he hears those words, Alan's face darkens, already sensing that trouble is about to fall into his lap again. Loria follows it with an even more shocking confession. She says she needs his help because someone is going to assassinate her soon. But Alan barely reacts to her desperate plea. He simply stares at her with a flat, uncertain hum. Loria quickly lays out the danger she is facing. As Duke Altia's illegitimate daughter, she was safe as long as her father remained healthy and firmly in control. But now that his condition is getting worse by the day, the protection around her is starting to disappear, and she has become an easy target. Fear fills Loria's face as she admits the truth. Her older sisters are going to kill her soon. Alan immediately understands the situation for what it is, a classic and ugly battle over succession. In other words, the Altia family is tearing itself apart from within. Then Alan finally understands why he never remembered Loria Altia from the game. The answer is painfully simple. She must have died before the events he knew ever began, which is why she never appeared in the story at all. Loria keeps pleading with him, her voice trembling as she tries to hold herself together. With the power Lord Alan possesses, she believes he could save her. For a brief moment, the balcony falls silent. But Alan has absolutely no interest in becoming some knight in shining armor. He calmly tells Loria that he will have to decline, and the coldness of his answer makes her flinch in shock. Still refusing to give up, she makes one final desperate offer. She says she is not asking for help empty-handed. If he saves her, she will give him half of the Altia family's fortune. Yet even that enormous reward cannot drag Alan away from his dream of a peaceful life. He turns his back on her and says he will be taking his leave. Without looking back, he starts walking away, leaving the desperate young Duchess behind. He does feel sorry for her, but he knows his own limits. He can barely protect himself right now. It would be cruel to give her hope when he has no intention of helping. Alan decides it is better not to let her believe that he can save her. As Alan's footsteps slowly fade away, Loria remains alone on the balcony, watching her last hope crumble in front of her. The moment he is away from her, Alan loosens his collar and lets out a relieved sigh. That was far too close. He nearly got dragged into another dangerous mess. Before stepping back inside, Alan offers one final thought beneath his breath. He wishes her luck and hopes she finds someone reliable enough to stand by her side. However, their private conversation was not as private as Alan believed. High above them, hidden among the rafters, two cloaked figures have watched the entire exchange in silence. One of them speaks in a low voice, saying that it appears the Altia family has approached the Great Moon. The other responds that she should also pass along his kind wishes to the Red Moon. The purple-haired boy dismisses that idea right away. There is no need. According to their information, Loria is the only member of the Altia family who has no connection to Avalon. The green-haired girl reaches the obvious conclusion. That means Loria is the only Altia who is not one of Radon's targets. The boy gives a small nod. That makes things much simpler. They will continue exactly as the Red Moon commanded. She adds that their priority will be blocking information, making sure the Avalon incident never reaches his ears. Meanwhile, Alan has returned to his usual place as the ballroom's unwanted guest. He looks around at the empty space surrounding him and wonders why no one will come close. Does he have some kind of barrier that drives people away? Just as Alan is about to give up on networking entirely, a sultry voice suddenly calls out to him. Alan is so touched that he could almost cry. Someone actually spoke to him. Maybe, just maybe, he can finally have a normal social interaction for once. He turns around with a hopeful look on his face and politely returns the greeting. That hope vanishes immediately. Standing there is the fiery-haired woman who had watched him leave earlier. Alan's expression stiffens at once. Another shadow player? Alan already knows what this means. Naturally, the only person willing to approach him would be someone connected to trouble. Still, Alan smoothly hides his alarm behind a polite expression. He greets her as Lady Zenonia. The woman raises an elegant eyebrow, clearly amused. Oh? She asks, surprised that he knows who she is. Alan answers without hesitation that she is famous in many different ways. Within Asteria, there are 3 great shadow powers, families that quietly pull strings from behind the scenes while the rest of the kingdom barely notices. There is Altia in the north, Palacio in the east, and Alan's own chaotic family among them. And then there is Zenonia, the infamous troublemaker of the west. She smiles sweetly, but there is something dangerous hidden beneath that beauty, like a snake concealed among roses. She asks whether she is truly that famous, then introduces herself as Kalia, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia. A cold sweat runs down Alan's back. This woman is not merely a noblewoman, she is the one running an entire criminal syndicate. Inside, Alan is already panicking. He needs connections if he wants a peaceful life, but getting involved with Kalia is exactly the kind of thing he must avoid at all costs. On the outside, though, he remains perfectly charming. Alan compliments her beauty, and Kalia accepts the praise with a graceful nod and a pleased little smile. Kalia leans closer, crimson eyes gleaming with interest. She says that she would like to speak with him more and asks what he thinks of that idea. Alan avoids the invitation with practiced ease. He says he would love to talk, but there are simply too many eyes watching them at the moment. Inside, however, he is desperately begging her to let him leave quietly. Kalia lets out a small, amused laugh, as though she can see straight through every polite excuse he is making. She tells him that he is exactly as the rumors claim, letting those words linger in the air. Then she says she is looking forward to meeting him again. With one last mysterious smile, Kalia glides away through the crowd, leaving Alan standing there in complete confusion. Alan can only stare after her and mutter to himself. What was that even supposed to mean? High above the ballroom, the Blue Moon agents receive another update. The information surrounding the Avalon incident is being contained successfully, but a new problem has appeared. Someone is still watching that person. Looking down, they spot a shadowy figure clinging to the window frame. Alan is being followed. From the darkness, a fresh order is given. Keep watching them, and then eliminate them. The assassins move at once, slipping silently away and melting back into the shadows with deadly purpose. Some time later, Alan and Evan arrive at a remote canyon bathed in scattered sunlight. Evan looks around the lonely stretch of land and asks whether his young master is sure this is the right place. Evan studies the empty, desolate surroundings with growing doubt. Is this really the canyon Alan had been searching for? Alan ignores the question and carefully scans the terrain instead. Even though it is midday, the canyon is strangely dark inside. Then his eyes lock onto one particular spot. At last, he has found it, the real objective he came for. Alan begins walking forward with renewed purpose. Behind him, Evan mutters that he might cry if this place turns out to be empty too. But Alan immediately rejects that doubt. No, this time it is real. Alan finally reveals why they traveled south in the first place. The ball was never the true reason for the journey. He came here to find a hidden labyrinth from the game, a famous dungeon known as the Labyrinth of Whispers. Anyone who clears all 8 of the labyrinth's puzzle rooms earns an artifact so powerful that it is almost ridiculous. Thanks to countless hours spent grinding through the game, Alan knows this dungeon better than the back of his hand. He has memorized every route and every puzzle. Now it is time to clear the place as fast as possible. But standing at the entrance in real life feels completely different from facing it through a game. Alan stares ahead in amazement. He may have run this dungeon countless times before, but seeing it with his own eyes is an entirely new experience. Evan is completely baffled by the place. It feels artificial, and he cannot understand how Alan knows anything about it. Lost in his own thoughts, Alan casually says that he has come here often. Evan fixes his eyes on his master, disbelief written all over his face. You've actually been here before? Alan suddenly snaps out of his thoughts, then gives him a grin that is somehow far more unsettling than comforting. Just kidding. I have my own methods. Now, let's head inside. Evan visibly wilts at that expression. Please don't make jokes like that while looking at me like that. The instant they cross the threshold, the dungeon reacts. Stone walls shudder around them, and demonic gargoyles peel themselves free before swooping down from above. Their crimson eyes flare in the dark as they dive straight at the pair, claws stretched forward and ready to slash them apart. Even with the monsters closing in, Evan explains the dungeon's trick with a tense voice. Get one of its riddles wrong, and those things will come crashing down on you without mercy. While Evan is practically bracing himself for disaster, Alan simply walks over to the pedestal, studies the puzzle for a moment, and gives the correct answer. Evan can only stand there staring at him in stunned silence. How can he possibly remain that calm? They have worked together for 4 years, yet Evan still cannot figure out what goes on inside his master's head. Alan's missions have always been impossible to predict. One day, he is tearing apart a criminal syndicate like some masked vigilante, and the next, he is off rescuing abandoned children or handling some completely random errand. The dungeon mechanism activates with a deafening crash, crushing the gargoyles beneath it. Evan is left completely speechless. Alan barely ever leaves the estate, so how does he know all of this? Alan merely points ahead and says, "Looks like I got it right." The door won't open until the mechanism finishes. At last, the enormous stone door leading into the final chamber begins to grind open, inch by heavy inch. Evan is still shaken by the gruesome sight behind them when he turns toward Alan. What exactly are you planning this time? Ironically, Alan is looking a little sick himself. As the doorway finally opens, he swallows hard. It's finally open. I think I'm going to throw up. I knew it would be brutal, but seeing it with my own eyes is so much worse. Alan lets out a long breath, his shoulders loosening slightly. Looks like it's finally over. Beyond the doorway lies a treasure chamber overflowing with wealth, mountains of gold, glittering gems, and priceless relics scattered everywhere. But none of that treasure catches Alan's attention. His gaze settles on one specific item. Yeah, forget all this. We're only taking that black ring. The artifact he came for is almost laughably plain, a simple black ring resting quietly among all the dazzling gold and jewels. Evan stares at it in confusion. That thing? It looks more useless than anything else in here. But Alan knows exactly what it is worth. Taking the other treasures would only invite trouble. Leave everything else behind. Alan raises the ring in front of him, triumph flashing through his eyes. I finally obtained the oath of restraint. As they make their way back through the dungeon, Alan tries to calm Evan's nerves. Don't worry. The route back is safe. Evan does not look convinced in the slightest, especially after seeing how much his master seems to know from that strange game knowledge of his. At first, their escape really is easy. Then the path ahead trembles, and towering stone figures rise to block their way. The labyrinth's final guardians have awakened. Evan pulls out his sword, his face draining of color as he faces an enemy he has never encountered before. An unknown threat at the very end of the dungeon, this is the worst possible situation. This time, I'll take care of it, Alan says calmly as he steps in front of his retainer. Evan can only blink at him and stammer, what? Evan immediately cries out in alarm. Whatever you're thinking, we need to secure an escape route first. But the golems are already attacking. Their colossal weapons swing down from above, blocking out the light as they descend. Evan shouts desperately, second-tier magic won't be enough against something this huge. Alan steps forward instead, lifting both hands as he quietly invokes the artifact. I invoke the oath of restraint. The black ring erupts with power. In an instant, the dungeon fades away, replaced by an endless cosmic void, while an ancient voice resounds directly inside Alan's mind. Oh, fragment who inherits the great will of Nyakula, the enormous voice declares. Speak 2 restrictions that I may enact. This is it. The moment Alan came all this way for has finally arrived. A choice window from the game appears before him, except now it is no longer a game at all. The voice, the endless void, the artifact in his hand, it all makes this world feel terrifyingly real. The Oath of Restraint is an absorption-type artifact, one that grants overwhelming strength in return for limits its owner willingly places upon himself. Alan begins with his first condition. The entity answers, speak. Alan declares, whenever I use magic, I will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia. A skill icon from the game materializes before him, confirming that the restriction has been accepted. What do you desire through this restriction? The voice asks. Alan answers without hesitation, the power to twist the laws of this world a little further. Granted. A violent surge of power floods through Alan's entire body. Then the entity addresses him again. And your second restriction? Speak. Alan makes his second vow without backing down. Whenever I use magic, I will strictly chant the words of Babylonia. The ancient voice waits in the endless darkness. What do you desire through this restriction? Alan's purpose is obvious, he wants even greater power to defy the laws of the world. A second skill icon appears before him. By combining those 2 self-imposed limits, he can reach the highest possible magic attack power. For a moment, even the Oath of Restraint falls silent, apparently speechless at the sheer demand Alan has made. Alan remains focused. After countless playthroughs, he has memorized every one of the strongest combinations the game had to offer. This has to work. It has to be the correct combination. Granted. The power entering Alan's body intensifies at once, swelling to nearly 10 times what it had been before. Then the entity speaks again, its voice echoing through the void. Oh, human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god. I offer my gratitude to you, inheritor of the will. Alan is briefly frozen by those words. Inheritor of the will? What is that even supposed to mean? Before he can sort through that question, the ring on his hand breaks apart and dissolves into him, becoming one with his body. The restriction has been successfully applied. As Alan's consciousness is pulled back toward reality, the ancient voice leaves him with one final, chilling promise. I shall watch you forever. Time abruptly snaps back into motion. Evan is still yelling in panic, "Young master. Second-tier magic isn't enough." But Alan is ready now. He understands perfectly well that his own raw power still has limits. At the same time, he understands the rules of the game better than anyone. A cold, determined light settles in his eyes as he decides to use the trump card he came all this way to obtain. Alan pours every last drop from his tiny mana pool into a spell. A sphere of lightning forms in his hand, but it looks miserable. It should have been a brilliant, blinding orb of destruction. Instead, it is nothing more than a weak, flickering spark. No matter how hard he trains, this is still his limit. His innate talent may be high, but his mana capacity is disastrously low. That is exactly why he needs to test the restriction he just placed upon himself. With his mana reserves completely drained, Alan begins shaping the spell. But this is no ordinary casting. He starts chanting the words of a forgotten god. First, refraction. The frail spark of lightning begins to bend in midair, twisting as its very nature starts changing under Alan's command. The energy suddenly contorts with violent force, crackling as it swells into something far more powerful than the tiny amount of mana Alan poured into it should ever allow. Then, repulsion. Alan's voice cuts through the cavern as the spell pulses again, pressing outward as though it is forcing the very laws of physics to give way before it. The restrained energy can no longer hold together. It explodes into a savage torrent of raw lightning, wild and violent as it pours from Alan's hand. A blinding flash swallows the cavern in white-blue light. Evan can do nothing but throw an arm over his face, shielding his eyes from the overwhelming force spilling out in front of him. Third, blue light. The raging electricity begins drawing inward instead of spreading out. It compresses into a colossal, swirling sphere of destruction, so massive that it towers over both Alan and Evan. For the final incantation, Alan speaks the last command. Line of diffraction. His fingers move through the ancient hand signs of Babylonia, fulfilling the condition imposed by the oath of restraint and driving the spell's power all the way to its absolute limit. With one final, decisive motion, Alan releases the magic he has carefully built up over 5 full turns. The enhanced chain lightning surges forward at once, transformed into a blazing spear of judgment that tears straight toward the Golem Guardians. Evan is completely stunned. He has never seen a simple second-tier spell unleash anything remotely close to this kind of destructive power. The lightning crashes into the stone titans and rips straight through their enormous bodies. For one strange second, it almost seems like the attack did nothing at all. Then, in the very next instant, cracks spread across a guardian's stone body, and the massive construct begins to crumble apart. The entire cavern is drowned beneath a relentless barrage of thunder. One deafening blast follows another as the spell continues tearing through everything in its path. When the violent light finally fades away, the once imposing golems are nowhere to be seen. Only the sharp smell of ozone remains, along with glowing runes burned across the cavern floor. Evan stares at the destruction, his mind struggling to catch up with what he has just seen. What the hell was that? He slowly turns toward his master, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. Have you been hiding your strength this whole time? Alan looks completely unbothered by the devastation and answers simply, not at all. Evan cannot accept that answer. Huh. I've spent 15 years as a mercenary, and I've never seen anything like that. Are you seriously saying that was only second circle magic? Yes, Alan confirms, his expression remaining calm as though nothing unusual has happened. But inside, even Alan is shocked by the result. He never expected this either. Back in the game, the spell had never behaved like that. His thoughts drift back to Psychedelia's turn-based system. In the game, a spell could be strengthened slightly each turn through hand signs or incantations. This time, he enhanced Chain Lightning with 4 incantations and hand signs, building it up across a total of 5 turns. In other words, he had only applied the game's settings for a large-scale lightning spell. But there was another factor now. Because of his restraints, every spell he casts must be accompanied by those hand signs and incantations. The entity's voice returns to his mind. Oh, human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god. I offer my gratitude to you, inheritor of the will. Alan finally begins to understand. The spell must have been amplified again and again, far beyond what the normal system should have allowed. Even so, he has to admit that he never expected second circle magic to be such complete overkill. The result has gone far beyond anything he imagined, and it caught even him off guard. As they finally leave the dungeon behind, Alan releases a relieved breath. We made it out at last. Evan immediately drops onto a nearby rock, every bit of strength drained from his body. Ugh, that was more exhausting than the actual fight. He glances back toward the ominous canyon and grimaces. Just who in the world built a place this unpleasant? Alan's eyes narrow as a thought suddenly crosses his mind. Now that he thinks about it, the Maze of Whisper used to be called something else. The map layout and strategy guide had been posted on the community website back in the game. There, the place was known by another name, the Maze of Pelion. Alan answers Evan's question in a casual tone. A guy named Pelion built it. Evan's eyes snap wide open. Pardon me? What did you just say? Alan helps his still dizzy retainer back onto his feet. I said we should head back east. Then he adds, you did good work over the past 3 weeks. There's something I want to take care of once we return. Evan looks genuinely taken aback by that. Huh. Young master, you're much more diligent than you look. As they continue walking, Alan keeps thinking over the differences between the game and this reality. If he chooses a hand sign that matches a spell's attribute, its power increases. And when he selects the proper incantation, the spell's properties become stronger. That was how the game mechanics were supposed to work. But in the game, the spell's appearance never changed. Only its numbers increased. This time, Alan had clearly watched the lightning change shape with every new incantation. His mana pool may be pathetic, but perhaps his unusually strong mana control allows him to actually perceive those transformations. He will need to test that theory once his mana has recovered. For now, though, all that matters is that everything turned out fine in the end. Meanwhile, beneath the pale glow of the moon, a mysterious cloaked figure watches quietly from the shadows. It is the green-haired girl in the cloak, the same girl from the ball party who has been keeping a close eye on Alan. She springs from her hiding place with silent, graceful movement, already certain of where she intends to go. Without hesitation, she enters the very same labyrinth Alan has just cleared. Deep inside, a massive stone tablet stands before her, covered in glowing ancient words. They speak of the era of the forgotten outer gods and the glyphs of the Alanf Empire. Her eyes move across the unfamiliar writing, while her expression remains impossible to read. Then she reads one particular line aloud, a message left behind by the maze's creator. For my friend, who shall be left alone by coward Pelion. A small, knowing smirk curls across her lips. Ha! She reaches out and places her hand against the ancient inscription. At that touch, her mind fills with the image of a legendary hero, the man who stopped the invasion of the Black Things and stood victorious against the Alakulika that devoured the hearts of the citizens. The brilliant emperor himself, Pelion the Great. She remembers where all of this knowledge came from. She was born with the ancient library and entrusted from the beginning with a great mission. Her thoughts return to Alan, the man known as the Great Moon, and to the demonic being that follows him, the Bloody Queen. She already knew Alan was no ordinary man the moment she learned that the Bloody Queen followed at his side. Still, she never imagined the Great Moon might have been connected to Pelion himself. What unsettles her even more is the phrase Alan whispered. No record of those words exists anywhere in the ancient library. Just what kind of being is he? A faint smile spreads across her lips as she reaches a quiet conclusion. The Red Moon was right. How embarrassing, she has been following orders blindly all this time. Then her expression shifts. She senses someone else approaching through the darkness, her companion has returned. Without turning around, she asks in a calm voice, "Did you obtain the information?" The blue-haired boy lowers his head in a respectful bow. "No. The Dark One is dead." He reports the bizarre death in a stiff voice. The man's head suddenly twisted in midair, ending his life in a gruesome and completely inexplicable way. The superior shows no visible surprise at the report. "Then we will submit this matter for processing." With that, the two figures withdraw, their forms fading quietly back into the surrounding shadows. Far away in Zenonia County, Kalia Zenonia sits alone, lost in thought as she reflects on her unsettling encounter with Alan Palacio. She raises a cup of tea to her lips, but her crimson eyes reveal the storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. So it was never just a rumor. She remembers the way Alan looked at her, far too composed, almost disturbingly empty of emotion. His eyes had carried the same depthless chill as an abyss. Kalia approaches her father, the Count, who remains seated behind his desk with paperwork piled before him. Count Zenonia is widely known as a powerful and respected man. A dangerous gleam enters Kalia's eyes as she speaks. And yet, father, he called me famous, even though I never take part in social gatherings. Don't you find that interesting? As the words leave her mouth, a dark current begins to flow from her hand. Malicious energy curls through the air while her eyes shine with cruel power. The Count freezes in place. His pen slips from his fingers and clatters across the desk, and then his body slumps forward as his own will is stripped away. Kalia smiles to herself. Her secret remains perfectly hidden. No one would ever suspect that she turned her father into a puppet and took control of the household from behind the scenes. Yet one question continues to bother her: how did Alan discover it? His final words return to her mind. There are too many eyes on us right now. Her gaze shifts upward toward the rafters, where the shadowy outline of one of her tails is hidden. It seems Alan even noticed the people she sent to watch him. Just then, an attendant bursts into the room in a panic. Miss Kalia. Kalia turns sharply, irritated by the interruption. What is it? The attendant stammers nervously, you need to see your room. When Kalia enters her chambers, she is greeted by a horrifying sight. The corpse of the very tail Alan had noticed is waiting for her, his neck snapped cleanly apart. The attendant stares at the body in horror. His seal never activated, so he did not reveal the secret. A predatory smile slowly appears on Kalia's face. So Alan found one of her greatest weaknesses the very moment they met. Elsewhere, beneath the cover of night, a single carriage arrives at the vast Altia ducal estate. The night outside is quiet, but inside the estate, another storm is gathering within the mind of its youngest daughter, Loria Altia. As Loria remembers her recent meeting with Alan, a dark smile touches her lips. She clenches her fist and thinks, just as expected, he is not someone to underestimate. She cannot forget the abyss-like coldness in his eyes. It was a chill that rivaled even her father's, the renowned figure of the underworld. Alan has the same eyes as her father, the eyes of someone she must never turn into an enemy. When she met him at the ball, he had been her final desperate hope. He was the last lifeline she had left, but his distant manner made her hesitate. A man like Alan would never make a losing gamble. He would not agree to any arrangement that left him with a serious loss. Loria may have been a princess within the duchy, but she lived like a prisoner inside a gilded cage, surrounded by vultures. Her 4 older siblings, eldest son Tamalian, eldest daughter Marianne, second daughter Piran, and second son Keeg, had methodically taken everything from her. Her cunning siblings had seized her wealth, her authority, and every piece of influence she once possessed. By now, she had nothing left in her hands. She had only survived by clinging to the scraps of affection and mercy her father still offered her. But with nowhere left to retreat, she had been completely cornered. Then, in a single night, that quiet and desperate life is shattered. A maid rushes through the door with wide, terrified eyes. Lady Loria. The youngest lady has returned. Before Loria can even make sense of that announcement, another servant stumbles into the room, barely able to force out the words. Lady Pyrene and Lord Keeg have taken their own lives. Loria's entire world seems to freeze as the words linger in the air. What? Her thoughts spin wildly. Pyrene and Keeg? Those two would sooner tear apart their own family than surrender even a sliver of power. People like them would rather stab a relative in the back than die by their own hands. It makes no sense. Cold dread creeps over her as she asks the question she already fears hearing answered. Then what happened to Tamalian and Marianne? The servants can only tremble in silence, their faces drained pale as ghosts, unable to bring themselves to speak. Another butler finally forces out the nightmare. Lord Tamalian is. Lady Marianne, in the main hall, the truth is revealed in a gruesome display. The 2 eldest siblings have been left impaled, their bodies turned into a horrifying monument to their own ambition. Loria stares at the carnage, her mind refusing to understand what lies before her. What in the world happened here? Meanwhile, high above the estate beneath the moonlight, a silver-haired assassin lands silently on the rooftops, his task already complete. A cold, satisfied smirk crosses his face as he silently confirms that the mission succeeded. Successfully eliminated. Then, just as quickly as he arrived, he disappears into the shadows again, leaving behind a trail of corpses and a dukedom thrown into chaos. As Loria walks through the halls that have suddenly fallen silent, Alan's strange words from the ball return to her mind. Her eyes widen as realization crashes into her. He had only said one thing, only good things will happen. Now she understands. Alan was not merely some powerful figure from the underworld, nor simply the hidden ruler pulling strings within a count's household while waiting for the right time to seize control. The terrifying truth finally lands in full. This is what he meant. He had arranged everything from the beginning. Loria begins to tremble, not from the cold, but from a fear that reaches all the way into her bones. Overnight, she has become the only remaining successor of the ducal family. A shaky laugh escapes her lips, caught somewhere between horror and amazement. What kind of monstrous devil have I made a pact with? But the fear in Loria's chest does not last long. It hardens into something colder, something firmer. She has gone too far to turn around now. There is no path back for her anymore. She knows what becomes of those who betray Alan, and there are already far too many examples to ignore. Alone inside the vast and silent mansion, the new Duchess of Altia steadies herself and makes her decision. No matter what waits ahead, she will continue down the road she chose. 2 months pass in the blink of an eye, and the season slowly begins to change. At the Palacio estate, a butler from the Altia dukedom arrives with a formal greeting and an expensive gift in hand. I have come under Duke Altia's orders. Evan looks toward Alan with open curiosity, but Alan's face remains unreadable. Duke Altia, he asks, a faint trace of interest slipping into his voice. Evan opens the ornate box and his eyes widen immediately. Wow, it's a bottle of Cernan's wine. I heard one bottle cost several thousand gold. I never thought I'd actually see one. Alan picks up the card, his expression difficult to read. It is from Loria. Why would she send him this? A dull pang of guilt rises in his chest, because he had not been able to help her when she needed it. Still unaware of what has happened, Alan turns to the messenger. Are you certain this is for me? The man bows deeply. Yes. The Duke herself prepared it and personally ordered that it be delivered to you. That answer sends a jolt through Alan. The Duke herself? His thoughts race as the pieces suddenly fall into place. Wait, does that mean Loria, the youngest daughter, became the Duke? And she truly has. Loria Altia is no longer the timid girl she once was. Now she sits as the Duchess of Altia, calmly handling the endless affairs of her estate. After another long day of work, she stretches in her chair and lets out a tired breath. Phew, 2 months passed so quickly. After her father died from illness and his funeral was held, the succession ceremony made her the new Duke. Not long ago, she had not even been allowed to enter this office. The memories of that bloody night remain painfully clear in her mind. Her siblings died so suddenly, yet no one ever suspected her. Her alibi had been flawless, almost too flawless to be a coincidence. She had been attending the ball at the exact time everything happened. By then, her secret organization had already been crushed by her siblings. When she returned to the mansion, she had been completely powerless in every sense of the word. She shivers as she remembers how desperate she had been, and how perfectly Alan had turned that hopeless situation around. Only afterward did she realize that he had even used her downfall to his advantage. On the surface, Alan had brushed her off without much concern. Yet behind the scenes, he had quietly handled every last piece of the cleanup. Her admiration is mixed with a deep, lingering fear. Just how far ahead had he calculated? She never even mentioned her father's funeral to him because she did not want to trouble him. Loria knows this was never simple charity. Alan must have helped her because Altia has a place in some larger plan of his. Even after gathering and merging all of Altia's subordinate organizations under her control, she knows it still will not be enough to match the hidden power Alan possesses. That leaves only one possibility. He wants something from her. Palacio is a major figure in the underworld, someone who built his influence through business alone. But there is one thing she possesses that Alan does not, the ability to move the political stage from the shadows. At last, she understands her role in his larger game. She is not merely a disposable pawn. She is a queen, a powerful piece he needs in order to secure victory. What he needs is the Altia name. With that realization, Loria's resolve becomes even firmer. For now, she can only focus on the work in front of her. The Distinguished One will surely contact her soon enough. A real, warm smile finally reaches her face. Her first act as Duchess is not revenge, but gratitude. She hopes Alan enjoyed the gift she sent him. Back at the Palacio estate, the messenger finishes his duty and takes his leave. Evan watches Alan with complete confusion, while Alan silently tries to process this new reality. Loria, the girl who had been on the verge of death, is now a duchess. Something about this does not sit right with him. As the currents of fate shift once more, time continues to move forward. Several months later, the world has reached a point 5 years before the original game's story begins. A thin layer of snow blankets the Palacio estate. Evan hurries over to his master, looking unusually energetic despite the cold weather. "Oh, young master," Evan quickly catches himself. "Young, no, I should call you Count now, shouldn't I?" Alan lets out a quiet sigh. "The succession ceremony has not happened yet, but since the year has already passed, I suppose you can call me that." This was never the life Alan planned for himself. He had not expected to become a count at all. His original dream had been much simpler: avoid family drama, settle down peacefully, and travel around enjoying food. Still, he has adapted to the situation. Since he is used to it now, he might as well make the most of the advantages that come with being a noble. To his surprise, a count's work-life balance is not nearly as bad as he expected. Evan hands him a sealed letter. "Here's the letter from Yusha." As they walk together, Evan asks, "By the way, did you learn anything about the assassins who killed Leo?" Alan answers, "Nothing has been revealed yet. The Information Guild is investigating, so we should give them more time." Once they settle into the study, Evan presses further. "So what is your goal now? I'm guessing revenge is not what you're after." Alan's eyes drift into the distance. This world is no longer identical to the game he remembers. The small differences from the original story are probably butterfly effects caused by his own actions. "So I'm just going to prepare for whatever unexpected events come next." Evan cannot help sounding impressed. "Wow. You really sounded like a proper count just now." Alan only gives him an indifferent answer. "Sure." Alan breaks the seal on the letter, and the tension in his face softens as he begins reading. He wonders what Yusha wrote to him this time. The letter is a warm update from the orphanage. Yusha writes about the children's small but happy lives. Deus has become remarkably skilled at puppetry. Sayarang has been happily spending her days playing together with her friends. Meanwhile, Rina and Radon have found their own quiet peace through reading and gardening. A fond smile slowly appears on Alan's face. This routine has become familiar to him, and every letter warms his heart. He has never even seen the children's faces, but knowing they are growing up well still makes him smile. Then a practical question suddenly comes to him. Alan looks up from the letter. "Now that I think about it, how old are the children?" Evan blinks at the sudden question. That came out of nowhere. "They're old enough to enter society now. Some of them have already left the orphanage." Then Evan adds an important detail. "The children you ordered us to save are around that age now as well." The image of those children bowing before him flashes through Alan's mind, carrying both respect and the traces of what they had suffered. Alan feels strangely unsettled for a moment. Right. That's true." Then he makes up his mind. It is time to let them go. Evan looks startled. "Really? Didn't you gather them all in one place because they were hurt?" Alan answers in a firm voice, "There's no reason to keep doing that now. They're grown up. It's time to let them move forward and live for their own futures." Alan believes he has already done enough to steer them away from the tragic futures waiting for them. He took care of them so they would never awaken as the deadly sins, so they should be safe now, right? Evan nods slowly as the meaning sinks in. "I understand. Now that they're all healthy again, there's no reason to keep them confined." Alan thinks back to the gifts written into their original destinies. Yusha was born with the talent of faith. Deus carried the talent of the sword, the potential to become a peerless swordsman. Rina possessed an exceptional mind and the natural talent for study. Sayarang was a fierce beastkin, born with the instincts and talent of a fighter. And Radon carried the talent of an apostle, the makings of a divine warrior. With abilities like those, Alan is certain they will succeed as long as they find the right paths. Their futures should be more than secure. Satisfied with himself, he gives a small nod. What a perfect plan. A faint blush creeps onto Alan's face as another thought comes to him. While he is at it, he should prepare a gift for every one of them. He had always intended to give them something anyway. As evening settles over the snow-covered land, Alan's plans quietly begin moving into place. Alan finishes the final stack of paperwork and throws up his hands in triumph. All done. Meanwhile, Evan has completely passed out on the sofa beside him. Evan suddenly jerks awake, grins, gives a quick salute, and rushes for the door with the letters. All right, then. I'll be back. Alan watches him leave with an amused smirk. Maybe once they become important people, he can get something back from them. With his work finally finished, Alan gazes out at the red glow of the sunset, feeling an unexpected swell of fatherly pride. Children, read those letters, then go out and make your own way in the world. Far away, inside a dim warehouse, Yusha raises her letter in front of the others. The time has come. The orders have arrived. She gathers everyone together, but this time the message is different. Her voice stays steady as she explains, this time, he sent them to each of us separately. Their reactions could not be more different. Sayarang lights up immediately with a delighted cry, while Deus watches quietly with calm curiosity. Rina holds her letter close with a soft smile, while Radon remains as stern and unreadable as ever. But Yusha is the one who feels most unsettling. Her crimson eyes burn with a strange intensity, hiding a silent storm behind an otherwise peaceful face. What could possibly be written in her letter? Before they move on, Yusha calmly says, first, we should read the earlier letters too. Radon scratches his head in confusion, while Sayarang tilts hers. Can we really read those? You were the only one who ever read them before, Yusha. Yusha explains that since each of them has now received an order, he must have decided it is time for everyone to understand. Sayarang begins reading one of the ordinary-looking lines aloud. How have you been? Let me know if you need anything. She pauses, clearly uncertain. This is an order? Rina says what all of them are thinking. To her, it sounds more like casual daily conversation. Exactly, Yusha replies with a knowing, slightly wry smile. He disguised his orders as normal conversations from the beginning. Look carefully. She raises their very first piece of correspondence for everyone to see. This was the first order, sent after the greeting letter. At first glance, it reads like an innocent letter from a pen pal. But Yusha explains the hidden meaning beneath it. He identifies the target, assigns the mission, and instructs them to report back afterward. This was when he entrusted the Blue Moon to me, she says, showing them another letter that appears to do nothing more than ask for monthly news from the orphanage. Then she looks at the others. As you can see, he personally chose every one of you. Deus finally understands the reason. I see. It's meant to prevent information leaks. Yusha nods. That is why you must understand each order clearly and complete the mission exactly as instructed. Radon, always practical, speaks up next. Wouldn't it be easier to visit him in person or use a magic communicator? Yusha answers immediately, her voice cold and absolute. I hope you have not forgotten that all we need to do is obey the order. That unwavering devotion leaves no room for further questions. The others can only feel the chilling certainty behind her trust. Sayarang, as bright as ever, breaks the heavy mood with a cheerful voice. I haven't forgotten. So come on, let's read the orders. And so, the five of them finally open the letters addressed to them individually, ready to take their first real steps into the wider world. Deus reads his letter first. He told me to go to Caliban, the nation of knights. Sayarang, however, does not look nearly as pleased by her own destination. Colony? But I don't like deserts. For me, it's Raxus, the entertainment city, Radon says, already interested in the city of gambling and wealth. Rina reads hers as well. He told me to head to Larthania, the maze city. Yusha's own path leads to a land built around faith, the holy kingdom of Rosario. Her crimson eyes glimmer with an emotion no one can read as she reminds them, what each of you must do is written in your letters, correct? Deus still looks unsure. I do not know the reason, but he told me to become a knight. Sayarang adds another detail in a brighter tone. He also said not to worry, because the patronage will keep coming. Rinna nods in agreement. He also told us where to find the gifts. As they prepare to leave, Yusha gives them one final instruction that cannot be ignored. Good. But remember this, unless E says the name first, do not mention the blue moon. With their futures now set, the 5 orphans once destined for tragedy step out into the world, their paths permanently changed by a man none of them have ever met. Each of them heads toward a different corner of the continent, living proof that Alan's interference has already changed far more than he realizes. 3 months pass. Back at the Palacio estate, Alan is buried beneath another mountain of paperwork. He sighs in frustration as he searches through the information in front of him. Just as expected, there's nothing here about the changes to magic or those phrases. I'll have to test it myself. Alan turns toward Evan as another thought occurs to him. How is the investigation into Leo's assassin going? Evan reports that even the Information Guild has found nothing. That answer makes Alan uneasy. The butterfly effect created by saving the 5 deadly sins is starting to slip beyond his control. Even Loria, who should have died in the original story, is now Duke Altia, expanding her power and influence through the underworld at an alarming pace. After thinking it over, Alan reaches a sudden conclusion. Stop investigating the assassin. Evan looks at him in shock. Huh? Really? Alan understands that some truths are safer left buried. This is one of those times when ignorance is bliss. In this world, almost nothing can escape the Information Guild's network. If even they cannot discover anything, then he is probably trying to provoke something far beyond his ability to handle. If he keeps digging into matters that do not concern him, what comes back may be death. Alan wisely decides that secret organizations will leave him alone as long as he does not interfere with their affairs. Evan can only agree. All right, Alan says after a brief pause, his expression settling. Tell them to call off the investigation. Evan suddenly perks up as though he has just remembered something important. Oh, there's one more thing. Deus was recently appointed as a knight in Caliban. Alan's face immediately brightens at the news, and a pleased smile spreads across it. Really? That's wonderful for him. Hearing that the boy is doing well is a welcome relief. Time refuses to slow down, and before anyone notices, another 3 months slip away like they were nothing. One day, Evan hurries over to Alan with several skewers still clutched in his hand. Count, I just heard something unbelievable. Apparently, Deus has formed his own knight order. Alan nearly chokes in the middle of eating, his eyes widening as he stares at Evan. What? Then doesn't that mean he has to be at least a sword expert already? In this world, swordsmanship is divided into clear ranks. First comes a sword user, then a sword expert, and above them all stands the legendary sword master. Alan can barely process it. Hasn't it only been a short time since he was made a knight? Evan nods, confirming that the rumor is real. People are already whispering that Caliban may see its 5th master knight within the next 10 years. Alan's chest swells with unmistakable fatherly pride, and he cannot stop himself from smiling. He really is talented. Honestly, I'm proud of that kid. Then time marches forward once again, and another 6 months quietly vanish from sight. A full year has now passed since the 5 children left the orphanage. Alan has only just begun settling comfortably into the busy rhythm of life as a count. While Alan sits at his desk signing documents, Evan suddenly bursts into the room with an urgent look on his face. Count, I've just received very recent news. Deus has become a sword of Caliban. He's now the 5th master knight. Alan freezes completely, and the quill in his hand snaps under the pressure of his grip. What? His thoughts spin wildly as he tries to understand what Evan just said. But only sword masters can become master knights, right? He is not wrong. A sword master of psychedelia is someone who has surpassed the aura blade entirely and awakened an individual power unlike anything ordinary swordsmen can wield. That unique ability is called derivation. Alan looks utterly lost, his mind still struggling to catch up. So you're telling me Deus is already a sword master? Evan quickly corrects him. More accurately, he is on the verge of becoming one. Deus has not yet created his own derivation, but Caliban gave him the title of Master Knight before that final step was even completed. Not only did he defeat the 4th sword in a duel, but Caliban had also recently lost one of its Master Knights to the Northern Barbarians. Alan slowly puts the situation together. Right, they've been fighting that war for more than 10 years. Evan explains just how absurd Deus' achievement truly is. Simply realizing mana and learning how to move it properly usually takes around 15 years, while awakening a derivation can require several more decades. The first sword, Reinhardt, became the youngest Master Knight in history when he reached the age of 32. Alan remembers Reinhardt clearly from the game. He had been an absolute monster of a fighter, even appearing as a temporary companion during the third major episode. Right. Reinhardt. Reinhardt had possessed absurd natural talent, yet even he needed more than 20 years to reach that level. And now a boy who had once known nothing about swordsmanship has become a Master Knight. A thought suddenly sparks in Alan's mind. Wait. If he only needs to finish his derivation, then he might surpass Reinhardt as a swordmaster before long. His eyes gleam for a moment. Maybe he can rely on Deus sooner than expected. But just as quickly, Alan shuts that thought down and hesitates. Or maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't count on that. Even so, a small part of him still feels disappointed. I mean, Tia is the only one who ever sends me letters. Even after she went to the Holy Kingdom, Tia continued writing to him regularly. Her letters often carried updates about the other deadly sins she had grown up alongside, making it clear that they were still keeping in touch. Alan lets out a quiet sigh, looking faintly bothered despite himself. They've never even seen my face, but they could at least thank me for the gift. It kind of hurts a little. Then he mentally slaps himself and returns to the most important point. The fact that the five have awakened as the deadly sins without destroying the kingdom is already more than enough for him to be grateful for. He turns toward the window, his gaze softening as real relief settles over him. As long as they're doing well, that's enough to make me happy. Meanwhile, far away in Kirtham, the capital of Caliban, the grand estate of the renowned solar eclipse knight stands alive with activity. The sharp ring of weapons and the flashes of polished steel fill the training grounds. Near an enormous, beautifully framed window, a lone figure in ornate armor stands silently, his thoughts drifting somewhere far away. That figure is Deus Macallion, captain of the Solar Eclipse Knights and the youngest Master Knight in Caliban. His gaze lowers toward the courtyard below, where a young woman is walking toward the mansion. She notices him at the window, looks up with a radiant smile, and calls out warmly, "Ah, brother." A complicated mixture of emotions crosses Deus' face. He quickly turns his eyes away, clearly flustered, before awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem. A whole year has passed, yet whenever he thinks back on what happened, embarrassment still rises inside him all over again. His thoughts drift toward the horrifying day when he lost everything to those black, crawling things. He remembers standing helplessly as dark, shadow-like tendrils wrapped around his sister and dragged her away from him. That memory becomes a violent storm of rage and hatred inside his chest, leaving him with nothing except one thin, desperate fragment of hope. He had been swallowed by darkness completely, his spirit crushed and his heart left in ruins. Abandoned in a dark cell and left to rot, he clung to the last thing he still had. Then, at the deepest point of his despair, a light finally appeared before him. The great moon saving his life alone was never enough to make him swear loyalty. That was not the reason he chose to follow. But she promised him that one day he would be able to take revenge with his own hands. Because of that promise, he accepted orders beneath the blue moon. For years afterward, Deus served inside their secret organization, carrying out dangerous missions while enduring brutal and relentless training. He never cared what happened to his own body or life. Everything he did was focused on building the strength and foundation he would need for revenge. Then one day, he finally received his first personal order. The message inside the letter was simple: a small hotel in southern Caliban. It said that a gift had been left there for him, and that he should go see it himself. He had not been excited when he read it. Still, he went to the address, quietly wondering what could possibly be waiting for him there. And inside that unexpected message, Deus found the one thing he had believed was gone from his life forever. He ran straight toward what looked like a ghost from his past, toward the memory he had buried beneath years of darkness. The girl sweeping the floor was right there in front of him, the missing half of his broken soul. This was the true gift the great moon had left for him. Not a blade, not a fortune, but the bond he had believed was cut away forever. Deus rushed into her without slowing down, his cloak slipping from his shoulders as he threw both arms around her in a fierce, desperate embrace. His sister stood frozen in place, too stunned to speak. She lifted her face toward him, eyes widening as tears slowly filled them and the impossible truth began to sink in. For the first time in years, even the usually stoic Deus broke down and cried. Every ounce of pain, solitude, and rage he had carried poured out of him in a flood of tears. His thoughts crashed together in disbelief and overwhelming joy. My little sister, the sister I thought had died, she's really alive. His voice barely makes it past the lump in his throat as he whispers her name through tears. Siley. Pulling back just enough to see her face, he searches her eyes desperately. What happened after I lost you? Siley, the sister he had lost long ago, manages a fragile smile through her tears while Deus gently brushes a tear from her cheek. Later, the two of them sit together in a quiet, warmly lit room, and Siley finally begins telling him everything that happened after they were separated. Her voice is soft and unsteady, but every word carries the crushing weight of the years she spent alone. After those things took me away from you, her memories drag her back into a torn, pitch-black prison. Surrounded by darkness, she had no choice but to wait for a long time, knowing her turn would eventually come. She remembers the day she was taken before a sacrificial altar, the moment she had feared finally arriving as she realized she was about to be killed. But right when despair swallowed her whole, a brilliant light ripped through the darkness. A mysterious hand reached out, pulled her to safety, and gave her the chance to escape alive. Even after surviving that nightmare, her suffering did not end. Years later, slave merchants nearly captured her and dragged her away again. But this time, a mercenary named Evan appeared like a bolt of lightning, cutting down the people trying to take her and saving her life before they could escape. Back in the present, Siley continues quietly, after that, I received precious medicine from my sponsor. She raises a letter in her hands, the very first one she received from Alan. In it, he promises that she will remain protected and supported beneath the Palacio name, and he even mentions her brother. Tears gather in Siley's eyes again as she looks directly at Deus. I'm truly grateful for everything he has done for me. Deus is left completely stunned. The Great Moon. Alan Palacio knew about her. He protected Siley under his own name. His thoughts spin out of control. How could Alan possibly have known? How did the Great Moon know any of this? His hand tightens around his own arm as the implications strike him all at once. I never told anyone about my family. Yusha only knew that the Black Lamb had taken me. So how did he find out? Then, in a single instant, everything clicks into place inside his mind. The Great Moon is not merely powerful. He knows everything. Like the final pieces of a puzzle snapping together, every lingering doubt and unanswered question he had carried about their mysterious benefactor suddenly disappears. At last, he understands Yusha's unwavering devotion, the faith that had once seemed almost fanatical. It was never blind anxiety. It came from knowing the truth. He remembers the words she once spoke with a painful kind of uncertainty, words he could not understand back then. A sword can't think for itself, can it? Deus finally realizes the truth, and it lands like a blow to the chest. The foolish one was never Yusha. It was me. His mind flashes back to the day the Great Moon gave him a new mission. He remembers the words his benefactor gave him, words that had sounded like nothing more than simple encouragement at the time. A promise that good things would happen. One tear slips from Deus' eye, heavy with gratitude. Alan had known everything all along, and he had left that hint for a child who would otherwise have been forced to survive alone. Siley notices the sudden silence and looks at him with concern. Brother? Deus reaches over and rests a reassuring hand gently on top of her head. He had doubted Alan. He had acted alone like a disobedient sword. Yet the Great Moon had answered him with nothing but mercy and generosity. Deus finally sees the scale of Alan's plans. Alan is not simply a sponsor, he is someone almost godlike, quietly moving pieces across their lives to ensure their happiness. For years, Deus had fed himself on hatred and revenge alone. But now, the fact that his family had survived feels like a gift beyond anything he could ever measure. Seeing his sister smile so freely again, happy and safe at last, becomes a treasure he never imagined he would get to hold on to. Now he understands Yusha completely. You'll understand soon enough why I chose to follow that man. Yusha's faith had never been blind, it had been earned. And now, Deus' faith is earned too. I have to repay him. His private mission of revenge is over, replaced by something far greater. He will become a master knight, reaching the highest peak of power in Caliban, and he will build the solar eclipse into a personal knight order filled with the greatest swordsmen on the continent. Back in the present, Deus now stands as the captain of that very order. One of his subordinates approaches and lowers his head. "Captain, it is time." With his right-hand man beside him, Deus walks past rows of loyal knights standing in formation. This expedition will become the solar eclipse's first real step toward greatness. The knights of the solar eclipse remain at attention, their discipline and strength reflecting the incredible road Deus traveled to bring them here. His resolve does not waver. "I do not care what hardships await us." His hand closes around the hilt of the legendary sword he was given. "I will endure it all until the day I can offer my gratitude, and give him the repayment he deserves." With his sword raised high and purple aura blazing around the blade, Deus is no longer a man driven only by revenge. He stands as a true knight, ready to fulfill the purpose he has chosen. And so, the solar eclipse knights begin their march into the frozen north, heading toward their first true trial against the barbarian hordes. Meanwhile, far from that frozen battlefield, Alan is enjoying one of his rare peaceful moments. It's so quiet. He stretches against a stone wall, surrounded by stacks of books. Maybe it's because all my kids have grown up now. But that brief moment of calm is suddenly destroyed when a strong gust of wind tears through the area and sends his precious research papers flying everywhere. No! They're all getting away. Alan yelps, throwing his arms around wildly as he scrambles after the pages spinning through the air. After finally gathering his scattered papers, he looks down at his own messy handwriting and starts grumbling to himself. Why did I ever decide to write in cursive? He clicks his tongue in frustration. From now on, I'm writing more clearly. Once he settles down again, he carefully reorganizes his findings. Ever since returning from the labyrinth, he has been focused on researching the mysterious phrase. Alan looks unexpectedly cute while he sits there in full concentration, completely absorbed in his serious research. His pages are filled with findings about the ancient magic system, and he has discovered that every phrase changes magic in its own distinct way. The first phrase he studies is refraction. The phrase refraction can reinforce imperfections within magic itself, strengthening a flawed spell and causing its effective range to spread much farther than it normally should. But refraction was not limited to widening a spell's range. It could also crush and reshape the spell's form itself, altering the projectile's fundamental nature even while it was already flying through the air. Alan pictures the effect in his mind, a spell twisting as it travels, its shape warping and its very state transforming in the middle of its path. Another phrase he has studied is blue light, a simple yet highly useful modifier that strengthens parallel forms of magic, especially abilities like electricity. It reminds him of the canyon, where he had unknowingly tapped into that power and launched an enormous sphere of lightning without understanding what he had just done. Then there is the line of diffraction, a phrase that grants penetration and critical force, turning an ordinary spell into something capable of piercing armor and striking with devastating precision. Alan remembers how it worked. Instead of simply crashing into a target, the attack tore straight through it, blasting past the point of impact as though nothing had been there. He has even worked out several core restrictions. Phrases cannot conflict with one another, the same phrase cannot be repeated, and a single spell can only hold up to 4 phrases. Add any more, and the entire spell fails. Alan lets out a weary sigh. With his mana whole, he can only cast magic once per day, so discovering even this much has taken an exhausting amount of time. The research had been especially difficult because, in this world, the hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had been forgotten long ago. There was no proper record left behind for him to rely on. In the end, he had no choice but to uncover everything himself. Strangely enough, even though he first learned magic purely to stay alive, Alan finds himself genuinely enjoying the process. Now it is finally time to put 2 months of experiments to the test. Let's see what kind of result this gives me. Electricity begins snapping across Alan's hand as he prepares the spell. His fingers move through a sequence of exact, complicated hand signs, each motion carefully measured as he begins casting. A sphere of mana gathers above his palm, hovering in the air as Alan begins chanting the first phrase. By removing the focal point from the mana sphere, he deliberately creates an imbalance, forcing raw lightning to spark out from the unstable mass of energy. The first phrase is fixation, which reigns in that chaotic energy and stabilizes it into something he can actually control. The lightning gradually pulls together, condensing into a radiant orb that floats in front of him with a steady electric hum. Next comes the phrase compression. The glowing orb begins shrinking, while the energy packed inside it becomes denser and more violent by the second. The lightning is forced tighter and tighter, squeezed into an increasingly smaller space until the orb looks ready to burst from the pressure. The third phrase follows immediately after, breakdown. The compressed power shudders, then violently fractures into an unstable mass of energy, dangerous enough to erupt at any moment. Finally, Alan chants, fleeting bloom, giving that explosive mass of power its final shape and directing it toward a clear purpose. He reaches forward, extending his hand as he takes command of the unstable energy swirling before him. A huge sphere of power rises into the sky, and then lightning crashes down from it in a roaring burst. The spell does not explode normally. Instead, it blossoms into a magnificent tree-shaped structure made entirely of crackling turquoise energy, its branching bolt spreading through the air. Alan immediately starts storing the result away in his mind. Oh, so the sequence matters too. When I used breakdown first, the spell failed, but, his thought is abruptly cut off by a shocked gasp from nearby. That's impossible. Alan jerks his head around, and his heart immediately sinks. He had not been alone after all. Two figures are standing beneath a nearby archway, and neither of them should have been anywhere near this place. One is Kalia, her fiery hair impossible to miss. Beside her stands an old man clutching his chest, looking as though his soul has nearly left his body from pure shock. Panic begins creeping into Alan's chest as he recognizes the unexpected visitors. What? Why is Kalia here? The old man stammers, his monocle nearly sliding from his face as he stares at the lingering magic. That was origin magic. That means he has the ability of a seventh circle mage. Alan can only blink in total confusion, a bead of sweat trailing down the side of his face. Origin magic? Both onlookers keep staring between the display of terrifying power and the young count who created it. Alan, meanwhile, can only point at himself and mumble, origin magic, me? The situation soon moves to Count Palacio's reception room, where Kalia and an elderly mage named Vinkel sit in an uneasy silence. What they witnessed outside has clearly shaken both of them to the core. Kalia tries to keep her expression composed, though a bead of sweat slowly slips down her temple. Her thoughts return to the two reasons she had come here in the first place. First, she wanted to learn what Count Palacio truly intended. To her, Alan was an unpredictable wild card, someone with enough power to deliver a catastrophic blow to her entire family. Her second purpose was even more ambitious. She wanted to measure the strength of the secret organization supporting him, the very force that had allowed an unknown count to seize control of the powerful Palacio family. But after what she just saw, every plan she had carefully prepared has fallen apart. Kalia glances at Vinkel beside her and can barely believe it. She never imagined she would see this arrogant mage trembling in fear. And Vinkel has every reason to be arrogant. He is a fifth circle mage so cruel that the magic tower expelled him for conducting inhuman experiments. On his own, he possesses enough power to wipe out an entire military division. Yet now, that same man is trembling like a leaf. He is usually smug even around Kalia, the person backing him, but she can feel the fear pouring off him. She has never seen him like this before. Her thoughts race as she tries to make sense of the overwhelming force they witnessed outside. Was that really origin magic? Then the door opens, and Alan Palacio himself walks in. His expression gives away nothing as he looks at the two guests and calmly asks, "What brings you to my county?" Kalia begins stumbling through an excuse for appearing without warning, but Alan cuts her off before she can finish. He takes his seat, his gaze calm and unwavering. "I will not blame you, daughter of Zenonia." Kalia is caught off guard by his relaxed demeanor, unsure how she is supposed to react to someone acting this calm after what just happened. Alan leans slightly forward, his eyes sharpening as his voice turns serious. "However, let me make one thing clear." He looks directly at both of them and drops the truth he wants them to hear. "What I used just now was not origin magic." Then, with a completely straight face, he says something so ridiculous that it almost sounds like a joke. "If you insist on ranking my magic, I am only a second circle mage." He gestures toward Vinkel. "The mage beside you must have noticed that my magic had no actual effect." Inside, Alan adds bitterly that the spell unfortunately cannot be used for either defense or offense. A heavy pressure silently fills the room, and an unspoken warning hangs between them. The meaning could not be clearer, neither of them should speak about what they saw outside. Vinkel is still pale, his forehead damp with sweat, but he immediately understands the warning. Forcing his voice to stay steady, he nods. "Why yes, you are correct. It seems I was mistaken." Alan quietly breathes a sigh of relief inside. His bluff worked. With the danger temporarily pushed aside, he gets straight to the point. Good. Now that the misunderstanding is settled, tell me why you came. Trying to recover from the awkward situation, Kalia offers a weak explanation. I thought I would visit you after finishing some business nearby. Alan does not believe her for even a moment. You do not actually have a special reason for coming here, do you? He presses. Kalia can only lower her gaze and answer, no. Having decided that he has wasted enough time already, Alan rises from his seat to end the meeting. Unfortunately, I still have work to handle, so I cannot sit here with you for much longer. Kalia and Vinkel rise from their seats almost immediately, clearly understanding that the meeting is over. I understand, Kalia says with a restrained bow. Thank you for sparing us your time. We will take our leave now. But just as they are about to turn away, Alan suddenly gives Kalia an unexpected piece of advice. If you ever need someone to talk to, Alan says calmly, I suggest paying Duchess Altia a visit. I have a feeling the two of you would get along rather well. Kalia's body stiffens at the suggestion. Duchess Altia is not just some noblewoman, she is another powerful figure who holds enormous influence in the underworld. Still, Kalia cannot exactly reject Alan's suggestion outright. With a composed curtsy, she gives him a polite answer. If that is what you recommend, then I will pay her a visit. As Kalia and Vinkel's carriage rolls away from the estate, Alan remains behind with Evan, quietly watching it disappear down the road. Evan narrows his eyes, clearly suspicious of the sudden visit. Why would someone from Zenonia, a ruined Western family, come all the way here? Alan can only shrug. I have no idea. He truly cannot understand the reason either, but the uneasy pressure is already building inside his chest. This is going to turn troublesome, Alan thinks to himself. The worst possible outcome immediately flashes through his mind. If rumors spread that he can use origin magic, every dangerous lunatic in this dark fantasy world will come rushing over just to test him. As he walks back toward the mansion, Alan can only hope his warning was clear enough. I really hope they understood what I was trying to say. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, already dreading whatever might happen next. There is no way Zenonia would actually go visit Altia. They are rivals. Please, just do not come back and drag me into this again. Meanwhile, inside the moving carriage, Kalia turns sharply toward Vinkel and begins questioning him. Was what Count Palacio used really origin magic? Vinkel looks as though he has aged 20 years in a single afternoon. He shakes his head fiercely. No. It was not. Kalia's confusion only deepens. Then why did you react like that? Vinkel struggles to put the horror he witnessed into words. Origin magic is the power to inscribe new laws onto the unchanging canvas of reality itself, a power belonging only to the highest possible class of mages. He explains what he saw through his magical observation eye, his voice growing lower as he remembers it. But what the Count used was something different. I watched his magic closely. He was not writing onto the canvas, Vinkel says, his voice trembling. He was tearing the canvas apart. The moment plays again in his mind. Alan had twisted the absolute laws that govern magic itself. He took raw lightning, stabilized it, bent it out of shape, and then completely shattered the principle that should have controlled it. And after breaking those laws apart so completely, the spell still managed to take form. Vinkel's voice cracks as he reaches the only conclusion he can bear to say aloud. He created an impossible miracle. But even that was not the most horrifying part of what he saw. What came afterward was the real problem. Vinkel's mind is dragged back to the image that burned itself into his soul, Alan standing before a malicious cosmic being, a single dreadful eye staring back at him. That had to be one of the great forgotten gods. The memory becomes too much for him to endure. Vinkel clutches his head as a pained cry tears from his throat. Ugh. I need to stop thinking about it. Any more of this will be dangerous, he pants, struggling to regain control of himself. When I was younger, I delved deeply into forbidden knowledge and studied the magic of the Forgotten Era. I know what I saw. Then he looks at Kalia with terror and awe in his eyes before giving her one deadly serious warning. Let me be clear. Do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia merely lets out a quiet, knowing laugh. It seems she is finally beginning to understand just how enormous the game around her has become. At last, she understands Alan's true position. He is not simply another player moving across the board. He is the one rolling the dice, quietly shaping the destiny of entire empires from the shadows. His suggestion that she visit her rival had never been casual, it had been an order. A single tear slips down Kalia's cheek, carrying both acceptance and resolve. I have already become one of his pawns. 5 months pass by. It has now been almost 2 years since the children Alan sponsored left the orphanage behind. Inside his study, Alan tries to keep track of how his wards are doing. Evan, he calls out. Evan soon enters, and Alan immediately asks, did you find any new information? Preferably something about the children. Evan brings him unexpected news instead. It is not about the children. But Zenonia County and Altia Duchy have apparently formed an alliance. Alan's jaw drops open in disbelief. What? The two biggest powers in the underworld have allied with each other? Evan gives a firm nod. It is being kept secret within the underworld, but my sources are certain. Alan immediately spirals into panic. I only wanted my kids to live peacefully. Now 2 underworld masterminds are forming an alliance that could throw the entire kingdom into chaos. His mind jumps back to his meeting with Kalia and the offhand remark he made about visiting Altia. Wait, did she seriously take what I said back then as an actual instruction? He tries to brush away the thought. No, it is probably only temporary. Kalia is too cold and too arrogant to maintain a real alliance with anyone. Still, the unease refuses to leave him. He decides he needs to do at least some damage control before the situation grows worse. Awkwardly, Alan begins writing an apology letter to Kalia, trying to explain that he had not meant to sound so harsh. Ahem. To Kalia. I apologize if I came across as overly blunt. I am not very good with words. The moment he reads the words back, Alan winces at his own handwriting. I really hope this does not look like I am trying to make excuses. He hands the letter over to Evan. I will leave this to you, Evan. Send it to Zenonia's daughter through the mercenary guild. And while you are at it, keep searching for information about the children too. After Evan leaves, Alan turns to a letter from Yusha and lets out a worried sigh. I wonder how Radon and Sairang are doing. I have barely heard anything since they arrived. He thinks of Yusha, one of the most unpredictable and volatile among the deadly sins, and cannot stop himself from worrying. I just hope she has not ended up dead in some alleyway. He remembers the special gift he had mentioned in her letter, something meant to unlock her true potential. If she found the gift I told her about, she should be able to become the greatest of all fighters, the Baba Yaga. That gift was the legendary essence of the Golden Mane tribe. It would not only increase her strength, but also purify her, keeping her from falling into corruption and allowing her to become a true great wolfkin. Alan had also told her where to find his emergency funds. She is talented, so she should be able to make money and survive on her own, right? He tries to reassure himself. Far away from Alan's estate lies the nation of Desert Colony, a harsh land where strength decides everything. There, beneath an unforgiving yet beautiful landscape of sand and distant stone, Sairang's new journey continues. Under the endless desert sky, Sairang stands alone and releases a breath of relief. Phew. She stretches her body, the golden gauntlet on her arm gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Finally, that trial is over. A huge grin spreads across her face as she looks toward the sky and thanks her benefactor. Oh, great moon, thank you for this gift. Her eyes settle on the powerful artifact around her arm, and a sly spark appears in her gaze. I thought the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was only a legend. Hee hee. Past memories and the present overlap in her mind. It turns out the stories people told her when she was little were never fairy tales after all. Her mind drifts back to the tribal elders who once spoke proudly of their bloodline. The Wolfkin, they told her, were descended from the Golden Mane tribe, the ancient kings who once stood above every other Beastkin clan. Those stories had been planted in her heart since she was small, passed down to her long before she could truly understand the weight of that magnificent legacy. As the image of their legendary forefather rises in her memory, the elders' solemn words echo again. The essence was a sacred treasure preserved through countless generations, an inheritance that carried both overwhelming strength and the authority of their royal blood. Now, after surviving those merciless trials and finally taking hold of the legendary treasure herself, Sairang can no longer doubt the truth behind those old tales. A blazing golden light bursts outward from her body, wrapping her in a radiant aura as she accepts the power now flowing through her veins, and the destiny that comes with it. She is no longer merely Sairang, a sin left behind by the world. From this moment onward, she stands as the inheritor of a legacy that had been thought lost forever. Then her thoughts turn to Alan, the one who made all of this possible. In her heart, there is no doubt left at all. The Great Moon is the benefactor who changed everything. She remembers the agony of the bio-experiments, the suffering that had pushed her so close to death that it felt impossible to endure another moment. Yet he was the one who pulled her back from the edge. A fierce new fire burns in her eyes. He gave her the strength to seek revenge against the black dragon that slaughtered her parents. And for a gift like that, she knows she cannot simply stand by without repaying him. The golden aura around her swells even further as her conviction hardens. She is certain the Great Moon did not save her just so she could remain an ordinary, forgettable gladiator. From this day forward, Sairang slowly closes her hand, golden claws curling into a tight fist as her determination is forged through pain, fury, and the destiny now resting on her shoulders. A savage, unwavering grin spreads across her face. With the force of her newfound power behind every word, she makes her declaration without the slightest hesitation. She will become the strongest gladiator of them all, gather the scattered survivors of the Golden Mane tribe, restore her people to their former glory, and use this power to kill the Black Dragon. The instant her fist tightens, an enormous burst of energy detonates outward. The shockwave tears through the air and sends the desert itself trembling beneath her feet. Lifting her gaze toward the moon overhead, she makes a vow that will guide every step she takes from now on. Everything she does will be for him. As she stands ready to begin this new journey, an ancient prophecy begins to echo across the land, as though the world itself has been waiting for this moment. After 500 years beneath the blue moon, the Golden Mane tribe, the great kings of all beastkins, shall rise once more. Far away, Alan sits in his study, quietly reviewing a stack of reports when Evan enters the room with fresh news in hand. At last, Evan has managed to uncover updates about the children. Alan immediately looks up and asks him what he has found. Evan begins with Sairang, who has been causing quite a stir throughout the colony. She has earned herself the name Golden Flash, and before long, the sight of her tearing through gladiators makes it clear exactly how she got that title. Golden Flash? Alan pauses at the name, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he is sure he has heard it before. Evan nods with a knowing expression. In that land, strength can turn anyone into something greater. The colony only respects power, and Sairang has proven that she possesses more than enough of it. Alan then asks about Radon. Evan explains that they have found a few leads, but the information is still being verified. For now, it appears Radon is deliberately keeping himself hidden and avoiding attention. Without warning, Alan abruptly shifts to another subject and asks Evan whether he is busy. Evan notices the strange look on Alan's face and immediately wonders what is going on, only for Alan to casually assign him a new task. They need to prepare, because reaching the magic tower will take at least a month. The magic tower? Evan blurts it out in disbelief, completely caught off guard by the announcement. He has never even heard Alan mention anything about going there before. Alan simply tilts his head, looking almost puzzled by Evan's reaction. Oh. Did he forget to mention that part earlier? Evan can only release a long, miserable sigh. By now, he has become painfully accustomed to Alan's suddenly unveiling plans that completely change the course of his life. Still, something about the travel time does not make sense to him. A whole month? Evan points out that the Green Magic Tower should only be about a week away. Alan calmly corrects him. They are not going to the Green Magic Tower, they are heading for the Blue Magic Tower instead. Evan immediately understands, because that tower lies near Labyrinth City, turning the journey into a far longer trip. With a resigned nod, Evan turns and heads out at once, already preparing everything needed for the month-long journey ahead. Once the room is quiet again, Alan drops heavily onto the sofa. Just imagining himself trapped inside a carriage for an entire month is exhausting, but he has no real choice. The only item capable of supporting his small and precious mana hole is waiting there. His thoughts wander toward Labyrinth City, and the name alone brings a rush of nostalgia from his former life as a gamer. Back then, he had spent an unbelievable amount of time there, endlessly grinding levels. Labyrinth City had been one of the most iconic grinding locations in Psychedelia, his old game. At its heart was a massive dungeon layered floor upon floor, where the rewards grew better the deeper a player dared to descend. It was an endless labyrinth that no one had ever completely conquered. He even remembers an old forum post about a player who cheated their way down to the 150th floor, only to discover that the dungeon continued even farther below. It felt as though the developers simply wanted players to suffer, though the treasures waiting inside were valuable enough to keep everyone coming back. That labyrinth was more than just a dungeon. It was a vast treasure vault packed with powerful relics, rare artifacts, and countless opportunities for anyone bold enough to survive its depths. Because of that, becoming an official magic appraiser was practically a shortcut to a wealthy life. The thought naturally brings Rinne to Alan's mind, since she is about to take her appraiser examination, and he has complete faith that her talent will carry her through. Even so, a small concern lingers in his mind. Compared with the legendary treasures he gave to the other children, Rinne only received a simple appraisal tool. Alan quietly decides that he should send her additional support, just in case she needs it. Before long, the story shifts to that very place, Larthania, the city of labyrinths. It is a neutral territory claimed by no ruler, a bustling haven where explorers, mercenaries, and fortune-seekers gather from every direction. Hidden deep within a corner of the southern district, beyond rows upon rows of ordinary shops, stands an exclusive appraisal store with a reputation so remarkable that it has become almost legendary. Its name is MYRD. Most of its customers are nobles or A-rank explorers, people wealthy enough to pay for rare expertise. Its newest visitor is no exception, the Lord of Larthania himself. Behind the counter, a masked female appraiser presents a lantern now ignited by mana. The examination has come to an end. The Lord stares at the lantern in astonishment. It is a relic that can be imprinted, and he eagerly asks what new ability it gained after the process. The appraiser explains that with only a tiny amount of mana, the lantern's flame can now continue burning for at least an hour. The Lord is thrilled by the answer, amazed at how greatly its efficiency has improved. After thanking her repeatedly, he leaves the shop as an extremely satisfied customer. The bell above the entrance gives a soft jingle as the door closes behind him, marking the end of yet another successful transaction. Only after he is gone does the appraiser finally let out a relieved breath. She removes the mask from her face, revealing that the woman behind it is none other than Rinne. Rinne lowers her eyes to the mask resting in her hands, then glances across the desk toward another strange item waiting nearby. Ah, she murmurs as she picks up a tool shaped somewhat like a spyglass. This item can be imprinted as well. That unusual gift is the reason her shop has become so renowned. Rinne can grant unique abilities to the objects brought before her. With purposeful steps, she heads toward the room at the back of the shop. As her footsteps echo through the quiet interior, her thoughts return to the great moon and the gift he placed in her hands. Inside, a glowing artifact floats above a pedestal, suspended in the air as its counter displays a clear number, 247 out of 500. Rinne remembers the day Alan first told her that she should become an appraiser. At the time, she could not understand why he had chosen that path for her at all. Rinne had already learned who Alan truly was, a companion of Palin from the forgotten era of the Outer Gods. She also knew the ultimate purpose shared by people like them, to wipe out the black things before they could consume the world. Yet Alan's instruction to her had been strangely specific. He told her to go to Larthania, the city of labyrinths, and build a life as a magic appraiser. At first, that order seemed to have nothing whatsoever to do with their enormous mission of saving the world from destruction. As she walked through Larthania's crowded streets with a briefcase at her side, Rinne could not shake the question circling through her mind. What could appraising magical items possibly have to do with killing the black things? But the instant she laid eyes on Alan's gift, everything began to make sense. In a dark, silent room, a single object waited atop a pedestal, as though it had been prepared for her alone. The gift was called the Eye of the Stalker, an artifact capable of quickly identifying items beneath a certain mana threshold. On the surface, it seemed like the perfect tool for someone planning to become an appraiser. However, what Rinne discovered was far beyond an ordinary appraisal artifact. Before her rested a powerful ancient relic, restrained beneath glowing red chains that seemed to bind its true nature. She reached forward without hesitation, and the moment her hand touched it, the seals began to shatter one after another, unlocking the hidden potential that had been sealed inside. The crimson chains crumbled away in fragments, revealing a beautifully intricate golden eye beneath them. The eye of the stalker was not simply an appraisal device at all. It was a growth-type relic, one that hungered for power. At that moment, Rinna finally understood what she had been chosen to do. To gain enough strength to fight the black things, she had to awaken this artifact. It was a weapon, and its power could only grow through the sacrifices offered to it. She places the spyglass-like item from earlier before the eye, and a brilliant beam of light shoots from it into the relic. This was both one of the eye's abilities and the method used to feed its sacrifices. The number on its counter rises to 248. Holding the artifact firmly in her hands, Rinna's face settles into grim determination. Even now, she still needs 252 more sacrifices before the eye can fully awaken. A faint smile touches her lips, because she understands just how difficult this path will be. The eye only responds to high-tier relics, and in exchange for improving its power, it absorbs a portion of the offered item and gradually changes its own nature. But the process leaves no room for carelessness. If she feeds the eye the wrong relic, every bit of progress she has made will be erased in an instant, making each sacrifice an incredibly dangerous gamble. Still, this is a challenge only Rinna can truly handle. Because she was born with the Library of Eternity, she can accurately evaluate high-tier relics and choose the exact sacrifices needed to awaken the eye safely. Everything she does from this point on is for the day she can destroy the black things, following the will of the great moon who set her on this path. 3 weeks later, Alan and Evan's carriage finally arrives before the towering structure of the Blue Magic Tower, its enormous presence rising above the surrounding grounds. They are greeted by a woman with long blue hair, nearly buried beneath an overwhelming mountain of scrolls and paperwork. This is Fenya Krazine, the Sixth Circle Vice Tower Master. She clearly does not appreciate being interrupted, curtly informing them that the Tower Master is absent and ordering them to state their business quickly before leaving. Alan and Evan step closer to her desk, and Fenya finally raises her eyes from the scrolls. Even then, her expression remains cold and unreadable. Alan recognizes her immediately. Fenya is an important figure from the game's original storyline. Although she is only the Vice Tower Master right now, she was once portrayed as a once-in-a-generation genius who reached the 8th Circle at only 20 years old and eventually became the Tower Master herself. He also knows that the Magic Tower is powerful in far more ways than simple spellcasting. By controlling essential magical goods, they possess political influence great enough to stand on the same level as the nobility. Even so, Fenya's dismissive attitude feels excessive, even for someone whose authority is far beyond that of ordinary people. Alan calmly introduces himself and explains why he came. As he had relayed earlier, he is here to discuss the matter of the Time Gate. Fenya continues sorting through piles of documents without slowing down, her hands moving through the endless paperwork like a storm. "So what is it?" she asks, with irritation already clear in her voice. Alan leans slightly forward and drops his claim without hesitation. He says that he can eliminate the Time Gate. A Time Gate is a dangerous crack leading into a mysterious subspace, usually appearing in places where magic has been used frequently. These unstable anomalies can cause serious destruction wherever they emerge. Worse still, they often unleash swarms of monsters into the surrounding area, sending creatures such as dragons pouring out to devastate anything unlucky enough to be nearby. Fenya gives Alan a look of utter contempt as her magical eyes scan the level of his power. With talent that low, what exactly does he think he is going to accomplish? In the end, she dismisses him outright and tells him to leave. Alan is visibly thrown off by the reaction. This is not remotely how he expected the conversation to go. He tries to argue his case, but Fenya cuts him off before he can properly explain himself. Her patience has clearly run out. So he plans to eliminate the Time Gate and claim its treasure too? Of course he does, she says, her voice dripping with sharp, biting sarcasm. Yeah, right. Fenya slams her palm against the desk, raising her voice as she demands to know whether he has any idea how many people come in every day claiming the exact same thing. Alan tries to reason with her, looking almost like a scolded puppy despite the seriousness of the situation. He insists that he is telling the truth and asks her to guide him to the Time Gate so he can prove it himself. He can hardly believe how stubborn she is being. But Fenya is not merely stubborn, she is exceptionally well informed. In a condescending tone, she says she understands why Alan needs some grand achievement to reverse public opinion, especially now that people have begun spreading rumors that he only became count because his siblings died and fortune happened to favor him. A crushing wave of mana pressure suddenly crashes down onto Alan and Evan, forcing the air around them to feel unbearably heavy. Fenya warns them that this does not give Alan the right to bring his personal business into the magic tower and make a disturbance. Alan staggers backward, stunned that such a rumor has already spread so far. Even Evan breaks into a sweat, quietly warning him that Fenya's mana is no joke. If they provoke her, they could be folded in half before they even realize what happened. Fenya's eyes glow with terrifying magical power, pinning the two men in place beneath her overwhelming presence. The woman before them is far more frightening than Alan expected. Both he and Evan go pale as they realize how far out of their depth they truly are. Fenya is not simply an overworked official, she is a monster in human form. Still, Alan cannot afford to back down. He steadies himself and makes a reckless offer. If he fails to eliminate the time gate, he will surrender every bit of his property to the magic tower. He holds Fenya's gaze without wavering and adds that he is willing to make a formal oath if she wishes. In exchange for only a little of her time, it is not a bad offer at all. Fenya looks at him again, and for the first time, the icy mask on her face begins to crack. A small hint of consideration appears in her eyes. Later, they stand before a massive ornate door. With her arms crossed, Fenya tells him that the time gate is beyond it, reminding him that every bit of his wealth becomes hers the moment he fails. Alan answers simply that failure will not happen. As she watches him, Fenya's thoughts race. She tries to decide whether Alan is a genuine mastermind hiding his true ability or merely an incompetent man who happened to get lucky. After everything she has seen, she leans heavily toward the second answer. A smug smile crosses her face. Her magical eye can see the truth plainly. Alan's mana hole is pitifully small, and his ability to sense magical energy is only average. At best, he is a second circle mage. To her, the entire situation feels like a joke. Meanwhile, Alan walks toward the time gate without the slightest idea of the thoughts Fenya is having behind him. Fenya knows something he does not. Most time gates do not actually need to be closed at all. After about 3 months, they naturally disappear once they release a relic, and no mage has ever successfully forced one shut. However, the time gate inside the blue magic tower is not normal. It has been causing trouble for more than 2 years, existing far longer than any ordinary time gate ever should. Fenya tells Alan that he can simply leave the room if he is unable to do anything. But instead of responding, Alan casually cracks his fingers. Her eyes widen in shock. Is he really planning to use his hand as a casting medium instead of a staff? Casting directly through one's hand is an ancient, primal method spoken of almost like a legend, something that sounds as though it belongs in a fairy tale. For goodness sake, she snaps, telling him to stop copying such nonsense and leave. But the words die in her throat as an unimaginable force begins to fill the room. Everything stops. The air itself seems to freeze solid, and Fenya discovers that she cannot move even a single muscle. Her eyes open wide in absolute terror. It is not only her, almost everything around them has stopped moving. Through her magic-enhanced vision, the entire world turns into a horrifying crimson haze, and a massive slitted eye begins to open within the fabric of reality itself. Alan stands alone before that cosmic presence, his figure reduced to a dark silhouette against the apocalyptic force spilling out around him. The air snaps and crackles with unnatural energy as the space around Alan begins to twist, bend, and warp beyond anything the room should be able to contain. Then the enormous eye opens completely. Fenya remains frozen where she stands, not because of any spell binding her body, but because raw, overwhelming terror has taken hold of her completely. The cosmic eye Alan summoned turns toward the Vice Tower Master, its gaze piercing through her as though it can look directly into the deepest part of her soul. It seems to see through the essence of the unknown itself, reaching into layers of reality that no ordinary human mind was ever meant to witness or understand. A violent wave of agony floods Fenya's mind, and her thoughts begin spiraling out of control. The huge crimson pupil stares straight through her being, forcing her to confront the crushing futility of everything she thought she knew. From the void, an ethereal hand slowly takes shape, glowing with the same dreadful power that has swallowed the entire chamber. It descends toward Fenya, and all she can do is look upward in complete helplessness, her face drained of color as terror consumes her. Then a voice rings out, carrying a command so absolute that even silence itself seems forced to obey it. The experience shatters what remains of Fenya's resistance. She swallows hard and manages to force the words past her trembling lips. She understands his demand. The moment her will finally breaks, the horrifying eye slowly closes once more. The crimson world fades away, and the gentle blue glow of the time gate chamber returns as though the nightmare had never happened at all. Alan is still standing there with his back to her, looking completely untouched by the reality-shattering event he has just caused. With nothing more than a quiet hum, he calmly announces that the time gate has now been closed. Fenya is still struggling to recover when Alan casually turns around. For him, it was easy. He simply used a special relic and a particular method to get it done. He lifts the small black relic he has just obtained and reminds her that, as promised, he will be taking the treasure that came from this time gate. Still terrified, Fenya stammers out an answer, insisting that she understands and promising that she will not tell anyone. Alan is left completely baffled by her reaction. She agreed that easily? He can barely understand what just happened. He starts to say something else, but Fenya interrupts him before he can get another word out. She begins bowing over and over in frantic desperation. Of course she will remain silent. She will not tell a single soul, and she swears that she is excellent at keeping secrets. All she asks is that he believe her. Alan can only stand there in stunned silence, completely confused by the sudden change in her behavior. Why is she acting like this now? Eventually, he decides it is best to leave. He tells Evan that they are going home, but Fenya suddenly cries out for them to wait and scrambles after the two of them. Alan stops in his tracks, and one small bead of sweat slips down his face despite his calm expression. What could she possibly want now? Fenya rushes up and thrusts a case full of vials toward him. These are mana potions she made herself, and she begs Alan to accept them as a gift. Alan can only blink at the unexpected offering. He knows exactly how valuable they are. Mana potions personally made by the Vice Tower Master are practically legendary treasures. Fenya nervously asks whether he likes them, while Alan silently calculates their worth. Just 2 of those potions could buy an entire mansion, and the pressure of holding such wealth is suddenly very real. Alan assumes this must be Fenya's strange way of thanking him. Is she really that grateful? Meanwhile, Fenya is still trapped in her own panic, repeating that she will absolutely remain silent about what he demanded of her. Then her eyes suddenly widen as a brilliant but terrifying thought comes to her. An oath of mana. Should they make a mana oath? Alan and Evan can only stare at her in complete disbelief. Alan tries to stop her, asking whether all of this is truly necessary. But it is already too late. Fenya has begun the binding ritual, leaving him with the growing realization that she has misunderstood something terribly. A magic circle flares across the floor, and glowing blue chains erupt from its center, wrapping around both of them as the oath takes hold. Fenya raises her hands as though she is carrying out the most sacred ritual of her entire life, while Alan looks like he would rather be anywhere else. When the spell is finished, Fenya gives him a proud smile that is just a little too intense. See? She can keep promises. Alan looks utterly exhausted by the whole situation and lets out a defeated sigh. At this point, there is clearly no fixing the misunderstanding. And just like that, Alan leaves the blue magic tower with the relic he came for, along with 5 priceless mana potions and a magical secrecy oath that he never even wanted. Back inside the comfort of their carriage, Evan examines the relic with open curiosity. He asks whether that crude-looking thing is really the treasure from the time gate after all the trouble they went through, and whether it even works properly. Alan answers without much concern. He is not entirely sure, but he needs the item regardless. As he looks down at the item now resting around his wrist, a small smile appears on his face. He is grateful that he earned the Mark of the Corrupted, because the relic's embedded gems can absorb mana from the air and store it away. For his needs, it works perfectly. The bracelet begins to glow softly against his wrist, and Alan notes that its storage capacity is not especially large. Even so, it can still hold more mana than his tiny mana hole ever could. That thought immediately leaves him feeling deeply exhausted. It is hard to believe that his own body possesses less mana than a simple support relic. Still, he quickly shakes off the embarrassment and justifies the new accessory to himself. It is meant for magical investigation and self-preservation, not for combat. He folds his arms and nods with quiet satisfaction. For now, this is more than good enough. Leaning back in the carriage, Alan continues thinking about the bizarre encounter at the tower. More than anything, he wonders exactly what Fenya misunderstood. She had suddenly gone from cold and hostile to absurdly polite. His mind flashes back to their departure, when he tried to make his actual strength clear by telling her that he was only a second circle mage. Fenya had responded with a frantic thumbs up, sweat pouring down her face as she agreed that she knew, and that he certainly looked like one too. That response leaves Alan wondering whether she had been mocking him the entire time. The more he thinks about it, the more something feels familiar. Fenya's reaction reminds him of how Kalia acted the last time they met. He remembers the terrified expressions on Kalia and her mage's faces, and the pattern is starting to make him uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Fenya watches the carriage disappear into the distance, wearing the same strained and terrified smile she has been forcing onto her face. Still, she tries to comfort herself with one thought. She will probably never have to see those people again, so perhaps none of it matters anymore. Alan gazes quietly out the carriage window as his plans continue moving forward, completely unaware that he is leaving a trail of deeply traumatized prodigies behind him. The setting shifts to the lavish Altia ducal estate, where Duchess Loria warmly receives the guest who has come to visit her. It has been quite some time, Loria says with a welcoming smile. I hope your stay in Altia will be comfortable, Lady Kalia. Kalia returns the smile with effortless grace. Of course, Duchess Altia. I'm genuinely happy to see you again. Loria's expression softens as she continues. Around Kalia, she never feels the need to weigh titles, rank, or political power. Their conversations have always felt strangely easy. Kalia gives her a knowing look. Once again, Count Palacio's foresight leaves her astonished. She remembers the words Alan gave her before. He advised her to pay Duchess Altia a visit. Kalia thinks back to the first time she followed that instruction. It did not take long for her to understand exactly what Alan had intended. Her memory returns to their first secret meeting beneath the moonlight, deep inside a quiet garden. That was where the two women realized they had both been guided into position by the same man, Count Palacio. The shock of that realization had been unforgettable. They were not competing rivals after all. They were simply pieces placed on the same chessboard. Once they understood that their alliance had been shaped by the Count's will, any struggle for dominance between them became meaningless. There was already an unquestionable number one in the room, and it was him. From that shared realization, a real friendship slowly formed. Two of the most powerful women in the West had become allies, bound together by the same unseen hand guiding their paths. Back in the present, Loria finally asks why Kalia has arrived so suddenly when their next meeting is still a month away. Kalia smirks and explains that the Count sent her a letter, using her visit as a convenient excuse. Loria accepts the letter, and her welcoming expression turns serious as her eyes begin moving across its contents. The message itself appears simple at first glance. Alan apologizes for the nobles who complained about Kalia's visit, then casually mentions that he does not have many noble friends. Kalia watches her read and quietly points out the obvious. It may look like a polite apology, but they both know it is really an order. Loria's eyes narrow slightly, because she has reached the same conclusion. That is why I thought I should bring it to you immediately, Kalia says, a thin line of sweat running down her cheek despite her calm voice. Loria repeats the line about Alan not having many noble friends, and the sarcasm hidden inside it becomes impossible to miss. Yet she keeps thinking aloud. Alan has already spoken with Baron Kinia from the aristocratic faction, Marquis Malentino from the Royalists, Viscount Valanda, and Duke Paul Dion. He has met important figures from both sides. A single bead of sweat slides down Loria's cheek as the full implication settles heavily into the room. Kalia's eyes turn cold as the final pieces connect in her mind. Her conclusion comes out flat and direct. Alan does not like either the aristocratic faction or the Royalist faction. A horrifying question hangs silently between them. Is he telling them to eliminate everyone? Loria takes an uneasy breath and asks who exactly they are supposed to target. Kalia answers quietly that they must use common sense. Then the last piece falls into place for Kalia, and the conclusion is both terrifying and exhilarating. Alan intends to drive out the existing nobles and build an entirely new regime in their place. That has to be it, Kalia says with grim certainty. Loria can only whisper her agreement as the weight of that possibility turns her world upside down. Suddenly, clarity washes over the Duchess. This must be why Alan made her the Duchess of Altia. He needs the prestige, influence, and authority carried by the House of Altia. Kalia's smile returns, but this time it is filled with ambition. She believes Loria has understood the Count's intention correctly. Leaning forward with a gleam in her eyes, Kalia brings the conversation to its next step. It is time for them to discuss their plan. Meanwhile, back inside the cluttered offices of the Blue Magic Tower, the real Tower Master has finally returned from his trip. He is a stern man with white hair, and the news waiting for him catches him completely off guard. Count Palacio closed the time gate. He looks down at Fenya, who has collapsed unconscious across her desk after the overwhelming mental and emotional damage she suffered. In a firm voice, he demands a detailed explanation. And while the Tower Master wonders where the man capable of traumatizing a Sixth Circle genius could possibly be, Alan is elsewhere, getting absolutely defeated by a roasted sweet potato. After escaping the suffocating atmosphere of the Magic Tower, Alan and Evan sit beside a campfire to rest. But their protagonist nearly meets his end over a starchy vegetable, and Evan rushes over in alarm while Alan clutches his throat, realizing he almost choked on the sweet potato. After coughing and finally catching his breath, Alan admits that it actually tastes pretty good. Evan quickly hands him a water skin, which Alan accepts with obvious gratitude. As the sun sinks below the horizon, the exhaustion from the past month finally catches up with him. Alan releases a long sigh and admits that he only wants to go home. Still, his work is nowhere near finished, and his thoughts drift toward one of the children. By now, Yusha should have received his letter. Far away beneath a sky filled with stars, the bells of a magnificent cathedral begin to ring through the night. A lone woman dressed in white walks silently through a garden overflowing with lilies, each step measured and purposeful. As she draws closer through the flowers, a glimpse of her face gradually comes into view. It is Yusha, dressed in a striking nun's habit, with silver hair flowing down her back and blood-red eyes shining beneath the moonlight. Her smile carries a charm that could tempt both angels and devils. Back at the Blue Magic Tower, the man in charge has finally returned. Fenya, my disciple, I'm back. But as the Tower Master steps into his domain, he immediately senses that something is wrong. He scans the tower with a faint frown. The ever-present chaotic energy of the time gate is gone. Did something happen while he was away? This man is Selim Mikado, the 8th Circle Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower. The answer waits inside his office. There, he finds his prized disciple, the genius Vice Tower Master Fenya, looking as though she had been dragged through a reality-bending nightmare and barely survived. He calls her name, and Fenya sluggishly raises her head. Her usual fire is completely gone as she mumbles that he has returned and that she finished the work he entrusted to her. Mikado is completely stunned. He points at her and asks what is wrong, because she is not snapping at him like she normally would. Before he can ask anything else, Fenya's mind seems to shut down again, and she collapses face first onto the desk. Mikado stares at her in total confusion. This is nothing like the disciple he knows, and it leaves him thinking back to what Fenya used to be like. Fenya became Vice Tower Master at an extremely young age thanks to her extraordinary talent. But that immense ability came with an ego large enough to rival the Magic Tower itself, and her arrogance was infamous. She was so harsh that Mikado remembers one occasion when she made a rookie mage cry for the 77th time. Fenya's attitude alone could have been considered a weapon of mass destruction. Still, Mikado never tried to correct her personality. He believed that once she reached the 7th circle and experienced the true vastness of magic, humility would naturally come to her. He had been playing the long game, which makes her current traumatized condition even more bizarre. Scratching his head with an uneasy laugh, he wonders whether his long trip to the north left her with too much work to handle. Fenya only looks up at him, a lone bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. The exhaustion and terror in her eyes make it painfully clear that this is far more than simple overwork. After receiving a brief and painfully vague explanation, Mikado tries to put the pieces together. Count Palacio closed the time gate, he muses, glancing toward a rack filled with Fenya's famous mana potions. He crosses his arms and looks down at his unusually quiet disciple. She cannot explain exactly how Alan did it because she made an oath. Fenya can only give him a tiny, hesitant nod. With a weary sigh, Fenya turns her eyes away. There is not much more she can say in detail anyway. That is all she is able to tell him, and every trace of life seems drained from her voice. Mikado's eyes suddenly widen as a realization strikes him. A sly grin slowly spreads across his face as he considers what could have made Fenya, of all people, become this subdued. Only incomprehensible magic could have done it, or perhaps something even greater, origin magic itself. To test that thought, he casually pats her on the head. Fenya is so frightened that she does not even try to swat his hand away. She simply closes her eyes and accepts the head pat in silence, completely crushed. For someone like Fenya, this is nothing short of a monumental event. Mikado leans back, his thoughts racing faster by the second. A man who accomplished what even he could not. A man who brought the proudest genius in the entire tower to heel. Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom, huh? His smile sharpens with genuine fascination. How very interesting. 1 full month passes after Alan's reality-shattering visit to the Magic Tower, a visit he still completely misunderstands. Back at his own estate, Alan finally gets to focus on his work. With the mark of the corrupted in his possession, he can now use his unusual phrase magic more often, giving him a real chance to study it seriously at last. His desk is covered with careful records and detailed observations. Alan has discovered that similar phrases can overlap and produce entirely new effects. Tapping his pen against the notebook, he tries to make sense of the pattern. It seems that each phrase needs to be set up properly beforehand. He scratches his head and mutters that the effect may depend on where and how the phrases are established, though he still cannot be certain. At that moment, Evan approaches, staring at the results of Alan's training with clear admiration. Evan remarks that Alan's magic seems to grow stronger every time he sees it. Alan, trying to stay casual, merely asks whether that is really so. But Evan does not let the thought go. He insists that Alan's magic never looked like ordinary second circle magic before, and compared to a few months ago, it now seems to have risen to an entirely different level. He points toward the enormous crater carved into the training ground. An average gravity spell should never be able to leave behind destruction like that, and the evidence sitting right in front of them is difficult to deny. Alan knows gravity is only a second circle spell, something that should not possess this kind of raw destructive force. Yet as he looks at the crater himself, a troubling thought slips into his mind. He had assumed he was simply getting stronger, but perhaps that was not an illusion after all. Evan's expression says everything. Alan's magic is certainly unusual. Alan quickly rules out the simplest explanation. Greater magical proficiency should improve precision, control, and how fully a spell is realized. It should not suddenly multiply a spell's destructive strength like this. He knows his phrases work more like trigger words that alter a spell's attributes instead of directly boosting its power. It is like changing a lamp from a modest glow into blinding light. The effect changes, but that alone should not create such an absurd leap in force. Alan has spent months researching his gravity spell, and every chart he made points to the same conclusion. Adjusting the phrase arrangement only produces slow, gradual improvements. A sudden jump this dramatic does not fit any of his results. He shakes his head, trying to force the problem into something reasonable. No, it must be some kind of illusion, because otherwise none of it makes sense. Just as he begins to spiral deeper into the mystery, Evan interrupts him with Yusha's letter, which has finally arrived. Alan accepts the letter with a grateful nod. He thanks Evan, saying that he will return to his room and read it properly in peace. As they walk back together, Alan mentions that he is finished training for the day. He has already used all 3 chances to cast magic that his tiny mana hole allows him each day. Still, Evan's comment has planted a stubborn seed of doubt in his mind. Alan cannot stop wondering what could have caused his magic to become stronger so suddenly. He searches for a logical explanation and even considers whether it might be a curse. In certain Eastern rituals, a caster sacrifices something of themselves to curse another person, or even themselves, causing a loss while granting some kind of reward. But Alan dismisses that idea quickly. There is no one from the East anywhere near him, so it cannot be that. His next thought sounds even more ridiculous to him. Could it be because he is receiving faith from someone? Then Alan remembers who he is, the count of a small kingdom that the underworld barely acknowledges. The idea that anyone would sincerely place faith in him feels so absurd that he nearly laughs. No, that cannot make sense either. In the end, he gives up and decides to leave the mystery for another day. Sometimes, he tells himself, the only option is to forget about it and keep living. Completely unaware, he assumes nothing bad could possibly come from that. Far away from Alan's estate lies the magnificent Holy Kingdom of Rosario and its capital, Ryanal. Within the pure white city of Chironia, where people worship the goddess of the moon and peace, a familiar figure appears inside the Eastern prayer house. It is Yusha. A paladin named Sir Lok approaches her and bows deeply in greeting, addressing her respectfully as sister. Yusha answers with a gentle smile, returning his greeting and asking whether Sir Lok has been well. Lok is already a full-fledged paladin, while Yusha is only a low-ranking nun without even the sash of holy grace. Even so, Lok knows that Yusha is someone who deserves his deepest respect. He begins his report, explaining that this time they managed to save 8 children and 25 other lives in a small village situated between the eastern and western regions. Looking at Yusha with honest gratitude in his eyes, he says that it was all thanks to her. Yusha gently shakes her head and humbly refuses the praise. She tells him that he is the one who actually carried out those good deeds. But Lok will not accept that answer. He says that Yusha is the one who taught him, once an ignorant man, as his eyes settle on the statue of the goddess nearby. He says he will always be grateful. His thoughts return to the past, to the 20 years he spent drowning in despair because he could not sense even the smallest trace of divine power. He had come painfully close to giving up altogether. The sword that once represented his dream became nothing more than a heavy, useless length of steel in his hands. He remembers sitting alone in the darkness, his spirit completely broken after losing all hope that he would ever become a paladin. Then, at the lowest point of his life, she appeared. Yusha's voice cut through the darkness as she asked what it was that he desired so desperately. Her silhouette stood beneath the night sky, framed by a crescent moon hanging overhead like a crown. She told him to try placing his faith in the moon. Lok had been completely bewildered. The moon? He asked, sweat gathering across his brow as he struggled to understand her meaning. Yusha's red eyes glimmered as she gave him a cryptic smile. She told him that he would understand once he actually tried it for himself. At that point, Lok had already reached rock bottom. He was so desperate that he was willing to try anything, and with that thought, he gathered what little resolve he had left. So he prayed, not to the goddess, but to the moon, exactly as Yusha instructed. Then, something miraculous happened. Golden light surged through his body and flowed into his sword, filling him at last with the divine power he had craved for 2 decades. Lok was ecstatic, but his joy did not last long. Fear soon seized him as he wondered whether he had given in to temptation and placed his faith in the moon instead of goddess Chironia, stepping onto the path of heresy. Yet he quickly discovered that the divine power within him was real. His abilities worked perfectly, and even holy artifacts blessed in Chironia's name shone brilliantly in his hands, proving that the power he wielded was genuine and righteous. Back in the present, Lok finally asks the question that has haunted him ever since that unforgettable night. Why did Yusha tell him to believe in the moon? Yusha turns toward him, her expression peaceful as she offers her answer. Faith begins as something invisible, but it can take a very long time before it fully takes root within a person. A small smile rests on her lips as she continues. It is always easier to gain what one needs from something that truly exists before their eyes. She gestures toward the window, where the moon hangs quietly in the sky. The moon, she tells him, will always be there with him. Understanding finally dawns on Lok, and his eyes widen as the meaning reaches him. He pieces it together at last. The goddess is the moon herself, and believing in the moon gives doubtful people something certain and visible to hold on to. It is a simple truth, yet one profound enough that he had never considered it before. Tears of gratitude gather in Lok's eyes as he bows deeply before Yusha. From the bottom of his heart, he thanks her. Yusha simply remains where she is, calm and graceful beneath the soft moonlight filling the prayer hall. Then she turns back to him with a warm, inviting smile. Since he wishes to express his gratitude, she asks whether they should pray together. Lok's face brightens with devotion. With one hand pressed over his heart, he says that he could do that again and again. A sharp glint flickers through Yusha's crimson eyes, carrying the quiet confidence of someone clever enough to be dangerous. She guides him straight to the towering doors of the main chapel. You arrived at the perfect time for prayer, she says, her tone warm and composed. So many people have already come. The doors slowly swing apart, revealing a vast hall packed with worshippers. Yusha moves down the center aisle at an unhurried pace, and the force of her presence seems to pull every eye toward her. On both sides, her followers remain bowed in deep, sincere prayer. With graceful steps, she climbs to the pulpit beneath the soft, otherworldly light pouring through the stained glass windows. From there, she stands ready to address the faithful gathered below. She gently lays one delicate hand across the podium, her fingers settling against its polished surface. Then, with a commanding voice that fills the chapel and a simple gesture that draws everyone's attention, she begins. Now then, let us pray. But her prayer is not offered to the goddess Koronia. Yusha raises her gaze toward the heavens instead, her voice ringing clearly through the hall. To the great moon. A faint, knowing smile curls across her lips as she clasps her rosary and drinks in the pure devotion surrounding her. This is Yusha Blusha, sister of Rosario, the Holy Kingdom. And without Alan realizing it, the rapidly expanding faith of her moon cult is exactly why his magic has been receiving such a mysterious surge in power. Meanwhile, back in his office, Alan finally gets around to sorting through his mail, including another letter from Yusha. He lets out a long sigh as he reads it. There is nothing particularly unusual in today's letter either, just the usual details about ordinary daily life. Alan lowers his head onto the desk, feeling conflicted. On one hand, boring news means everyone is safe and living peacefully, which should be a good thing. Still. He groans into the desk as a dark cloud seems to hang over his head. It still makes me sad that Yusha is the only one sending me letters, even though everyone else is doing well. Trying to be reasonable, Alan talks himself through it. Well, from their point of view, it makes sense. I'm just some mister they have never even met. To them, I'm probably only a nice person who helped them once. He taps the letter lightly against the desk, forcing himself to focus on the positive side. I already accomplished my goal. I guided them down the right path, so they will not end up destroying the world. That means there is no reason for me to feel sad. He closes his eyes and tries to push himself into a peaceful state of mind. No reason. There is absolutely no reason. Inner peace. Yet the frustration immediately bubbles back to the surface. Yusha must be busy too, but she still writes to me regularly. Deep down, he understands exactly why that bothers him. The poor man is going through a full-blown parental crisis. I raised 5 children, but only the eldest one acknowledges all my hard work. It's fine. I'm totally fine. Suddenly, a voice slices through his gloomy muttering. Count, are you busy? Alan jerks upright so fast he nearly leaps out of his chair. Whoa. You scared me. He quickly straightens himself and tries to pretend nothing happened. Clearing his throat, he puts on a calm expression. Ahem. You're still here? It is Evan, standing there with a small card in hand. Ah, yes. I received some information about the children from the Information Guild, so I came to report it to you immediately. Oh, really? Alan's mood instantly shifts as his interest rises. Evan hesitates for a moment before starting. First, about Radon, the one you asked me about last time. Evan steps forward and delivers the news with an utterly blank expression. He is a pirate now. Alan's thoughts stop so completely that his brain seems to short-circuit. Question marks practically float above Alan's head as he stammers, could you explain that a little more? In his mind, he imagines Radon smiling under a straw hat and saying, Mister, have you been well? I became a pirate. What in the world is happening? Evan takes a seat, preparing to give the full report properly. To begin with, the children with the most rumors surrounding them are Sayarang and Deus. Sayarang stands victorious, crackling with energy as a defeated opponent lies before her. She has already achieved a 32-win streak out of the 100 victories required to become Baba Yaga. At this rate, she is on her way to becoming a legendary boogie woman of the fighting world. Not bad at all. Alan stares in disbelief. A 32-win streak? Wait a second, the fighter with the longest streak is the Lion King, with 41 consecutive wins. Alan remembers the game, where the Lion King appeared as an absolute monster of a character who temporarily joined the player's party. The colony depends on numerous powerful individuals to demonstrate and maintain its military strength. Alan strokes his chin, worry settling visibly across his face. And she is about to surpass the strongest fighter in the colony? His little cat girl is growing into a terrifying monster of a warrior. Evan turns to the next report. As for Deus, he says, indicating the information in front of him. Deus stands proudly in dark armor on a snow-covered battlefield, his order's banner rising behind him in the freezing wind. His order has executed Kurga of the Snowfield, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. Evan continues carefully. Kurga was the leader of those who transform themselves into monsters through rituals. You know the group I mean, right? A towering barbarian chief appears, gripping a huge axe in his massive hand, making it painfully clear that these enemies are not people to take lightly. Alan's expression turns grim at once. I know them very well. Back in the game, I had to fight those barbarians and eventually defeat their god, Altalus. He exhales in relief. At least I do not have to deal with them now. Altalus only appears once the 5 deadly sins gather together, and that fight was unbelievably hard to clear. Alan quickly puts the pieces together. Ahem. Then I guess I do not need to worry about Deus anymore. After this achievement, Deus is now regarded as being on the same level as Reinhardt, the first sword. Evan gives him a quiet thumbs up. Alan leans back in his chair with a small pout on his face. TSK. Maybe I really should have gone to visit him. That would have been nice. The regret is hitting him much harder than he wants to admit. Evan continues, bringing up the image of a small, charming shop. As for Rinna, who became an appraiser, she now inscribes black engravings that strengthen an artifact's abilities. Alan looks genuinely impressed. Oh, Tilda. Something like that exists. Interesting. She seems to be doing just fine on her own. But Alan's mind keeps circling back to the one piece of news that shocked him more than anything else. He leans forward over the desk, sweat appearing on his brow as disbelief fills his face. So, did Radon really become a pirate? That is the main issue here. Evan begins to sweat a little himself. About that. He explains that Radon has become the captain of the first archipelago, the largest of the 7 archipelagos where the great pirates rule. And there he is, looking every bit like a bold and dashing pirate captain. Alan's soul practically floats out of his body. That cannot be possible. He buries his face in one hand, completely overwhelmed. A pirate? No. I did not send him to Raxus for that. The entire plan has somehow gone wildly, horribly off course. Evan attempts to explain why it makes sense. Radon is a rare sea godkin, naturally gifted in the water, and he also has an exceptional talent for locating enemies. Besides, Evan adds, the oceans around Raxus are filled with precious relics from the old era. That is why I recommended he become a treasure hunter. It was even a career path that Alan himself had approved. Evan presses on with his argument. But becoming the captain of a great pirate crew practically makes him the lord of an island. He is an extremely important figure now. He is clearly trying to sell Pirate Lord as a respectable career choice, but Alan is not convinced at all. Alan leans closer, a bead of sweat sliding down his brow. Well. I suppose. But how did Radon manage to eliminate the captain of the first archipelago? Evan reminds him that every archipelago captain is a superhuman, someone who would never lose a naval battle to an ordinary opponent. These are far beyond average swashbucklers. Then a realization suddenly flashes across Alan's face. Oh, maybe he recovered only the truly valuable treasures from the relics of the old era. Alan flashes back to his old gaming days, hunched over his phone for countless hours as he repeatedly grinded the treasure hunter minigame. He had wanted a powerful relic too, which meant spending an absurd amount of time chasing rare rewards. So he must have equipped himself to seize the captain's position, Alan mutters. That is the only explanation that even makes sense. He sinks deeper into his chair, looking completely drained by the revelation. I know the world does not always go the way I want it to, but this one really hurts. The thought of having a son who somehow became a pirate is simply too much for him to process. Watching his count look as though his soul is about to leave his body for the second time, Evan quickly steps closer in concern. Count? Are you all right? Far away from Alan's office, the story shifts toward the enormous maritime city of Raxus. At first glance, Raxus looks like a beautiful tropical paradise, filled with bright waters, warm air, and breathtaking coastlines. But beyond those peaceful shores lie the 7 pirate paradises, each one ruled by fearsome captains. And among them all, the largest and most powerful is the first archipelago. There, the broken sword of the former captain remains behind as a grim reminder of his defeat. Its owner was Alcride the Red Slayer, a great pirate who had gained the Heavenly King's protection through immense wealth. But Alcride's reign has come to an end. Someone struck him down with overwhelming force, and a new ruler now stands in his place. Radon, the boy Alan sent away to become a treasure hunter, has become the new captain of the first archipelago. Yet despite standing at the top of the pirate world, the new captain does not look satisfied. Radon's expression is heavy with thought. He sits alone high above the city, staring down at the distant streets and harbor below as he wrestles with his thoughts. I just do not understand. One strange question continues circling through his mind without an answer. What exactly is the Great Moon? Yusha had talked about the Great Moon so often, yet Radon had never paid much attention to it before. As far as he knew, Alan was simply someone the first had been grateful to. Of course, the person he is thinking about is Alan. Memories from Radon's past rise before his eyes. I was supposed to die as a vivisection slave. But because of him, I met Yusha, and I awakened my ability. To be honest, it had always felt like he was merely following Yusha's instructions while serving as the Blue Moon. So when a direct command arrived from the Great Moon himself, Radon found himself staring at it beneath that same moonlight. He reads the order again, his confusion only deepening. I do not understand this order. Lying alone on a rooftop, Radon questions the path being forced in front of him. What is the point of becoming a treasure hunter? Even thinking about it leaves a bitter taste in his mouth, stirring something close to revulsion. The reason is simple, his past is a nightmare he has never been able to leave behind. In his mind, he sees the black-clad figures who slaughtered his clan. He remembers his people, a peaceful tribe of sea godkin who lived quietly on a hidden island. Then, without warning, they were ambushed, overwhelmed, and nearly wiped out. The few survivors who fled toward the mainland, including Radon's parents, were hunted down afterward and killed without mercy. His mother was cut down right in front of him, leaving that horrifying moment permanently carved into his memory. Then Radon himself was captured, bound in chains, and sold into slavery. Even now, the trauma remains painfully fresh. As he looks out across the endless sea, Radon quietly strengthens his resolve. I never thought becoming a treasure hunter, or receiving the Korean gift, had anything to do with the revenge I promised myself. He rises to his feet, his cloaked figure outlined against the fading sunset. For now, I suppose I will at least make it look like I am following the order. But behind that calm decision, he already has plans of his own. His dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the sharp sound of fireworks bursting in the distance. Radon turns his head toward the noise. Why is it so loud over there? A gust of wind sends a flurry of wanted posters flying past him. He catches one in midair, and the moment he sees it, his eyes widen with shock and rising fury. Down on the deck of a ship below, the pirates are holding a loud and drunken festival. At the center of the celebration stands a man wearing a mask. One of the so-called heavenly kings flaunts his authority before the crowd, pouring wine with a dramatic flourish as he boasts about his power. With a snap of his fingers, he lights a cigar and roars that the chosen captains will rule the 7 archipelagos forever. The pirates answer with wild cheers. But from the shadows, Radon watches silently, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He has found the people responsible. The so-called heavenly king is spreading lies. Their strength does not come from wealth at all. It comes from a sacred ritual. A ritual built from pieces of sea godkin bodies. Their power is stolen from the life force of Radon's people, granted through the sea god, Clyad. And every one of the 7 pirate captains possesses that same stolen power. Those wanted posters are not advertisements for criminals. They are posters for Radon's people. And the fireworks bursting in the sky are not a harmless celebration, they are a monument built upon a massacre. The pirates laugh, drink, and cheer without a clue that an avenger is standing among them in the darkness. Radon's face twists as pure hatred floods through him. Those damned hunters divided my parents' bodies into 7 pieces. While the festival continues around him, Radon stands apart from everyone else, his heart becoming a storm of rage. Yet through that fury, one question keeps repeating in his mind. How did the Great Moon know? How could Alan have known about Radon's desire for revenge? Radon murmurs to himself, unable to hide his disbelief. I have never spoken about myself before. He had never told anyone about the destruction of his clan, so how could Alan possibly know the truth? He stares down at the celebration, at the place where his people's slaughter is being treated like a victory, and the pieces finally begin to fall into place. It is almost as though the Great Moon deliberately arranged this chance for revenge in order to fulfill a promise. With a terrifying new clarity in his eyes, Radon turns away from the edge. The uncertainty clouding his path is gone now, but he clenches his fists tightly and forces the burning hatred inside him under control. Still, I cannot take revenge immediately. He understands that the pirates celebrating below are not ordinary sailors or reckless swashbucklers. They are superhumans, each one wielding the power of the sea god. Radon begins to consider the larger purpose behind Alan's arrangement. If everything had been planned from the beginning, then the gift Alan sent him must also have a purpose. Radon takes out the shining pendant, its faint light glimmering against the darkness. As he holds the necklace up before him, it perfectly frames the festival of his enemies in the distance. A sudden wave of understanding crashes over him. The great moon must have assigned every part of this path in order to build the foundation for his revenge. He closes his hand around the gift, and a spiritual echo of himself appears beside him as he accepts this new truth. Alan's actions were never random. This was a carefully designed masterpiece of vengeance. A new flame ignites behind Radon's eyes. At last, he has a direction and a purpose, given to him by the man he had once viewed as nothing more than a benefactor. And so Radon begins his next step. He returns to the wild, returning to the place where his people truly belong, the sea. He steps onto the lush ground of a remote island, then launches himself from the edge of a towering cliff. With one powerful leap, he dives headfirst into the deep blue water below. As a sea godkin, Radon is welcomed by the ocean itself. He sinks into the depths without fear, his body becoming one with the flowing water around him. Deep beneath the surface, the necklace suddenly begins to shine, responding to the water surrounding it. The Fago gift awakens at last, revealing the ability it had been hiding. As Radon drifts through the silent darkness of the abyss, a pair of translucent spectacles slowly forms over his eyes. The Great Moon's gift was none other than the spectacles of Amrita. Their power is incredible. With them, Radon can easily identify relics buried deep beneath the sea and locate their exact positions, allowing the hidden treasures to guide him toward greater strength. Armed with that new ability, Radon begins gathering the lost relics of the old era from the ocean floor. The treasures he chooses are exactly the kind that can make up for his lack of force. He is no longer just a boy trying to survive, he is preparing himself for war. As the sun begins to set, Radon rises from the rolling waves, looking as though he has been reborn beneath the fading light. He is no longer the helpless slave who once wore chains. Now, he stands as someone who has become a true master of the sea. Holding a chest filled with priceless relics, Radon lifts his eyes toward the sky. It was foolish of me to only feel grateful. The great moon truly fulfilled his promise. The pirate festival no longer looks like a celebration to him. Now, it is simply a target laid out before him on a silver platter. The relics swirl around Radon, glowing with the power of the ancient era. You did not just place the target of my revenge right in front of me, he realizes. You also gave me the strength to carry that revenge out. With the strength of the ocean surrounding him, Radon has changed into something far more formidable, a force of nature, an avenger ready to reclaim what was stolen from him. A genuine smile breaks across his face, tears gathering in his eyes. Now I finally understand what you meant by the order written in that letter. Your real intention was to let me take my revenge, and seize control of all 7 archipelagos. He remembers Yusha's words, words that had once sounded like a strange and distant mantra. See? I told you. Never forget that everything is for the great moon. Back then, when she had comforted him, those words had felt like nothing more than words. Everything is for the great moon, Radon had repeated it in his mind, full of uncertainty and doubt. But now, Yusha's gentle touch and unwavering faith feel entirely different to him. The phrase that once stirred nothing inside his heart has slowly become engraved there. What had once seemed like strange loyalty has become Radon's own absolute conviction. Standing on the shore beneath the moonlight, Radon looks up with trust shining in his eyes. His resolve is as steady as the earth beneath his feet. From this day onward, everything he does will be for the great moon. 3 months pass, and autumn leaves begin to fall through the forest. A luxurious carriage travels along the road as the time arrives for Asteria's grand social gathering, an event held once every 2 years. Inside that carriage, Count Alan looks anything but pleased. I was forced to attend this too, he grumbles. Mandatory participation every 4 years? God, I hate this. As they continue down the road, Alan's carriage comes across another equally luxurious carriage traveling the same route. Evan gives Alan the update. As scheduled, the carriages of the Kraeld and Edorn families have joined us. Alan releases a tired sigh. The noble families travel together to avoid bandit trouble, and he finds the entire custom both annoying and bizarre. Later that evening, the group stops at an inn to spend the night. Alan tries to enjoy a quiet drink by himself, hoping for one peaceful moment. Unfortunately, that peace is about to disappear. Two pompous older nobles approach him, their expressions dripping with condescension. "Count Palacio, how can you travel with only one escort, Tilda?" one of them sneers. "Did you happen to ruin your finances after getting that position by coincidence?" The two men burst into loud, hyena-like laughter, clearly convinced that their insults hit exactly where they wanted them to. That night, Alan learned something important: dealing with nobles can be even more troublesome than dealing with bandits. Still, Alan can understand why they see him that way. Well, he thinks, from their perspective, it does make sense. After all, the former Count Palacio had been an infamous underworld kingpin, someone who built his wealth through shady businesses, intimidation, and fear. But Alan is nothing like the previous count. He abandoned every underworld business and chose to live a peaceful, legitimate life instead. As far as he is concerned, dangerous work is an immediate no. And once the strongest figure in the underworld stepped aside, all the smaller predators rushed in to fight over what had been left behind. That power vacuum has created rumors that the new Count Palacio, Alan, is merely a lucky lightweight who stumbled into his noble position. Because of that, his reputation has fallen from being viewed as the mastermind of the county to being treated like a fortunate man-child. The two nobles keep pushing, putting on faces of false sympathy. "How tragic, Tilda. You are out of money now. Just come to us if you need help, ha ha ha." Alan can barely believe how bold they are being. He did not expect them to insult him so openly, and his patience is beginning to wear thin. Aren't these men far too old to be acting like this? Still, they are clearly starting to cross the line. Then, in the middle of his irritation, an idea suddenly flashes through Alan's mind. Ah, he realizes. They are victims of Palacio, aren't they? Back in the day, the houses of Kraeld and Edorn had been little more than errand boys for the overwhelmingly powerful Palacio family. Now that Palacio's influence has weakened, they are using this chance to release years of buried frustration and humiliation onto Alan, the new face of the family that once ruled over them. Alan lets out a weary sigh. It is not as though he was the one who ever bullied them. To him, this feels no different from dealing with petty internet haters. Just as Alan's patience is about to break, Evan returns with a bowl full of freshly roasted corn. "Yikes, they are still going?" Evan says without much concern. "You should probably just ignore them." Alan looks up, immediately distracted from the irritating nobles. "Evan, where have you been?" His dependable aide answers simply, "Oh, I got this from the kitchen." Evan proudly presents his prize, roasted corn. And honestly, it looks incredibly delicious. Alan's gloomy mood instantly brightens. Wow, those look so good. The two sit down and begin eating together, creating a strangely peaceful little scene. Staple crops are always a blessing, Tilda, Alan thinks. Chilly evenings like this are exactly when they taste the best. The nobles become furious when they realize they are being ignored, so they raise their voices and turn their insults into a full-blown tirade. "All those underworld soldiers are gone because of your incompetence. Even your carriage looks poorly maintained, just like you." But Alan and Evan are completely focused on the corn, barely paying attention. The insults start sounding oddly rhythmic, and Alan finds himself amused. Are they trying to do a diss rap? While the nobles continue their pathetic performance, Alan and his companions enjoy their little feast. The corn is delicious, though everyone quietly agrees it would have been even better with butter. And so the night passes peacefully for Count Alan, despite the very best efforts of the local buffoons trying to ruin it. Then the story shifts sharply away from the warmth of the inn, traveling far north toward a bitter and desolate land. An endless wasteland of ice and snow stretches beneath a merciless sky, a frozen territory swallowed by brutal barbarian tribes. In this land, even surviving from one day to the next is a struggle. Amid the snow-covered ground, a mighty warrior lies defeated, his body battered and barely moving. "Ugh," he groans through clenched teeth. "Those Caliban bastards know nothing about honor. Fury and betrayal twist across his face. He was supposed to meet death as a proud warrior in a fair battle, but instead he was deceived. This fallen giant is Great Klecken, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. Among the barbarians, dying gloriously in battle is the highest honor a warrior can receive. It is the ending every fighter dreams of earning. But Klecken and his tribe were betrayed. A knight from the Caliban order offered them an honorable duel, only for the knights to launch a cowardly ambush instead. The powerful chief was brought down not through a fair contest of strength, but through outright treachery. Now, with death closing in around him, Klecken forces his broken body up onto one knee. Erg. Nearby, he sees the lifeless body of his brother, Kurga of the snowfield, lying in the frozen blood-stained ground. His voice cracks as he calls out his brother's name. All around them lies the aftermath of the battle that took Kurga's life, shattered weapons scattered through the snow, while dark energy still coils through the air. In those final moments, Klecken thinks of Kurga and mutters bitterly, "I have met such a shameful end, so shameful that I cannot even close my eyes as death comes for me." The dishonor of it all only feeds the hatred burning inside Klekken's chest. Surrounded by the ghostly images of fallen warriors, Klecken gathers every last bit of strength he has left, preparing to make one final stand. Then, with his breath growing weak, a voice calls out from somewhere beyond the battlefield. "Brother, call for me. Speak my great name, the name you worship. Call upon me." Klecken strains against his wounds and pushes himself upright. He calls upon the God of his people with every ounce of reverence he can summon. We dare to invoke your honorable name." A crushing divine presence descends over the frozen battlefield as Klecken completes the incantation. The great god, Altalus. A huge shadowy figure emerges from the void, wearing a horrifying grin as its voice thunders across the frozen wasteland. "Very well, then. I shall grant your desire." Meanwhile, Alan's uncomfortable journey toward the grand social gathering continues, with the carriages of the Kraeld and Edorn families now traveling alongside his own. Unfortunately, having more company does nothing to stop the harassment. The same 2 elderly nobles who mocked Alan the night before are at it again, laughing loudly and trying their best to provoke him. Alan's answer is simple: nothing at all. He gives them complete, stone-cold silence. In his mind, Alan treats the situation like an experienced gamer. Falling for obvious bait is a beginner's mistake, and these old men are nothing more than low-level trolls. To kill time and stay away from the drama, he even sits beside a river and does a little fishing. Before long, he pulls in a surprisingly large catch. Ooh, that is a big one. Later, night settles over the road, and the traveling party begins setting up camp. Their leader gives the order, "We will rest here for tonight." And in this quiet battle of patience, the winner is obvious: the one who ignores them defeats the ones who mock. Alan takes the victory without lifting a finger, leaving the 2 nobles simmering with frustration. While Alan enjoys his meal, the 2 nobles whisper together from the shadows. "What about the additional escort troops?" one asks. The other checks with an artifact and smirks. It seems that foolish brat only brought that thug knight with him, and he still dares to sit at the same table as us nobles. Tisk. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan are simply enjoying themselves as they grill the fish caught earlier. "Ow, hot." Alan blurts out after taking a bite, while Evan offers to remove the bones for him. Unaware that anyone is watching them, the 2 schemers finish putting their plan together. So the rumor was true. We can move forward with our plan to enter the underworld immediately. They laugh greedily as they imagine the wealth waiting for them. The days of being pushed around and constantly watching Palacio's mood are finally over. At last, we can get our hands on the enormous money and power hidden in the underworld. They even decide Alan deserves a little present afterward. Once we take control of the underworld, we should give him something small. He will thank us for teaching him how the world really works. The other noble chuckles. "You truly have such a wonderful personality." But their greedy conversation is cut off by a sudden scream ripping through the camp. A guard stumbles backward in sheer terror, nearly losing his footing. One of the nobles raises a trembling finger toward the darkness beyond the campfire. Monsters! From between the trees, a horde of glowing red eyes begins to emerge. Chaos immediately erupts through the camp as guards scramble into defensive positions. Mages! Secure our vision first. A mage raises his staff and releases a brilliant spell of light, cutting through the pitch-black forest around them. But what the light reveals is anything but comforting. Hulking monstrous creatures charge forward with vicious snarls, jagged crystals jutting from their bodies as they rush toward the camp. One guard squints into the light, desperately trying to identify the creatures. Goblins? Another guard lets out a breath of relief. Ha! At first, they think it is only goblins. Normally, goblins are weak and hardly worth fearing. But that only matters when there are not too many of them. The soldiers are quickly shocked by the savagery of the assault. Ah! Their formation begins to crumble as the creatures tear through them. Within seconds, bodies of fallen guards are scattered across the ground. One surviving guard cries out in complete panic. Holy crap! Everyone who was keeping watch outside is dead. What is happening? These are nothing like ordinary goblins. Their bodies are much larger, covered in glowing amethyst crystals, and surrounded by a sinister purple aura. I have never seen goblins like those before. They are bigger too. Are they some kind of new variant? Another guard shouts. The mage's face darkens as he adds, they also have mana. That realization changes everything. Their physical capabilities are completely different from anything the guards expected. These goblins are on an entirely different level. The enhanced monsters leap through the air, their claws and crude weapons ripping through armor as easily as paper. They crash into the soldiers' defensive line like a tidal wave of raw, overwhelming violence. Just as the guards are about to be completely overwhelmed, a massive wall of solid rock erupts from the ground and blocks the goblins' path. Charge! The goblins slam into the stone barrier and are stopped for the moment, their momentum abruptly broken. The group's mage looks around in stunned confusion, unable to understand where that magic came from. That was a third circle rock wall, followed by a second circle shield spell. Is there another mage among us? Who cast those spells? His gaze shifts toward Count Alan, and suddenly the truth becomes impossible to ignore. The noble everyone had dismissed as a lazy man who only sat around eating corn is now standing there with magic blazing around his body. He is the one casting the spell, enhancement magic. Even the soldiers freeze for a moment, their faces tightening with surprise as Alan's usual laid-back expression disappears completely. For the first time, they see him become truly serious. Alan narrows his eyes and stretches one hand out toward the battlefield. His voice is low, calm, and focused as he speaks a single word. Compression. The instant he finishes the spell, an overwhelming gravitational force bursts from his palm. The earth beneath the goblins seems to vanish from under their feet as the ground is violently dragged upward. Goblins are yanked helplessly into the air, flailing wildly as they lose all sense of balance. Chunks of earth and shattered rocks rise with them, all racing toward one point high above the battlefield. The force of compression keeps growing stronger and stronger. The goblins, dirt, and broken stone are squeezed together until everything twists into one chaotic, writhing mass in the sky. Soon, a huge spinning sphere of crushed earth hangs over the battlefield like a dark moon. Just looking at it makes it painfully clear how terrifying Alan's power truly is. The soldiers left below can do nothing but stare upward in stunned silence. Their eyes are wide with awe, and no one can believe what they are witnessing. Alan stands by himself beneath the floating mass, facing the enormous sphere he created without taking a single step back. Then he slowly closes his hand into a fist. The bracelet around his wrist begins to glow with an ominous light as he quietly invokes another spell. Vacuum. At once, the space surrounding the turret spear begins to fold inward. The air itself looks as though it is collapsing, crushed by an invisible force. Pure destructive energy pours out from Alan's hand in a violent surge. As he speaks the next incantation, Return to the Origins, one of the glowing gems set into his bracelet suddenly fades and loses its light. The compressed sphere caves in on itself with terrifying force, then explodes outward in the next instant. Razor-sharp pieces of rock blast through the goblin horde, shredding everything caught in their path. A non-stop barrage of heavy impacts echoes across the field as the broken remains of the goblins crash down onto the ground one after another. The two cowardly nobles, who had spent the entire battle hiding, finally dare to peek out from behind cover. The moment they see the destruction Alan left behind, their faces turn pale with raw terror. With the immediate danger gone, Alan turns toward the remaining troops and raises his voice. Don't just stand there. Get ready. The fight isn't over yet. Standing amid the ruined battlefield, Alan keeps his composure and prepares himself for the next wave as though the terrifying spell he just used barely shook him at all. Before the surviving goblins can regroup, Alan launches another crushing attack, wiping out even more of the stragglers trying to escape the chaos. Seeing him fight without hesitation gives the guards a fresh burst of courage. Their fear begins to break apart, and they charge forward to support him. The battlefield turns into a violent storm of flashing steel and roaring magic. Step by step, the guards and Alan work through the remaining goblins, cutting them down with brutal efficiency. Alan refuses to slow down for even a second. He keeps casting one spell after another, every attack placed with deadly accuracy. His magic tears straight through the goblin ranks, leaving shattered bodies, broken ground, and total destruction behind him. Even Evan joins the fight at last, moving through the battlefield with his sword in hand. Every motion is smooth and precise, like a deadly dance unfolding in the middle of the bloodshed. With one final merciless swing, Evan cleaves through a goblin's skull. His blade flashes under the lingering magical light before the creature crumples to the ground. And just like that, the battle finally comes to an end. The last goblin falls across the blood-soaked earth, and an eerie silence spreads over the battlefield where screams and explosions had filled the air only moments earlier. What remains is a wasteland of bodies and wreckage. Crystal-infused goblins lie scattered everywhere, along with the brave soldiers who gave their lives during the fight. One of the nobles stumbles out from behind a tree, his legs nearly giving out as he pants for breath. Relief floods his face as he mutters, "It's over." The surviving guards finally allow themselves to breathe again. They are exhausted, battered, and shaken, but they are still alive, and all because of their mysterious count. One by one, their eyes turn toward the cloaked figure who saved them from certain death. The same question hangs silently in every mind. Just who is that man? Alan stands near the pile of goblin corpses, surrounded by the lingering smell of blood, dust, and burnt magic. At last, he lets out an uneven breath as the rush of battle begins to fade from his body. Phew! I almost died there. Good thing we won. His heart is still pounding painfully in his chest as he faces an unpleasant truth. He can use more magic in a single day than before, but even now, that only gives him 3 or 4 chances at most. Alan clenches his fist and glances down at the bracelet on his wrist, now almost completely drained. From the middle of the battle onward, he had become no different from an ordinary person, left with nothing but his pathetic, empty mana hole. Evan approaches him with concern written all over his face. "Are you hurt anywhere, Count?" Alan quickly answers, "No, I'm fine." But despite his answer, the fear still lingers behind his eyes. Even with Evan nearby, losing the power to protect himself had been a deeply terrifying experience. He wipes the sweat off his brow and forces out another breath. Phew, yes, I really am fine. Still, deep down, he admits that he had debated coming alone. Bringing the other nobles and moving as a group had turned out to be the right choice after all. His eyes drift back toward the strange crystal, and the unease in his chest returns immediately. More than anything else, this amethyst is the real problem. Why did a divine descent occur here? Divine descent is a bizarre and terrifying phenomenon that occurs when an outer god is close to descending into the world. When it happens, monsters become far more violent than normal, and their physical abilities are greatly enhanced, just like the goblins they had barely managed to defeat. Alan and Evan stand over the remains in grim silence, both staring at the evidence before them. A heavy understanding passes between them. Is this even possible? It shouldn't be. This is not merely a strange incident. It is an omen of the world's end. Outer gods are only supposed to appear after the 5 deadly sins descend and the laws holding the world together begin to collapse. But none of that has happened yet. The world is not supposed to be ready for them. If an outer god arrives too early, it could mean nothing less than total annihilation. Alan runs a hand through his hair, cold sweat forming across his brow. The children never awakened into the 5 deadly sins, so why is this happening now? What exactly has gone wrong? There is only one thing Alan can say with certainty. Something has gone terribly wrong with the timeline of this world. The full weight of that realization crashes down on him. This was never just a random monster attack. It is a warning that the apocalypse may already be approaching. At this rate, he may not have much time left before he dies. The 2 nobles who had been plotting earlier are completely forgotten now. After what they witnessed, they are no longer scheming men at all, just 2 terrified old nobles whose entire understanding of the world has been shattered. The next day, the battered remains of the caravan finally reach their destination, the magnificent ducal estate of Roteger. Alan, however, looks anything but magnificent. His face is pale, one hand covers his mouth, and he is clearly suffering from terrible motion sickness. Ooh, MMPH. As the carriage reaches the gate, Evan lets out a weary sigh. We're finally here, after all those hardships. The grand social gathering, the entire reason they endured this hellish journey, has finally begun. But the moment the carriage stops, Alan stumbles out like he can barely keep his feet under him. Evan has to catch him before he collapses face first onto the spotless ducal courtyard. Alan groans miserably. All he wants is to go home, crawl into bed, and sleep, but he knows that is impossible now. After barely surviving both a goblin attack that felt like the end of the world and a brutal case of motion sickness, Alan finally makes it into the grand hall. The luxury inside is so overwhelming that it almost hurts his eyes. Alan slowly looks around the room, taking in the absurd display before him. It is certainly the perfect setting for a grand noble gathering. Everywhere he looks, something gleams. Everything here is made of gold, he thinks to himself. Evan glances around and comments, the whole point is to flaunt their wealth. They might not even notice if we took a piece. Then he pauses, frowning slightly. Still, somehow it feels tacky. Artificial laughter drifts through the hall as nobles crowd together in polished little groups. Wow, Duke Roteger is certainly competent, one noble says with a smile that does not quite reach his eyes. Alan watches the performance with open disdain. Nearby, another cluster of nobles is gossiping among themselves. My little baby bird simply will not leave me alone, one of them complains. Another immediately responds, oh my, Then you must be extra careful with your health, Listening to that exhausting conversation is enough for Alan to make up his mind. He decides that staying away from the other nobles is probably the best choice. There is no reason to force himself into their circles when he has no desire to speak with them in the first place. Keeping his distance sounds much safer, so he quietly starts trying to slip away. But before he can get far, someone calls out to stop him. Excuse me. Alan turns around slowly, irritation already written all over his face. What could they possibly want now? And naturally, the people standing behind him are the same two cowardly nobles who had been causing trouble for him only yesterday. Now they are bent over in deep bows, wearing sickeningly sweet smiles. Ho ho ho, Count Palacio, Might you spare a little time for us, one of them asks, practically pleading. The other noble eagerly joins in before Alan can answer. This is the finest meat produced in our territory. Would you care to have some, That is not all they bring. They also present a chest overflowing with shining gold coins. We would like to offer some support to your territory. How does that sound, Alan can only stare at them in confusion. Their attitude has flipped so completely that it makes no sense at all. What happened to them overnight? Then the confusion on his face slowly darkens, and a threatening presence begins to seep out from him. Oh. The two nobles instantly feel that chilling killing intent, and sweat starts pouring down their faces. One glance at the Count's expression is enough to send them into panic. This is an emergency. Their thoughts are completely spiraling out of control. They should never have provoked him in the first place. So what could possibly have frightened these arrogant old nobles into acting like this? To understand it, the story goes back one day, to the moment right after the goblin battle. Alan and Evan stood calmly amid the carnage, while the two nobles trembled in the background after witnessing what looked like a one-man apocalypse. Even after the fighting had ended, the two men were still frozen in shock. Their minds simply could not process what they had just seen Alan do. Did you see that? One of them stammers, clutching his head in disbelief. The other cannot even manage a full sentence. Magic. Panicking, they decide that they need an expert to explain it. Baron Alman. We are borrowing your mage for a moment, they shout as they grab the poor woman and hurriedly drag her away. The mage is a third-circle magician Baron Alman hired mainly to show off his money and status. The two nobles corner her immediately, desperate for answers. You saw that magic just now, didn't you? One demands, his hands visibly shaking. The mage thinks back to the spells Alan had just unleashed across the battlefield. That was second-circle magic, right? The noble asks, desperately hoping there is a simple answer. But the mage only stares back at him in utter disbelief. Pardon? Second circle? Only second circle? No, that is impossible, she blurts out, her professional pride taking over. The level of that magic easily surpassed mine. Then it must be at least beyond the third circle? The two nobles begin to hyperventilate as the terrifying truth behind Alan's strength finally starts sinking in. Their minds immediately return to the rumors they had believed before. Alan only became Count Palacio through luck? What a complete joke. In their memories, Alan stands over the field of corpses like a silent, cloaked god of death. They realize that he had been hiding the kind of strength that made escorts unnecessary, along with the cold and ruthless true nature they now associate with Palacio. Once they understand that they have offended someone far beyond their level, the two men quickly settle on a new plan. They will save their lives by bribing him. And that brings everything back to the present. It cannot be helped. Now that we are here, we must beg. They bow so deeply that their heads nearly touch the floor. Please forgive us for our arrogance and for mistreating you, Count Palacio. It was because of some stupid dream. We were completely out of our minds. Please, we beg you to show mercy. As the two nobles desperately plead, Alan and Evan simply watch the strange display unfold. Evan cannot help wondering, what is this? Are they doing this again? Alan is just as baffled as Evan. He cannot imagine where they got such a ridiculous idea about him. His right-hand man quietly asks, should I get rid of them? Alan shakes his head. Causing a scene would only make everything more tiresome. He clears his throat before speaking. Fine. Even though I am usually merciful, they have crossed the line this time. I will handle this personally. Inside, however, Alan thinks something entirely different. He does not even have enough power left to actually do anything, but there is no need to tell them that. They are welcome to stay terrified. The two nobles nearly collapse right there on the floor, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Tears and snot run down their faces as they finally understand how badly they have ruined everything. We are finished. We are dead meat. After dealing with those two nuisances, Alan returns to his real objective for the evening, food and useful information. He has already sent Evan to the Information Guild, so now it is time for Alan to gather noble gossip on his own. He casually surveys the hall, blending in among the guests while quietly keeping his ears open for anything worth hearing. Then he spots an egg tart that looks especially tempting and picks it up. Oh. As he raises it, his eyes catch sight of two familiar nobles whispering together in a corner. Judging by how carefully they are speaking, they are clearly discussing something secret. That makes it the perfect time for a little magical eavesdropping. Alan uses mana to enhance his hearing and focuses on their quiet conversation. That is true. But Baron, have you heard this as well? About Duke Altia and Count Zenonia? Of course I have, the other noble replies. They are even trying to form a faction. He sounds impressed as he adds, I could hardly believe it when I first heard those two had formed an alliance. Alan processes the information without much concern. It is certainly an important political move, but it has nothing to do with him. In the end, he decides it is not worth worrying about. The Altia and Zenonia families may be powerful forces, but everyone knows they have never gotten along. An alliance between them is bound to be unstable and probably will not last very long. With that thought, Alan takes a bite of the egg tart and pushes the political drama aside for the moment. The flavor catches him completely off guard. Gasp, this is delicious. The egg tarts here are really great, Tilda. But just when he is enjoying the pastry, the conversation shifts in a much more surprising direction. One noble lowers his voice. There is something even more shocking. Make sure you do not tell anyone. The head of that faction is not either one of those two. The other noble leans closer at once. Then who is it? The first noble whispers the unbelievable answer. The leader of the faction is Count Palacio. The news hits Alan like lightning. He immediately chokes on the egg tart that had tasted so good only seconds earlier. He stands there completely stunned, unable to process what he just heard. What? What kind of nonsense is that supposed to be? Alan sputters internally, completely dumbfounded by the claim. He thinks back over his previous encounters. He met Duke Altia once when she was younger, and he has only met Zenonia's daughter twice. The current Count Zenonia has never even met Alan a single time, let alone formed some secret alliance with him. He presses a hand to his head as a migraine begins building behind his eyes. How could such an absurd rumor spread this far? With a long, tired sigh, Alan realizes he should have expected it. It is all nothing but noble gossip and completely baseless speculation. Just as he is trying to process the ridiculous rumor, another voice calls out from nearby. Count Palacio? Alan looks up with visible annoyance. Why are so many people approaching him today? The constant attention is starting to make him uneasy. A flashy-looking man with absurdly styled purple hair strides over with an exaggerated flourish. Humph. I am Carmine, the third son of Duke Cumlon from the Ashudelan Kingdom. It is a pleasure to meet you. Alan is not particularly impressed by the entrance. He remembers hearing that nobles from foreign kingdoms would be attending this gathering, so this man must be one of them. Keeping his reply brief, Alan says, yes. Nice to meet you. I am Count Palacio. Carmine's polite smile quickly twists into a smug, malicious grin. I heard you only became a count through luck. I was so jealous that I simply had to come see what you looked like for myself. So tell me, what is your secret? Alan just stares at him in silence, wondering how a twisted purple donut somehow learned how to speak. His thoughts are sharp as ever, even if he does not say them out loud. One of the nearby nobles suddenly speaks up. What did you just say? Three imposing figures step forward, and their presence alone makes the nearby chatter die down. Marquis Mardanio fixes Carmine with a hard glare. Are you mocking a noble of our Asteria kingdom? Alan tries to step back from the growing tension. And no, that is not what I meant, but Carmine is already panicking as he desperately tries to calm the situation before it gets worse. This is Carmine Cumlon, a man who proudly calls himself handsome, romantic, and irresistible. He traveled all the way from a distant kingdom with one very specific purpose in mind. He came to marry Duke Roteger's youngest daughter. In Carmine's own mind, he is the perfect man, someone no woman in the world could possibly turn down. Unfortunately for Carmine, his idea of courtship needs serious work. The moment he finds his intended bride, he immediately starts criticizing the other women around her. Gasp. She really needs to lose some weight, Tilda. And the woman beside her has far too large a nose. Then, as though that was somehow charming, Carmine turns to his betrothed and offers a backhanded compliment. Ahem, Tilda. Of course, it is a blessing that you have such a beautiful appearance. Just like your mother. His fiancée does not take it kindly. She slaps his hand away and looks at him with cold disgust. We need to reconsider this marriage. The words leave Carmine completely stunned. What? She turns and runs off, leaving Carmine down on his knees in the middle of the gathering. With his marriage plans suddenly falling apart, Carmine is in a terrible mood. This is so annoying. I came all this way for absolutely nothing, he fumes, stomping his feet like an angry child. He begins searching the room for someone weaker looking to take his frustration out on. That is when his eyes settle on a quiet black-haired noble standing off to one side. The cold expression, the dark hair, could that be Count Palacio? I heard he is immature and has no real connections. He will be the perfect target for me to vent my anger on. It is an unbelievably terrible decision. And that brings everything back to the present confrontation. The powerful nobles of Asteria have Carmine trapped with nowhere to escape. Have you completely forgotten your manners? The Ashudelan kingdom has been our ally for a long time. Alan watches from the side, imagining Carmine as a tiny bird trapped among several much larger and meaner birds. What exactly is this interesting situation? Even though Alan normally avoids political matters, he recognizes all three men immediately. First is Duke Roteger, one of the most important figures within the noble faction. Next is Marquis Mardanio, a major force within the royalist faction. And finally, there is Count Palin, the man at the center of the moderate faction. Together, these three form one of the central pillars of the Asteria kingdom. Alan looks down at the flustered foreign noble. Duke Roteger adds another sharp question. Then does this mean Duke Cumlon, the pillar of Ashudelan, looks down on our Asteria kingdom? Carmine's face goes pale with fear. That is not true at all. Carmine stammers. Count Palin immediately presses him further. Then is there some reason you addressed another noble so disrespectfully? Carmine can only lower his head and mutter, I have made a mistake. But Marquis Mardanio is not finished with him yet. The real issue is that you took a condescending attitude toward Count Palacio. Carmine hangs his head even lower, completely unable to find a response. Alan watches the entire exchange with a smug little grin. Just how unpleasant does Carmine have to be for three men who barely know Alan to protect him this fiercely? Then, all at once, Alan realizes why this situation feels so familiar. It reminds him of his previous life in the military. In his mind, Carmine suddenly looks exactly like a fresh recruit being mercilessly chewed out. The drill sergeants would roar at the recruit, "Do you have anything else to say besides sorry?" I said, "Do you have anything else to say besides sorry?" The memory alone makes Alan wince slightly. This is bringing back some deeply unpleasant memories. Meanwhile, Carmine is practically sobbing. Sob, sob. I beg you to forgive my discourtesy, Tilda. With that, he makes a desperate and tearful retreat, fleeing as though his life depends on it. The three influential nobles turn their attention toward Alan, their expressions carrying both concern and curiosity. "Count Palacio, are you all right?" Alan is bewildered by all the attention. "I am. But what is wrong with everyone today? It is starting to scare me." Deep down, he knows this must all be because of that faction rumor. Seeing figures that important step in to defend him makes Alan realize that the rumor may have spread farther than he thought. At this point, people must truly believe it. Then another thought reaches him. Once Altia and Zenonia begin actively involving themselves in politics, Palacio, the supposed head of their faction, would hold overwhelming influence. The burden of all those false expectations is already giving Alan another headache. Is this really because of that rumor? At this rate, things are going to become extremely troublesome. Maybe he should tell them the whole thing is baseless. Marquis Mardenio is the first to make a move. "Now that I think about it, Count, we have never had a proper conversation. I understand that you must be very busy." Before Alan can even answer, Marquis Mardenio continues with a shrewd look in his eyes. "Ah, I heard that you have been researching magic lately. As it happens, I recently acquired a rather fine artifact." The bait is set perfectly. Marquis Mardenio presents an offer that would tempt any person interested in magic. "I would like to give you an artifact capable of storing mana. What do you think?" Duke Roteger quickly joins in with a gift of his own. Not wanting to be left behind, Count Palin jumps into the conversation with almost comical eagerness. "Could you accept mine as well?" Alan is caught in a storm of temptation. His mind keeps telling him to explain that every rumor about the faction is false, but the promise of free and powerful artifacts is far too tempting. In the end, he simply cannot bring himself to refuse. As dawn begins to break, the gathering shifts away from the crowded hall to a private annex within the Roteger estate, far from the curious eyes and listening ears of the party guests. Inside, a secret meeting is already underway. Marquis Mardenio sits across from a mysterious woman dressed entirely in black, the hidden hand behind the night's events. She wastes no time getting to the point. "How did it go?" Marquis Mardenio cannot hide the satisfaction in his expression as he delivers the good news. Fortunately, he accepted the gift. The first stage of their plan has gone exactly as intended. Among nobles, this is far more than a simple exchange of presents. Small gifts may be meaningless courtesies, but offering a valuable artifact to the head of a faction carries a much heavier meaning. It is a binding agreement and a pledge of absolute loyalty. The woman is revealed to be Duchess Altia. Beneath her veil, a pleased smile touches her lips. "It is wonderful to hear that you have been accepted," she says smoothly. Candlelight flickers across the room, throwing long shadows over the walls. Now part of Duchess Altia's inner circle, Marquis Mardenio gives credit where it belongs. It is all thanks to you, Duchess Altia." The Duchess formally acknowledges her new ally, her voice calm and full of confidence. "Welcome, Marquis Mardenio. Now we can officially say that we share the same purpose." With a cunning smile hidden behind her calm expression, Duchess Altia secures another piece on her massive political chessboard. Alan, completely unaware of what is happening in the shadows, has just been declared the leader of a powerful new faction, whether he wants that title or not. The Duchess, who planted the rumors in the first place, receives confirmation from her newest ally and asks smoothly, "And what did the other say?" Marquis Mardenio answers with obvious satisfaction. "The others all accepted willingly. For me as well, it is an honor." The truth is that the reclusive Duchess had quietly visited a carefully chosen group of nobles in secret. From there, the rumor that Alan was leading a brand new faction spread through noble society like wildfire. By choosing the right people, offering a few perfectly placed rewards, and pulling strings from the shadows, she slowly tipped the balance of power in her own favor without ever openly revealing her hand. Like clouds drifting across the sky, the whispers gradually stopped sounding like rumors and became accepted truth. That was how politics worked, and Marquis Mardenio knew exactly when an opportunity worth grabbing had appeared. Deep inside, Mardanio makes up his mind. He has to seize this chance before anyone else does. He throws himself fully behind the new faction, even though the man supposedly leading it has no idea that it even exists. With yet another powerful piece secured on her grand board, Duchess Altia allows herself a small, satisfied smile. The game has finally begun. It seems we can begin making our moves in earnest now, she murmurs, her eyes shining with quiet ambition. For days pass, and the seemingly endless banquet still has not come to an end. Because of the rumors surrounding him, nobles keep showering Alan with gifts in hopes of earning favor with the supposed leader of this powerful new faction. Alan can only assume they are treating him so generously because people believe he has some kind of connection to Altia and Zenonia. Still, free gifts are free gifts. A mischievous grin spreads across Alan's face. As long as they do not try to take them back later, he is more than ready to leave carrying every last one of them. Just as he is happily enjoying his unexpected haul, a sudden voice calls out loudly enough to startle him. "Count!" It is Evan, finally back from gathering information. Alan blinks in surprise, and Evan calmly asks, "Why are you so startled?" "I am back." Alan quickly tries to recover. I was just thinking about something." The two of them withdraw to a private room to discuss what Evan learned. Judging by Evan's serious expression, the news is not going to be pleasant. Evan gets straight to the point. An outer god has appeared in the northern region. The words hang heavily in the room, and Alan's carefree mood vanishes at once. Evan continues, confirming Alan's worst fears. Yes. Caliban is in complete chaos right now. According to ancient records, people are even speculating that the amethyst is connected to the outer god as well. Alan forces himself to stay composed and asks, "And what about the additional information I requested?" Evan gives him the answer immediately. The person you were searching for is in a certain village located in northern Ashutalan. Now that he has gathered the information he needs, Alan makes his decision. "All right. We can stop by that place on the way. We are heading to Caliban." Evan looks slightly surprised by the sudden change in direction. "So suddenly? Why? Are you planning to head north?" Alan avoids explaining for now, his thoughts already racing ahead of the conversation. "We can discuss it properly on the way. Pack everything and prepare to leave." Evan gives a simple nod. "Understood." Once he is left alone, the true weight of the situation comes crashing down on Alan's shoulders. I really hoped this would not happen. He knows exactly what this means. Another catastrophic being has appeared in the world, something on the same terrifying level as the 5 deadly sins, the outer gods. According to the game's lore, the arrival of an outer god through divine descent is impossible to predict. No one knows which god will descend, when it will happen, or where the disaster will begin. But Alan understands the consequences far too well. After playing through hundreds of possible routes, he can already see the grim future waiting ahead. The allied kingdoms will eventually fall apart, turning against one another in foolish wars over land contaminated by strange otherworldly energy. And in the middle of all that chaos, Alan's own life could end in an instant. His dream of living peacefully and lazily is already going up in smoke. Still, he is not willing to give up without fighting. He has thought of a plan, but... Then he remembers a crucial piece of knowledge from the game. After descending, an outer god enters a vulnerable state for several months, almost like a chrysalis waiting to hatch before becoming a fully incarnated deity. During that period, it cannot use its complete power. Waiting until that moment and striking while it is weakest is the only strategy with any chance of working. I have to do it anyway. Even without any guarantee of success, Alan steels his resolve. He picks up a quill and begins writing a letter. This is the only way forward. With his mind made up, Alan seals the letter. As he prepares his next move, he quietly wonders what that child might like. A week later, a knight rushes in with an urgent message. "Captain." The captain receives the report, his expression turning serious as he carries it directly to his superior. The man reads through the report without revealing much on his face. It is Deus. He turns toward his vice-captain. "Yes, sir," the man replies, standing by for his next order. The commander gives a new directive without hesitation. "Tell them our next schedule in the north will be delayed by 2 weeks." The scene shifts to Pakran village in the northern region of the Ashutalan kingdom, where Alan and Evan have finally arrived. Alan lets out a small sigh of relief, sweat visible on his brow. "I did not think I would find him this quickly." Then a bright, cheerful voice suddenly rings out nearby. Hello? A young boy with vivid blue hair and an almost blindingly sunny presence greets them with open arms. Alan pauses for a moment, caught off guard by how much the boy stands out. And then it hits him. This is Eli Van, the protagonist of the turn-based roguelike RPG Psychedelia, the very hero of the game Alan used to play. So even in this strange world, a protagonist is still a protagonist after all. As Alan studies the boy more closely, he realizes that he looks exactly like the illustration from the game. But then another thought catches him off guard. He is a boy, right? He is far too pretty to be a boy. The child strikes a confident pose, completely unaware of Alan's inner confusion. Do you know who I am? Alan asks. The boy gives a cheeky smile and answers, I only wanted to welcome a stranger. I am Olivan. Alan keeps looking at the boy, a strange feeling slowly washing over him. No matter how different this world may be from the game he remembers, the main character is still the main character. In the end, this child is destined to grow stronger, become famous, and leave a major mark on the world. Alan knows that greatness is waiting somewhere in Olivan's future. Well, I do like your positivity, Alan admits. It feels deeply strange to stand face to face with the very character he once controlled in a game. Without wasting another moment, Alan reaches out with a heavy bag. Here. Take this. He hands the unsuspecting protagonist a pouch filled with gold. Eli Van stares down at it in total confusion. Pardon? Is this gold? Before he can even begin to understand why a stranger is handing him money, Alan calls out, Evan. Right on cue, Evan appears carrying an ornate case packed with potions and useful starter items. But the gold pouch is only the beginning. Evan steps forward and starts unloading an entire mountain of beautifully wrapped boxes, setting one gift after another down at Olivan's feet. They are all yours, Alan announces. Evan quickly opens the packages one by one, and the growing display becomes so extravagant that it almost looks like a performance prepared just for Eli Van. The amount of loot is completely overwhelming. It is practically an entire early game stockpile of high-grade equipment, rare resources, valuable tools, and useful items, all handed over at once. Elivan's jaw slowly drops as he stares at the endless pile. His eyes widen in total disbelief. All of that is for me? But why would you give me something like this? Eli Van asks, still unable to look away from the gifts. Alan gives him a simple answer that carries far more weight than it should. It is an investment. Inside, Alan is already thinking that he brought everything capable of helping the main character grow during the early stages. Alan leans closer with a completely serious expression, places one hand firmly on Olivan's shoulder, and says, because you are going to become someone important in the future. Of course, his real thought is much more selfish. Grow up quickly, become powerful, and defeat the outer god in my place. With that, Alan and Evan turn around and begin walking back toward their carriage, leaving Eli Van standing alone amid his sudden fortune. Alan quietly wonders whether this will make the boy like him. Then, almost as an afterthought, Alan pauses and turns back around one last time. Sorry for the late introduction, he says. I am Count Palacio. It is the name of the sponsor you should remember when you become successful, Alan adds, giving him a small, playful wave. Still clutching the heavy bag of gold, Eli Van hurriedly calls after them. Thank you, Count. As Alan and Evan are about to depart, Eli Van climbs up near the carriage, his face glowing with gratitude and determination. I will remember this. The carriage finally rolls away, and Eli Van stands there waving goodbye. His future has now been changed forever by one strange but unbelievably generous encounter. Alan watches the bright blue-haired boy disappear behind them and starts to wonder. Was Eli Van always that cheerful? The game had been a dark fantasy, so Alan does not remember him being quite so radiant. Inside the carriage, Evan sits quietly for a moment before speaking. Count, I think I understand what you were trying to do. But is it really all right to leave without having a proper conversation with him? Alan brushes the concern aside. He is a smart boy. He should understand what I meant. I am in a hurry, so I do not have time to slowly build a relationship with him. Just to be safe, Alan has basically left the protagonist running on autogrind mode. It is a simple pay-to-win strategy, and he is fully committed to it. Evan considers the encounter and adds, anyway, that child seemed talented. Very talented, like the others. There was dense mana flowing around him, Evan continues. And although his clothes were plain, he appeared to be wearing artifacts as well. Alan listens closely, and a small frown begins forming on his face. In the original story, Eli Van had started out as nothing more than an ordinary boy before setting out on his adventure. Now Alan begins to realize what his interference may have changed. This could become another butterfly effect, changing the world even further from the game Alan remembers. And because Eli Van is the main character, the consequences could be especially enormous. Still, Alan quickly pushes the doubt away. As long as his peaceful and comfortable life plan remains safe, that is what matters most. The stronger Eli Van becomes, the better it will be for Alan. The investment will be worth it. Eli Van is one of the few genuinely kind characters in that miserable dark fantasy world, so there is not much to worry about. But suddenly, Alan freezes at one thought. A kind personality. The atmosphere in the carriage changes as he turns toward Evan with a hesitant, almost nervous look. Evan, about Deus. Do you think he would even want to meet me? The old fear returns at once. Alan admits that he had been so scared before that he never once visited the orphanage. I never thought things would end up like this. Evan, completely unaware of the turmoil happening inside Alan's head, gives an uncertain answer. I suppose so. Maybe? An awkward silence settles over the carriage as it moves away from the northern village and the newly sponsored hero left behind there. Alan is left alone with his worries, anxious both about the protagonist he just met and about Deus, the person he is terrified to face. This is not something Alan came up with overnight. Looking back, he had been planning for it for some time. When Evan once questioned why he was buying so many random things, Alan explained his grand strategy. These are bribes for my future lifeline. 10 days later, Alan and Evan finally reach their destination, Kirtham, the grand capital city of Caliban. Their carriage joins a long line of travelers waiting to pass through the northern gate, surrounded by countless other wagons and noble carriages. Inside the carriage, Evan looks completely worn down. He lets out a huge yawn and groans, "Gah, Tilda. That was exhausting." Alan agrees that a journey this long would exhaust anyone. But Evan quickly clarifies that the real problem was the strange labyrinth they encountered near the end. Without that detour, he would have felt much better. Alan can only reply that it could not be helped. Alan glances down at a strange, ornate amulet and thinks back on all the places they visited along the way. Every detour had been part of his preparation for the coming battle against the outer god. And there were the gifts as well. Their carriage is practically overflowing with chests, packages, and presents. Alan hopes Deus will like them, feeling almost like a father who wants to give his child everything. Outside, Evan informs his master that it should be their turn to enter soon. Evan heads out to take care of the required paperwork. The capital inspection should only require identity verification. I will be back quickly. Alan gives him a small wave and answers, "Alrighty, Tilda." Leaning back among the pile of presents, Alan lets out a relieved breath. Things should finally become easier from this point on. But Evan returns with a grim expression instead. "Ah, Count. We have a problem." Alan immediately sits upright, all relaxation gone. "A problem?" Outside, Evan explains that the guards suddenly ordered them to move aside. He asked why, but no one gave him an answer. Then another extravagant carriage cuts directly in front of theirs. Alan steps out through the carriage door, and Evan explains further that their identities have already been verified. But before he can say more, a group of knights walks past and heads straight toward them. A man dressed in ornate silver armor stops directly in front of Alan. "You must be Count Palacio." The knight introduces himself with a smug grin. "I am Viren, the fourth sword, and a direct disciple of Fiola, the master knight." Alan's mind immediately reacts to the name Fiola. That is a major figure. But Viren's smug expression is already beginning to get under his skin. So what? Alan thinks bitterly. This guy is seriously irritating. And after everything that has happened, Alan is already in no mood to tolerate anyone. Keeping his expression cool, Alan asks, "You brought knights with you. What exactly is the problem?" Viren's smile grows wider. "I heard that a friend of mine from the Ashudalan kingdom has a debt to settle with you." Alan looks genuinely confused. "I am not aware of any such thing." Then a terrible realization slowly hits him. Could it be Carmine? Viren confirms it with a condescending laugh. It seems Alan managed to get on his friend's very bad side, the same pompous noble he embarrassed at the banquet. Through a magical orb, Carmine's face appears twisted with rage as he screams, "He humiliated me in front of everyone." Carmine gives Viren a cruel order. "That bastard is heading to Caliban, I heard. Beat him senseless and make him a cripple." Viren's sinister-looking master sweetens the offer. "You still need more abyssal entities to raise your skills, do you not?" Back in the present, Viren looks Alan over with an almost careless expression. "That man gave me some useful goods, so I suppose I should at least make it look like I care." Without warning, the knights yank their swords free and close in around Alan and Evan from every side. Alan and Evan immediately turn back to back, tense and guarded as they brace themselves for a fight neither of them saw coming. Viren keeps talking as though he already has them cornered. "Or perhaps you could hand over every valuable thing in that carriage. Then I might consider letting you leave." He insists that this was simply the task assigned to him, but the greedy look in his eyes makes it obvious that he has his own plans. A smug grin tugs at Viren's mouth. In his mind, there is no risk here and nothing for him to lose. Alan comes from Hysteria, a kingdom with barely any influence in the Alliance, and he has no powerful ties in Caliban either. Viren had looked into everything beforehand, convinced he had found an easy target. Alan's expression sinks into cold disgust. So this really was nothing more than people protecting their own kind. Mana begins snapping and flickering around Alan's hand as he prepares to strike back. But before Viren can make the next move, someone else acts first. A figure flashes past Alan in the blink of an eye, charging straight toward the knight who had been standing there so confidently. Viren barely understands that he is under attack before a hand closes around his throat and lifts him completely off the ground. His sword slips loose and crashes into the dirt as his body is hurled backward, leaving him choking and desperately gasping for air. The knight's eyes shake with disbelief as the air vanishes from his lungs. Who? A dark figure clad in armor holds him suspended with one hand and asks in a low, chilling tone, "What exactly do you think you're doing?" Viren coughs weakly, and the armored figure turns toward him. A dangerous growl rolls from behind the helmet. "You dared to harm my benefactor?" Alan goes completely still. He knows that voice. More than that, he recognizes the overwhelming presence behind it. It is Deus, wrapped in imposing black armor and staring down at Viren with nothing but raw, merciless menace. Unfortunately for Viren, his careful investigation had missed one crucial fact. Count Palacio was the benefactor of Deus Macallion, the same Deus who defeated Kurga of Snowfield in a duel, rose to fame as a hero, and earned the name Swordless. Still struggling for breath, Viren tries to cling to what little authority he has left. "You know you can't do this to me." Behind the darkness of Deus's armor, his eyes begin to glow with a cold and terrifying light. "If anyone here dares to move even 1 inch, Deus says, his voice carrying across the road, then use your imagination to figure out what happens next." Every other knight freezes where he stands, their bodies locked in place beneath the crushing pressure of Deus's aura. Then, without wasting another word, Deus explodes into motion. His kick lands squarely in Viren's chest and sends the knight flying through the air. Viren slams violently into the dirt, and the force of the impact cracks and shatters parts of his armor. All Alan can do is stare with wide eyes. That terrifying knight really is Deus. Deus refuses to give Viren even a moment to recover. "Be grateful," he growls, "that the circumstances prevent me from killing you here." He surges forward once again, moving like a phantom as purple and black blur together around him. Viren is completely helpless now, reduced to nothing more than a training dummy for Deus's burning rage. Watching the savage one-sided beating unfold, Alan quietly thinks, that is a pretty good beating. Still, his face gives away more than simple surprise. There is shock there, but something else is beginning to show as well. Pride rises in him before he can stop it. Did Deus just call me his benefactor? Emotion suddenly swells in Alan's chest. He had thought Deus forgot all about him because none of his letters were ever answered. But Deus remembered. It feels almost like being rewarded for raising a son. In Alan's mind, the little Deus he once knew has grown up, yet he is still loyal to his father. Lost in that warm, ridiculous paternal pride, Alan barely notices that the beating has somehow become even more brutal. Deus keeps stomping Viren into the ground while Alan's thoughts drift somewhere else entirely. What a handsome young man he has become. Alan cannot help admiring him. He really did grow into such a handsome man. So this is what it feels like to see a son raised well, Alan says with heartfelt pride. "I'm very proud of you." Evan, always the practical one, leans closer and points out, "By the way, you do realize your son is beating the hell out of someone, right?" Alan makes a tiny chibi face and plugs both ears as though that will solve everything. I didn't hear that, he says, refusing to let anything ruin his proud fatherly moment. Just imagine it, Deus stepped in to defend his father after he was mistreated in a foreign country. Why is his son such a sweetheart? Alan is so touched that he can barely contain himself. At last, the punishment comes to an end, leaving Viren sprawled on the ground in a bloody, broken heap. Even Evan has to glance over uneasily and ask, isn't he taking this a little too far? Deus stands over the defeated knight, his dark armor seeming to radiate sheer power into the air around him. The sight of Deus standing there suddenly pulls Alan into an old memory. It reminds him that Deus was once destined to become one of the 5 deadly sins. With the beating finally over, Deus dismisses the trembling knights and starts walking back toward Alan. As he approaches, the terrifying pressure around him fades away completely. He stops before his benefactor, and his expression softens just a little. Please, allow me to guide you. Behind him, the surviving knights can only watch in frightened confusion. Far away in the frozen north, another battle has just reached its bloody end. Among the burning wreckage and scattered bodies, the banner of the Crimson Flame Knight Order still stands tall against the cold sky. Their captain, Delman, the third sword of Caliban, raises his blade in triumph and declares that Culkin the Great, one of the 8 chiefs, along with his entire clan, has been annihilated. The Crimson Flame Knights burst into loud cheers, celebrating the scale of their hard-won victory. With the battle finished, they begin preparing to leave. Delman gives the order, return to the forward base for maintenance. But Delman is not celebrating this victory for its own sake. Beneath that triumph burns the bitterness of a fierce rivalry. His jaw tightens as he thinks to himself, with achievements on this scale, there is no way I will be surpassed by that man who only just became a master knight. Deep down, Delman admits the truth he would never dare say aloud. Even if no one ever discovered the underhanded method he used, the wars between Caliban and the barbarians had been fought with honor for generations. But Delman had trampled on that sacred tradition without hesitation. He deceived Culkin, waited until the barbarian chief came out alone, and then surrounded him with an infiltration force. Once the chief was removed from the battlefield, Delman showed no mercy at all, ordering the slaughter of Culkin's entire clan. There was only one reason he was willing to go that far: he wanted to surpass Deus McCallion, the man who had recently defeated Kurga of Snowfield and was receiving all the glory. Delman needed a victory large enough to eclipse Deus, regardless of what it cost him. And his dishonorable plan had gone far beyond a simple ambush. Culkin's body had disappeared, but even if the chief somehow survived, the poison should have killed him by now. Satisfied with the filth he had hidden behind his victory, Delman lets out a smug little smile. Once he returns to Caliban and reports this achievement, everything will be finished. He turns his back on the ruined battlefield, ready to leave, but then his entire body suddenly locks up. Delman's eyes fly open as a stunned curse catches in his throat. What the? The forward base, the place that should have been their secure refuge, has been transformed into a landscape of wreckage, corpses, and total destruction. And in the middle of those ruins stands one solitary figure, broad and imposing. A man who should already be dead. It is Culkin, the barbarian chief Delman believed he had killed. And the fury on his face leaves no room for doubt. Though visibly shaken, Delman forces himself into a fighting stance. What is that aura? Culkin should have died already. There is no way he should be standing there. But as rage twists Culkin's face into something far more frightening, it becomes obvious that this is no ordinary return from death. A demonic voice echoes through the ruins. Why did you defile a great and sacred duel, one built upon honor? This presence is something terrifying enough to devour even a superhuman warrior. An ancient power has awakened inside the barbarian chief. The confidence drains from Delman's face as sweat runs down his skin. You're not Culkin, he stammers. Who are you? The being gives him no answer. Instead, it bursts forward with blinding speed. Delman swings his sword and unleashes a massive slash of fire toward the charging figure. The flaming attack tears across the frozen ground with enough force to carve a deep trench through the earth. The possessed barbarian looks down on Delman with open contempt. For a human, you have climbed quite high. This is your final chance. Duel me. But Delman abandoned honor long ago, and now he cannot face this challenge alone. He orders his knights to draw their swords, yet the command is nothing more than a desperate and useless gesture. The barbarian scoffs at the dishonorable mortal standing before him. Then an eerie darkness begins to glow across his body. A horrifying power erupts from him, twisting the bodies of the dead knights into shapes that no living body should ever take. Delman freezes in shock as the nightmare unfolding in front of him becomes too grotesque to understand. Every dead knight caught in the spell begins to writhe and contort, screaming in unbearable agony as they beg for the release of death. The barbarian moves among them like a phantom, leaving only a violent storm of destruction in his wake. His fist crashes into one knight after another, smashing through armor and bone with brutal ease. The ground itself splits beneath the sheer force pouring out from each blow. Knights are flung through the air like ragdolls, their bodies tossed aside without the slightest resistance. A savage kick catches another knight and sends him flying across the battlefield. Before long, the entire battlefield becomes a chaos of blasting impacts, shattered earth, and screams that refuse to stop. Then the entity turns its violence on Delman himself, pounding him again and again until his body begins to break apart piece by piece. Delman can do nothing except scream through the agony as his pride collapses along with the strength draining out of his body. The entity reaches toward him like a predator savoring the moment before its meal. All savages of this place, it growls. The battlefield has become a living hell, a bloody coliseum built from the dead, souls who were denied even the peace of dying. An outer god has descended to pass judgment, Altalus, the father of duels. And he offers Delman one final gift, spoken with terrifying calm. I, the god of all barbarians, personally wish to grant you an honorable death. Prove through a duel that you are not savages. Back in the present, the aftermath of Deus's beating is impossible to ignore. The knights carry away Viren's broken body while Deus, with all of his terrifying pressure now gone, calmly says, "Allow me to guide you." The remaining knights can only stare at him in stunned disbelief. The swordless himself is bowing his head. They all know the reputation of Deus Macallion. In Caliban, his ambitions are said to reach as high as the heavens. He even beat up the second prince for harassing his sister, and somehow walked away without punishment. Deus is known for showing proper politeness to almost no one, with the king himself being the only exception. So seeing him lower his head before a foreign count is enough to leave every knight there completely speechless. The knights remain baffled, unable to understand what they are witnessing. For the swordless to bow like that, just who is Count Palacio? Deus then gestures toward a beautiful new carriage, one far more luxurious and extravagant than Alan's own. "Please, get on," he says. Alan looks from the lavish carriage to the crowd staring at him from every direction. This is definitely going to attract attention, he thinks. Evan gives him a gentle push and says, "Please go ahead, Count. I'll follow behind with the carriage." When they finally arrive at their destination, Alan is once again left completely speechless by what stands before him. A magnificent mansion rises in front of them, so grand it resembles a cathedral more than a private home. Deus lives in a place this huge? Alan thinks, feeling another swell of fatherly pride at how successful Deus has become. Deus leads Alan inside, but as they walk through the enormous halls, a tense and heavy silence hangs between them. The atmosphere becomes so suffocating that Alan starts to feel uneasy. What Deus did earlier was genuinely touching, but maybe he still feels uncomfortable around me. Finally deciding he cannot endure the silence any longer, Alan gathers himself. Sigh. I should just get straight to the point. That is probably the most respectful and considerate thing I can do. Just as Deus is about to guide him into another room, Alan suddenly stops him in his tracks. Deus, wait. Alan gathers himself before speaking. The reason I came here today is because there's something I need to ask of you. Deus turns back toward him, his face impossible to read. A request? You said request, Alan repeats, slightly caught off guard. Not an order. Deus gives him a calm look and asks, yes. Is there something strange about that? Alan immediately becomes flustered, worrying that Deus might think he is shameless for assuming he could ask for so much. Still perfectly composed, Deus simply gestures toward the room ahead. Please. We can continue this conversation once we are seated. Alan follows him inside, still feeling a little awkward, until something unusual catches his attention. As they take their seats, Alan realizes that Deus has placed him in the highest seat in the room, the one normally reserved for the host himself. A faint blush creeps across Alan's face. He cannot help liking it, because it makes him feel as though Deus truly sees him as a father. After clearing his throat, Alan finally gets down to business. Ahem. I actually have 2 requests. I know they may be burdensome, but first, I need to head north. Would you be willing to accompany me? Before Alan can even finish the question, Deus answers firmly, "Of course. Gladly." Alan blinks in surprise. Huh? That quickly? Deus explains that he was already preparing to leave on an expedition to the north. What incredible luck. Alan feels a wave of relief wash over him. Ah. I see. Then Deus's expression settles into seriousness once more. Alan knows the second request is the difficult one. He draws in a deep breath and braces himself before finally saying it. Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the Mad One from Caliban's royal treasury? Elsewhere at Deus's headquarters, his vice-captain, Slaran, is met by a knight returning from an escort mission. But Deus had already decided that he would personally escort his guest. He was unwilling to trust that duty to anyone else. His sister, Siley, overhears the commotion and immediately grows curious. An escort mission? Then her brother must be receiving someone truly important. A few days earlier, Deus had given his men a direct order. Tell them the northern schedule will be delayed by 2 weeks. When they asked why, a small, gentle smile appeared on his face. Because my benefactor will be arriving soon. He had already begun clearing his schedule for Alan's visit. Back in the present, Slaran stares in disbelief at the expression on his captain's face before announcing, the AF, Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom has arrived. The moment Siley hears that her brother's benefactor has arrived, she is completely stunned. Meanwhile, Alan sits across from the imposing Master Knight, preparing himself to make the far more difficult second request. He asks once again if he may borrow the ring of the Mad One from Caliban's royal treasury. Alan knows it is an unreasonable request, one that could leave him deeply indebted to the royal family. But he cannot back down. That ring is essential to his plan. The air in the room grows heavy with tension. Just as Deus is about to respond, the doors suddenly swing open. His ever-loyal butler interrupts the moment with an apology. My apologies for being late. Deus's intense focus is broken at once. Alan quietly lets out a breath of relief. Evan. What perfect timing. He decides this is his chance to lighten the mood before returning to such a heavy subject. With a spark in his eyes, Alan turns toward Evan. You brought them, right? Evan gives a small nod. I'll bring them in now. A moment later, Evan returns carrying what looks like a mountain of gifts. Alan's plan is simple, overwhelm Deus with presents and soften him up first. Alan proudly presents his main gift. I especially recommend this shoestring tie. Apparently, it's quite popular. Inwardly, Alan feels pleased with himself. This is how you improve the atmosphere, Tilda. Hee hee. I chose this carefully, so I really hope he likes it. The gift itself is ornate, elegant, and clearly far more expensive than an ordinary accessory. Deus simply accepts it and says, thank you. Then nothing follows. The room falls quiet, and somehow the silence becomes even more awkward than before. Evan tries to help things along. Aren't you going to open the gifts? But Deus calmly answers, that would be discourteous. I will open them when I am alone. Alan's entire gift barrage has failed completely. Alan, still misunderstanding the mood, returns to the real matter. Ahem. Anyway, if my request would put you at a disadvantage, I can compensate you. Deus cuts him off with a firm, absolute answer. I will bring the ring of the Mad One immediately. Alan is left speechless. Did he not hear what I said about where it is kept? Alan thinks, completely baffled by the answer. It is in the royal treasury of Caliban, after all. Deus calmly begins considering the practical details. Normally, it would take a week. The most troublesome part would be dealing with the king, but that only means he would need to take out around 50 people. Alan's jaw drops. He is really willing to go that far. Nervously, Alan tries to laugh it off. Maybe he just has a very strange sense of humor. But one look at Deus's face tells him everything. There is no joke here. The man is completely serious. Realizing Deus is genuinely prepared to slaughter half the royal court for him, Alan hurriedly pulls back. You really don't have to go that far. Deus merely nods. I understand. Then I will retrieve it as quickly as possible. Alan cannot make sense of it. Deus is trying to get the ring for him by any means necessary. He is grateful that Deus cares so much, but is this not becoming a little excessive? Just as the tension in the room reaches another unbearable peak, their conversation is interrupted yet again. A young woman in a beautiful pink dress comes hurrying down the hall, calling out with bright excitement, "Brother!" The moment she sees Evan, the two greet each other with the warmth and excitement of long-lost siblings. They burst into an adorable, cheerful reunion, spinning one another around with pure happiness. As Alan watches their cheerful reunion, a forgotten memory suddenly clicks into place. Oh, right, she is the younger sister I told Evan to save. Back in the game, he had only ever caught a brief glimpse of the way she died. Seeing Siley alive now, smiling so brightly and full of energy, leaves him with a strange feeling in his chest. Looking at her properly for the first time, Alan cannot miss the resemblance. In person, Siley looks remarkably like Deus. Deus reaches out toward her and calls her name in a quieter voice. Siley. Evan gently corrects her at once. That man is not your brother. You should call him Mr. Alan is completely thrown off by that. He knew Deus carried a sense of loss when it came to family, but this level of distance is something else entirely. When Alan tries to greet Siley, Deus's whole presence changes in an instant. A dark, terrifying aura spills from him as he growls, "Silence, mister. Do not speak to her." Then, as sudden as a bolt of lightning, everything finally makes sense. Alan snaps his fingers, his face lighting up with pure realization. I understand now. This is why Deus has been so good to me. It is because I saved Siley. I was so focused on stopping him from becoming one of the sins that I never realized it. At this point, would he really help me with anything I ask? Siley turns her attention toward Alan with a polite, curious smile. Excuse me, you must be Count Palacio, right? I heard that you ordered Brother Evan to save me. Deus immediately corrects her again. Siley. It is Mr. Evan. Alan feels slightly awkward and simply answers, I only did what I had to do. But inwardly, he is celebrating. If she had died, her brother would have become a killing machine. Siley gently takes Deus's hand, closes her eyes, and thanks him with a calm, peaceful smile on her face. It is a rare and unexpectedly warm sight. Deus, the cold and feared swordless, looks genuinely moved by her gratitude. Alan watches the two of them, and a quiet warmth slowly spreads through his chest. Even though he had acted with a different purpose in mind, being sincerely thanked by someone still feels surprisingly wonderful. And so, while the necessary preparations are made, Alan ends up staying at Deus's mansion for the next few days. Then, on the very next day, Deus appears before him with a small box in hand. I have brought the ring. Alan can only stare at him in complete disbelief. Huh. But it has only been one day. He asks how that could possibly be done, but before Deus can answer, Evan suddenly bursts into the room in a panic. Evan is panting heavily as he struggles to catch his breath. Count, I just heard something very strange, you see. He leans closer and quietly reveals the unbelievable truth. Deus caused a huge disturbance at the palace while demanding the ring. And when the second prince tried to stand in his way, Deus simply slapped him around until he got what he came for. This man truly does not care about royalty at all. 3 days later, every preparation is complete. With the ring of the Mad One now in his possession, Alan sets out for the north alongside Deus and the solar eclipse knights. But grim news reaches them during the journey. 2 weeks later, at the forward outpost along Caliban's northern border, terrible reports begin pouring in from the front lines. Delman, the third sword of Caliban, has been killed at the eastern base. And at the western base, the second sword, Kiriana, has been severely wounded. The reason behind both disasters is terrifying. An outer god is sweeping through Caliban's forces, raising the dead and forcing them to fight under its command. The commanders break into a heated argument. One viscount shouts, "Retreat? Are you seriously suggesting that we turn our backs on the barbarians?" Another officer slams his fist down onto the table and immediately argues back. You have seen it yourselves. The soldiers are badly wounded, and with the first sword in seclusion, we have no chance of winning. The argument is cut short by one sharp clap. Everyone turns toward Deus, seated at the head of the table with an unreadable expression. A woman with long, light blue hair rises to her feet. This is Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliban. She brings the chaotic meeting under control, suggesting that they calm down before making a final decision. Later, she and Deus walk through the snowy camp together, and Fiola lets out a weary sigh. So the outer god is sweeping through our bases with an army of undead, huh? Delman, the third sword, the man who relied on dishonorable methods just to get ahead, is already dead. And Kiriana, the second sword in one of the kingdom's most powerful knights, is now hanging on the edge of death. Deus gazes out toward the distant horizon. I can already see it from here. But he is not talking about the enemy army. He can see the mana drifting through the air itself, twisted and corrupted by something ominous. A strange red mana has devoured the land. It is a chilling sight, a landscape saturated with corrupted energy that only those who have reached the highest levels of power can perceive. The oppressive aura is so overwhelming that even Fiola begins to think retreating may truly be their best option. But then Deus's eyes catch something completely out of place in the middle of this desperate situation. Smoke? It is. A grill, covered with perfectly roasting sweet potatoes. Deus finds Alan and Evan tending the fire while Alan quietly mutters magical formulas. Diffraction. Condense. Focus. Deus can only stare at the sight in disbelief. Where did Alan even get those from? Then Deus's attention is pulled away by shouting coming from nearby. A blue-haired woman, the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower, is trying to fend off a group of desperate soldiers. I said I cannot, you fools. The treatment is finished. I am only here to investigate the barbarian's ritual. The soldiers keep pleading with her, pointing toward a man who has been grievously wounded. But people should come before research, don't you think? Just one more time. Her patience finally worn thin by their pointless arguing, she strides forward. But when she finds Deus standing in her path, she snaps, "Get out of my way." The vice master freezes immediately, her eyes widening in terror as the full force of Deus's presence hits her. Wait. Then she notices Alan nearby, holding a small and intricately crafted wand in his hand. Alan casually waves at the vice master of the Blue Magic Tower, causing her to freeze even more. Oh, Vice Tower Master. The tower said you would be here, and it turns out they were right. She lets out a startled shriek. Her fingers tighten around the roasted sweet potato so hard that it looks ready to break, while her entire body trembles uncontrollably. Flustered, she quickly tries to brush him off. I do not have any extra medicine like the one you just mentioned. And the process is so it takes a long time, and I am extremely busy. Alan puts on his most pitiful, kicked puppy expression and lets out a long, heavy sigh. It was only a pleading request, but I understand. I suppose it was too much to ask. Her face instantly fills with panic and surprise, and she completely folds under the pressure. Kaya. No, wait. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Seeing that his little scheme had worked flawlessly, Alan decided to push his luck even further. Oh, she really can do that? Wonderful. Though our finances have been a little tight lately, so the payment may arrive somewhat late. The Vice Tower Master was so flustered that she clearly wanted the matter settled as quickly as possible. That is simply my duty. 1 gold will be enough. A nervous little laugh slipped out after her words. Alan gave a small, measured nod, as if accepting the offer required serious consideration. Then I would be rude to refuse such kindness. Just like that, the deal was sealed, leaving the soldiers nearby staring in open shock. Even her own subordinates could barely believe what they had witnessed. The Vice Tower Master was actually smiling, and Alan had talked her down from a fee worth hundreds of gold to a single coin. In their eyes, he had to be some terrifying master of negotiation. Without wasting another second, the Vice Tower Master spun around and hurried off at full speed to prepare the medicine. Then I will begin immediately and bring it to you while it is still steaming hot. As soon as possible. The 2 subordinates remained behind, completely stunned by the sight. For a moment, neither of them could find anything else to say. Wow, they whispered together, their eyes fixed on Alan. That man is incredible. Alan only answered with a faint, knowing smile. Somehow, he had the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower completely wrapped around his finger. Then, without warning, a dreadful pulse of crimson energy tore through the camp. The terrifying surge crashed directly toward the command tent, where Deus and Fiola had been speaking moments earlier. Deus reacted at once, every muscle in his body tightening. That aura just now, did you feel it? He asked Fiola, already gripping the hilt of his sword. He did not wait for a reply. His face darkened as he rose from his seat. We are under attack. Outside, that ominous red mana flooded across the battlefield like a poisonous tide. The fallen soldiers began to stir, twisting and rising as grotesque undead puppets. The Viscount from the earlier meeting foolishly raised his voice and gave the order. Everyone, charge them. Kill them. But the men rushing forward were charging straight into a massacre. The undead moved with horrifying efficiency, ripping through the living soldiers with blind and merciless violence. One knight let out a final scream as a weapon pierced through his body, ending his life in an instant. Die. I said die. Another soldier was struck from behind, a blade punching through his back and snuffing out his life before he could even turn around. The entire camp collapsed into chaos as the undead horde rampaged through the terrified soldiers. Fiola, the fourth sword, stepped forward and slowly closed her eyes. Drawing upon her power, she calmly spoke a single word. Icicle. A violent wave of freezing energy burst outward, flash freezing the undead where they stood and sealing them inside jagged masses of ice. Then, with one final release of power, the ice exploded in every direction, shattering the frozen corpses into countless glittering fragments. But the horde did not end there. Deus joined the battle immediately, becoming a blur beneath flashes of violet swordlight as he cut a path through the charging undead. He tore through them like a storm given human form. His blade swept through the air in shining arcs, leaving severed limbs and broken undead bodies scattered behind him wherever he passed. Yet even while fighting, Deus sensed something far more dreadful drawing near. A bead of sweat ran down his face as his eyes narrowed. It is coming, he muttered under his breath. The Vice Tower Master lifted her gaze toward the sky. Her magical monocle flared brightly as she too recognized the catastrophic power descending toward the battlefield. The sky itself seemed to bleed as vicious lightning split it apart. A suffocating wave of despair rolled over the battlefield, carrying a power that promised nothing except total destruction. That monstrous energy crashed into the ground in a cataclysmic explosion. Everything in its path was erased, while the force of the impact made the very earth tremble beneath everyone's feet. As the smoke slowly cleared from the ruined wasteland, an inhuman voice thundered across the battlefield. Barbarism. Do not profane the sins of those who have lost their honor. Clawed, beast-like feet stepped out from the center of the blast, each step crackling with wild, untamed energy. It was the outer god, Altalus. He stood tall amid the devastation, wearing a cruel and mocking grin as he looked over the chaos he had created. Fiola ignored the danger completely and rushed forward with a desperate cry. Her blade flashed with power as she prepared to strike with lightning-like speed. She unleashed her ultimate technique, the sword of extreme speed. The thrust was so fast it should have been impossible to stop, flying straight toward the god's heart. But Altalus did not even blink. In a terrifying display of power, the impossibly fast attack came to a complete halt before it could touch him. Fiola could only stare in stunned disbelief. The sword of extreme speed did not work. Altalus's grin widened, his voice dripping with contempt as he spoke. To one who has cast aside honor, who has abandoned the nobility of the soul, an honorable death shall never be granted. With a casual flick of his hand, Altalus released a wave of cyan energy. It tore through Fiola's torso and completely vaporized it, leaving only her legs to collapse helplessly onto the battlefield. Her comrade could do nothing except scream in absolute horror as the gruesome sight unfolded before him. Lord Fiola. Then another voice cut cleanly through the fear and tension, calm despite the chaos surrounding them. Oh, great god of duels, Altalus. Every eye turned toward Alan as he stepped forward. After drinking the 2 potions, Alan finally spoke. In accordance with the oath of Calgunius, I, Alan Palacio, shall uphold that great covenant. Ancient golden runes began filling the air around him, swirling in powerful circles as his voice carried through the ruined battlefield. I demand the duel of Babylonia. Altalus lowered his gaze toward the human who dared challenge him. His initial amusement quickly twisted into a broad, maniacal smile, his sharp fangs fully exposed. A booming, insane laugh echoed across the battlefield, filled with both surprise and wild excitement. Ha 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 ha. The outer god seemed genuinely delighted by what he had heard. So you know the oath from our era. Strange, but I welcome it. Then he snapped his fingers. Oh, noble one. Welcome to the bloody Colosseum, where no outsider may interfere. Vicious black tendrils exploded from the ground, tearing through the remaining undead and clearing the battlefield in a single brutal instant. A massive dome of blood-colored energy rose around Alan and Altalus. It separated them from everyone else, sealing them inside a sacred ground prepared solely for their duel. Altulus's eyes burned with power as he formally accepted the challenge. I, Altulus, shall accept the holy duel of Babylonia beneath the great oath. The pressure inside the arena became overwhelming. Alan gritted his teeth as divine power poured from the god before him, pressing down on his body from every direction. Alan immediately realized that his earlier prediction had been wrong. My estimate was mistaken. I did not think he was already this close to becoming a living god. He knew that outer gods grew stronger the nearer they came to a full descent, eventually reaching the terrifying level of the 5 deadly sins. Altulus was already dangerously close. Alan released a shaky breath and forced himself to remain standing. Phew, without the potion of extraordinariness, I might have blacked out already. This was his final chance to act before Altulus fully awakened. Altulus extended a clawed finger toward Alan. Then let the duel begin. The god laid out the rules of the ancient ritual. Furthermore, the great duel of Babylonia, from the forgotten era of gods, is fought in turns. Without giving Alan time to respond, Altulus lunged forward, his body becoming a blur as he prepared to deliver the first devastating strike. The first rule appeared high in the sky above them. Rule number 1, the challenged party receives the first strike. Since Alan had issued the challenge, Altulus was granted the opening attack. Altulus's voice boomed through the blood-red arena, overflowing with sadistic delight. You shall hear the song of destruction. Outside the sealed arena, one of the soldiers panicked and shouted toward the others. Everyone, run. Scatter now. But another soldier kept staring at Alan, confused by how calm he remained. Wait, why is he not moving? Alan stood perfectly still, his face locked in deep concentration as the second rule formed in the air above him. Rule number 2, the defender is forbidden from moving during their turn and outside their turn. Repositioning is forbidden. Alan had no choice but to receive Altulus's attack head-on. Altulus grinned wider, clearly pleased that Alan understood the ancient customs. Excellent. You are one who understands honor. Then the final primary rule appeared overhead. Rule number 3, every round is divided between offense and defense, and the attacker and defender alternate their roles each turn. Alan drew out a potion while keeping his eyes locked on Altulus. As the defender, this was his turn to endure the attack. He knew a simple shield would never be enough against that power. To survive, he would have to use everything he had. Alan began weaving together a complicated chain of magic, his fingers moving through one hand sign after another without pause. Fixation. Condense. Enhancement. In death. Altulus's attack crashed down like a falling meteor, a colossal mass of red and cyan energy descending with enough force to erase Alan from existence. Even as that devastating attack reached the space directly in front of him, Alan did not break his hand signs. His fingers remained locked in place as he continued the spell. The impact was so violent that the arena floor itself shattered beneath it. Deep fissures exploded outward, racing across the dueling ground in every direction. A blinding flash swallowed the entire world as the two forces collided, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion that drowned everything in white light. The ground where Alan had been standing was vaporized completely, leaving behind nothing but a smoking crater at the center of the ruined arena. As the dust began to drift away and the violent energy slowly settled, everyone outside the barrier held their breath, afraid to look away from the aftermath. Deus and the Vice Tower Master stared into the destruction with their eyes wide open. Deus could barely form the words. He survived. There, at the heart of the devastation, Alan was still standing. A broken magic circle glowed faintly around him as blood ran down his battered body, but somehow, he was alive. The crimson pendant hanging from him crumbled into dust, its power completely spent after saving him from the fatal blow. Alan staggered where he stood, clutching a potion bottle in his hand. Every part of his body screamed in protest after taking the full force of an outer god's attack. Only moments earlier, Viola had held up the 2 potions she prepared for him and spoken in a serious voice. You probably already know, but this is the potion of extraordinariness, and this is the potion of remithian. It blocks pain. Then she looked at him in confusion. Where exactly are you planning to use these? Alan thought back on those words as he steadied himself. The potion had worked perfectly. Without it, he would have been reduced to dust. He uncorked another bottle, this one containing a highest-grade healing potion. Just as planned, it had not been damaged at all. He poured the golden liquid over his body, and the torn flesh across his wounds began to close. This will not heal me completely, but it should be enough to get me back on my feet. Alan lifted his eyes toward Altalus, his breathing still uneven. Now came the real counterattack. Finally, it is my turn to attack. I have been waiting for this. Having fulfilled the conditions of hubris, I invoke the restriction. Golden light began to spiral around Alan's body, pouring out from the ring of the Mad One and gathering around him in a shimmering current. Alan had somehow endured the wrath of a god, and now the turn had finally shifted to him. But this was not a simple fight where either side could attack whenever they wished. The ancient duel followed strict turns and unforgiving rules. This had been Alan's plan from the beginning. By drawing Altalus into a formal duel, he had bound the outer god beneath ancient laws that restricted the terrifying power capable of destroying the world around them. Altalus, chained by his own sense of honor, only grinned with excitement. He had no idea that he had stepped straight into Alan's trap when he formally accepted the duel and sealed the terms himself. With the pendant of reincarnation and the healing potion, Alan had barely survived that first strike. It had been an insane risk, but it was a risk he had known he would have to take. Now, with his life still hanging by a thread, Alan could finally activate the power he had been saving. A hard, determined light entered his eyes as he declared once more, "I invoke the restriction." A massive, ethereal presence emerged behind him, responding to conditions so precise and desperate that almost no one could ever fulfill them. The key to the ring of the Mad One was simple and brutal. Its power could only awaken when its wearer had 1 foot already in the grave. By coming so close to death, Alan had unlocked an entirely new level of magic. The situation had completely reversed. Alan was now the attacker, and Altalus, who treated duels as sacred, could neither defend himself nor interrupt the strike. He would have to face whatever Alan unleashed head-on. Alan knew this was his first and only real chance. Back in the game, he could simply endure the first hit and continue fighting afterward. But this was no game anymore. He had to finish everything here and now. Altalus watched him with a smug smile, clearly looking down on the mortal standing before him. The god had no idea what Alan was preparing. Unlike the game, there was no time limit forcing Alan to act quickly. He could gather every fragment of knowledge, every ounce of mana, and every piece of strength he possessed into one single attack. He drew in a deep breath, and the spell began. The first of the 4 restrictions took effect. When magic is used in a land of extreme cold, may it twist the laws of the world. As the words left Alan's mouth, the very space around his magic began to distort. He spoke the next command. Diffraction. The second restriction activated immediately. When magic is used in a near-death state, may it twist the laws of the world. Alan's brush with death now fed directly into his power, causing it to surge higher and higher. Another word rang out. Focus. A torrent of wild lightning gathered at his fingertips, raw and violent power waiting to be shaped. Condense. The chaotic energy compressed into one devastating point of magical force. Then came the final command. Death. The third restriction was fulfilled. When magic is used against a god, may it twist the laws of the world. This was not merely a powerful spell. It had been built to kill a god. At the same time, the mana-storing bracelet around his wrist blazed brightly, pouring every bit of its stored energy into the final incantation. Then Alan declared the 4th and final restriction. When magic is used against Altalus, the great god of duels, may it twist the laws of the world. This was no longer just magic. For one single purpose, he was rewriting the rules of nature itself. With one final command that shook the arena to its core, Alan unleashed his ultimate attack. Frontline of silence. A massive beam of pure destructive energy roared across the battlefield, strengthened by all 4 reality-bending restrictions as it flew directly toward the arrogant god. This was everything Alan had prepared for. Every potion, every artifact, every piece of knowledge, and every drop of mana he could gather had been forced into one desperate, all-or-nothing strike. Even Altalus appeared impressed by the attack. His grin widened as he waited for the beam to reach him, prepared to receive it directly with his bare chest. The 2 forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion so violent that the floor of the Colosseum itself was vaporized beneath the blast. As the light finally faded, Alan stood there panting heavily, every muscle in his body screaming from the effort. He could only pray that it had worked. Please, it will be enough if he is gone from the first hit. He stared into the thick smoke without blinking, his eyes filled with equal parts hope and dread as he waited to see what remained. The dust slowly settled, revealing Altalus still standing in the center of the arena. A massive glowing hole had been blasted straight through the god's chest. But Altalus was still smiling. His voice carried a trace of genuine amusement as he looked at Alan. You are strong. Alan's blood ran cold. The world seemed to tilt around him as the horrifying truth began to sink in. His ultimate attack, the final strike he had poured everything into, had failed. The one attack that had to succeed had not been enough. Alan glanced down at his wrist. The mana-storing bracelet had been drained completely. I used every bit of mana I had stored. There was nothing left for him to rely on. Altalus's grin sharpened into something almost predatory. Heh. I see now. You were carrying on the will. Then Alan noticed something strange. An unfamiliar energy was leaking out from the massive wound in Altalus's chest. Is this hellfire? As Altalus spoke, his body began to crumble apart. And to think that you already possess the class. Already? Altalus was disappearing before Alan's eyes. Alan could only watch in complete disbelief as the god gave him a final nod of respect. Noble one, it was an excellent duel. I understand now. The black and blue ones are worth keeping an eye on. As a reward for Alan's valiant struggle, Altalus offered him a final gift. I have lost this duel, so I shall give you this, along with the authority. A glowing belt suddenly materialized in midair before the exhausted Alan, hovering quietly as its light reflected across his battered face. With his final words, Altalus placed a heavy responsibility upon Alan's shoulders. You who remember the mysteries of the great forgotten god, carry our will forward by remembering us. Shadowy visions of monstrous beasts flickered across Alan's eyes. Then Altalus's voice continued, low and solemn. When the usurpers break free from their shackles, call my name. His final words revealed something even more startling. Not the false epithet given to me, but my true name. The Wicked One. And with that, the outer god vanished completely, leaving nothing behind but silence. The bloody Colosseum began to dissolve around Alan, its walls of red energy fading away until he stood alone in the quiet, snow-covered wasteland. With the danger finally gone, the barrier collapsed, and the camp slowly returned to an uneasy state of relief. The surviving soldiers began the grim work of gathering the fallen. Their northern expedition had ended in blood and shock, and now all that remained was the journey back to Caliban. The return trip stretched on for a long time, giving everyone more than enough time to quietly process the impossible events they had survived. Along the way, Alan decided to question the Vice Tower Master. Anyway, my next question is, before he could finish, she suddenly blurted out an answer about the magic circle he had used. Yes, you are a second circle, Count. Alan gave a small cough. Ahem. Third circle. Her face immediately turned flustered as she hurriedly corrected herself. Oops. Right, you are a third circle. I was mistaken. Alan decided to get straight to the point and asked about Altalus's strange parting words. Do you know anything about the black and blue ones? The Vice Tower Master panicked instantly, shaking her head so quickly that Alan could almost see afterimages. I do not know anything. I swear, I did not see anything black or blue. Please, I swear. She refused to say another word. Then, with a rushed, thank you for allowing me to leave, she practically vanished from the moving carriage in her hurry to escape. Alan sat there in complete disbelief. I never said you could leave. Being thanked for something he had not even done somehow made him feel like a cruel villain secretly pulling strings in the background. He let out a long sigh and slumped back against the carriage wall. He had far more questions than answers. Why had that failed attack made the god disappear? And what were all those cryptic final words supposed to mean? Then he looked down at his reward, the 44 Bzyken, Belt of the Forgotten One. A system window appeared inside Alan's mind. The belt doubled both the damage he dealt and the damage he received. It was an item built around enormous risk and equally enormous reward. But what caught his attention most was an inscription he had never seen before. The one who carries on the will, head to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. A new destination had appeared before him, along with another mystery. Just then, Deus stepped into the carriage. Ah, Deus. What is it? Deus was radiating pure killing intent, his eyes glowing sharply. That mage dared to leave without properly saying farewell to you. Should I kill her? It seemed someone had become rather overprotective. Miles away, the fleeing Vice Tower Master suddenly felt a terrifying chill crawl down her spine. Killing intent. 2 weeks later, the expedition finally arrived at Kirtham, the capital of Caliban. The long and bloody journey was officially over. As they prepared to part ways, Alan thanked Deus for all the help he had given. "Then I will see you again next time." Alan also received an enormous reward from the king for helping stop the disaster. Several wagons arrived, piled high with gold, treasures, and valuables. Alan could barely hide his delight at the sight. "I literally spent all my money trying to stay alive, so this is perfect." But just as Alan was about to leave, Deus stopped him with an unusually serious look on his face. "Do you?" Then Deus asked a question that caught Alan completely off guard. "Do you think I can become strong like you too?" Alan was baffled. What was that even supposed to mean? Deus was one of the main figures in this story, a prodigy destined for greatness and the youngest person fated to become a master knight. Alan wondered whether the magic he had used earlier might have looked impressive. Well, perhaps it had looked pretty impactful. His thoughts shifted to the 5 children he was meant to raise, the future saviors of the world. Their hidden potential was already absurdly high. And among them, Deus stood at the very top because of his unmatched talent with the sword. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed everyone around him. Deus simply stood there and waited, wearing a rare expression of vulnerability. Alan gave him a gentle, reassuring smile. "You can become stronger if you keep making the effort. With that, you will achieve what you want. You were born with a blessed talent." Deus lowered his gaze, and a faint flicker of emotion crossed his face. "Really?" Alan nodded. "Really?" Thinking Deus's worries had finally eased, Alan turned toward his carriage. There was no need for the boy to worry so much. "Now then," but Deus was not finished yet. "May I ask why you ask me for favors instead of simply giving me orders?" Alan looked back, genuinely intrigued by the question. Alan only smiled before answering him. Who in the world gives orders to their own family? Then he turned and walked away, leaving Deus standing behind him in stunned silence. The carriage slowly pulled away as the nearby soldier raised a salute while it passed. The moment Alan was alone, his dignified expression fell apart completely. He grabbed at his own hair and cried inwardly. Did Deus think there had been some hidden motive behind all his support? "My reasons were nothing but pure goodwill," he lamented to himself. Now he understood why people said being a parent was such a thankless job. That night, the lights of the capital sparkled outside the windows of a grand estate. Alan sat alone inside a lavish room, surrounded by the king's gifts as he quietly considered what he should do next. Elsewhere, Deus was sitting alone as well, struggling with everything that had happened that day. "I followed him to repay his kindness," he thought, "but somehow I only ended up receiving even more from him." He touched the earring Alan had given him, a small object that had become a constant reminder of the bond between them. In a quiet whisper, Deus tried to imitate Alan's ultimate spell. Frontline of silence. He flicked his fingers in imitation, but absolutely nothing happened. Deus cleared his throat, a faint blush touching his normally stoic face. "I wish I had talent for magic like him," he thought quietly. He remained sitting alone in the silence, with one word echoing repeatedly through his thoughts. Family. The word settled deep inside him, planting the first seed of something he had never truly possessed before. After surviving a brutal battle against an outer god and then having an unexpectedly intense conversation with Deus, Alan finally returned to his estate with Evan. Ah, home sweet home. He had been away for 3 exhausting months, and the fatigue was finally crashing down on him all at once. More than anything, Alan wanted to collapse onto his bed and sleep. But when he opened the door to what he believed was his bedroom, he was greeted by his one true nemesis, a mountain of unfinished paperwork. It seemed to wave at him with soul-crushing enthusiasm. "Welcome back to the room of backlogged work. Come in, love." Nope. With the reflexes of a seasoned adventurer facing certain death, Alan immediately slammed the door shut on that paper-filled nightmare. Alan let out an embarrassed sigh and rubbed the back of his head. Whoops, wrong room. After everything he had been through, he was apparently so exhausted that he could no longer even recognize the door to his own bedroom. He drew in a long breath as the full weight of his responsibilities settled back onto his shoulders. Defeated before a mountain of paperwork, Alan knew there was no escaping his duties forever. Resigned to the miserable instincts of his former life as a Korean salaryman, Alan decided he might as well finish it now. It would have to be done sooner or later. With a deep sigh, he felt as though his soul was leaking straight out of his body. Rest? For a noble? What a completely foreign idea. After finally defeating the terrifying paperwork monster, Alan rewarded himself with a full week of peaceful, uninterrupted rest. He even cooked meals for Evan, proving that quiet days and good food were all a man truly needed for happiness. But after spending an entire week doing absolutely nothing, Alan's salaryman instincts began clawing their way back to life. He started growing restless, and the silence around the estate became almost unbearably loud. Now that he had finally rested, Alan's thoughts drifted back to the strange words Altalus had left behind. The Wicked One. The Black and Blue Ones. The one who carries the will. Each phrase was another loose thread in a growing pile of mysteries he needed to unravel. He decided it was time to investigate the clues the Outer God had left for him, hoping to connect the fragments and understand the enormous, world-changing puzzle hidden behind them. Alan remembered Altalus's unusual true name, the Wicked One. It sounded more like the name of an Eastern god, a detail that did not fit anything Alan knew from the game. And the way Altalus had simply vanished in the end? None of it made any sense. A grim possibility crossed Alan's mind. If one outer god had already appeared in this world, then it was probably only a matter of time before the others followed. Things were about to become far more chaotic. At least the outer god seemed to give some warning before they appeared. Unlike the unpredictable 5 deadly sins, that was a small comfort, but Alan would take whatever advantage he could get. His thoughts eventually turned to Kahara, the city of the ancient god mentioned in the inscription on his belt. He wanted to head there immediately, but there was one serious problem. Alan pulled out his trusted psychedelia notebook, the place where he kept all the knowledge he remembered from the game. According to those records, Kahara, also called the secret dungeon colony, was not supposed to be discovered for quite a while yet. Going there now would be reckless. It could draw unwanted attention, disrupt the future, and throw the entire timeline into confusion. For now, Alan had no choice but to wait. Just then, Evan hurried into the room wearing an urgent expression. The moment he stepped inside, he shivered dramatically from the cold Alan had been unconsciously releasing. "Is this your magic?" he asked. Alan confirmed it, noticing that his control over the cold had improved after spending his break resting and researching. But Evan had not come just to complain about the temperature. His expression became serious as he delivered shocking news. "I came to report that a hidden city has been discovered in the colony." Alan's eyes widened at once. Colony Kahara had already been discovered. The timeline was changing far earlier than it was supposed to. Meanwhile, far away from Alan's estate, the 5 children he sponsored had gathered for their semi-annual blue moon meeting through a crystal orb. Normally, the meeting was brief and orderly. This time, however, the children were too excited to stay focused. They could not stop talking about how the great moon, Alan, had recently traveled to Caliban. Eventually, their attention shifted toward Deus, the quietest member of the group. They asked him what it had been like to meet Alan face to face. To everyone's complete shock, the normally silent and stoic Deus actually began speaking. And once he started, he showed absolutely no sign of stopping. He began recounting the entire northern expedition from beginning to end, describing Alan as a calm and all-knowing hero who stepped forward while everyone else stood frozen in fear. Deus continued talking without pause, praising Alan's foresight and meticulous preparation at every opportunity. "He must truly know everything," Deus said with open admiration, completely captivated by the memory. 50 full minutes passed, and he was still going strong. Sairang tried to interrupt him, but Deus was far too deep into his speech to notice. His eyes burned with fanatical excitement as he firmly declared, "No. The important part begins now." Then Deus vividly described Alan's ultimate spell, Frontline of Silence, calling it a strike of instant death that no one could possibly have predicted. The other members were already on the verge of collapsing from pure exhaustion, but Deus's grand and completely uncut tale continued without mercy. Sairang desperately tried to get Yusha to step in and stop him, but her efforts were completely useless. Yusha merely smiled, clearly enjoying every second of the chaos. As expected, she chuckled, "The great moon really is different from everyone else." Sairang finally lost all patience and screamed that the meeting was over. Unfortunately, her cries fell on deaf ears as Deus continued his story. 2 painful hours later, the other children had passed out completely, becoming helpless victims of Deus's legendary speech. At last, Deus finally reached the end of his story and cleared his throat. "Ahem. Forgive me for talking too long. I will see all of you again in half a year." The leader simply giggled to herself, clearly having enjoyed the entire spectacle far more than she should have. And so, that day's Blue Moon meeting set a brand new record for its longest duration. It lasted an unbelievable 3 hours, all because Deus had discovered a new talent for talking. Back at Alan's estate, another problem was beginning to take shape. The house was getting far more crowded than it had any right to be. Alan walked into the drawing room and found it packed from wall to wall with presents from nobles he had never even met before. Evan pointed out one especially valuable artifact among the piles, explaining that it was worth enough to purchase an entire mansion. The scale of the gift-giving had become completely absurd. Most of the presents came from minor nobles who were desperate to get on Alan's good side and form even the smallest connection with him. The letters were even more overwhelming, overflowing with exaggerated praise and shameless flattery. News of Alan's connection to Deus, the future Master Knight, had spread through noble society like wildfire. Alan held a golden goblet in his hand, wearing a faintly amused smile. As a former corporate worker, he understood exactly how valuable connections could be. "Thank you for your kindness," he thought politely. Then his true salaryman creed quietly surfaced. "If people give you something, take it without making a fuss. I will keep it all as an emergency fund." Hee hee. Even a full week later, the stream of gifts still had not stopped coming. Evan was starting to feel genuinely concerned as he stood beside yet another towering pile of boxes. "We have been receiving gifts for an entire week now," he reported. Alan could only stare in disbelief. Was a connection to the future Master Knight truly this powerful? He looked down with a proud tear forming in his eye. "Deus, you really are a good son." An entire month passed, and the gift tsunami still showed no signs of ending. Alan's expression said everything as he stared at the new piles. They are still coming? The sheer excess was beginning to feel more burdensome than exciting. Finally, as summer drew near, the flood of presents gradually slowed until only a few gifts trickled in at a time. The setting shifted to Tyria, the capital of the Asteria kingdom. Today was the Grand Council meeting, an event every noble was required to attend. And Alan was running incredibly late. If attendance had not been mandatory, he would have already been traveling toward the colony instead. He was practically sprinting through the city, cold sweat forming across his forehead. "I cannot believe I am late for my first council meeting." The last thing Alan wanted was to attract attention to himself. Evan watched him rush away with an amused look on his face. I have never seen him take such huge steps. He must be in a real hurry. But then Evan noticed something strange happening behind Alan. A whole crowd of other nobles was trailing after Alan, matching his frantic pace step for step. It looked as though they had formed a line behind him, following him like a flock of perfectly dressed sheep. Completely unaware that he had somehow gained an entire fan club, Alan finally reached the council hall. He cautiously peeked through the entrance, praying he could slip inside without anyone noticing him. He quietly passed through the doors and scanned the enormous, lavishly decorated chamber. To his immense relief, most of the hall was still empty. He was not late after all. Thank goodness. Now he just needed a plan. He knew the royalist faction occupied the left side, while the noble faction sat on the right. Wanting absolutely nothing to do with either side, Alan decided the neutral seats in the middle would be the safest place for him. And to make himself even less noticeable, he aimed for a seat all the way in the back. Maximum stealth, minimum conversation, and hopefully no political disasters. But the instant Alan sat down, two nobles suddenly appeared directly behind him and stared at him with unnerving focus. He had no idea where they had even come from. Startled by their attention, Alan quickly moved to a seat closer to the middle. Maybe they had been offended because he chose the back row? Perhaps sitting too far away had been some kind of rookie mistake. Yet the nobles kept staring, their eyes drilling into the back of Alan's head. No matter where he moved, they followed behind him in silence. The strange procession made his skin crawl, and the social pressure was becoming unbearable. Eventually, Alan gave up trying to escape them. That surrender placed him in the worst seat possible, the very front row, directly beside the heads of the major factions. So much for remaining neutral and unnoticed. Alan let out a tired sigh, but at least he finally understood what was happening. By forcing him into the front row, the other nobles were keeping themselves away from the spotlight. It was a classic piece of political maneuvering, and Alan had been pushed into the hot seat for them. At last, the council meeting began, and the chairman stepped up to the podium. Alan immediately started tuning everything out, his thoughts drifting before the meeting had even properly begun. This was going to be painfully boring. Then the chairman made an announcement. First, the newly established Kel faction has been granted voting rights. The chairman continued without hesitation. Representing this faction is Count Palacio. Alan flinched as though he had been struck by lightning. Pardon? His head snapped around in complete confusion. Cal faction? What in the world was the Cal faction? Was he seriously the only person in the room who had no idea what was going on? Then Alan spotted them. The two noblewomen he had only met once or twice were sitting together, both smiling at him with triumphant expressions. They gave him the smallest nod, as though they were saying, "You are welcome." Alan's thoughts immediately spiraled out of control. What was wrong with those two? Why were they sitting together in the first place? Then the horrifying truth began to sink in. Their alliance had become an official faction. A faction named after Alan's own territory. This was not just inconvenient. It was a complete nightmare. The chairman's voice broke through Alan's panic. "Count, do you have anything to say as the representative?" Alan stared blankly ahead as if the entire world had started spinning around him. The words echoed inside his mind, sealing his fate. Somehow, he had become the leader of a powerful new faction. Far away in the northern frozen wasteland, a lone cloaked figure walked through the biting wind with steady, deliberate steps. Then he suddenly stopped. The air around him seemed to grow strange and heavy. A sinister smile slowly appeared on his lips as he looked out over the frozen land. "How interesting," he murmured, his voice barely louder than the wind. He stood before the great trench of ice carved out by Deus's sword strike, the very place where Alan had fought Altalus. Speaking to the empty air, he said, "Let us see how far you can go. Shall I watch?" It seemed Alan had drawn the attention of someone far more powerful than he realized. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Council, Alan's mind had completely short-circuited. The chairman was still waiting for the newly appointed leader of the Cal faction to give a speech. Yes, Alan was now the public face of the Cal faction, a political force he never intended to create. The man who had wanted nothing more than to remain neutral had somehow failed upward into leadership. His thoughts became one long scream of panic. Was this even real? Was this not the kind of absurd development reserved for ridiculous novel titles? He was not some grand protagonist. He was a tired former salaryman who wanted to sleep. Seeing Alan's distant, empty stare, the chairman cleared his throat. "It appears our representative has nothing to say at this time. We shall move on." And just like that, the entire council erupted into celebration. Confetti flew through the air, and a huge banner was unfurled. "Congratulations on the launch of the Cal faction." Nobles crowded around Alan, eagerly shaking his hand. He was trapped in a social nightmare created entirely by accident. They cheered for him and called him the star of the night. Alan could only arrive at one horrifying conclusion. Do not tell me. I am just a figurehead president. Later, during the after-party, Alan found himself cornered by the two women behind this entire political takeover, Duchess Altia and Duchess Zenonia. "Are you enjoying the party?" Kalia asked with a sly smile, casually sipping her champagne as though she had planned every detail perfectly. "So, what do you think?" "I would say it turned out wonderfully, would you not?" Loria nodded beside her, wearing an equally sharp smile. "Everything was carried out exactly as you wished, Count Palacio." Alan's mind raced. He had only spoken to these women a few times, and that had been years ago. What wish? What plan? The room seemed to spin around him as he searched his memories in desperation. Did he have another personality? Had some hidden version of himself organized an entire political coup without telling him? Loria clasped her hands together, her expression filled with mock reverence. "We are simply so happy that we can finally begin repaying you for saving our lives." Alan clenched his jaw so tightly that it was a miracle his teeth did not crack. "What are you even talking about?" he screamed internally, while outwardly maintaining a painfully stiff expression. As the truth slowly started coming together, the source of this disaster finally became clear. It had all started with one letter. After Alan asked Kalia to meet Duchess Altia, Loria, his instructions to Kalia somehow became the foundation of the Cal faction. The letter had been intended as an apology, but it was hilariously misunderstood as a chain of secret and villainous commands. Alan had mentioned that few nobles were close to him, and they interpreted that as an order to gather only the most loyal supporters. All those gifts that had flooded Alan's estate for an entire month had not simply been thank-you presents. They had been applications to join his supposed fan club, no, his political faction. Alan grabbed his head, barely holding himself back from a total breakdown. "I swear on my corporate soul, I never ordered any of this." He remembered the moment he had written that letter. He had been sure he was only trying to apologize to Countess Kalia. I am sorry if my blunt and quiet personality made me appear cold. That was all. That was the entire message. But his vague corporate-style apology had been twisted into something completely different. No wonder some of those gift cards had felt so strangely intense. One had even said, "Please take care of us, Count. We love you so much." Alan had nearly died from embarrassment just reading it. Alan began sweating as he realized there was no clean way out of this situation. There was no way to fix the misunderstanding now, was there? And from everything he knew about stories, villains tended to have very particular ways of thinking. The moment he even considered explaining the misunderstanding, he felt the temperature around him drop. His imagination immediately went wild. In his mind, Kalia's voice became cold as ice. A misunderstanding? Then what was all that bribe money for? Loria stood there with a dagger drawn, while Kalia radiated demonic energy. Even their adorable little dog transformed into a terrifying hellhound. Then I suppose we will simply have to kill him, Kalia purred. No, they definitely would not take it well. Alan quickly reconsidered his choices. Plan A, explain everything. Result, certain death. Plan B, play along. With a helpless sigh, he decided he would just have to find the right time to quietly retire. Besides, he had already accepted far too many gifts. Kalia's sweet voice pulled him out of his thoughts. So, what are you planning to do now, leader? Thinking as fast as he could, Alan put on his most mysterious and confident expression. He knew nothing about politics, so the only safe answer was something vague and impressive. First, let us clean up the underworld. The two women visibly paused, taken aback by his bold declaration. Alan had somehow managed to bury himself even deeper with every word he spoke. Then he spotted his chance to escape. Well then, I have business to attend to. I will be leaving. Before either woman could ask another question, Alan made a strategic retreat. He practically power-walked out of the hall and rushed toward his carriage, where Evan was waiting for him. Alan climbed in like a man fleeing for his life. Evan, you sent the letter, right? Evan looked completely baffled. Yes? I thought this was a party. You are leaving awfully early. Alan snapped at him immediately. Do not even look back. We are going straight to the colony. Now. Evan could only stare at him in confusion. Back at the party, Kalia watched Alan leave with an amused smile. As expected. He says only what is necessary, then disappears. Loria's expression became thoughtful. But it has been a long time since we took control of our own districts. Unification of the underworld, Kalia repeated, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Loria's lips curl into a hungry, predatory grin as she savors the thought. Oh, this is going to be fun. The group lifts their glasses together, toasting the new leader who has no idea what kind of people are gathering around him. I can hardly wait to see just how high he'll rise. While Alan escapes one headache after another, a far deadlier problem is racing toward his carriage through the pitch-black night. An assassin named Cygnus has already located his prey. There you are, Count Palacio. Still, Cygnus knows this will not be a simple kill. Count Palacio is far too important a target for him to lower his guard. Taking Palacio's life would be easy enough, but everything could turn ugly the moment that Master Knight decided to intervene. His leader's warning repeats itself in the back of his mind. Never create needless enemies, no matter how large the reward may be. That is the rule they live by. Cygnus only smirks at the memory. I'm sure even the leader will understand a request like this. His thoughts drift back to the moment he first met the client, deep inside the Kamalan residence south of the Ashtalon kingdom. The client waited in a darkened room, seated in silence while an oppressive menace seemed to spill from every corner around him. You're the agent, aren't you? He asks. He leans forward from the shadows, speaking with the smug confidence of someone used to being feared. If you are, then you should already know exactly who I am. After all, you serve the family of the badass. Cygnus belongs to a legendary assassin guild from the United Kingdom, an organization whose members are said to possess skills equal to sword masters. Before he agrees to anything, however, Cygnus decides there is a little cleaning to handle first. His attention shifts toward the client's guards. Steel flashes through the dim room, followed by a violent spray of blood. Before any of the guards can even reach for their weapons, every last one of them has been cut down. The client slowly claps his hands, clearly delighted by the display of strength. Just as I expected from someone so powerful. His pleased expression quickly hardens into something cruel as he gets to the point. I want you to deal with Count Palacio. A smug smile spreads across his face. Surely you would not reject a request from me, the man known as the Tyrant of Ashkelon, right? Cygnus remains completely businesslike. As long as the payment is exact, the job will be completed. It makes no difference whether the target is a commoner or royalty. Then he names his fee, studying the man before him. But I wonder, Lord Carmine, can you truly afford it? Carmine answers with a single word. 4. Then he presents the payment without another moment of hesitation. A dark cube begins to glow in the room. Cygnus freezes the instant he sees it. That's not an abyss orb, it's an abyss cube. His eyes widen, caught between disbelief and raw desire. This is no ordinary treasure. The abyss cube is an incredibly rare artifact secretly circulated by Duke Kameon himself. Unlike ordinary abyss orbs, which merely enhance physical ability, the cube can grant its user unique and terrifying special powers. Its value is so immense that most people could never hope to purchase one. Cygnus swallows hard as temptation takes hold. The leader only let me experience a tiny fraction of its power. I can't even imagine how much stronger I'd become with this. Artifacts like this are one of the reasons his guild is feared as the deadliest group of assassins in the land. The offer is simply too tempting to refuse. I'll return as quickly as possible, Cygnus promises as he accepts the contract. In the next instant, he disappears in a blur, leaving Carmine alone with his dark thoughts. Carmine's grin grows wider as he enjoys the thought of his coming victory. Palacio, did you really believe you could ignore me and continue living in comfort? His face twists into a monstrous smile. Absolutely not. Elsewhere, inside another lavish estate, Cygnus stands before someone far more influential and asks quietly, will this be all right? The man before him is Seeker himself, the head of Ashkelon's nobility and the true force controlling the United Kingdom's underworld. Seeker speaks with cold irritation. So that useless son of mine has been stealing abyss cubes. Cygnus weighs the situation carefully. The abyss cube is incredibly tempting, but his leader had always warned him never to cross Duke Kameon. Seeker dismisses the concern with a careless reply. I heard nothing. Cygnus immediately understands what that means. So Seeker is choosing to overlook this one. What incredible luck. Before heading out, Cygnus asks, then should I send your regards to the leader? As Cygnus slips out through the window, Seeker offers only a final indifferent answer. Do as you wish. Another man enters the room after Cygnus is gone. Seeker turns toward him and asks, you said you could not exert any influence in the Ashkelon kingdom? The subordinate quickly answers, yes, Lord Seeker. I have heard that a new faction called Kalen is expanding rapidly there, with Count Palacio standing at its center. The man speaking is Shutro, the true power lurking behind Ashkelon's underworld. A small and vicious smile appears on Shutro's lips. It would have been troublesome if I had needed to act personally. This worked out perfectly. Far away, Alan and Evan race through the dark forest without the slightest clue that danger is already hurtling straight toward them. High above the moving carriage, Cygnus hangs in the air and prepares to strike. No hard feelings, Count Palacio. He channels magic through his special quill, the weapon that has become his signature, and releases a deadly attack toward the carriage below. But just before the attack can land, Cygnus's hand is suddenly severed and sent flying through the night. Pure shock spreads across his face. He had not been the one launching an ambush after all. He had walked straight into someone else's attack. An overwhelming force slams Cygnus down into the ground. A brilliant beam of light erupts with a deafening crash, completely obliterating the place where his body hits. Above the ruined clearing, the full moon remains suspended in the sky, silently watching the sudden ambush unfold. Cygnus lies broken across the ground, unable to move, his entire body paralyzed. The forest around him falls deathly quiet. A voice slips out from the shadows. Don't waste your energy. A figure steps into the moonlight, and it is none other than Elivan. A cheerful, almost disturbingly delighted smile rests on his face. You can't move anyway, can you? With a casual flick of his wrist, Elivan releases his power. An invisible force tears Cygnus apart in an instant, ending the assassin's life with brutal finality. Eli Van stretches lazily as though he has only finished a light workout. What a shame, he says without the slightest trace of remorse. In the distance, the carriage remains miraculously untouched and continues onward through the night. Evan keeps driving the carriage without realizing that a life-or-death battle has just erupted behind them. He remains completely unaware of how close death had come. Eli Van bends down and picks up the assassin's magical quill, turning it over in his hand with quiet interest. If your target had not been the Count, you would not have needed to die by my hand. He snaps the quill in two and vanishes beneath the moonlight. Alan's newly sponsored child, Eli Van, the original protagonist of the story, has already become a fiercely loyal and terrifyingly powerful guardian angel. The story shifts to the heart of a blazing desert, where a caravan crawls across an endless stretch of sun-scorched sand. The heat is merciless, crushing everyone beneath the burning sky. Inside one of the carriages, Evan looks like he is about to melt into the floor. My lungs are boiling, he groans miserably. Even after 5 days in this wasteland, he still has not adjusted to his personal version of hell. If only we had an ice crystal, Evan mutters longingly. Then he glances at Alan and adds, Count, don't you want to practice your magic? You know, that strange circle thing you always do at home? Alan has absolutely no interest in practicing right now and shuts the suggestion down immediately. He only wants this exhausting journey to end. Still, he has to admit that joining the caravan was the right choice, since neither he nor Evan has any idea how to navigate this desert alone. From another carriage, a beautiful woman with vivid red hair watches Alan closely. Her name is Lyanna Gullies, and the look in her eyes makes it clear that she is not impressed. Alan notices her gaze and immediately becomes wary. Lyanna catches him looking back and speaks with sharp suspicion. Oh. So you enjoy spying on other people, do you? A status window appears, revealing exactly who the red-haired woman is. Lyanna Gullies, daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master and a rank 4 mage. With a background like that, her confidence suddenly makes a lot more sense. Alan gives her accusation a cold, dismissive scoff. Not really, he answers flatly. But Lyanna only laughs at him. Ha! Pretending you don't know? That kind of attitude is exactly what I'd expect from the Blue Tower. So there is clearly some serious bad blood between these magic towers. Alan does his best to ignore her, but Evan cannot stop staring at the lavish interior of her carriage. Whoa, did you see all that? She had ice crystals hanging everywhere in there. Alan immediately reaches the same conclusion he always does when danger is involved. The Red Magic Tower Master is apparently a complete maniac, and getting too close to his daughter sounds like a terrible idea. For now, his only plan is to keep his head down and avoid attention. Unfortunately for Alan, staying unnoticed is about to become impossible. Without warning, the caravan is ambushed. Chains whip through the darkness, and one of the guards is dragged down with a scream. The peaceful caravan instantly turns into a battlefield. Shadowy bandits rush in from every direction, armed with vicious-looking weapons as the guards struggle to hold them back. Amid the panic, the bandits make their real objective clear. Ambush, a caravan guard shouts, just as Lyanna is seized from behind and a glowing blade is pressed against her throat. The man holding her is enormous, his body covered in intimidating tattoos. A cruel grin spreads across his face as he tightens his grip. For your own safety, I suggest you cooperate quietly. Lyanna struggles against him, but his arm is locked around her like iron. The caravan members stare in terror as one of them recognizes the symbol marked on the leader's arm. That emblem, they're the Bloody Sand Bandits. Even worse, they managed to capture Lady Lyanna before she had any chance to fight back. The leader pulls Lyanna closer, clearly enjoying the fear around him. Hee. They told me the Tower Master's daughter was traveling with this caravan, and look what I found. Then his smile turns nastier. Do you want some special treatment, little girl? Yet Lyanna is not fighting him at all. Her breathing becomes frantic and shallow as she chokes out, Who are you? Mama Sal. I can't breathe. Then the desert air suddenly turns freezing cold. The bandit leader looks around in confusion, feeling the temperature plummet. What? A calm voice cuts through the chaos. Cold? It helps me catch my breath. Alan stands nearby looking completely unbothered, even as snowflakes begin drifting down in the middle of the blazing desert. Lyanna's eyes open wide in disbelief as she recognizes him. Count Palacio? That's impossible. Before she can finish, the space around them erupts into a raging storm of ice. Alan activates Snowy Lands, transforming the entire battlefield into a freezing domain under his control. Lyanna's shock brings back memories of her past. Growing up as the Tower Master's daughter, she endured countless harsh trials, leaving her with a deep fear of deception and a powerful hatred for lies. That upbringing also made her exceptionally sensitive to magical energy. Earlier, while peeking from behind a crate, she had sensed Alan's mana and immediately judged him. In her mind, he barely had enough mana to qualify as rank 2, so how could anyone expect her to believe he had played a major role in fighting the Outer God? She had decided Alan was nothing more than a fraud, someone protected by a Master Knight while taking credit for accomplishments that were never really his. From the very first moment she saw him, she could not help looking down on him. At least, that was what she believed before this moment. Back in the present, everything Lyanna thought she knew begins to collapse. He is using combined incantations. He has linked at least 3 different elements together. Every additional chant makes the spell exponentially harder to complete successfully, yet Alan makes it happen before her eyes. Her thoughts spiral in disbelief. A technique like that should require at least rank 5 mastery, so how can Alan possibly use it? The bandit leader has no interest in magical theory. All he sees is an enemy in front of him, and he charges with an enraged roar. Alan, meanwhile, remains perfectly composed and begins his incantation. 1 turn. Freeze. With that single word, the charging bandit is instantly sealed inside a statue of solid ice. Demolish. Alan brings his hands together, and the frozen statue explodes into countless glittering fragments that scatter across the snow-covered ground. Alan's gaze remains as cold as the ice surrounding them. Bandits like these usually lose all courage the moment their leader falls. I'm giving you 1 chance. Get lost. The surviving thugs do not need to hear it twice. They immediately turn and run. The remaining bandits flee into the desert, leaving Lyanna standing behind in total silence. Shock and awe cover her face as the weak-looking count she had dismissed wipes out an infamous bandit group without even breaking a sweat. Could the rumors about Count Palacio have been true all along? Later, once the fear and excitement begin to fade, the caravan members gather to celebrate. They offer Alan a cup of wine with grateful smiles. What do you think of this excellent wine, Count? Alan accepts the food and drink with the polite manners expected of a noble. The merchants laugh warmly as they tell him that he saved their lives. Whether he wants the title or not, they see him as a hero. After the celebration ends, the thankful merchants wish Alan and Evan good evening. Watching them leave, Alan quietly thinks that everything has gone exactly according to plan. While Evan happily stuffs himself in the background, Alan reflects on the battle he just fought. Reducing the effects of his constraint penalties seems to have been the right decision. His thoughts return to Snowy Lands, the complicated spell he created himself. By combining space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic, he can instantly turn a battlefield into a temporary polar zone. This spell is part of Alan's larger plan to deal with the cursed penalties that have followed him for so long. One of those penalties severely reduces his magical power whenever he is forced into a near-death fight. Especially when he faces beings on the level of a god, or the great god of duels, Altalus, the pale and menacing figure from his past. Snowy Lands allows Alan to suppress his lifelong penalties until only 3 remain. Still, he is not fully satisfied. Combining 3 incantations just to keep the spell active for 1 minute is far too inefficient. He will need to study the problem more closely. Even so, the spell worked, and his new belt has increased his strength as well. Now he only needs to find a way to solve the penalty issue permanently. Just as Alan sinks deeper into thought, someone approaches him. It is Lyanna, and her expression is far more humble than it was before. She bows deeply in front of him. I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry. Behind Alan, Evan nearly chokes on his lollipop from sheer surprise. Lyanna raises her head with a faint blush and an unexpectedly hopeful look in her eyes. If you do not mind, I would like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing? Alan is completely thrown off by the sudden change. She had been trying to pick a fight with him throughout the trip, so what happened to her now? Meanwhile, Evan stands behind him making ridiculous faces. Still, Alan decides to take the high road. Oh well. Ahem. Fine, I accept your apology. I am a magnanimous person. Evan immediately gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up, making Alan even more embarrassed. What follows turns out to be far more interesting than Alan expects. For the rest of the journey to Colony, he and Liana become deeply absorbed in conversations about magic theory, while poor Evan falls asleep in the corner. Before long, their journey finally reaches its destination. The enormous city of Colony rises from the desert sands, glowing beneath the harsh sunlight. In the city square, Liana and her guards prepare to go their separate way. She looks at Alan sincerely and says, "Thank you for everything you taught me, Count." "Will you be attending the conference?" Liana asks. Alan shakes his head and replies, "I am not affiliated with any magic tower, so I was never invited." "In that case, why not try joining the Red Magic Tower?" Liana offers warmly. "I really enjoyed our conversations." It is a sincere invitation from the mage who had once treated him with such arrogance, and she thanks him again for his kindness. Alan politely agrees, and Liana waves goodbye. "Then I'll see you there." As she walks away, Alan realizes this arrangement works perfectly for him. He already needed something from the conference tower anyway. Evan runs over a moment later, breathing hard. "All right, I've taken care of the carriage and the luggage." Then he looks at Alan and asks, "You said this was our meeting place?" Before Evan can finish his sentence, a violent explosion suddenly tears through the street directly in front of them. The impact shatters the ground beneath their feet, leaving the pavement cracked apart as the bodies of several would-be attackers lie broken across the street. Alan and Evan stare at the destruction in stunned silence when a brilliant golden flash suddenly streaks past them. What was that? A razor-thin trail of yellow energy cuts through the air at such incredible speed that neither of them can properly follow it. Then, bam! The golden streak slams into another group of thugs, launching them through the air with crushing force. All Alan and Evan can do is watch as that golden blur tears through the attackers one after another, striking with overwhelming power and leaving no one standing in its path. As the dust finally begins to settle, the figure behind the attack comes into view, a blonde girl with cat ears and a long tail, confidently posing over one of the defeated men. She casually turns toward the final attacker and finishes him with one devastating kick, cracking the stone street beneath her feet from the force alone. Evan instantly draws his sword and moves in front of Alan, putting himself between his master and the unknown girl. "Count, stay back." But the cat girl is not interested in Evan at all. She rushes straight past him and launches herself at Alan, wrapping him in an enormous hug. Her eyes sparkle like stars as she looks up at him with pure excitement. "Hello, Godfather." Alan is completely speechless, while Evan looks just as confused by the sudden display. "Sairang?" Evan recognizes her immediately, but he has absolutely no idea why she is clinging to his boss like this. "You should have told me you were arriving," Sairang chirps happily. "This city is crawling with disgusting thugs. But don't worry, I already dealt with the bastards who were after your things." Sairang the Golden Flash is one of the 4 Baba Yagas of Colony, and this energetic cat girl clearly has the strength to back up that fearsome title. She grabs both of Alan's hands and practically vibrates with excitement. "I've been waiting for your arrival ever since I received your letter." The people watching from nearby can barely believe what they are seeing. "Is that the Golden Flash?" one of them mutters. "But who is that guy? Why is that rabid tigress treating him so nicely?" Sairang ignores the whispers completely and happily drags the bewildered Alan through the streets, while Evan hurries after them from behind. Evan looks deeply uncomfortable as he tries to pull his arm free. In the back of his mind, one question keeps bothering him: she did not actually kill those men from earlier, did she? After that explosive welcome, Sairang proudly leads Alan and Evan to a grand building. "This is my guild," she announces brightly. "It's a place for my people only." With a huge welcoming wave, she urges both of them inside. "Come on in." Alan and Evan exchange a tired glance, realizing they are being pulled along whether they want to be or not. The moment they enter, a sly-looking beastkin notices them from an upstairs balcony. "Boss," he calls out with a sharp-toothed grin. This is Leon, Sairang's second-in-command. Leon drops down gracefully to greet them. "Welcome back, boss," he says smoothly before asking whether she ran into any trouble outside. Sairang simply shakes her head, confirming that everything is fine. Then Leon's sharp blue eyes settle on Alan and Evan. "So these are the honored guests you have been waiting for?" His grin widens. "Welcome to our humble home." Leon leans closer with a playful smirk. You have no idea how excited she was. The boss sat at the city gates every day waiting for you. Sairang immediately blushes, while Alan looks completely exhausted by the entire situation. Trying to act like a proper host, Sairang slams both hands onto a nearby table with a loud thwack. Benefactor. Sit, she orders, with perhaps far more enthusiasm than necessary. Alan calmly observes, you seem to take very good care of your guild. Without even pausing, Sairang flips into a handstand on top of the table. Of course. We are family. I do not need anyone else. But while hanging upside down in the middle of her acrobatic display, Sairang suddenly freezes as an important thought hits her. Oh, but my benefactor. She loses her balance completely and tumbles onto the floor, looking genuinely torn. As she mutters to herself, she tries to sort out the order of her priorities. Family comes first, then Yusha, but where exactly does Alan belong? The cat girl's mind goes into complete chaos. A tiny chibi version of Sairang seems to argue with itself, insisting that Alan and Yusha are not even related by blood. Clearly, this is a far more complicated emotional ranking than anyone expected. Meanwhile, Alan is still trying to process what he has just heard. He has barely spoken to her, yet he is already third in line. That is, unexpectedly high. After a brief pause, he begins quietly planning his next move. With a serious expression, Alan gives Evan a subtle signal. Evan, are you ready? His loyal companion immediately responds with a sharp thumbs up. Ready whenever you are, boss. Then Evan unveils their secret weapon, an enormous pile of beautifully wrapped presents. Sairang's entire emotional crisis disappears in an instant. Her eyes turn into sparkling stars as she gasps with pure joy. Presents. She immediately begins stammering in a rush. Alright, I'll help you with whatever you need. Wait, did you hear what I said earlier? That was just a joke. Alan's plan works perfectly. Fueled by the promise of gifts, Sairang declares, it does not matter whether you are family or not. You are my benefactor, and that is what matters. As she speaks, the golden gauntlet around her arm begins crackling with power. A whirlwind of golden lightning swirls around her arm as her voice rings out. Thanks to you, I was finally able to gather all of my people. Alan is nearly taken aback by how easily she has been won over. Did I really charm my way through another problem? He quietly wonders. A window appears, confirming exactly what he gave her, the essence of the golden mane, a powerful artifact that increases critical hit chance by 20%. So the item's impressive description was not just for decoration after all. Alan allows himself a small, satisfied smile. Everyone is so eager to help him. Perhaps he has raised his children well after all. But before he can enjoy that thought for long, Sairang scoops him up as though he weighs nothing. You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your room, she shouts, sprinting away with a frozen Alan in her arms as Evan scrambles after them. After that rather unusual escort, Sairang casually turns to them and asks, so, how was the desert? Alan and Evan exchange a look of complete exhaustion. It was sand, Evan replies flatly. A lot of sand. Honestly, I am more worried about the trip back. Sairang tilts her head to one side, clearly confused. Why? Evan answers in the same deadpan tone. Because it is hot. Then he adds almost casually, oh, and we were attacked too. That immediately gets Sairang's full attention. She freezes in place, and her tail gives a sharp twitch. An attack? Alan explains with his usual calm expression, by the bloody sand bandits. Apparently, attacks like that are common out there. The instant Sairang hears that name, something inside her snaps. Her cheerful expression vanishes, replaced by a chilling predatory smile and an aura filled with murderous intent. The moment shifts to the bloody sand bandits' hideout, where absolute chaos has already erupted. Blood splatters across the walls as the base is torn apart. Bodies fly through the air while the entire hideout is systematically destroyed from within. At the center of the carnage stands Sairang, surrounded by golden lightning like an avenging goddess. She purrs as her eyes scan the ruined base. Are the rest of them hiding over there? She does not wait for anyone to answer. In a single flash, she vanishes and heads straight for the next room. Sairang darts into the room like a bolt of lightning, grabs two bandits by the throat, and hurls both of them away as though they weigh nothing at all. Only one bandit remains standing by the time she is finished. Sairang corners him with glowing eyes and a sweet, almost playful smile. There you are. Are you the leader? The man trembles from head to toe, barely able to keep his footing. Wait. I'm Genkel's younger brother. The strongest Baba Yaga in colony protects me. If you hurt me, you'll make an enemy of him. Sairang does not look moved in the slightest. But you were the ones who messed with my benefactor first, weren't you? The golden energy around her gauntlet grows brighter and louder. And more importantly, I really hate getting scolded. Then a final burst of blinding golden light swallows the hideout whole. When the explosion fades, the bloody sand bandits have been completely erased. The following morning, Alan wakes up to unbelievable news. The bloody sand bandits, annihilated? His thoughts are still foggy from sleep as he tries to understand what he just heard. Sairang stands proudly beside his bed, beaming like she has accomplished something wonderful. Now that they're gone, you won't need to worry about them anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius. Alan can only stare at her, wondering what exactly happened while he slept. Then she immediately snuggles closer and demands praise. I did all of it by myself. Praise me. Alan's mind goes blank. The bloody sand bandits had hundreds of night-level fighters. In the game, dealing with them had been an absolute nightmare of a quest. Eventually, Alan gives in and reluctantly pats her on the head. Sairang instantly melts beneath his hand, purring with delight. He knew the Baba Yaga title carried weight, but this is absurd. Now he can truly understand why Sairang was destined to become the sin of pride. Elsewhere, beneath a blazing sun, a massive Colosseum towers over Colony. It is the city's most famous landmark, a place renowned for savage gladiatorial battles. Inside the arena, one brutal match is reaching its bloody end as a fighter is hurled violently across the ring. At the center of the arena, one man remains standing amid a sea of fallen challengers. That victorious fighter is Genkel. The crowd erupts, roaring his name while the announcer cries out, the one and only Baba Yaga of Colony. The gladiator who has held this title longer than anyone else. The winner once again is Genkel. Genkel basks in the thunderous applause, a confident and predatory smirk fixed across his face. Later, Genkel relaxes alone inside an extravagant private room. Looking out over the city, he scoffs to himself. This place is full of fools. A sly voice answers from the shadows. Heh, I know, right? Leon steps into view with a knowing grin. Thinking numbers alone are enough to challenge a Baba Yaga, how pathetic. Leon wastes no time getting to the point. It has been a while, Genkel. I'm sure you have heard the news. Sairang annihilated the bloody sand bandits. Genkel does not even flinch. I know. Leon smirks at his reaction. Wasn't their leader supposed to be your younger brother? Genkel only laughs. That was a useful rumor I created. He was a pawn I used to control the underworld. Nothing more. Leon drops onto a nearby couch with an exaggerated sigh. What a shame. I thought that might give us a perfect excuse to start a war. Genkel's face darkens. The only reason I have tolerated her this long is because a fair fight between two Baba Yagas is impossible. A dangerous glow starts to burn in Genkel's eyes. But I am getting tired of that brat ruining my city. A brother's death, revenge, yes. The public will find that to be the perfect excuse for what I am about to do. Leon's smile sharpens with pure cunning. So coming to me means you are finally ready to get serious. He slides a heavy case across the table. Here you go. Genkel studies it carefully. And this is... Leon's voice turns smooth and quiet. A gift from the father of all. Use them, and you will gain immense power. Genkel opens the case to reveal several strange artifacts glowing inside, 2 cubes and 2 spheres, all pulsing with a dark, corrupting energy. He picks up one of the cubes, and his smirk becomes utterly sinister. With this, once I crush that little cat, Colony's underworld will belong to me. And after that, perhaps even the throne itself. Genkel turns the glowing cube in his hand and speaks with grim anticipation. Well then, shall we begin the experiment? Leon watches him from the side, silently thinking, I'm looking forward to seeing how long you last. 2 days later, Alan's group is traveling once again. Accompanied by Sairang and her guild, they arrive at their next destination, the ancient city of Kahara. Their caravan moves slowly through a rocky canyon, following the narrow path toward the heart of the mysterious ruins. As Alan and Evan prepare to enter the ruins on their own, Sairang sees them off. Thanks for escorting us, Alan says. Sairang waves with a bright smile. Okay. Come back safely. Wearing gear suited for the desert, Alan and Evan leave their new companions behind and step into the ancient city together. Evan holds up a lantern as they descend into a dark passageway. Its weak light flickers across the stone walls. "Hey, I can see a light ahead," he says. "I think that's it." The two finally emerge from the passage and are met by a breathtaking sight. The lost city of Kahara has been carved directly into the canyon walls. Evan can only gape at the view. Whoa! Without warning, a powerful disembodied voice booms from a glowing golden orb, echoing through the deserted city. Mage. Alan freezes instantly, every sense on alert. That voice. At the center of the ancient city, a towering obelisk begins pulsing with light. The voice comes from the central tower. "If you can hear my words, come to the tower." Realizing this is a trial meant for him alone, Alan turns to Evan. "I think I have to go up by myself. Wait for me here." Evan nods without hesitation. "Got it. I'll be waiting." Alan steps through the entrance, overwhelmed by the sight before him. The central tower, even in the game, this place was completely inaccessible. Inside, he finds a vast cylindrical library stretching upward and outward as though it has no end. The golden voice welcomes him. "Welcome. It is unexpected that you can hear my voice." Alan stands within a glowing magic circle as a shadowy shape begins gathering in the darkness ahead. Then the voice declares, "You possess the minimum qualifications." The shadows thicken and take form, becoming a terrifying creature made entirely of darkness. Its face is locked in a permanent, malevolent grin. It is the Shadow Demon. Alan's expression turns grim the moment he sees it. He has encountered this being before. "Illutus," he mutters, only to correct himself a moment later. "No. I came because I heard the words of the god of destruction." The Shadow Demon circles him playfully, its darkness twisting through the air. "Huh," it chuckles. "You know its true name? You must be quite the gambler." But the creature quickly dismisses him. "However, you lack the proper status. Therefore, I have nothing to tell you." Alan clenches his teeth in frustration. The god of destruction mentioned that same thing too. What exactly is this status they keep talking about? The endless library around Alan begins to warp and distort. "It is the standard by which this world judges you," the entity explains in a cryptic tone. "An outer god will soon descend. You are to deal with it." The Shadow Demon floats before Alan, its grin growing wider as it taunts him in silence. Then the golden voice returns and makes its declaration. "You have now met the conditions for our conversation." The demon seems faintly amused. "You are, at least, a slight improvement over the fools who merely imitate magic. For that, I shall tell you something interesting." The Shadow Demon begins explaining the true foundation of magic, writing radiant symbols through the air. True magic is a law granted to the world by a sorcerer. It begins with a phrase and is followed by providence. A map of constellations appears in the empty space around them, hinting at an order far greater than Alan understands. One must embody the phrase, develop it according to providence, and finally give it a name. Only then can true magic be created. Alan listens without blinking, completely absorbed as a bead of sweat runs down his temple. Providence? That is a concept he has never even heard of before. The demon drifts closer, its smoky form glowing like burning embers. "You would not understand even if I explained it," it says with disdain. "Therefore, I shall teach you one piece of correct magic, in accordance with providence." Outside in the desert, Sairang waits patiently for her benefactor to return from the ruins. But as more time passes, worry slowly reaches her face. She looks toward the ruins and mutters to the wind, "He is taking his sweet time." Did something happen? Without warning, a violent blur tears across the sand, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as it races toward them at an unbelievable speed. Whatever is charging in from the distance is moving far too fast, and it clearly isn't coming with friendly intentions. From inside the shadowy haze, a cruel smile slowly curls across a hidden face. "Gotcha," a low voice growls. It is Gankel, the Colosseum champion, and the look in his eyes makes one thing painfully clear: he did not come here for a fair fight. Before Sairang even has time to turn her head, black tendrils burst forward from the darkness and whip through the guards around her. Her guild members are struck down in an instant, and Sairang's eyes widen as she realizes they have walked straight into an ambush. Sairang lands in a guarded stance, her body tensed and every instinct screaming at her to stay alert. But by the time her feet touch the ground, she already knows the truth: the trap has closed around them. Gankel is suddenly right in the middle of their formation, gripping one of Sairang's men by the head as though he weighs nothing. A cold smirk sits on his face while he studies the struggling guard. Not bad, he says lazily, clearly unimpressed by their desperate resistance. Rage flashes across Sairang's face as golden lightning erupts around her gauntlet, snapping and crackling through the air. Kalman, she roars after recognizing the man trapped in Genkel's hand. Her glare hardens as she shouts, "How dare you start a fight outside the Colosseum, you shameless bastard!" Genkel only laughs at her anger before casually throwing Kalman aside. "You've got some nerve saying that," he sneers. "Didn't you just wipe out the bloody sand bandits?" Then his smile turns even uglier. "I'm only here to avenge my adorable little brother." He uses the false rumor perfectly, wrapping his attack in a convenient excuse. With a savage roar, Genkel launches himself forward. Dark energy pours off his body and stains the air around him, spreading like something rotten as he charges in. The hunt has officially begun. But Sairang did not become a guild leader by panicking under pressure. She plants herself firmly and releases a blinding shockwave of golden power, refusing to give an inch. The force explodes outward in a massive burst, throwing her straight toward Genkel in a fierce counterattack. As she rushes into the clash, Sairang cries out for the people behind her, the people she has always protected, the people she has chosen to call her family. Then the two powers collide head-on. Sairang's golden lightning crashes against Genkel's corrupt shadow in a brutal explosion, filling the battlefield with a violent burst of light and darkness. Sairang manages to drive a solid hit into Genkel. But the moment her blow connects, he starts grinning instead of falling back. "Huh. I knew it," he chuckles, as though she has just confirmed something he had been waiting to see. "Don't mock me," Sairang snarls, baring her fangs as anger burns through her expression. Her eyes lock onto him. "Knew what exactly?" She receives the answer in the most painful way possible. A burning agony suddenly tears through her side as a blade plunges deep into her flesh, stopping her cold in the middle of the fight. Her breath catches as she forces herself to look over her shoulder. Through the pain, her eyes search for the person who stabbed her from behind. It is Leon, her trusted second-in-command. A vicious grin spreads across his face while black smoke slips from his mouth with every breath. "Our boss is so predictable," he whispers, staring down at her without even a trace of regret. Shock and pain flood through Sairang at once, and her thoughts begin slipping away from the battlefield. For a moment, her mind drifts back to the happier days, when she truly believed everyone at her side had chosen to stand with her. She remembers the way they used to praise her, the way they looked at her with admiration and trust. She had gathered them when they had nowhere else to go, given them a place to belong, and believed they saw her as one of their own. "It's because you're my family," she had told them back then, smiling brightly as she made that promise from the bottom of her heart. At the time, she had meant every single word. Her memories sink even further back, all the way to her childhood as a descendant of the legendary Golden Mane tribe. Those early days had been filled with warm sunlight, peaceful smiles, and a happiness that once felt as though it would never end. But that peaceful life was destroyed by a monstrous black dragon. From that day on, Sairang carried one dream in her heart: avenge her fallen people, then build a new family for herself and everyone who had lost their place in the world. She had always admired the great figures from the past, especially the mighty Golden Mane leader whose strength now lived on through her gauntlet. Yet beneath that proud legacy, there was a truth she had never fully understood, a truth far less perfect than the story she believed. The harsh reality crashes back into her all at once. "How could you?" Sairang stammers as she stumbles away from Leon, her body shaking from the betrayal. Leon only scoffs at her pain. "Let's end this ridiculous happy family act already." At Leon's command, Genkel steps forward again. The power within him swells even further as his abyss body energy surges, making his already terrifying presence feel far more dangerous than before. The Colosseum champion throws a devastating punch without hesitation. The blow lands with crushing force and sends the already wounded Sairang flying across the battlefield. Sairang desperately raises her arms to defend herself against his non-stop assault, trying to block whatever she can. But the poison in her body, the wound in her side, and Genkel's newly boosted strength combine into something she simply cannot withstand. Genkel keeps hammering her with fists wrapped in pure shadow. The power of the abyss has multiplied his strength far beyond normal limits, and every hit comes down with terrifying force. Sairang clenches her teeth as pain tears through her body. Even with the inherited power of the Golden Mane flowing through her, she is being pushed back and overwhelmed without mercy. The battlefield descends into complete chaos as Genkel and Leon's forces keep pressing forward. All around the wounded catgirl, enemies close in and seize every advantage they can. Still refusing to give up, Sairang lets out a defiant roar and releases another burst of golden lightning. The blast throws the surrounding grunts away from her, but the strain in her movements makes it obvious that her stamina is disappearing fast. Genkel blocks the lightning attack with ease, barely bothered by the force behind it. Off to the side, Leon watches the struggle with a cruel laugh, already convinced that their victory is guaranteed. "Goodbye, boss," Leon sneers, his voice dripping with sadistic delight. With that, he swings his power forward and launches a dark shadow slash straight toward Sairang. At the very last moment, Sairang uses Genkel's arms for leverage and flips herself upward. Her body twists through the air as the shadow slash narrowly passes beneath her. "Let's see how much longer you can keep this up," Leon taunts, enjoying every second of her struggle. Then he rushes forward, covered in his own dark energy. After all, he shouts, "I received incredible power too." The two of them attack together, striking from different directions and giving Sairang almost no room to breathe. It becomes a brutal, overwhelming 2-on-1 assault meant to crush her completely. Even though she is badly outmatched, Sairang's fighting spirit has not vanished yet. Spotting a standing rock nearby, she drives a powerful kick against it and uses the force to launch herself back into the fight. She slips past Leon's attack and breaks through his position, then swings around with a powerful kick wrapped in golden lightning. Her heel slams straight into Genkel with all the strength she can still gather. The impact is so powerful that the ground caves in beneath them, leaving a crater in the earth. Even wounded and poisoned, Sairang proves that she is still a terrifying fighter when pushed to the edge. From a distance, Leon watches with a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He clicks his tongue in frustration. Even with this power, I'm still not on their level. What he fears is the overwhelming natural strength of true Baba Yagas like Genkel and Sairang. Genkel staggers backward from the impact, coughing as he tries to recover from the force of her kick. "You little brat," he growls. But before he can continue, something in the distance catches his attention and cuts his anger short. His eyes narrow sharply as he stares ahead. Huh. This guy. Two figures are calmly walking out from the canyon. Alan and Evan have finally returned from the ruins, stepping into the battlefield at the worst possible moment. A wicked idea immediately lights up in Genkel's eyes. He remembers what Sairang called Alan. He's the benefactor she was talking about, right? He thinks to himself. A predatory grin spreads across Genkel's face as he abandons his fight with Sairang and rushes directly toward Alan. The plan forms in his head instantly. This is perfect, he can use Alan as a hostage first, then kill him afterward. Meanwhile, Leon remains in front of Sairang, still fighting her at close range. Sairang throws a punch toward him, and her fist is just about to smash directly into Leon's face. But her fist suddenly stops in midair. The paralysis finally takes over Sairang's body completely. Her strength drains away, and she collapses helplessly to the ground, unable to move while Leon's smug face hangs over her. Leon leans down close, savoring the moment as he explains exactly what he did. "The sword I stabbed you with was coated in Kamanasa's poison," he says. "You won't be able to move for at least an hour." "You asked me why I did this, right?" Leon whispers coldly. "Do you honestly think everyone was happy playing family with you?" His words are as poisonous as the venom spreading through her body. He mocks Sairang for showing off power she supposedly gained through nothing but pure luck, exposing the jealousy that has been festering inside him all along. Leon's cruel words strike exactly where they hurt the most. As the poison weakens her body, his accusations begin to weaken her heart as well, and Sairang starts questioning everything she once believed, slowly giving in to the possibility that his lies might be true. Even with Leon's poison and betrayal tearing at her heart, Sairang still clings to one stubborn belief. Deep down, she wants to believe that the bonds she built were real, that after everything they had fought through together, they had truly become a family. Leon bursts out laughing at the look on her face. "You still believe in that stupid dream?" he sneers, then snaps his fingers as if he is about to prove something obvious. "Take a good look at how much they really hate you." At his command, several cloaked figures step out from the shadows. As they come closer, Sairang recognizes them one by one. They are members of her own guild, her so-called family, and now every weapon in their hands is pointed straight at her. Sairang's entire world seems to split apart in that instant. The betrayal is no longer hidden behind whispers or suspicion. "You guys too?" she asks weakly, her voice trembling as her heart breaks. You're all traitors. Dark power coils around Leon's body as he gathers it into the shape of a sharp black blade. That essence should belong to someone who actually deserves it, he declares coldly. Then he raises the weapon with a twisted grin. Thanks for the gift, boss. Leon swings down for the killing blow, but a streak of blue light flashes between them at the last possible second. His dark blade is knocked aside, and a massive burst of energy explodes across the battlefield. The shockwave throws Leon backward. He stumbles through the dust, staring ahead in disbelief as he struggles to understand what just stopped him. Huh. At the same time, Genkel's abdomen now has a huge blue glowing hole blasted through it. Standing directly in front of him is Evan, his eye patch unable to hide the furious rage in his expression. Beside Evan stands Alan, the very benefactor Genkel had planned to use as a hostage. Without wasting a second, Evan springs forward with a fast, forceful kick, throwing himself straight into the battle. His sword cuts through the chaos in one decisive motion. With a powerful technique, Evan drives the traitorous guild members back at once, forcing them away from Sairang before they can finish what Leon started. Leon looks around at the swirling red and blue energy filling the battlefield, his confidence suddenly shaken. The situation has turned upside down in seconds. What the hell is this? He demands. Then, through the rolling dust and clashing light, Alan walks forward. His face is calm, but his eyes are colder than ice. He has finally stepped into the fight himself. Alan's sharp gaze moves across the dark smoke spreading through the battlefield. He studies the corrupt energy carefully, recognizing that something unnatural is mixed into it. This black magical smoke, he thinks. Did they use abyssal entities? A familiar game-like interface appears before his eyes and confirms what he suspected. It is an abyssal entity, a mysterious item said to grant godlike power to anyone capable of absorbing its strength. Once the pieces fall into place, Alan understands just how deep the betrayal goes. He calmly walks over to the fallen Sairang, then takes out a high-grade recovery potion and pours the golden liquid directly over her head. The potion works immediately. Golden light runs across her wounds, closing them before her eyes as the damage begins to disappear. You should be able to move again soon, Alan tells her. Don't worry. They are probably the only traitors. Sairang slowly looks up at him, tears gathering in her eyes. She wants to believe those words more than anything. Do you really think so? She asks, barely able to keep her voice steady. Alan meets her gaze without the slightest hesitation. Of course, he says. The comrades you introduced to me looked genuinely happy. Those simple words reach her more deeply than any speech could have. The light in Sairang's eyes begins to return, and the hope that Leon tried to crush flares back to life stronger than before. She wipes the tears from her face, and the weakness in her expression is replaced by iron determination. I see, in the next instant, she is back on her feet. The poison has been purged, her wounds have closed, and her power comes surging back with even greater force. Sairang turns toward her enemies, her eyes burning with renewed resolve. Then she looks at Alan and gives him a firm answer. Yes. My family is waiting for me. Golden lightning erupts around Sairang as she rushes forward and swiftly cuts down multiple traitors. Evan follows close behind her, joining the charge as the two of them push through the enemy line. But Alan has no intention of simply letting the fight continue. He raises one hand, and his entire focus narrows onto the battlefield ahead. Glory of the snowy peaks, Alan chants in a low, steady voice. The air around him begins to freeze. The warmth of the desert vanishes as a sharp, unnatural cold spreads outward through the battlefield. High above them, an enormous and intricate circle of ice forms in the sky. Its pale glow stretches across the battlefield, casting a freezing shadow over the sand below. Alan continues the chant, his voice carrying with immense pressure. Blind man's fatality. From within the glowing circle, huge spears of jagged ice begin to take shape. Each one hums with unbearable cold as they gather above the battlefield like weapons waiting for a command. Inside Alan's mind, the shadowy demon from the library appears again, wearing its usual malicious grin. It immediately recognizes the spell. Jagged ice spear, huh? It cackles. Then it mocks the others for forgetting the spell's real name. Its true name is Ice Crystal Spear. Back in the desert, Alan releases the spell in its true form. With one final whisper, the entire world around them seems to turn white. A vast forest of enormous ice crystals erupts from the ground all at once. The sandy battlefield is swallowed by frozen pillars as everything around them is instantly locked in ice. Leon immediately rushes toward Alan, making a direct line for him through the frozen chaos. But the newly healed Sairang charges in to intercept him, roaring with fury, "How dare you try to attack my benefactor?" Alan does not need anyone to protect him. As the temperature drops even lower, he stands perfectly calm, preparing to end the entire battle with a single overwhelming move. Then he unleashes a catastrophic spell. A raging blizzard of pure magical frost tears across the battlefield, swallowing everything in its path beneath freezing wind and violent ice. The traitors are caught inside the icy vortex and ripped apart by its force. Using the chaos as her opening, Sairang breaks through and slams Leon with a devastating lightning-charged strike. The lesser enemies never stand a chance. Their screams disappear beneath the roar of the blizzard as their bodies freeze solid in an instant, then shatter under the crushing force of the storm. Even Leon, strengthened by abyssal power, cannot resist this absolute zero attack. The blizzard tosses him through the ice like a ragdoll, leaving him helpless inside Alan's overwhelming magic. Leon is blasted high through the air as the dark power surrounding him is completely neutralized. Against the raw force of nature Alan commands, his abyss-fueled strength means nothing. Even Sairang has to brace herself against the violent aftershock. The scale of Alan's magic is so immense that she can only stare as the battlefield is transformed around her. Another traitor is caught by the spell and turned into a permanent statue of ice. It is a brutal reminder of what happens to anyone foolish enough to stand against Alan's magic. Evan can only watch in stunned silence as sweat runs down his face. The difference between his own strength and his master's power has never felt more obvious. When the storm finally begins to settle, the battlefield is almost unrecognizable. The endless sand has been replaced by a breathtaking but deadly forest of towering ice crystals. The entire army of traitors has been erased in a single frozen instant. Not one of them remains standing. Every traitor has been impaled and frozen solid among the ice. It is a mercilessly efficient end, leaving the battlefield silent beneath a field of frozen bodies. Even Leon, the one who led the betrayal, is trapped among countless shards of ice. His body is skewered from every direction, and for a moment, he appears completely dead. But Leon is still alive. A faint breath escapes his lips as his body refuses to give in. Fueled by abyssal power and pure, undiluted hatred, he simply will not die. With one last desperate roar, Leon tears himself free from the ice, his eyes burning with madness. "I just have to kill you," he screams as he lunges forward, not toward Alan, but toward Sairang. Alan moves in a blur, stepping in to intercept the dark energy blade aimed at the stunned catgirl before it can reach her. But it is only a feint. Leon's face twists into a deranged grin as Alan reacts. He was never truly aiming for Sairang in the first place. With a sickening crunch, Leon suddenly pivots and drives his dagger deep into Alan's side. He used Sairang as bait, sacrificing everything for one decisive strike against the person he saw as the real threat. He lifts his gaze, expecting to find victory reflected in his enemy's eyes, waiting to see fear, defeat, or acceptance. Instead, what stares back at him is not triumph at all, but raw disbelief. Sairang's expression freezes into a look of absolute shock. Her eyes are wide, her breath caught in her throat, as she stares at her benefactor now coughing out a bright spray of crimson blood. The strike had landed exactly where it was meant to. There was no mistake, no illusion, and no escaping the reality of the wound. And in that very instant, the shock twisting across Sairang's face burns away, replaced by a rage so intense it seems to ignite her entire body. "You!" With a roar powerful enough to shake the heavens themselves, Sairang releases the full force of the golden mane. Her fury crashes down in one overwhelming blow, smashing the traitor's head into countless pieces. When the dust finally begins to settle, it reveals a battlefield covered in carnage. The traitors have all been wiped out, but the victory is far from clean. It has already demanded a painful price. Evan rushes forward at once, catching and supporting his master before he can fall. Nearby, Sairang watches with worry carved across her face. "Are you really okay?" she asks, her voice trembling despite her effort to stay calm. Alan tries to brush it off as if it is nothing more than a minor scratch. But the dagger still buried in his side, wrapped in dark, sinister energy, makes that lie impossible to believe. He insists that the blood he is coughing up is only from mana exhaustion, trying to make the injury sound less serious than it is. But the truth is obvious. The spell took a tremendous toll on him, and the strain has already damaged him from within. Then a strange memory rises sharply in Alan's mind. Just moments earlier, Genkel had sneered at him with those cutting words. Father thinks you're an eyesore. Evan carefully helps him back onto his feet, his concern plain in every movement. But Alan barely seems focused on the present, his thoughts drifting somewhere deeper as he tries to piece together fragments of a hidden past. His mind turns toward the source of his enemy's strength, the abyssal entity Genkel had absorbed. Alan thinks carefully, trying to understand what happens when he faces an opponent who has taken such a thing into himself. The third restriction comes to mind. When this magic is turned against a god, it may twist the very laws that hold the world together. A vision of his confrontation with Genkel flashes through his thoughts. It seems Alan's power has conditions built into it, growing even more dangerous when used against those who have come into contact with divinity. As Alan slowly steadies himself, guilt begins to weigh heavily on Sairang. Her hair slips forward, casting a shadow over her face and hiding her expression. Alan notices it and wonders whether he should try to cheer her up first. Why didn't you dodge? Sairang asks in a small, subdued voice. He ended up aiming for you. This happened because of me. You said you could block him, Alan replies calmly, without placing any blame on her. Sairang lifts her head in surprise, her eyes searching his face. You believe me? Alan glances away, looking slightly embarrassed by how blunt the truth sounds. It's more like I couldn't dodge, so I needed you to block it. Then why did you save me, she presses, her voice filled with both gratitude and confusion. You got hurt because of it. Alan gives her a small, tired smile. When the daughter I've raised for so many years was about to die, I guess my body just moved on its own. I don't need a reason to save family. The moment the words leave his mouth, Alan realizes exactly what he has just said. A flicker of regret crosses his face. Ah, that's right. I made a mistake. Still, benefactor, Sairang begins, her tone suddenly serious. I want to become family with you. And before Alan can fully understand what she means, she moves closer, her expression shifting from earnest to sly. Alan's mind immediately flashes back to a note Sairang once left for him. In a way, he has always been an adoptive father figure to her, even if he accepted that role with plenty of hesitation. A gentle warmth spreads through his chest, the kind of quiet satisfaction a father might feel after finally being acknowledged for everything he has done. But Sairang cuts straight through that tender thought. But not like this, she clarifies firmly. I'm a golden mane, and you're a human. Then she leans right into his face, cheeks faintly flushed, her confident smirk leaving no room for misunderstanding. So let's get married. She wraps her arms around Alan before he can react, clinging to him as she pushes her case with total seriousness. Alan and Evan both go completely silent, their minds practically short-circuiting at the sudden proposal. Why is she talking about marriage right now? Sairang refuses to let him go, holding on to Alan as if she has no intention of backing down. Your answer, she demands, while Evan watches from the side in stunned disbelief. 5 days later, the group has already moved on from the battlefield. News of the clash has spread all across the city of Cologne. The treacherous Kalman is now despised as a coward, while Sairang's support has grown tremendously. But for Sairang herself, none of that seems to matter nearly as much as one single thought. Let's get married. Ever since then, she has been clinging to Alan relentlessly, demanding a proper answer whenever she gets the chance. Well? Alan remembers a tiny, chibi-like image of young Sairang proudly declaring, Sairang is going to grow big and marry you, Daddy. Apparently, this idea did not appear out of nowhere. I think of you as family, Alan tries to explain, hoping that will be enough to calm her down. But Sairang only takes those words and turns them into more support for her argument. If we get married, then we'll really become family, she insists. I'll definitely make you happy, benefactor. I'm serious about this. Alan can only let out a weary sigh, completely drained by the conversation. At this point, all he wants is a quiet life, a peaceful corner of the world, and maybe some sweet potatoes. Sairang pouts, clearly unhappy with his lack of a real response. Humph. You'd better answer me next time, she huffs. Alan silently tells himself that if he simply leaves her be, she will probably give up eventually. As their carriage begins to depart, Sairang stands outside and waves them off with a bright, cheerful smile. Then her expression changes slightly. The playful mood fades just enough for the confident leader within her to return as she turns toward her people. She remembers exactly how her tribesmen look at Alan. The moment they recognize who saved their leader, they drop to their knees without hesitation, bowing their heads in deep reverence and gratitude. Watching them, Sairang falls into a quiet moment of reflection. Simply gathering her tribe around her is already a kind of happiness, she realizes. But the betrayal she endured, and the sight of her benefactor nearly dying, have changed something inside her. Her old dream of a family where everyone simply believes in one another was too innocent and too fragile. Sairang clenches her fist, and a new determination sharpens in her eyes. She has to be more careful from now on. She must build a guard strong enough to protect her benefactor. Only then, she thinks, will they truly be able to remain a happy family forever. The pain of being betrayed has forced her to grow into a wiser and far stronger leader. A beautiful, determined smile settles on her lips. Her next goal is now clear, and she has no intention of wavering from it. Later, inside the carriage, Evan gives Alan his report. After checking with the Information Guild, there don't seem to be any suspicious individuals besides Leon's men. I've also asked them to keep watch. Good work, Alan replies, though his mind is clearly somewhere else. After raising Sairang so carefully, he cannot allow anything to happen to her now. His thoughts soon drift toward a much darker responsibility. He had been told to take care of the other outer gods for the sake of what is still to come. Alan rubs his temples as the pressure of everything settles heavily over him. There are still too many unanswered questions, too many mysteries buried beneath the surface. His mind returns to that vast, ancient library and the shadowy being he encountered there. That entity had told him to search beneath the tower, at the far eastern end of the stronghold. His memory shifts back to the ruins of Kahara, to the moment he discovered a mysterious stone slab hidden within that ancient place. The inscription speaks of 5 distinct figures, almost like 5 dark concepts given form, one who clings to honor, one who seeks a long-forgotten death, one who sinks ever deeper into magic, one defined by countless hands, and one who has swallowed greed and envy whole. Alan realizes the gods mentioned here are not literal gods at all, but metaphors, much like the game's hidden clues. The hands and avarice clearly point toward the 5 great sins, yet this stone tablet calls them outer gods instead. That difference in wording is far too important to ignore. The contradiction settles heavily in Alan's thoughts, like one stubborn piece of a puzzle that refuses to fit anywhere. For now, all he can do is acknowledge it and keep moving. Before Alan can dwell on it any longer, Evan's voice pulls him back to the present. He says he has received more news about the children. Alan lifts his gaze at once, his interest sharpening. Evan reports that Deus has defeated the first sword. Reinhardt himself has fallen to him. He became that strong in only half a year. Alan murmurs, unable to hide the pressure creeping into his voice. Just how terrifying is Deus's talent supposed to be? Evan continues with the next report. Rinna has entered the 3 councils, the body responsible for deciding Larthenia's policies. Once again, one of Alan's children has climbed into a position with enormous political power. And Radon, Evan pauses slightly before delivering the next piece of news. I heard he united all 5 archipelagos and became the pirate king. Alan's expression tightens as he remembers Radon's modest beginnings. Somehow, the man had gone from being a Somalian pirate to becoming the Somalian pirate king. With every report, Alan feels the strain building behind his eyes. His powerful, unpredictable children are spreading across the world and causing chaos on a scale that gives him a crushing headache. Then the focus shifts to a gathering of the 5 sins, where Sairang suddenly announces that she intends to marry the Great Moon. At that point, the entire situation becomes even more overwhelming. Rinna, Radon, and Deus hear the declaration through the transmission orb, and all 3 freeze in shock. The same thought crosses their minds almost immediately, is Sairang openly declaring war against their boss? The instant Yusha hears those words, fury flashes through her eye like fire. The mere idea that someone else could be reaching for the Great Moon is enough to make her anger flare. Then a sly, faintly patronizing smile curves across Yusha's lips. I see, she says in a smooth voice. He is a great man. Of course you would eventually come to like him. Her words sound calm, but her eyes carry none of that warmth. Completely unaware of the tension rising around her, Sairang lights up with adorable enthusiasm. Yeah. I'm going to marry him, she says brightly. I'm sure I'd make a wonderful wife. That is the final straw. Yusha's smile disappears in an instant, leaving behind nothing but raw fury. Her fists clench so tightly that her knuckles turn pale, and jealousy seems to pour from her in cold, violent waves. Even the others can feel the temperature drop through the orb. In their tiny chibi forms, they all reach the same conclusion without saying it aloud. Yusha is barely holding herself back, and an explosion is coming. Yusha answers in a voice coated with ice. However, Sairang, that cannot happen. She lightly rests one hand against the scrying orb as her smile returns, though this time it is little more than bared teeth. We are shadows, she explains, forcing her tone to sound reasonable, while the glare in her eyes says something entirely different. Sairang merely tilts her head, completely missing the danger in Yusha's words. But shadows can marry too, can't they? She asks with innocent sincerity, unknowingly stepping even closer to disaster. Yusha's composure finally begins to crack, and her voice sinks into a low, threatening whisper. As his shadows, we cannot stand beside him. You understand that, don't you? Sairang curls into a tiny ball for a moment, then suddenly puffs out her chest as if preparing herself for battle. The conversation erupts into a full shouting match through the orb. Yusha raises her voice and demands, do you really think he would choose you? Sairang fires back without hesitation. He told me I wasn't bad. A memory flashes back into view. Sairang leans close to Alan and unleashes her ultimate weapon, those devastating puppy dog eyes. With a tiny, pleading voice, she asks, Benefactor, do you really, really hate me? Alan can only give her a worn-out, chibi-faced reply. That isn't it. Sairang's answer leaves Yusha staring in stunned disbelief. What? Alan did not immediately take Yusha's side. To her, that alone is an unforgivable outrage. Deus looks completely drained as he turns toward Sairang. What exactly happened to make her react like this, he asks, and even through the orb, his growing headache is almost visible. Sairang happily begins recounting everything from the start. She tells them about her people betraying her, about Alan stepping in to save her, and about him being injured during the process. Deus listens quietly, and a flicker of old memory passes through his eyes. I understand, he says. It reminds me of the magnificence I witnessed half a year ago. He was so calm, as though he had walked the road to hell more times than anyone could count. Sairang nods eagerly. Yeah. You had something like that happen too, didn't you, Deus? It is an innocent question, but it seems to awaken a deeply buried wound in him. Deus immediately launches into his own stories about Alan, speaking as though a floodgate has opened. Even when I fell into doubt, he reassured me. He is the most admirable man I have ever known, and I have already resolved myself to become his sword. Sairang only encourages him further, clapping her hands together as a determined blush rises on her cheeks. Yeah. I totally understand how you feel. 2 full hours pass before Deus finally stops talking. By then, Yusha and Deus both look utterly exhausted, while Sairang is still brimming with energy. At last, Yusha's patience snaps completely. Anyway, she says sharply, you cannot marry him. Sairang immediately shoots back, yes, I can. What follows is a childish battle of no, and yes, loud enough to make it seem as though the communication orb itself might crack from the strain. The focus then shifts to the official written record of this completely chaotic conference. Radon sits with one hand pressed against his face, looking as though his soul has already left his body, while Rina calmly and diligently writes down every detail. The first official rule is recorded: nobody is allowed to ask Deus anything involving the Great Moon. It has now become a formal restriction. Deus remains tense as he mutters, but I'm not finished yet. Unfortunately for him, rules are rules. The second rule concerns Yusha. Whenever the Great Moon is involved, no means no. She practically screeches the words, with every trace of her earlier composure completely gone. The notes add that Yusha may display a childlike temperament in such situations. Of course, by childlike, they clearly mean dangerously possessive. The entire meeting has become an absolute disaster. Radon lets out a long, exhausted sigh, wearing the expression of someone who would rather be anywhere else in the world. Elsewhere, the setting changes to a dark, narrow alley hidden within the capital of the Asteria Kingdom. In those shadows, a new scheme quietly begins to take shape. Inside a poorly lit tavern, 2 cloaked figures meet in secret. They are the leaders of the kingdom's 2 largest political factions, public rivals who have chosen to speak where no one else can hear them. Marquis Philboyd, the leader of the aristocratic faction, proposes an alliance. He wants to join forces against a third faction, one far more fanatical than either of them and dangerous enough to threaten them both. Across from him, Duke Rimgrave, leader of the royalist faction, agrees without much hesitation. Their target's growing influence is far too unsettling to ignore, so he asks Filboid what kind of plan he has prepared. The plan is simple, but its consequences could be devastating. They will have the Holy Kingdom of Rosario issue a reformation letter, a formal declaration of heresy supported by the authority of multiple cardinals. It is the perfect political weapon, giving them an airtight excuse to wipe out their rival. Rimgrave asks what Filboid expects in return. Filboid demands half of the bribe money required to win over the cardinals. Rimgrave lets out a faint smirk and accepts the condition. Rimgrave raises his glass before adding, "I have already finished speaking with those cardinals. This will not take long." With that toast, the agreement is sealed, and a dangerous conspiracy begins moving forward. Meanwhile, beneath the purple glow filling a grand cathedral, a lone priest sits in silence and waits. The priest lifts his eyes as someone approaches, a smug and lecherous grin spreading across his face. He gives a shallow bow and says, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Cardinal." The visitor steps into the cathedral's purple glow, and it is none other than Yusha. She addresses him calmly as Cardinal Sergius. Sergius wastes no time with pleasantries. He asks Yusha to lend her name to a reformation letter, one meant to bring down Count Alan Palacio and bury him completely. The man he wants erased is the very great moon Yusha worships with every part of herself. In other words, he has just set his sights on Alan. The slimy cardinal does not notice the air changing around him at all. Instead, his mind is already wandering through fantasies of wealth, beautiful women, and status, convinced that heaven itself is about to open its gates for him. But what Sergius has truly opened is the gate to hell. A crushing darkness floods the cathedral, pressing down on the room with unbearable force. Before he can even scream, shadowy tendrils burst from Yusha and slam into him, ripping through his body from within. The impact hurls Sergius through the air, twisting his body in agony. The grand and beautiful cathedral is transformed into a place of torture in a single instant. Yusha stares at him with wide, furious eyes, her expression warped by something deeply unhinged. "Are you telling me to kill the man I worship?" she hisses, her voice dropping into a low and dangerous growl. Around Sergius, the world turns blood red. Pain and terror swallow everything as Yusha's overwhelming power crushes him beneath a living nightmare. For everyone caught inside that darkness, time itself seems to stop moving. His companions cannot move, cannot flee, and cannot even force out a scream. They are trapped inside Yusha's domain of fear, helplessly watching the horror unfold. The last thing Sergius sees is Yusha's hands slowly reaching toward him, promising not death, but an eternity of suffering. Thorny tendrils of darkness coil around his broken body, tightening until they squeeze and crush him from every side. They are a physical reflection of Yusha's endless rage. Bleeding, shattered, and barely able to remain conscious, Sergius can only beg for mercy. "Please, just kill me," he whimpers. But death is a kindness Yusha has no intention of giving him. One glowing finger stops just before his face. "I have already told you more than a dozen times that I cannot," Yusha says with terrifying calm. She stands over his trembling, ruined body for another moment before striking him again with a fresh surge of agonizing power. "I will not kill you," Yusha declares. "There is something you must do for me first." Then her face twists with rage all over again. "But before that comes punishment. You tried to harm him, so you must be punished." Dark tendrils explode outward once more, swallowing the priest in a spinning vortex of pain. Beneath Yusha's terrifying judgment, his sins are weighed by a self-appointed god. At last, the torture eases. Sergius is left kneeling on the floor, completely broken and utterly subdued, with his forehead lowered to the ground. "Recognize your sins, Utakuria," Yusha commands, "so that you may be forgiven." 1 month passes after the chaos in the desert. Alan is back at the Palacio estate at last, finally enjoying a brief stretch of peace. He sits with documents spread before him, preparing for an upcoming magic conference. As the leader of a faction, attendance is not optional. Alan lets out a tired groan, clearly having no desire to attend. Abyssal entities and outer gods are still waiting to be investigated, and mingling with high society is the last thing he wants to waste his time on. Then Evan enters and notices Alan holding onto a certain letter. It arrived 2 weeks earlier, yet Alan still keeps it close. The reason is simple, just looking at it makes him feel better. Inside is an official certificate confirming his status as a faction leader. But there is something even more comforting attached to that new position, a legal salary. And this is not some tiny allowance. The amount is so massive it might as well rain gold coins across the room. Alan is receiving far more money than he ever expected. Before that deposit arrived, Alan had been acting like a lazy man who could not understand why anyone would willingly take such a stressful job. After the money arrives, though, he becomes a man filled with purpose, proudly holding a sash labeled faction leader. Great power comes with great responsibility, and apparently, a very large paycheck. Money truly is the cure for the modern man's suffering. Alan's poor wounded soul is healed almost instantly by the miraculous force known as capitalism. Dressed sharply for the occasion, Alan and Evan finally set out for the conference together. They arrive at the Virtuan Marquisate, where the gathering is being held. The event is grand, lavish, and overflowing with aristocratic splendor. Inside the hall, famous figures fill every corner, warriors, merchants, priests, and nobles of every kind. Alan and Evan scan the crowd while carrying themselves like the distinguished men they are expected to be. Then a familiar voice calls out to them. Loria and Kalia have spotted Alan, and the two women begin making their way over. With glasses of champagne in hand, Loria and Kalia greet him warmly and ask whether he has been doing well. Alan gives them only the slightest nod in response. His attention is already fixed on something much more tempting across the hall, the buffet table. Without offering another word, Alan walks directly past both of them. Evan soon catches up with a plate piled high with food and a fresh piece of gossip. I heard the leader of the royalist faction received a reformation letter and was dragged away to the Holy Kingdom, he says. Alan barely reacts, far more interested in the pastries before him. Yeah. Then I probably will not be seeing him, he says casually. What a relief. With that settled, he turns his attention to the financiers, small French almond cakes often enjoyed with tea. Loria and Kalia can only stand there and watch this unfold. Then, just as the awkwardness settles in, a man begins walking toward them. Kalia faces the approaching man and asks, "Excuse me, what business do you have with us?" Alan and Evan stop eating at once, their expressions turning cold. The man in front of them is visibly terrified, and in a trembling voice, he mutters, "I have lost." Cold sweat pours down the nobleman's face as his legs shake beneath him. He lowers his head before Alan and begs for forgiveness. The people nearby stare in shock. This is not some ordinary nobleman bowing his head. It is Marquis Filboid, the powerful leader of the aristocratic faction. Yet there he is, begging for his life before a young count who calmly holds a pastry in his hand. In that moment, the balance of power inside the hall is turned completely upside down. Unlike the underworld, politics runs on cause, justification, and public meaning. To bow before another person is not merely humiliation, it is the same as placing one's authority into their hands. Loria watches the scene with her thoughts spinning. I knew it, she whispers under her breath. He really is incredible. Even with a powerful marquis kneeling before him, Alan does not so much as flinch. He stands there with a pastry in hand, calm enough to make it seem as though he had expected this outcome from the beginning. Without raising his voice or showing off his title, he commands the room through nothing but indifference, quiet pressure, and an obvious devotion to snacks. Still, Alan is not the only one busy making an impression. Elsewhere, Sairang has thrown herself into training for a completely different goal, becoming a good wife. She works hard at her cooking, though the sight of her in the kitchen looks less like preparing a meal and more like forging some legendary weapon in the fires of Mount Doom. But what could possibly frighten the leader of a major political faction badly enough to make him collapse to his knees and beg for his life? To understand that, the story has to turn back a few days. Marquis Filboid receives a mysterious black envelope sealed with red wax, accompanied by a glowing scrying orb. The sight hits differently because it is exactly the kind of package he and Duke Rimgrave had intended to use against their own enemies. The orb flickers to life, and Filboid watches in absolute horror as Duke Rimgrave appears inside it. His fellow conspirator is tied to a chair, trapped beneath a barrage of mental attacks, screaming in raw agony through the projection. Rimgrave's face twists into a mask of terror as the strength drains from him piece by piece. It is the kind of fate Filboid believed he was arranging for someone else, never imagining he would be forced to witness it himself. As the image of the Duke's destruction fades away, the scrying orb begins cracking under immense magical pressure. Then a single message appears through the broken glow, written in bright red letters, "You're next." The blood drains from Filboid's face. The trap he had carefully prepared has been turned back on him, and only one person comes to mind as someone capable of doing this. His letter slips from his shaking fingers as panic overwhelms him. In one moment, he has gone from hunter to prey. Stumbling backward and clutching his head, he realizes with dread, that damned Palacio, he has to be behind this. How could Alan possibly possess connections powerful enough to reach this far? But that question barely matters compared with the one screaming through Philboyd's mind now: he is next. There is no room to misunderstand the warning. His life has been marked forfeit. With that terror still fresh in his chest, Philboyd knows exactly what he must do next. He falls to his knees in complete, desperate submission. He throws himself fully onto the floor, bowing low as he pleads for his life. I'm quitting politics, so please, let it end with the Reformation letter. I only want to live the rest of my life in peace. Meanwhile, Alan is standing there in a cold sweat, completely confused by the confession unfolding in front of him. Why is Philboyd telling him all this? What kind of scheme did those two nobles cook up now? Alan has no idea what is happening. He had only wanted to escape an uncomfortable encounter. From everyone else's perspective, though, it looks like an overwhelming display of dominance. Loria and Kalia can only stare at Alan in stunned admiration. In Loria's mind, there is only one conclusion: their count is incredible. Alan glances toward the two women, utterly unaware that his awkward silence is building him a legendary reputation right before their eyes. Just like that, with a powerful marquis begging at his feet, every rumor claiming Alan was merely another faction's puppet disappears. The whispers spreading through the hall now paint him as something far more dangerous, a new power player no one had properly noticed until now. 3 days after the assembly, Alan is already back on the road. His dramatic departure from the conference leaves behind a trail of rumors that continues to spread long after he is gone. Evan, always eager to share the latest gossip, tells him, "I heard Marquis Philboyd received a Reformation letter too and left for Rosario." Then Evan narrows his eyes at Alan suspiciously. So they finally got him as well. Huh. Wasn't that letter you're doing? Alan, reduced to peak chibi deadpan, stares ahead and answers flatly, "How would I even be able to do something like that?" Evan is completely thrown off by the response. What? But still. Then he remembers what happened at the conference and points at Alan accusingly. That's what you said. You told him, "I'll try to be lenient." Alan's attempt at being polite had sounded, to everyone else, like the coldest threat imaginable. Alan stares back in disbelief. That's how you understood it? A cold sweat breaks out across Alan's face as exhaustion takes over. I only wanted to get myself out of that awkward situation. That's all. Somehow, through nothing but social anxiety and unfortunate timing, he has accidentally conquered the political world. With the political mess temporarily behind them, the group reaches their next destination, Larthania, the city of labyrinths. It is an enormous city built around a towering central dungeon. Deep within the darker corners of the city, a group of adventurers gathers together. One of them boasts about a legendary figure who supposedly defeated 1,000 enemies alone, but his companion tells him not to get carried away. Their leader is Aldrich, the cheerful and confident master of the Iron Blood Guild, one of the 5 great guilds that dominate the labyrinth. He is here because the job pays extremely well. Aldrich leads his guild down into the dungeon's depths. Their assignment is to capture a monster on the 20th floor, which is suspicious from the start because floors divisible by 5 are normally treated as safe zones. Still, Aldrich shows no concern. Even if it is a trap, it'll be easy for me, he boasts. I've explored more than 50 floors already. Besides, the advance payment was huge, and it isn't refundable. The party reaches the 20th floor and steps into a massive hall buried beneath ice. The air is frozen and silent, with not a single sound moving through the wide, empty chamber. One of the mages looks around uneasily, her eyes scanning the frost-covered surroundings. Something about this place feels wrong. Then she spots something far away and raises a hand to point. Hey, boss, what's that? A lone figure stands in the distance, surrounded by the bleak frozen landscape. Another guild member barely gives the figure a second look. Huh? Isn't that just a goblin? But this is no ordinary goblin. The figure is a tall, green-skinned warrior with long black hair tied into a topknot, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. The adventurers laugh at his Eastern-style clothing and mockingly call him the Golden Egg Goblin. The swordsman's eyes narrow at the noise. He is clearly not amused by the newcomers, and the contempt in his stare makes it obvious that he sees them as far beneath him. He raises a single finger, and blue energy begins spiraling around its tip. "Ha," he says with open disdain. "You insects are making far too much noise." Then he gives them the only name he believes they deserve. Cockroaches. In the next instant, a pure arc of energy erupts from his fingertip faster than anyone can see. The entire Iron Blood Guild charges forward, never realizing they are already dead. Before they can react, the light passes through them. In one silent, horrifying moment, the guild is cut apart and wiped out by an attack they never even saw coming. Aldrich, once so confident, can only watch in horror as the lives of his companions vanish before his eyes. Driven by rage and the need to avenge his fallen comrades, Aldrich dashes straight toward the green-skinned warrior. He leaps into the air and brings his weapons down in one final, desperate attack. But the effort means nothing. The green-skinned warrior simply raises one finger again. Another arc of pure energy bursts forth, splitting Aldrich's body cleanly in half. A cold and terrifying light shines in the warrior's eye. The battle was finished before it ever truly began. A spectral axe falls onto the frozen battlefield as the goblin-like warrior turns and walks away. The arrogant king of hungry specters has begun his contemptuous climb toward the surface world, and a terrifying new threat has finally entered the stage. Back above ground, a colossal tower pierces the clouds. Alan and his group have finally arrived at the entrance to the labyrinth. Evan, in his adorable chibi form, stares upward with his mouth hanging open, completely overwhelmed by the size of the central tower. Alan looks up as well and blurts out, "Whoa, that thing is huge. Is it taller than the Eiffel Tower?" He is still getting used to seeing places that look like game environments standing right in front of him. As Alan and Evan take in the sight, they prepare for what comes next. For Alan, though, this is not simply another adventure. He has come here for one very specific purpose. Just then, a familiar voice calls out to them. Lyanna approaches in a black dress and red cape, dressed and ready to explore the dungeon. She greets Alan with a confident smile. She is not alone either, having brought 2 companions of her own from the Red Magic Tower. But Alan has a mission to complete, and casual conversation is not part of it. In chibi form, he thanks Lyanna and immediately asks, "Could you show me where the library is? I'm looking for a book." Evan gives a cheerful wave as he heads toward the break room. "See you later." This part of the mission is strictly for mages. As Lyanna leads Alan onward, she fills the quiet with complaints. Tomorrow, the Green Magic Tower will present a new theory, and the friendly duels will begin afterward. Then another voice suddenly cuts through the conversation. Enough with the insults already. Alan turns toward the sound with a flicker of curiosity. Lyanna only lets out an annoyed huff. "Huh. It's another argument with the Blue Tower's Vice Master." Alan asks whether she is here, and Lyanna lifts her eyes toward him, caught slightly off guard. Even so, she cannot hide the irritation in her voice as she remarks that the woman's arrogance really has no limits. Before either of them can say another word, a sharp voice suddenly cuts through the air. "Go on, say that again. I dare you." A new group has appeared nearby, and they look like they came searching for a fight. One adventurer thrusts a finger straight at Blue Tower's Vice Master while the others crowd behind him, ready to back him up. The blue-haired woman strolls forward with her chin raised high, wearing that same superior look as she points directly at Lyanna. Well, what do we have here? Isn't this the little rookie mage who got completely crushed last year?" But the instant her gaze lands on Alan, the smug look disappears from her face. Her eyes widen, her jaw falls open, and she freezes as though someone had cast a spell on her. Then, with a speed that looks almost unnatural, she bends forward into a flawless 90-degree bow. "Greetings, Count," she stammers, leaving every member of her guild staring at her in complete disbelief. For a moment, Alan simply looks down at the terrified cat girl, who is shaking so badly she seems ready to collapse. He calmly asks whether it has been around 6 months, and all she can manage is a tiny, trembling, "Yes, sir." Behind her, the 3 mages from her group are completely losing it as they try to understand what they are seeing. One of them can barely believe it, wondering aloud if they somehow got caught in an illusion spell. The woman who had been acting like a fierce, arrogant wolf only moments earlier now looks more like a frightened little familiar. Alan tells her that it is none of his business, but asks whether mages are not supposed to get along with one another. The blue-haired guild leader instantly panics. She rushes toward the 3 mages and repeatedly bows so fast that she nearly folds herself in half. "I'm sorry. Let's be friends, she blurts out, apologizing like her life depends on it. She suddenly straightens up and gives a crisp salute, her face filled with fierce determination. Yes. And then she is gone. I'm out of here, she shouts as lightning flashes beneath her feet. In a blur, she activates lightning flash step and vanishes, leaving only stunned onlookers behind her. Alan rubs the back of his neck as a bead of sweat slides down his cheek. Every time he sees Pinia, things somehow become even more ridiculous. It gets worse every time, he mutters. What is actually going through her head? The three mages she left behind stand perfectly still, stiff as statues. Their expressions are so empty that it almost looks as though the shock has knocked their souls straight out of their bodies. As Alan and Lyanna continue walking, Lyanna glances back and comments that whenever Alan is around, that crazy woman suddenly remembers how to behave politely. Alan turns toward her with a look. Are you calling Pinia a crazy woman? Their walk is interrupted yet again when two more people step out from a nearby doorway. At this point, the tower is starting to feel less like a magical academy and more like a gathering place for trouble. One of them is a nobleman with long blonde hair and sharp purple eyes. He wears a smug smile as he approaches Lyanna. My dear Lyanna, he says sweetly, did you come here to see me? Lyanna's face immediately twists into an annoyed pout. Certainly not, she answers under her breath, making it clear she could not be less interested. The nobleman ignores her rejection completely and shifts his attention toward Alan instead. And who might this be? He asks. I don't recognize him. Lyanna promptly shoves him aside. That is Count Palacio, so stop being rude and get lost, Lyanna says coldly. The man's condescending smile returns as he gives Alan an exaggerated bow. Ah, so you are the man from all those rumors. A pleasure to meet you. I am Baruch, son of the Purple Tower Master. Alan only gives him a slight nod, his expression making one thing obvious, he has never seen this man before and has absolutely no patience for him. Baruch ignores that completely, stepping far too close to Lyanna before whispering, you'll see. I'll grow on you eventually. Lyanna pushes him away again and explains to Alan not to waste his time talking to Baruch. He may only be a rank 4 mage, but he enjoys stealing other people's research just so he can humiliate them with it. Alan watches Baruch walk away and quietly takes in what Lyanna said. I see, he says. Reaching rank 4 at that age means he must be talented. Yet for just a brief second, something almost like jealousy flickers across his face. Lyanna nods before pointing Alan in the right direction. The library he needs is on the 38th floor, and she tells him she will see him later at the presentation. Then she turns away, leaving him to handle his own task. Alan eventually arrives in front of a massive, elegant door marked with the Roman numerals for 38. A game-like notification announces that he has reached his destination. The great doors slowly open, revealing an enormous library spread across multiple levels, with books drifting through the air like glowing dust in sunlight. The sight is breathtaking, yet something about it feels strangely familiar. Alan stands at the entrance and stares into the vast library. Whoa, it looks completely different in person, he says quietly. This is the very same place that appeared in his horrifying visions involving the shadow demon. He immediately gets to work. In a brief, almost comical moment, he reaches up toward a towering grandfather clock and moves its hands to 12. He mutters that he only needs to return tomorrow, when the full moon rises. His next task is much more precise. Somewhere in this massive library, he needs to locate a plain black book with no title and no author listed anywhere on it. Alan scans the shelves carefully until he finally spots what he is looking for. With a soft thud, he pulls an unmarked black book free from its resting place. He places the book on a nearby table and rests his hand on its cover. A faint glow gathers beneath his palm as he searches the book for a hidden compartment. And then he finds it. Hidden inside the book is a small, ornate black dagger that shimmers with magical energy. This is the Ring of Radiance he came for, even though it looks far more like a weapon than any kind of ring. The following day, after the magic presentations are over, Alan finds himself at the friendly duel grounds. Before long, a man wearing a green cape approaches him. The man addresses Alan directly, his face serious and tense. Count Palacio, Sir Baruch wishes to challenge you to a duel. Do you accept? The last thing Alan wants is another pointless disturbance, but trouble seems determined to follow him everywhere. He looks toward Lyanna and lets out a tired sigh. What kind of mess is this now? Baruch has been constantly bothering Lyanna, bringing up marriage and trying to force his way into her attention. Seeing Alan standing so close to her must have made him decide that Alan is now the newest obstacle in his way. Baruch steps up onto the dueling stage with all the confidence of someone who believes the entire arena came only to watch him. Count Palacio, Baruch says in a mocking tone, I would like to receive a few pointers from the great mage who helped defeat an outer god. Alan simply watches him without reacting, clearly unimpressed by the performance. Behind that smug smile, Baruch is already congratulating himself. Being the Tower Master's son is not enough influence for him, and now he believes he has found the perfect big target to use for his own rise. He thinks about all the rumors surrounding Alan, helping defeat an outer god, surviving Baba Yaga's ambush, and even the stories that Pinia grovels before him. Among the mages, Count Palacio's name has risen incredibly fast. But Baruch's arrogance is far too great for him to feel intimidated by any of it. It is all just exaggerated nonsense from idiots who cannot judge an opponent's strength, Baruch scoffs. He brushes the special ring on his finger and smirks to himself. Alan may only be rank 3, but a mage hiding behind a fake reputation is exactly the stepping stone Baruch needs. He laughs in a deliberately insulting way, trying to provoke Alan. Come on, surely you are not getting cold feet already? It is only a friendly duel. Don't tell me you are scared. But Alan gives him nothing except a cold, empty stare. His patience has clearly run out, and a vein slowly rises on his forehead. He remembers the simple advice that if someone causes trouble for no reason, sometimes they need to be taught a lesson. I accept, Alan says in a calm, steady voice. The duel is officially set. The announcer lays down the rules, making it clear that lethal magic is forbidden. Then the command is given to begin. Baruch wastes no time. Purple energy crackles around him before he launches a powerful torrent of magic straight at Alan, determined to end the match immediately. In his mind, he believes that if he exposes Alan's so-called weak skills, he can crush the Count's reputation and climb higher himself. But something feels wrong. A deep, unnatural cold suddenly fills the arena. Baruch looks down in confusion as the chill crawls through his body. Cold, he thinks. Why do my feet feel so heavy? He lowers his eyes and horror takes over his face. Ice is rapidly spreading over his boots, climbing up his legs and locking them in place beneath thick, solid layers. Before Baruch can even understand what is happening, a violent eruption of crystalline ice bursts outward from Alan. It is beautiful, enormous, and terrifying all at once, a display of absolute zero power that overwhelms the entire arena. At the very center of that frozen storm stands Alan, gripping the ornate black dagger he retrieved from the library. Yet the weapon is no longer merely shimmering with magic. Tendrils of ominous black energy now coil around it. Just before the duel, rumors had already been spreading wildly outside the arena. Pinia apologized, the Blue Tower Master asks in disbelief. He grabs a student by the collar and shakes him. Have you finally lost your mind from studying too much? But the student insists that it is true. He says Pinia apologized the very moment she saw Count Palacio. The mages around them begin whispering among themselves. There have already been plenty of unbelievable rumors about that count, but this sounds too ridiculous even for them. Seriously, they mutter. The Tower Master narrows his eyes as curiosity rises in him. Just what kind of man is he really, he wonders. I suppose I will have to see him for myself. After observing Alan from afar, he comments that Alan's presence does not seem especially impressive. One of the elders agrees, noting that Alan's mana hole appears small from the very beginning. From where they stand, the three Tower Masters watch Alan remain calm and still. They conclude that he must have spread those ridiculous rumors himself, and that everything is finally about to be exposed today. They could not have been more wrong. Without warning, a brutal wave of freezing air sweeps across the entire arena. The Tower Masters who had been gossiping moments earlier are left completely speechless. Their jaws drop as they witness the overwhelming scale of the magic unfolding before their eyes. At the heart of the raging winter storm, Alan stands perfectly calm and completely unfazed, as though the freezing chaos swirling around him belongs to him alone. Baruch's crackling purple magic is swallowed up by the overwhelming frost, its power rendered completely useless against Alan's merciless blizzard. The spectators can only stare in stunned disbelief. Even a rank 5 mage begins stammering as he watches the spell take shape. A perfectly combined triple magic. Even at rank 5, I would not be confident I could manifest something like that. How did he possibly do it? Alan raises the bladed ring in his hand, and a familiar spell name echoes through his mind with icy clarity. Glory of the Snowy Mountains. Caught inside the roaring blizzard, Baruch is thrown violently through the air like a helpless ragdoll. Terror takes over his face as disbelief turns into panic. Desperate to avoid being overwhelmed, Baruch forces himself to gather every last trace of mana he still has left. I have to do something, he screams, pouring everything he has into preparing his strongest remaining spell. The mages in the audience recognize the spell almost immediately, and alarm spreads through the crowd. Wait, is that Kimalan? Isn't that one of the Violet Tower's killing spells? But Baruch is already too late. Alan's crystal rotation blooms across the arena, sending beautifully patterned snowflakes drifting down through the storm. The moment they touch Baruch's magic, his attack shatters apart with effortless ease. The frost swallows Baruch's defenses whole, freezing them solid before his desperate spell can even properly take shape. In an instant, every bit of resistance he has left is crushed beneath Alan's magic. The Tower Master and Fenya can do nothing but stare, their faces filled with shock and horror as Alan's overwhelming power unfolds before them. The rest of the crowd is no better. The entire arena falls into stunned silence as everyone watches Baruch receive a completely one-sided beating. For the finishing blow, the surrounding ice suddenly rushes inward. Jagged crystal walls close around Baruch from every direction, sealing him inside a massive frozen coffin while his body remains locked in a pose of pure agony. Alan lands lightly on the ground, looking as composed as ever, not a single strand of hair out of place. The announcer trembles as he finally declares the result. The winner is Alan Palacio. With that one victory, Alan has made the entire Mage Tower realize exactly who they are dealing with. Once the duel ends, the mages rush toward Alan in a wave. Every bit of their earlier doubt has vanished, replaced by wide-eyed admiration and excitement. Incredible. How did you arrange that magic array? One mage asks eagerly. Ah, forgive me if that is a proprietary spell. I think I read about hand-based catalysts in some ancient texts, he keeps muttering as he tries to break down Alan's technique piece by piece. Alan starts sweating under the sudden attention, clearly overwhelmed by the crowd pressing in around him. He tries to explain as honestly as he can. I'm only rank 3. That only makes the praise louder. Huh, did you just say rank 3? Good grief, there is no need to be that humble, another mage says. Rank 3? That is impossible. Poor Alan. The more honestly he speaks, the more mysterious everyone thinks he is. At last, Alan reaches his limit. Ugh. I have things to do, he mutters, clearly desperate to escape. In a quick chibi-like burst of panic, Alan decides it is time to run. He slips away from the admiring crowd and races through the tower until he finally finds an empty corridor. Only then does he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. He looks down at the bladed ring in his hand and realizes it was far more useful than he expected. A system window appears, identifying the item as the Memory of the Black Eye, an enhanced memorizer capable of storing one of its user's spells and manifesting it with amplified power. A small game-like explanation lays out the mechanics. Normally, Alan's ultimate ice spell, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, consumes 3 out of his 5 daily magic slots because of the restrictions connected to frozen land. But when Alan combines the bladed ring with his black box ability, the amplification becomes absurdly powerful. Instead of being locked down by those restrictions, he can freely use all 5 magic slots as he pleases. It is an absolutely broken combination. As Alan walks through the bright, sunlit hallway, his thoughts keep returning to the spell he just used. At last, he feels like he truly understands Glory of the Snowy Mountains. It is not simply a spell that freezes whatever it touches. At the instant it manifests, it freezes the surrounding air itself, changing the environment at a fundamental level. That realization brings back the image of the shadow demon inside the enormous library. The demon's words echo through Alan's mind once again. Sentences are the keys to accessing those laws. Now Alan finally understands what that meant. If he properly understands and uses a sentence, then perhaps he is not merely changing a spell's properties. Perhaps he can interfere directly with the laws governing the world itself. Before, he had treated those words as nothing more than a way to strengthen his mana. But now, an entirely new world of magic is beginning to open before him. The more Alan learns, the more he wants to uncover. His gaze sharpens with determination. Good, he thinks. I'll get some rest, then go collect what I prepared tonight. With that decision made, he heads toward his next destination. Later that night, Alan returns to the 38th floor. The great library doors creak open, revealing the magical chamber beneath the pale glow of moonlight. Books drift gently through the air as though they are weightless, and then a mysterious, ethereal voice rings out from somewhere inside the library. Since you came on time, it seems you solved the riddle. Alan looks around the moonlit library without showing even the slightest sign of fear. I came to solve more, he replies calmly. The voice seems amused as it speaks again, now coming from a glowing orb of light. Oh. You heard my voice and did not fall into a panic. How fascinating. Tendrils of light twist through the air and gather together as the mysterious presence introduces herself through a chain of legendary titles. The one who inspired fear and worship in all who disturbed the world. The Slayer. Eternal Terror. Known among mages as the Cup of the Primordial. The glowing light slowly takes shape, revealing the shimmering silhouette of a woman whose presence alone carries an immense and terrifying magical weight. Alan's eye widens the moment he recognizes her. He knows exactly who stands before him, and exactly how dangerous this encounter could be. Then she speaks her most famous title. The first human to reach rank 8 since the age of the Forgotten Gods. Archmage Heinkel. At last, she fully appears, a young woman with long blue hair, floating gracefully in midair beneath an absurdly oversized witch hat. Alan immediately tenses, and a single bead of sweat runs down his face. One wrong choice here, and he knows he is finished. He remembers this encounter clearly from the game. Players used to call Heinkel the retry witch, because getting her items depended entirely on choosing the correct dialogue options. A game-like interface appears in front of him as Heinkel drifts down through the air. Oh. You have grown quite a bit, haven't you, she says. 3 dialogue choices appear before Alan. His cursor hovers over one hilariously terrible option. Little girl, you should use honorifics. Heinkel instantly shifts into chibi rage. Honorifics? Do you want to die? Are you starting to get cocky? The game's explanation is brutally clear. By the third meeting, Alan and Heinkel have grown familiar enough that the wrong answer only earns him a curse. But choosing the wrong response during the first encounter means immediate death. Then another dialogue box appears, and somehow Alan chooses an even worse option. Go drink some milk. Heinkel's expression explodes from calm to furious in an instant. Her face twists with rage as the entire background seems to turn blood red. What did you just say? The game gives an especially unhelpful warning. She was also called the Messy Milk Witch because she would instantly kill players for saying things like that. Alan immediately prepares himself for the worst. I need to get my defenses ready first, he thinks. I cannot just die instantly. Heinkel's entire face disappears beneath the dark shadow cast by her enormous hat. Without warning, 2 massive and terrifying eyes materialize in the air directly behind Alan. Alan starts to speak, but before he can finish a single sentence, Heinkel lets out a sudden terrified shriek. Alan freezes, completely baffled by what just happened. He rubs his eyes, staring at her in total confusion. Huh? Is this because I am seeing things the way I did in the game? For the first time, Alan gets a proper look at Heinkel without all the terrifying effects surrounding her. Then he reaches a deeply unexpected realization. She is really short. Her enormous witch hat is doing almost all the work. Heinkel floats awkwardly in the air, completely flustered and embarrassed as she tries to hide herself behind the giant hat. Here, she stammers. Alan can only stand there with a blank, confused chibi expression, unable to make sense of the situation at all. With a desperate cry, Heinkel throws a small treasure chest straight toward him before fleeing in a panic. The small chest gently floats down into Alan's waiting hands. Meanwhile, Heinkel is already trying to escape as fast as she can. Satisfied? I am leaving now, she declares from beneath the huge witch hat. And just like that, she vanishes in a puff of smoke, leaving Alan alone in the moonlit library with nothing but confusion written across his face. Alan stares down at the dagger still clutched in his hand, then looks back toward the spot where Heinkel vanished. Wait, Heinkel. I had my magic ready just in case. The whole encounter has left him completely thrown off balance. He slowly glances over his shoulder, replaying her terrified reaction in his mind. But was she looking at something behind me? There is nothing there at all, and that only makes the whole thing feel stranger. Alan eventually lets out a long, puzzled sigh. Well, I'm not going to complain about getting this so easily. After all that tension, he somehow obtained the quest item without answering even one riddle. For a socially awkward guy like Alan, that is an unexpected win. Unseen by Alan, 2 mysterious floating eyes, one red and one blue, quietly fade out of existence behind him. Those eyes had apparently frightened one of the strongest archmages in the world into running away. After the chaos of the duel and that unbelievably easy encounter with Archmage Heinkel, Alan finally gets a chance to settle down. He begins focusing on his studies again, attending magic roundtables together with Lyanna. Alan quickly realizes that studying magic with Lyanna is far more productive than working by himself. Alan is especially skilled at controlling mana, while Lyanna excels at arranging magical sequences, so the two of them make an unusually effective pair. Still, Lyanna cannot get one question out of her head. Looking at Alan with total disbelief, she asks again, "But are you really only a rank 3 mage?" Alan can only sigh to himself. This is already the 15th time she has asked him that. Lyanna immediately realizes she has asked it again and gives him a small, embarrassed nod. Sorry, she says, trying to hide how curious she still is. Alan lets the question slide, but it gets him thinking. Maybe it is finally time to start experimenting with rank 4 magic, even though he still does not feel completely prepared for it. However, those quiet days of studying do not last long. On the 4th day of the conference, shocking news suddenly reaches them. An outer god has appeared inside the Lartanya labyrinth. A strange mutation that was first noticed only a week earlier is now spreading rapidly throughout the entire dungeon. There is no time to hesitate. Alan's expression turns grim as he faces Evan. "Send this letter," he says. "We're leaving immediately." As Alan prepares to depart, Pinia catches up with him. She looks at him with a faint pout and asks, "Count, are you leaving already?" Alan confirms that he is, and Pinia's face immediately brightens with a strangely cheerful look. She waves at him with far more energy than expected and shouts, "Have a safe trip." Watching her wave him off, Alan cannot help feeling confused. She came all the way to his carriage just to see him leave, yet she does not look sad in the slightest. I really don't understand her, he thinks. A few days later, after leaving behind an unexpectedly radiant Pinia, Alan's carriage finally arrives at its destination. Lartanya, the Labyrinth City. It is a massive metropolis built around the dungeon itself, thriving beneath the shadow of that enormous underground maze. When the carriage rolls to a stop, Alan and Evan step down from it in their cloaks, both of them ready to get straight to business. The building standing before them is so huge and extravagant that its sheer scale is almost overwhelming. Evan looks around in open amazement. "I knew she was doing well," he says, "but this is on an entirely different level." At that moment, Evan experiences a sudden, life-changing realization. Money is absolute power. Now he finally understands why experts in magical items hold so much influence. Wealth and magic truly can move the whole world. Alan and Evan approach the massive, ornate gates of the building, but a sharply dressed attendant steps forward and stops them. He asks whether they have an appointment. Apparently, even getting through the front gate requires a reservation. Alan tries using his name instead. "I know this is sudden, but could you announce that Count Palacio is here?" The attendant looks like he is seconds away from bursting a blood vessel. "Ha! That makes 325 times today," he sneers. Without a reservation, the meeting fee is 3,000 gold coins. Alan's jaw drops at the number. That much, he thinks. That is enough gold to buy an entire house. Swallowing his pride, Alan asks the next question. "Then when is the next available opening?" The attendant checks his schedule with a smug smile, clearly enjoying the moment. "I might be able to squeeze you in after about 10 months from now," he finishes. Alan and Evan stand there in complete shock. 10 months? They cannot believe what they just heard. Before either of them can argue, someone throws a heavy bag of coins toward the gatekeeper and loudly demands, "Hey! Open the door." A short, pudgy nobleman strolls forward with 2 thugs at his side. This is Labard Claystone, the son of the Lord of Lartanya. The gatekeeper immediately recognizes him, and his expression sinks. In his mind, there is only one thought. Oh great! Not this jerk again. Alan's thoughts are much less polite. This guy is nothing but trash, acting important because he was born with his father's title behind him. At last, Labard notices Alan and Evan standing nearby. He gives them a nasty little sneer. "Ha ha! Get lost, you bunch of beggars." That is enough to make both Alan and Evan furious. Their faces tighten as they glare back at him. They may be many things, but they are definitely not beggars. Then a calm female voice suddenly cuts through the growing tension. At the top of the stairs, a young woman with long green hair begins walking down. Labard looks up, and his face changes at once. "Oh, Rinna." Rinna does not even slow her pace. Her voice is cold enough to freeze the air. "Get lost." Then, without warning, the elegant woman moves with astonishing speed. She smacks Labard across the face so hard that he is sent flying away, blood spraying from his mouth. Rinna calmly walks past the chaos as though nothing happened. She stops before Alan, gives him a slight bow, and says, "I have kept you waiting, patron." The gatekeeper and Labard's thugs are completely stunned. The attendant can barely process what he is seeing. Rinna is always polite and fair, whether she is dealing with a prince or someone in rags, yet she just sent Labard flying. Labard lies there in a blubbering mess, screaming through his anger and humiliation. "How dare you talk to me like that? I'm a noble. I'm very close with the Council of Three." "Let me remind you, Rinna," Labard begins, but Alan and Evan simply stand nearby looking completely bored, as though his tantrum is not even worth listening to. Labard keeps yelling while his goons drag him back toward his luxurious carriage. "You'll regret turning your back on me for these bums," he shouts, still kicking up a fuss as he is hauled away. With the nuisance finally removed, Rinna turns back toward Alan and Evan with her usual calm expression. "Come in, patron. And you as well, sir. Let us head inside." Alan leans closer to her, looking genuinely concerned. Are you sure this is going to be okay? I heard the Lord of Lartanya is very fond of his son." Rinna gives him a calm, reassuring look. "Do not worry about it. You probably will not be seeing him again." It is meant to be comforting, but somehow it sounds slightly terrifying too. Later, the three of them are seated in a luxurious lounge. Evan happily enjoys a macaron while Alan looks around and thinks to himself that he has somehow ended up sitting in the master's chair again. Alan turns toward Rinna, still curious about something. "But why did you call me patron?" Rinna looks back at him with a puzzled expression. "Pardon?" Alan explains that the other children usually call him godfather or benefactor. He was simply wondering why she chose such a specific title. "Patron feels so formal," he says. Her face eases into a faint, gentle smile as she looks at him. "That title really does suit you best." For a moment, the two of them share a small, unexpectedly sweet understanding. "Is that so?" A warm surge of pride rises in Alan's chest. Rinna had always been serious, determined, and far more capable than most people her age. She was building something impressive for herself, and he could not help feeling proud of her. After taking a quiet sip of tea, Alan finally brings up why he came. "As I mentioned in the letter I sent you, there's something I need to ask of you. I've come to realize that influence is necessary if I want to reach my goals." Alan lowers his cup and speaks more directly. "Could you help me get into the strike force that's being assembled against the outer god?" Alan reaches behind his neck and rubs it awkwardly, looking slightly embarrassed by the request. Though, if what happened at the gate makes that difficult, before he can finish, Rinna cuts in. "Patron, are you truly that concerned about the Lord's son?" Alan quickly explains that he simply does not want to create needless complications for her. A small, self-assured smile appears on Rinna's lips. "Please do not concern yourself with that. I believe I can arrange exactly what you asked for." Alan lets out the breath he had been holding, followed by a relieved little cough. "Ahem, then thank you. I appreciate it." With the important matter settled, Rinna suggests that they take time to rest after the long journey they had made. Evan watches Rinna with open amazement. Whoa, she really carries herself like an adult. Leaning toward Alan, he lowers his voice and adds, "Yeah, she definitely has that top-of-the-class kind of aura." That night, Alan lies awake in bed, relieved that Rinna agreed to help him. Still, even with that burden lifted, his thoughts keep circling back to everything he still needs to prepare. It hasn't even been that long since the incident in the north, he thinks quietly. Maybe I should slow down for a little while and go over the plan again. But Alan must have been far more exhausted than he realized. The moment he finally rests, he sleeps so deeply that Evan has to wake him himself. "Count. Aren't you going to eat lunch?" Evan calls out. Alan groans as he forces his eyes open. How long was I asleep? Still drowsy, Alan makes his way over to join Rinna and Evan at an extravagant table covered in a lavish meal. Rinna does not waste time with small talk. With her usual ruthless efficiency, she gives him her report. "I have already dealt with the request you gave me yesterday. The strike force is gathering today," she continues evenly. We should leave for the meeting soon. Then, as casually as though she were mentioning the weather outside, Rina adds one more detail. And you need not worry about Labard Claystone. I killed him. Cleanly. Alan freezes in the middle of eating, his fork suspended in the air before it can reach his mouth. Her words keep echoing through his head while his mind fills with frantic question marks. Wait, what did she just say? His old gamer instincts immediately take over. Alan knows perfectly well that Labard was a plague on Lartanya, a truly vile man who had caused suffering wherever he went. In the game, practically every side quest throughout the Lartanya region led back to Labard somehow. Mercenary massacres, horrifying biological experiments, and countless other atrocities all pointed to him as the one responsible. But knowing that someone is a villain inside a game is one thing. Having one of his own wards casually assassinate that person is something completely different. This was practically the murder of royalty. Stunned, Alan asks her why she did it. Rina's answer is frighteningly simple, delivered with unwavering loyalty. He made you uncomfortable. Leaving him alive would only have allowed that discomfort to continue. A cold sweat starts to form on Alan's forehead. It was true that Rina was one of the seeds connected to the birth of the mortal sins, but even if she considered him her patron, this felt dangerously excessive. And there was another problem, Rina was supposed to be an expert in magic items. How had she managed to kill Labard and defeat his mercenaries? Seeing the troubled look on Alan's face, Rina misunderstands his silence as dissatisfaction. Is something wrong? Her gaze sharpens slightly. If what I did was not enough, then I can. No, Alan interrupts immediately before she can say anything worse. It's not that. I was only worried about whether you might have gotten hurt. Rina's expression softens in surprise. Oh. Then she reassures him in a calm voice, there is no reason for you to worry. I handled everything without any problems. Alan can only stare at her and think, our ways of seeing the world really are completely different. Trying to loosen the tense atmosphere, Alan reaches over and gently pats her on the head. Well, thank you. And don't look so upset. Rina immediately denies it, insisting that she was not upset at all. Alan lets out a tired sigh. Was she embarrassed? Either way, he gives her one final warning. Still, try not to put yourself in dangerous situations like that. It would be a waste to lose everything you've worked so hard to build for yourself. Don't you think? Rina seems to understand what he means. Patron, since you are here, there is something I would like to show you. She turns toward another part of the room. Please come and see the tracker eye. She leads Alan to an artifact resting nearby, a golden eye shaped like a star, its surface steadily pulsing with blue energy. Alan studies it in disbelief. This is the tracker eye. Rina begins explaining in the same composed, business-like tone. The number of marks is increasing steadily. There have been no issues so far. Then everything suddenly clicks in Alan's mind. Wait a second, his attention locks onto the black mark. That mark increases an artifact's power. Don't tell me the tracker eye was. He remembers the item's description from the game. It was meant to be nothing more than a basic tool used to appraise low-level artifacts, an ordinary item with no special past or hidden importance. Alan's thoughts explode as the truth starts coming together. So that was why Rina had become so successful so quickly, and maybe that was part of why she treated him so well. Still, he forces himself to keep a calm expression. You're making very good use of it, Alan says carefully. Rina continues her report, explaining that at this pace, they should be able to obtain all of them within only a few years. Once again, Alan is completely lost. What in the world was she even talking about now? Rina finishes her update without noticing his confusion. Now that I have given you the full progress report, please follow me to the meeting room. The instant they step inside, a cat girl with black and white hair points directly at Alan. Hold it. We are not seriously bringing this loser along, are we? Her eyes narrow with contempt. His reputation is obviously nothing but hot air. And she is far from alone in feeling that way. Alan is introduced to the leaders of the 5 great guilds, Mayan of the Antiquity Trackers, Maverick of the Nomad Lands, Hihan of the Acadia Guild, and Argonia of the Calamandra Guild. Not one of them looks impressed by Alan's arrival. Mayan looks especially hostile, already drawing her daggers as if she is prepared to attack at any moment. Alan is not exactly surprised. These were mercenaries, people who respected strength above everything else, so he expected resistance. Still, they are not even making an effort to hide how much they dislike him. Alan releases a quiet sigh, his hand drifting toward the bladed ring on his finger. At once, snowflakes begin gathering around it, swirling through the air in delicate, icy patterns. It looks like I'm going to have to prove that I belong here. Alan stands in the center of the room with frost and icy magic curling around his body. He had two major reasons for wanting to join the strike force. First, from everything he knew, ordinary military forces would be completely useless when facing an outer god. And the second reason was just as important. Alan needed powerful mercenaries, people strong enough to carry out the dangerous plan already taking shape in his mind. Unfortunately, getting them to trust him is proving far more difficult than expected. Maverick, the hot-headed guild leader, steps forward and challenges him directly, demanding to know whether Alan is looking for a fight. Alan's face remains as cold and steady as the frozen air surrounding him. In a calm voice, he points out that they were the ones who started this confrontation. Maverick clearly does not appreciate that answer. He charges forward with his sword raised high, just as jagged shards of ice burst violently from the floor beneath him. On the outside, Alan keeps his expression cool and controlled. Inside, however, panic is already taking over. Maybe I pushed this too far. My heart seriously cannot handle this kind of stress. The tension in the room spikes all at once. One by one, the remaining guild leaders draw their weapons as well, clearly prepared to jump into the fight the second things spiral any further. But just when the room seems ready to explode into total chaos, Alan does something none of them expect. Instead of backing down, he casually takes a seat and looks over them from where he sits. Without the slightest rush in his voice, he asks, "Now then, can we finally talk?" The mercenaries stop dead in their tracks. The ice may have frozen their movements, but Alan's sheer nerve is what truly leaves them speechless. Inside, Alan knows this confidence is not an act. He remembers this exact situation from the game, down to the hidden quest connected to it. This was a route he had studied well enough to know by heart. Alan's eyes narrow as he focuses on the person who matters most. Everything depends on Argonia, the leader of the Calamandra Guild. If she accepts him, then this entire confrontation will end before it can become a real fight. Argonia, the demon-kin woman with imposing red horns, studies Alan in silence. Her sharp green eyes remain fixed on him, as though she is trying to see through every layer of confidence he is putting on display. Then her voice slices through the suffocating silence like a blade. She orders everyone to stop immediately. Maverick's sword comes to a halt only inches from Alan's face. Furious, he snaps his head toward Argonia and demands to know why she is telling them to stand down now. Argonia simply points out what none of them can deny. They were the ones who underestimated Alan first, and they were also the ones who showed him disrespect. Maverick lets out an irritated sound, but after a moment of resistance, he reluctantly lowers his sword and puts it away. With the immediate danger gone, Alan finally turns the conversation toward the real issue. He asks when the group plans to enter the labyrinth. Argonia proposes that they begin in 2 days, then gather once more tomorrow to finalize everything. As Alan walks out of the room, the other mercenaries can only watch him leave, still trying to process the power he displayed in front of them. Behind him, Argonia formally agrees to the terms. The second Alan is out of everyone's sight, his composed expression completely falls apart. He slumps against the nearest wall, clutching his chest as his pulse races. Never again, he vows to himself. He is never pulling off something that reckless again. Back inside the meeting room, Maverick is still fuming. He demands to know why Argonia allowed the pretentious snob to get exactly what he wanted. Hehan, the group strategist, immediately pushes Maverick back and tells him he has no idea what he is talking about. Argonia did not save Alan just now, she saved Maverick's life. Maverick stares at him in complete confusion. Hehan struggles to put it into words, but eventually explains the truth. If Alan's attack had actually connected, Maverick would have died in an instant. Argonia's thoughts drift back to a memory from long ago, to a warning her mother once gave her. Her mother had been a powerful dragon, and the memory still lingers clearly in Argonia's mind. Her mother's voice echoes from centuries in the past, speaking to a much younger Argonia. She warned her that if an eye ever appeared in the sky, then under no circumstances was she to meet the gaze of the being whose caliber surpassed all others. It was the only warning Argonia's mother had ever given her. Even now, the memory carries the weight of a terrifying premonition, as though it spoke of a power far beyond anything she could ever hope to understand. And when Argonia looked at Alan, she saw something that made that old warning feel real. For a brief instant, she caught a terrifying vision of darkness swirling like a vortex, with a single all-seeing eye staring back from within it. Left shaken, she can only wonder who Alan truly is. The next day, the meeting has a completely different atmosphere. Alan sits nervously at the head of the table, unsure of what kind of resistance he is about to face this time. To Alan's complete surprise, everyone agrees with his plan without a single objection. There are no arguments, no sharp comments, and no attempts to challenge him. Before he knows it, the entire discussion is settled with unbelievable speed. As they leave the room, Rinna glances toward Alan and admits that she did not expect the meeting to go so smoothly. Alan notices that even Meow, the cat girl who looked ready to pounce on him just yesterday, is now quietly licking her thumb nearby, her earlier hostility seemingly subdued. A tiny smug version of Alan appears in his thoughts, proudly confirming that his strategy worked. He had successfully disguised his gamer knowledge as wisdom taken from ancient and forgotten texts. A few days pass, and by then, every necessary preparation has been completed. The strike force gathers at the entrance to the Lartanya labyrinth, standing together before the dark descent that waits below. They begin making their way downward, an intimidating group of elite mercenaries cutting through wave after wave of monsters as they carve a path deeper into the labyrinth. The monsters are far more numerous and powerful than Alan expected, making him quietly grateful that he put together such a strong team. If he had tried to enter this place alone, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. While the group moves through a dimly lit corridor, Mayan suddenly drifts closer to Alan with a playful look in her eyes. She steps right into his personal space, bringing her face close to his as she asks whether he has some kind of problem with beast folk. Alan quickly tells her that was never the issue. Mayan's expression turns sly as she leans even closer and lowers her voice to a whisper. Then she makes a proposition so bold that Alan nearly forgets how to react. "Do you want to sleep with me?" With a soft, playful purr, she explains that now that they have spent more time together, she has come to realize just how strong he really is. Alan is left completely speechless. In his mind, a tiny chibi version of himself is frozen solid inside a block of ice from pure shock. How can she say something that outrageous with such a perfectly straight face? Mayan playfully sends a small heart in his direction. At that moment, Alan remembers an important piece of lore. The cat tribe holds an almost cult-like reverence for anyone they consider truly strong. Alan politely turns down her offer. Meown lets out a disappointed sigh, stretches her body with complete ease, and tells him to let her know if he ever changes his mind. Rinna sees the entire exchange, and a dark aura begins gathering around her. In a voice cold enough to chill the air, she asks her patron whether he would like her to quietly deal with that rude individual. A violent explosion suddenly shakes the dungeon as the group clears yet another floor of the labyrinth. It is now the second day of their descent. The group emerges from the smoky aftermath of the blast and continues onward through the dungeon. Maverick scratches his head in frustration, complaining about how exhausting it is to search every single floor from end to end. They have only reached the fourth floor, but Alan can already feel how different this world is from the game he once knew. In the game, all he had to do was defeat the boss, and a prompt would appear right away, allowing him to descend to the next level instantly. But reality is nothing like that. These floors are enormous, twisting, and painfully complicated to navigate. Sometimes, finding the way down can take them half an entire day. As the group moves forward, Hihan suddenly spots something far ahead and calls out to everyone. At the end of the corridor, a blue portal swirls quietly in the distance. Argonia confirms that it is the entrance to the fifth floor and tells the group to move out. The moment they step through the portal, the dungeon vanishes behind them. They emerge into a vast open field of green grass, surrounded by ancient white ruins beneath a bright blue sky. Rinna explains to Alan that the fifth floor is considered a safe zone, a rare peaceful space where travelers can rest from the constant danger of the labyrinth. In the game, this place functioned as a save point. Argonia gathers the mercenaries together, and everyone listens closely as she gives them their latest information. The outer god was seen on the 12th floor only a few days ago, which means the group still has time to prepare before reaching it. While the others take time to rest and get ready, Maverick watches Alan from nearby. Alan appears to be struggling just to catch his breath after the long descent. Maverick mutters to the others, clearly unimpressed. What is so great about a guy who is already out of breath after only 3 floors? Maverick's grumbling stops all at once, as if the words have been ripped right out of his throat. His body stiffens, and his eyes sharpen as he senses an enormous, wicked presence pressing down on the area. Before anyone even has time to understand what is happening, several mercenaries are cut down in an instant. Their bodies split apart under an invisible strike, falling before they can even raise their weapons. The attack comes with terrifying speed and brutality. A flash of green light tears through the air, followed immediately by sprays of crimson blood across the ruined ground. From within the shadows, a figure slowly steps into view. Green skin, pointed ears, and long white hair frame his eerie appearance as he stands calmly above the destruction he just caused. Maverick stares at him in stunned disbelief, unable to decide whether this overwhelming creature is some kind of goblin or something far worse. Nearby, Neon quickly pushes herself back to her feet, urgently asking what just happened. The outer god lifts one sharp-nailed finger and points it toward them with effortless arrogance. His voice is cold and contemptuous as he asks who gave mere insects permission to look him directly in the eyes. At that moment, Alan's ice magic shoots forward like a streak of white frost, crashing into the outer god and freezing him in place before he can move freely. Alan immediately calls out to Maverick, snapping him out of his shock and forcing his attention back to the battlefield. He tells him to pull himself together before the situation gets any worse. The outer god lets out a low, condescending laugh, completely unbothered by the ice around him. For a miserable human, he finds Alan's freezing technique surprisingly interesting. Alan's face darkens as he recognizes the enemy now standing before them. His voice turns grim as he names their new opponent, Kairos. Kairos seems genuinely intrigued that a human knows his name. The smug demon strikes a theatrical pose, clearly pleased by the attention, and calls Alan a charming little man. Meanwhile, Alan's thoughts race through everything he remembers from the game. Kairos was the Demon King, a being whose endless hunger for knowledge had brought him frighteningly close to reaching godhood through his own power alone. Cold sweat runs down Alan's face as the realization sinks in. According to the game's original timeline, Kairos was not supposed to arrive on this floor for at least 3 more days. Something has gone badly off course, and Alan has no idea why the Demon King is already here. Kairos announces that he happens to be in a good mood, and since these insects are apparently with Alan, he will show them a little mercy. His offer is simple and insulting: leave immediately, and he will spare their lives. But Alan has no intention of retreating just because Kairos allows it. Without hesitation, he gives the command, ordering everyone to take their battle positions. The mercenaries are shaken, but they still draw their weapons and steady themselves. Argonia and Hyman also prepare to face what may be the most dangerous fight of their lives. This situation is different from the fight against Erthaltus's forces. This time, the mercenaries have come prepared, and the outer god stabilization is not yet complete. That means they still have a chance to fight back. Kairos perches atop a massive pillar, looking down at them from above with a lazy, amused expression, as though the entire battlefield exists only to entertain him. Since they are so desperate to be punished, Kairos decides he might as well grant their wish. With casual cruelty, he launches a colossal blade of pure energy straight toward the gathered crowd. The attack rips through the surroundings with devastating force, tearing apart the ancient ruins and transforming what had once been a quiet safe zone into a battlefield filled with chaos and destruction. But the elite strike force does not fall so easily. Maverick and Argonia leap forward together, their swords flashing as they charge directly into the massive wave of energy. The mercenaries brace themselves as one, forcing their combined strength against the crushing power of the outer god. Steel, magic, and sheer will collide with the overwhelming force bearing down on them. From his high perch, Kairos only smirks. Their swords amuse him, looking to him like children's toys dragged onto a real battlefield. A bead of cold sweat slides down Alan's cheek as he understands the difference. The sword of dissipation worked before because Kairos had not fully manifested yet. This, however, is the real thing. The others immediately continue the assault. Hyman launches his own spells into the fray, while Mayan releases a volley of enchanted arrows, filling the air with attacks from multiple directions. Kairos slips through the barrage with impossible grace. The attacks pass through or around him so smoothly that he almost seems less like a body and more like a phantom drifting across the battlefield. The few projectiles that come close are brushed aside with nothing more than a flick of his fingers. With every failed attack, his amusement only grows stronger. Then Kairos summons an army of goblins, sending them surging forward across the ruins. But the elite mercenaries respond with practiced precision, cutting them down before the swarm can overwhelm them. Alan knows they are quickly running out of time. If they want even the slightest chance of winning, they have to seize the initiative right now. He raises his hand, draws the freezing air toward him, and begins chanting a complex, layered incantation. He releases the full force of his ice magic, invoking the snowflake formation, the glory of the snowy mountains, and blind man's fatality. Frost gathers and compresses, forming a massive spear of pure ice. At the same time, Rinna steps into the battle. Her grimoire begins to glow with a ghostly green light as she starts casting her own spell. From her magic, enormous ethereal chains appear, each one shimmering with powerful binding force and ready to lock down its target. The chains surge forward in an instant, wrapping tightly around Kairos and pinning him in place before he can slip away. With the outer god restrained, Alan's giant ice crystal halberd tears through the air, its frozen point aimed straight for Kairos's heart. Mayan and Hyman can only stare with their mouths open, stunned by the sheer scale and precision of the coordinated assault unfolding in front of them. Even Argonia, usually composed, and Maverick, usually burning with reckless energy, are struck silent by the breathtaking force of the attack. The halberd blazes forward like a monument of icy destruction, closing the distance to the trapped Kairos with terrifying speed. Alan watches with grim determination, convinced that even if this attack cannot finish Kairos, it should at least be enough to give the outer god the fright of his life. But that confidence breaks apart in a single instant. Kairos does not even flinch as the attack approaches. He merely lifts one hand to meet it head-on. With only 2 fingers raised, Kairos prepares to stop the full force of Alan's strongest spell as though it were nothing more than a passing nuisance. A deafening crack splits the battlefield as the ice spear shatters on contact, bursting into countless fragments. Kairos disperses the remaining energy effortlessly, and the mighty spell vanishes like a whisper carried away by the wind. A smug grin spreads slowly across Kairos's face. He mocks Alan with chilling ease, telling the little insect that he missed. Alan's face twists with pure horror. He cannot process how his most powerful attack, the spell he had put everything into, was erased so casually. Kairos chuckles, savoring the tension hanging over the battlefield. He admits that he likes this atmosphere and decides he will play with them for just a little longer. Then he speaks a single word, cold enough to make the air itself feel heavier. Release. A torrent of dark, malicious energy erupts from Kairos's body. Rinna's chains shatter apart under the pressure, while shadowy tendrils whip through the air around him. A second command rolls across the battlefield like a sentence of doom. Quake. Seeing that Kairos is standing still, Maverick and Argonia immediately rush forward to attack, refusing to waste the opening. At the same time, Mayan fires a desperate flaming arrow toward him. Hyman follows by unleashing a swirling vortex of shadow magic, sending the dark current spinning straight into the center of the assault. For one brief moment, Kairos is caught in the full force of the strike team's combined attack, surrounded by blades, fire, and shadow. Then the third word of his spell rings out across the battlefield, heavy and absolute. Expansion. A blinding, sickly green light suddenly bursts outward, spreading in every direction until the entire safe zone is swallowed by its destructive glow. The mercenaries are hurled through the air like helpless ragdolls as the earth beneath their feet violently tears apart and collapses around them. Kairos wears a cruel, satisfied grin as he finishes the final words of his incantation, releasing the horrifying technique known as the Way of the Anonymous. Then a brilliant flash erupts with enough force to feel like the end of the world itself. When the light fades, Kairos stands alone at the center of a massive crater, while the once peaceful field has been reduced to a scorched wasteland. Hidamon, battered, dizzy, and barely able to steady himself, screams through the pain as he demands to know what kind of attack Kairos just used. But before anyone can answer him, green light flickers in front of his eyes, and Kairos suddenly appears directly before him. He-Man throws himself aside at the last possible second, narrowly avoiding a sweeping blade of energy that rips another enormous scar across the ruined land. However, he cannot recover quickly enough for the strike that follows. The second attack comes immediately after the first, cutting straight through his body before he can block it. Mayan stands frozen in horror, forced to watch as her companions are cut down one after another right in front of her. She does not even get a moment to mourn them. A massive leg suddenly closes around her face, cutting off her chance to react. Kairos casually swats her away as though she is nothing more than an insect, launching her across the wreckage before she crashes brutally into the shattered ground. Then he turns his attention back to Alan, a smug and condescending smile resting on his face. Kairos admits that he has high hopes for him, asking what other little tricks Alan can offer to keep him entertained. Alan can only stand there in stunned silence, his thoughts spinning wildly as the terrifying gap between their powers sinks in. This is the worst possible situation. Kairos can use magic Alan has never even seen before, and he can perform ritual gestures and recite incantations just like Alan can. The difference between them is not merely skill. Kairos has more knowledge, more preparation, and a level of raw power that feels almost divine. All around Alan, empty mana potion vials litter the broken ground, proof that he has already pushed himself dangerously close to his limit. With nowhere left to run and no better option remaining, Alan forces his magic to its absolute breaking point, preparing himself for one final stand. He immediately casts a defensive spell, crystallization and rotation, hoping the barrier will buy him even a few desperately needed seconds. A massive shield of spinning ice crystals forms before him, its frozen layers rotating rapidly as they deflect wave after wave of Kairos attacks. The crystalline wall shines under the assault, somehow holding firm against the relentless barrage. For one brief, fragile moment, Alan feels hope rise inside him. His defense is actually working. He raises his voice and calls out to his loyal ward, desperately summoning Rinna to help him. Yet even while defending himself, Alan knows the truth. Kairos is not taking this seriously at all. He is simply watching Alan struggle with the detached amusement of a cat toying with a trapped mouse. Still, Alan grits his teeth and keeps defending himself again and again, refusing to let his fear make him stop. The rotating shield begins to crack under the endless punishment, groaning loudly as fractures spread through the ice. More empty potion bottles tumble from Alan's hands and scatter across the ground. He gasps for breath between attacks, forcing down one mana potion after another. He has already consumed 5, and the first signs of mana toxicity are starting to poison his body from within. Every second is becoming more dangerous, and Alan knows his time is running out. Then Kairos suddenly appears right in front of him. There is no more room for hesitation. Alan realizes this is now or never, and he gives Rinna the signal. At Alan's command, Rinna's magical chains erupt once more, racing through the air as they shoot directly toward the outer god. Her expression hardens into one of fierce determination as she pours every last ounce of strength she has into the binding spell. At the same time, Alan begins another frantic incantation, fully aware that only one remaining constraint is left for him to place upon his own power. A system window appears in his vision, laying out the conditions required to unlock his true strength. He needs just one more constraint before he can twist the very laws of this world. Blood spills from Alan's mouth, but he forces himself through the agony. Even this will not be enough on its own. He needs a miracle, a single attack powerful enough to end everything at once. Kairos' earlier words echo in his mind, filled with contempt as the outer god told Alan that he still did not understand anything. Then Alan remembers the mysterious figure from before, the one who spoke to him about the nature of this world, incantations, principles, and the concretization of essence. Those remembered words suddenly strike something deep inside Alan's mind. Desperate thoughts begin to race through his head as he clutches it in agony, searching every memory and every experience for a hidden clue. He forces himself beyond his limits, trying to find a path toward the next stage of power. Then, in a sudden flash of understanding, a Manhwa comes to him. Alan finally realizes that confusion and awakening are not opposites at all, but one and the same. As though responding to that realization, a shimmering construct of ice begins forming in front of him. For the first time, Kairos' smug expression vanishes, replaced by genuine shock. Rinna sees the opening immediately, and her chains coil around the distracted outer god, binding him tightly in place. Kairos roars in frustration, his voice shaking with irritation as he shouts that Rinna is beginning to annoy him. A violent shockwave bursts from his body, instantly shattering her chains apart. But the attack he launches next is not aimed at Alan. It tears straight toward the defenseless Rinna instead. The outer god's razor-sharp claws rush toward her, stopping only inches away from her throat. In a blur of desperate movement, Alan throws himself between them and takes the full force of that devastating blow himself. His shoulder is ripped open, blood spreading across his white coat, but he succeeds in saving his ward from certain death. The instant Alan forms the Manhwa of the Wisdom Fist, something unbelievable begins to happen. The enormous ice spear he created earlier starts to reform, twisting, shifting, and reshaping itself into something entirely new, an intricate key shaped like a snowflake. That frozen key slides into a gigantic invisible lock embedded in the fabric of reality itself, then turns with a deep and resounding click. And the moment the key completes its turn, Alan's true power is finally released. His ultimate spell awakens at last, Ice Crystal Halberd. A catastrophic eruption of freezing energy explodes outward the instant the key reaches the end of its turn. In a single instant, the entire battlefield is flash frozen. The ruined fields, the shattered remains of the safe zone, and every piece of broken ground are sealed beneath ice, transforming the world into a silent, glittering glacier. Alan stares at what he has created, noticing that even his own hand has become crystalline. At last, he understands the true meaning behind the manifestation of essence. But even this absolute power can hold the outer god for only 6 seconds before the enormous glacier begins to crack, split apart, and shatter under Kairos' immense strength. Alan spits out blood and grits his teeth, knowing that he has already given this battle everything he possibly has. From the heart of the frozen ice, Kairos slowly steps out with an amused smirk instead of anger. He gracefully admits that Alan managed to defeat him, though he immediately blames the outcome on the weakness of the physical vessel he had been using. With that same arrogant expression, Kairos claims that if he had truly descended into the world in his complete form, he could have brushed aside such a simple attack with nothing more than a single gesture. Alan does not let him hide behind excuses. He tells Kairos plainly that all the ifs and buts in the world cannot change what actually happened. The outer god answers with one last condescending smile, accepting his defeat before his body breaks apart and dissolves into drifting particles of light. As the ice gradually disappears, the ruined hellscape fades away with it, and the battlefield returns to the quiet, peaceful field it once was. At long last, the devastating battle has come to an end. But that victory comes at an enormous price. Alan's body has been pushed far beyond what it can endure, and once the danger is gone, he finally collapses onto the ground. Lost in the darkness of unconsciousness, Alan hears the voice of a mysterious woman, soft and distant, promising that she will always remain by his side. Her ethereal figure reaches out toward him through the darkness, and then the last traces of Alan's awareness fade completely into black. A pounding ache fills Alan's head as he slowly begins to drift back toward the waking world. When his eyes finally open, he finds himself lying on a cot inside the Strike Force's camp, his entire body drained of strength. Thick bandages cover him from head to toe, and his body feels almost numb, but he still manages to force himself upright. Alan quietly tells himself that things could have ended far worse. With enough patience and time to recover, he believes he will eventually be back on his feet. Unfortunately, the mana toxicity caused by drinking so many potions has already ravaged his body. It is a dangerous condition that could leave lasting damage behind, or even take his life altogether. Just then, a familiar voice calls out his title from outside, and Rinna pulls back the curtain at the entrance to his tent. She tells him that he has been unconscious for an entire day, then quietly asks how he is feeling now that he has finally awakened. Alan learns that Mayan is recovering quickly, but Argonia, the half-dragon, is still lingering dangerously between life and death. After a brief silence, Rinna walks over and sits beside his cot, her troubled expression making it clear that something has been weighing heavily on her. At last, she asks the question she has been holding back ever since the battle: why did Alan save her? Alan is completely caught off guard by the sudden question, staring at her as though he never expected those words to come from her. The surprise, combined with the strain on his battered body, immediately sends him into a harsh and violent coughing fit. Rinna watches him with grim conviction in her eyes, but she does not back down from what she is trying to say. She tells Alan that she was useless during the fight, and that by saving her, he placed both his own life and their entire mission in danger. Rinna cannot understand why he would make such a reckless sacrifice, even if he still needed her because of the power of her tracker eye. Alan is utterly stunned by her conclusion, quickly waving both hands in protest as he tries to stop her from thinking that way. He cannot believe that this is what she has been carrying in her heart all this time. Deep down, Alan wonders in despair why everyone he saves seems convinced that he only wants to use them. Inwardly, he can only lament and wonder whether he truly has the face of some kind of villain. Turning back to Rinna with sincere frustration on his face, Alan tries to clear away the misunderstanding once and for all. He tells her directly that he never took her and the others in just so he could exploit them. To him, every one of them is family. Rinna falls completely silent, stunned by the single word that catches her off guard more than anything else: family. Alan explains that the bond between them is not built on usefulness or selfish need, and it has never been something that only goes one way. Trying to ease the heavy mood, Alan adds that if she truly feels she owes him something, she can simply wish him a happy birthday when the day comes. Rinna says nothing for a while, keeping her hands tightly clasped in her lap as she slowly processes the warmth and sincerity in his words. There is no mistaking how genuine he is, and a new, deeper understanding gradually begins to take root inside her. Alan closes his eyes, hoping that his feelings have finally reached her and that the fears troubling her heart can finally be put to rest. 5 days later, Alan has recovered enough strength to finally leave the tent and step outside again. He meets with Mayan, who is also able to move around a little by then, and together they remark on the strange nature of the labyrinth, where night never seems to fall and time itself feels out of place. 3 more days pass before the remaining members of the strike force finally manage to make their way out of the labyrinth. The moment they return to their base in Murd, they are greeted by an absolutely furious Evan. Even though Alan is still injured, Evan gives his master a sharp smack while angrily yelling that he did everything he could to stop them from going, only for them to come back in such a wrecked condition. As Evan keeps lecturing him, Alan can only think about how he deliberately left Evan behind because he feared that Evan's overly protective nature would ruin the entire plan. News of the strike force's supposed victory quickly begins spreading across the continent, and before long, the group prepares to leave Murd behind. As Alan and Evan are about to board the carriage, Rinna quietly approaches Evan and asks him when her patron's birthday is. Evan tells her that Alan's birthday was on the 20th day of the previous month. Rinna silently stores the date away in her mind, her face settling into a thoughtful expression filled with quiet determination. As the carriage starts to leave, Evan asks Alan whether he is already looking forward to his next birthday. With a teasing grin, Evan adds that a present from his children would surely mean more to Alan than anything else. But sitting inside the carriage, Alan is not expecting anything grand. In his mind, even a simple bottle of wine or a small artifact would be more than enough. Rinna walks away from the gates with a completely new sense of purpose guiding every step she takes. A memory returns from her past, when she lived as a blind devotee of the great moon, a being so distant and different from her that faith had simply been something she accepted without question. But because Alan recognized her and gave her a place beside him, the once empty word family has suddenly become something she can genuinely reach for. The title of patron, which she originally chose only as a sign of respect, has now changed into the symbol of a real and meaningful bond. Deep in her heart, Rinna makes a quiet vow to herself. She wants to remain at Alan's side, closer to him than anyone else ever could be. When she looks into the mirror, her reflection stares back with a frightening new sense of devotion burning in her eyes. She begins wondering aloud what kind of birthday present she could possibly give to the person who sees her as family. Then a wicked smile slowly curls across her lips, carrying a dangerous, almost obsessive kind of certainty as she reaches a decision. For a beginning, she decides that the Lord of Lartania's castle should be more than enough. Time moves on from that moment. Summer gradually disappears, and before long, a harsh winter settles over the Palacio estate. After getting the rest he desperately needed, Alan finally begins recovering from the effects of mana toxicity and starts catching up on his usual duties again. Evan enters while complaining bitterly about the blizzard raging outside. In his hands is a package delivered from the Altia Duchy, and inside rests a crystal ball used for magical communication. Alan activates the crystal, and Duchess Altia's smiling face appears within its shining surface, clearly ready to deliver her report. Even though Alan has become the leader of a faction himself, he still feels deeply awkward watching a Duchess report to him as though she were one of his subordinates. Duchess Altia wastes no time getting to the point. She confirms that their faction, Cal, is doing well, and adds that she has also been handling the other matter Alan mentioned. With an unmistakably smug look, she announces that as of the previous day, Cal has gained complete control over Asteria's entire underworld. Alan is left completely stunned, blurting out that he never asked her to do anything remotely like that. Then he vaguely remembers casually saying, at some point, that the kingdom's chaotic criminal underworld needed to be brought under control. Shocked that she actually took such an offhand remark seriously and carried it out, Alan can only stammer out an awkward, "Well done." The Duchess calmly explains that the work became much easier because Alan had already eliminated the leaders of both the royalist and aristocrat factions. Inside, Alan practically screams that he never did any such thing. As far as he knows, that was entirely her doing. With her report finished, Duchess Altia offers him a polite farewell, and her image gradually fades away from the crystal ball. Alan remains frozen in stunned silence, trying to process the fact that he has somehow gone from leading a villainous faction to ruling the underworld overnight without lifting a single finger. As he sinks into despair over this ridiculous development, his eyes drift toward a red letter resting on his table, sealed tightly with wax. It turns out to be a formal invitation to a royal banquet. The banquet is being held for the first time in 5 years, and by the Queen's own decree, Count Palacio is required to attend in person. A royal messenger stands before him and presents the invitation with a deep, respectful bow. Overwhelmed by yet another complication invading his life, Alan can only clutch his face and cry. All he ever wanted was to live quietly and peacefully as a noble. Far away, on the 5th floor of the labyrinth, the place where Alan endured his terrifying battle has become peaceful once again. A mysterious figure wrapped in a cloak walks across the open field, their robes fluttering behind them despite the complete absence of wind. The figure stops before a massive and intricate magic circle carved directly into the ground, a lingering remnant of Alan's immense power. Clearly impressed, the cloaked stranger lets out a knowing smirk and wonders whether Alan will be able to stand his ground when they meet again. Meanwhile, back at the Palacio estate, Alan stares at the two objects that have completely ruined his peace, the communication crystal and the royal invitation. He lets out a long sigh, already suspecting that the Queen's summons is directly connected to Cal's rapidly growing influence. The ruler at the center of it all is Cyan Cretinia, the magnificent eighth monarch of Hysteria. As the chosen heir of the royal bloodline, she possesses a special power known as the Eye of History. That ability, called succession, allows the strength and knowledge of every previous monarch to be passed down to the next generation. In the original game, she stood as a powerful ally against the 5 sins that threatened the entire continent. But in this world, she seems far more interested in maintaining her appearance than governing the kingdom. Her lack of action has even earned her the unflattering nickname, the Sleeping Dragon. Players even created fan art celebrating the strange contrast between her laziness and her adorable demeanor. Alan, however, sees potential in the Queen's indifference. Leaning back, he begins to form a fresh plan in his mind. He intends to create a careful tug-of-war between Cal and the Queen, keeping both sides balanced so he can quietly retreat into the background. With the Queen's famously hands-off attitude, Alan starts to believe that his dream of a calm and peaceful life might actually have a chance. Elsewhere, deep within a dark forest, another scheme is already beginning to unfold. An assassin kneels beside one of his subordinates, staring down at a body whose neck has clearly been snapped twice over. The assassin rises slowly, completely bewildered, because the man had already been dead when he first discovered him. Elsewhere, a spoiled aristocrat named Carmine throws a furious tantrum, screaming over the total lack of news regarding his request to have Count Palacio eliminated. The lead assassin, a grim-faced man, is forced to endure the full force of Carmine's rage and promises to investigate immediately. Once his client stomps away, the assassin begins worrying about the consequences of this failed job. Back in the forest, the dead subordinate's body suddenly dissolves into a cloud of blue energy. The assassin immediately recognizes it as a powerful anti-decomposition spell, meant to serve as a clear and terrifying warning. His face tightens as he realizes his boss will be furious that their agency's perfect 100% success rate has finally been broken. He begins wondering whether the rumors surrounding Count Palacio's influence might actually be true. To uncover the answer, he decides to seek out the person who knows Alan better than anyone. With a sudden burst of speed, the assassin launches himself into the darkness of the night. His destination is Caliban, where he enters a vast hall washed in an eerie purple light. Waiting in the shadows ahead of him is a young man named Deus, standing there as though he had expected this encounter all along. Deus does not even flinch. With an almost casual calm, he calls out the assassin's hidden presence, making it clear that the man's attempt at stealth never fooled him for a second. The assassin's eyes widen at being exposed so easily, but his surprise lasts only a moment. He immediately surges forward, scythe raised high as he rushes in to strike. He demands that Deus reveal every detail he knows about Count Palacio. A smug grin spreads across the assassin's face as he boasts that it does not matter whether the Count is truly his benefactor or not. Once a man's life is hanging by a thread, anyone can be forced to talk. But just as he prepares to deliver one final, crushing threat, something nearly invisible flashes through the air. A razor-thin thread whips across his chest and slices straight through his clothes. The assassin freezes, then slowly lifts his head in stunned disbelief. There, suspended in front of him, a man and a woman are trapped inside a web of glowing purple threads, their bodies completely bound and unable to move. The sight makes his blood run cold. He recognizes the one responsible at once, the creator known as the Ghost Killer, a terrifyingly powerful user of cursed spirits. An ominous glow rises in Deus' eyes as he looks straight at the intruder. In the same calm tone, he asks whether this assassin is part of the agency as well. Before the assassin can answer, the purple threads begin to draw tighter, winding around his arms, legs, and neck until every limb is locked in place. All he can do is choke out painful grunts as the threads bite deeper and deeper, cutting into his flesh with every merciless pull. Then comes one final, sickening crack. The cursed spirit ends the intruder without hesitation, punishing him for daring to threaten someone precious to its master. Elsewhere, another gathering of children appears to be underway. Radon sits there clutching his head in exhaustion when a communication crystal suddenly begins to buzz. The children are already arguing loudly. Sayarang once again proudly declares that she will marry Alan, only for Yusha to fire back that she and the others are his shadows. Rinna remains composed amid the argument. She calmly points out that Yusha has served the Great Moon far longer than anyone else, firmly establishing her own place in the order. Yusha and Sairang are left staring at her response. One looks openly irritated, while the other becomes flustered after being completely shut down. Meanwhile, Radon can only sit there in total confusion, watching the situation spiral into even greater chaos right in front of him. Rina then turns her attention toward Yusha, the one currently responsible for handling every message sent to their master. Yusha raises her chin with a smug expression and asks Rina exactly what she wants. In a string of polite but unwavering messages, Rina insists that anything involving her should be reported directly to Alan by her own hand. Yusha immediately pushes back against that demand, but Rina refuses to yield. Wearing a gentle smile, she adds that she also has some personal news she wishes to share with him. Radon and Sairang both go still when they see it. The normally stern and unreadable Rina is smiling with an unexpectedly warm expression. Yusha, however, does not look impressed. She watches Rina closely, her suspicion growing by the second. Rina simply brushes it off, saying that she merely remembered something amusing. Her answer only leaves everyone else staring at her in complete confusion. Their petty argument comes to an abrupt stop when Deus arrives, his uniform still marked with fresh blood. He does not waste even a second on greetings or explanations. The moment he enters, he goes straight to the real problem. An organization known as the Agency has set its sights on their master. Yusha's playful expression disappears instantly. Her face hardens as she demands to know exactly what happened. Deus reports that there were 15 agents in total, though 3 of them have already been dealt with by him. The air inside the room turns heavy and dangerous. Deus tells them that he has already managed to locate several of the remaining agents. At once, they all arrive at the same chilling conclusion. Every one of those enemies has to die, and they need to move now. Radon, always the one trying to think ahead, urges them not to rush blindly. He suggests gathering more information before they charge into battle. His reasonable suggestion is met with immediate hostility. The others glare at him with eyes burning in fanatical devotion, questioning whether he is a traitor for refusing to destroy the threat at once. Radon stammers as he tries to explain that they need a complete picture before acting. But then 4 identical, ice-cold stares fall on him at once. Defeated, he gives up. Against that level of devotion, logic never had a chance. Yusha makes the decision without hesitation. They will move immediately, and their meeting can continue only after Alan's safety has been secured. The 4 followers most fiercely devoted to the Great Moon begin preparing to hunt down every person bold enough to threaten him. Radon, on the other hand, can only shake his head and mourn his sudden new reputation as a traitor. The whole situation has become completely absurd. He quietly reflects that his own loyalty to the man who gave him the strength to take revenge will never waver. Still, compared to that, the devotion of his companions has crossed far beyond loyalty and into pure fanaticism. The scene shifts to Tyria, the capital city of Asteria, where a luxurious carriage rolls to a stop in front of the royal palace. Alan steps down from the carriage alongside Evan. Evan offers him a salute and says that he will remain outside and wait for his return. Evan lets out a quiet sigh, already knowing that his master is about to face yet another exhausting social ordeal. The moment Alan starts walking toward the palace, nobles swarm around him from every direction, eager to greet the newly recognized leader of Cal. Evan Riley cannot help but notice how different things have become. Alan's days of standing quietly in the background like a wallflower are clearly over. Not long ago, Alan and Evan would have been ignored completely at an event like this, treated as though they barely existed. Now Alan can only sweat nervously beneath all the attention, thinking that this sudden popularity may not be nearly as fortunate as everyone else seems to think. As the crowd pulls him farther along, he starts to feel as though he is being pushed into a position where others will accuse him of challenging the Queen's authority. He immediately corrects himself. No, that is not what he wants at all. He only needs to keep his head down, bow when necessary, and survive the gathering without causing trouble. At last, Alan reaches the grand throne room, where golden light pours across the chamber so brightly that it nearly blinds him. The palace is undeniably magnificent, filled with enough grandeur to impress anyone. But Alan has no time to stop and admire any of it. He can already feel the royalist faction and the aristocratic faction watching him from every side, their voices lowered as they whisper, judge, and quietly weave their schemes. Around the hall, the nobles barely spare Alan's faction, Cal, a glance. In their eyes, it is already over, they are simply waiting to watch the Queen publicly crush him and humiliate his people. Alan starts down the long red carpet, quietly trying to steel himself with every step. His plan is supposed to be simple: get scolded, act like he accepts it, then get out of the palace as fast as possible. When he reaches the throne, Alan stops before the queen with his loyal followers at his side, then lowers himself into a deep and perfectly formal bow. From above, Queen Cyancritinia gazes down from her throne and commands him to rise. Her voice carries through the silent chamber as she confirms that he is indeed the current Count Palacio. The watching nobles practically glow with anticipation. One of them leans over to whisper that the damned cow faction is finally about to be crushed for good. But the queen does not speak right away. She studies Alan for a long, quiet moment, her expression thoughtful enough to make the entire room hold its breath. Then she says something that tears apart every expectation in the hall. Queen Cyancritinia has decided to elevate Count Palacio to the rank of Marquis. Alan goes completely still. For a moment, his mind simply stops working, unable to process the queen's wildly unexpected announcement. Still lounging on her throne as though this were nothing unusual, the queen casually explains that it is his reward for cleaning up the underworld. Inside, Alan is reeling. None of this makes any sense to him. This sleeping dragon had never shown the slightest concern for the affairs of the state before now. Panic starts rising in his chest. This is insane. Taking out a few criminals should not earn someone a reward this enormous. Following her command, Alan nervously raises his head, desperately trying to read the queen's expression and figure out what kind of trap or hidden intention lies behind this. Then the dazzling monarch rises from her throne. With effortless grace, she descends the steps and slowly glides toward him across the polished floor. The entire court is stunned when she reaches out, pinches Alan's cheek, and forces his bewildered face into an awkward smile. A sly look flickers across the queen's face as she tells him that a smile suits him much better than that gloomy expression. Having said what she wanted to say, she dismisses Alan without further explanation and declares that the banquet will now begin. The queen then turns away and exits the throne room with all the majesty of a ruler who has just thrown the entire court into chaos without even trying. The second she is gone, Alan is immediately surrounded by nobles rushing in from every direction, all eager to congratulate the kingdom's newest marquis. Off to the side, Loria and Kalia exchange quiet whispers, neither of them surprised in the slightest. To them, this outcome is exactly what they would expect from Alan. But not everyone is celebrating. High above the crowded hall, a rival aristocrat watches from a balcony, his face twisted with raw and uncontrollable rage. Consumed by anger, that nobleman later stalks through the filthy slums of the Ashkelon kingdom, desperate enough to gamble everything on one final attempt. As he walks, an ugly memory rises in his mind, a time when he was the one kneeling before Alan, groveling and begging desperately to be spared. His pleas had meant nothing. Instead, he endured an entire month of brutal torture and solitary confinement, left alone with nothing but pain and fear. His teeth grind together as he remembers that despair. Every memory only makes the hatred burning inside him for Alan grow hotter. Driven by that desperation, he finally reaches a suspicious door hidden deep in the slums, the entrance to an underground organization operating in the shadows. After giving the required password, he is escorted into the dim establishment, where stale darkness hangs in the air as he is taken to meet the person in charge. What he finds leaves him frozen. The boss is a wild-looking cat girl, standing casually over a horribly mangled corpse as if it were nothing worth noticing. He recoils in disgust. He had heard rumors of a bloodthirsty hybrid who desecrated corpses, but seeing the reality with his own eyes is far more revolting than anything he imagined. Sensing someone nearby, Sairang turns toward him, her eyes shining with manic energy. Though sweat gathers on his face, the nobleman forces himself to stand firm. He states his purpose as clearly as he can. He has come to hire her to assassinate Count Palacio. Sairang responds without warning, driving a brutal kick into the dead man's head and sending it flying straight toward the nobleman. Then, as though nothing strange has happened, she informs him that she is only the receptionist. The nobleman is violently sent flying, and the guard stationed outside jolt in alarm as the loud commotion erupts from within. Sairang lets out an exaggerated yawn, looking around at the destruction as she casually remarks that things have gotten terribly messy. Then, without warning, the room erupts in a sharp crackle of golden lightning, filling the air with blinding flashes and violent energy. Sairang smashes through the wall and suddenly appears directly in front of the man as he tries to run for his life. Terrified beyond reason, he crumples to his knees and begins begging wildly for mercy, promising her a generous reward if she will only spare him. Sairang's eyes narrow, and the wild energy in them turns into something cold, sharp, and unmistakably lethal. She tells the shaking nobleman that he did not merely target her benefactor. He also dared to set his sights on her future husband, leaving the man utterly confused and horrified. There is no mercy left in her stare. With one final, devastating attack, Sairang brings his entire scheme to a brutal end. Back at the palace, Alan has found his own method for surviving the royal chaos. He stress-eats every single cake he can get his hands on at the banquet. After somehow enduring an entire week of celebrations and exhausting festivities, Alan and Evan finally leave the capital behind. Stretched out inside the carriage, Alan lets out a long, weary sigh. Even now, he cannot make sense of the Queen's strange and baffling behavior. Evan attempts to address him using his new title, but Alan is far too exhausted to care anymore. He tells Evan to call him whatever he wants. Before long, they arrive at their next destination, Atla, a lush forest region resting along the border where the open plains meet the desert. Alan decides that they will stop here for the time being before continuing onward to the nearby colony. He clutches his head as the weight of his ever-growing list of responsibilities presses down on him harder than ever. First, he needs to return to the Kahara ruins, especially now that he has defeated Kairos, the powerful guardian that once stood in his way. After that, he must travel to a place called Roxas, where he intends to activate the mysterious item Heinkel left behind. And as if all of that were not enough, Alan is now stuck carrying an unwanted new burden, the title of Marquis. Alan pulls out the dependable notebook he brought from the game world and flips through its pages, reviewing every danger that may still be waiting for him. Before long, his eyes settle on one particularly troublesome name, the elite assassination force known as the Agency. Another threat soon crosses his mind as well, the Bone Eater from the Western Empire, an enemy whose name he remembers from the lore of the other game. After all, this world is not tied to just one game. Alan is living inside Psychedelia, while the Western Empire serves as the setting for the fourth game, Calypsophobia. Since he quit that other game early on, Alan knows almost nothing about its world or the dangers hiding there. All he can do is hope that his own actions do not trigger some unexpected disaster on the other side. With the carriage left behind for the moment, Alan and Evan climb down and continue the rest of the way on foot. They approach the black, open mouth of a cave, and Alan finally reveals what he intends to do. He plans to deliberately lure out a member of the Agency. A chill runs through him as he remembers just how terrifying the Agency had been in the game, but Alan steadies himself and refuses to back away from the plan now. Standing directly at the cave entrance, he begins chanting, calling out the name of the Agency's feared leader, Alchemy. Hidden inside the cave stands a ruined old mansion, half swallowed by darkness and decay. Yet no matter how long Alan calls, there is no answer. A few hours earlier, however, something had already happened inside that crumbling fortress. Alchemy, the legendary head of the Agency, had been standing there alone. Then, without warning, a mysterious woman wrapped in a veil appeared before him as though she had stepped straight out of thin air. It is Yusha. Alchemy faces her coolly and asks whether she has come all this way to kill him. Alchemy scoffs at the very idea of being challenged. The infamous slaughterer draws his sword, clearly eager to show her what a real fight looks like. He bursts forward in an instant, moving with the terrifying speed of someone who has spent centuries perfecting the art of killing. But Yusha does not look impressed in the slightest. In a blur of red and black, she meets his sword with effortless precision. The legendary assassin's confidence cracks at once. His powerful strike has been stopped completely, as though all of his strength means nothing. Before he can even understand how his attack failed, Yusha's dark cursed power pours into his mind and swallows him whole. In an instant, he is trapped inside a nightmare of his own mind, forced to relive his deepest fears and most unbearable guilt over and over without end. Yusha's voice echoes through the darkness around him, telling him that even thinking about harming her master is a crime worthy of eternal suffering. While Alchemy screams within that mental prison, shadowy tendrils burst up from the floor in the real world and coil tightly around his physical body. He can do nothing but cry out in terror and agony as the black shadows begin tearing him apart piece by piece. His body shakes uncontrollably, and with every passing second, both his life force and his sanity drain away from him. Yusha watches without the slightest change in expression as one dark tendril remains wrapped around the man. A pitiless smirk touches her lips as she decides that such a death would be far too gentle, and then a colossal shadow beast rises from her darkness and devours him completely. Once that grim work is finished, Yusha casually sits down and opens a letter from Alan. The coldness in her face begins to soften as she reads his words. A dark, lovesick smile slowly spreads across her face when she realizes that Alan is drawing closer to her. She quietly tells herself that she must hurry, because soon she will finally be able to see her beloved master again. Back in the present, Alan and Evan stand before the silent, crumbling mansion, staring at it as though the entire place has been abandoned for years. Evan voices his doubts about entering, but Alan is focused on something even stranger. He cannot understand what could have happened to an organization as formidable as the agency. Then Evan suddenly lets out a shout of pure excitement. He has discovered a massive treasure hoard sitting there completely unguarded. When Alan does not react right away, Evan quickly asks whether this will turn out like the labyrinth, where they are not allowed to take anything. At that, a wonderfully greedy grin appears on Alan's face. He explains that an owner-binding spell only fails when its owner is dead, then immediately tells Evan to take every last thing. His inner miser takes control completely, and he becomes almost giddy at the thought of claiming all those expensive potions, jewels, and valuables for himself. They hurry to pack the carriage until it is practically at its limit, overflowing with the spoils left behind by the now-destroyed agency. Just as they are ready to leave, a cheerful voice rings out nearby. The next moment, an ecstatic Sairang comes flying in and leaps onto Alan's back in a crushing hug. Now traveling under the protection of the Golden Mane clan, the treasure-heavy carriage crosses the desert toward the Kahara ruins. Along the way, Sairang asks her benefactor for a favor. Peeking through the carriage window, Sairang calls toward her kin and asks them to hand over the things she requested. Alan looks outside and notices that her kin are keeping their distance instead of coming close to the carriage. He remembers the deep wounds Sairang suffered when someone from her own clan betrayed her trust and nearly took her life. A protective feeling rises in Alan's chest, and he agrees to her request without hesitation as he accepts the document she holds out to him. He glances down at the paper and sees an official-looking form that has already been filled out, complete with what appear to be witness signatures. Beaming with excitement, Sairang points toward the one blank line still waiting for him and urges him to sign it. Alan's blood turns cold when he finally reads the title at the top of the document. It is a marriage certificate, and his name has already been written in the husband column. With a hopeful blush spreading across her cheeks and hearts practically shining in her eyes, Sairang presents him with a pen, ready to make them family for real. Elsewhere in the Ashtalon kingdom, Seeker sits calmly reviewing a report, his expression so cold and steady that it makes the room feel even more dangerous. His subordinate delivers terrible news. The agency, their assassin guild, has been wiped out entirely, along with every possible recruit they had stationed in Asteria. Sweat runs down the underling's face as he admits that their influence in the region has now fallen to nothing. He bows and apologizes for the failure. But Seeker has no interest in hearing apologies. With a terrifying display of power, he tells the man that there is only one way to atone for such failure, with his life. A vortex of pure darkness begins swirling around the doomed subordinate, twisting through the room like a living abyss. Shadowy tendrils erupt from that darkness and crush him with brutal force, ending his life in a single instant. Seeker remains perfectly calm afterward, simply summoning his dark elf aide, Ingala, and telling her to clean up the mess he has made. As Seeker walks away from the body, his shadow stretches across the floor behind him, twisting into the monstrous silhouette of a creature with far too many limbs and hinting at what he truly is. Ingala does not react to the gruesome sight at all. Completely unfazed by the brutality, she calmly gives Seeker an update on one of their ongoing experiments. Seeker continues down the corridor, already leaving the execution behind him as his thoughts drift toward the next twisted project waiting for his attention. As they pass a containment cell, agonized screams echo through the hallway. Inside, Lord Carmine, one of their failed experiments, has lost his mind completely after being overwhelmed by the power of the abyss. Not far from him, another test subject writhes helplessly across the floor, a grim reminder of just how many victims fail to survive Seeker's horrific work. Still, not every experiment has ended in failure. Inside a tank nearby, a hulking figure floats in silence, looking like a near-perfect specimen created through their cruel methods. Seeker stares at the creature, yet his thoughts remain on the valuable specimen he lost in Colony, a failure that clearly still gnaws at him. A memory from the past surfaces, showing Kalman celebrating after receiving an additional blessing. He speaks with an associate, confirming that their plan to seize control of the underworld is finally nearing its last stage. Then Kalman learns that someone has been interfering with their pilgrim and is now heading directly toward them. The person who has caught his interest is none other than Count Palacio himself. Back in the present, Seeker smirks as he remembers sending Kalman to deal with Alan, only for that decision to get Kalman killed instead. He admits that his one major mistake was failing to understand just how much power the Count truly possessed. Seeker orders Ingala to keep a close watch over the underworld throughout the colony region. He lifts his gaze with visible irritation, clearly fed up with the constant interference from the Asterian nobles. At last, he decides that merely defending himself is no longer enough. It is time to expand their influence by attacking Alan's reputation directly. A chilling smile crosses his face as he declares that his grand plan will move forward, all for what he calls the good of everyone. Meanwhile, Alan is facing a crisis of a very different kind when Sairang suddenly pulls out a marriage certificate that has already been filled in. Alan's little chibi form breaks out in a cold sweat. Sairang's family project has returned, and this time it looks more official than ever. She corners him against the wall of the carriage and thrusts the legally binding document right in front of his face, insisting that he cannot refuse her this time. Inside, Alan is screaming as he desperately searches for a way to escape this situation without crushing Sairang's feelings. He gently tells her that she is still young and should think about it again in a couple of years. Her face immediately falls, and for one painful moment, Alan thinks he may have completely broken her heart. But her sadness disappears almost as quickly as it came. Her face brightens into a huge smile, and she happily agrees to his conditions. Alan gives her a relieved pat on the head, quietly praying that 2 years will be enough time for her to forget this entire marriage ordeal. Having successfully delayed his unexpected wedding, the group finally reaches the Forgotten Ruins. Alan tells Evan and Sairang to remain outside while he enters the ancient structure by himself. He makes his way toward the central tower, prepared at last to meet the mysterious being he came here to find. The moment he steps onto a teleportation circle, light swallows him whole. When it fades, he finds himself inside a vast, ethereal library where a shadowy figure is already waiting. Alan is stunned when he recognizes the horned silhouette before him as a legendary dragon woman. She is equally surprised, impressed that an ordinary human can actually perceive her true form. The dragon woman quickly realizes that Alan's battle with the outer god, Kairos, must have raised his spiritual awareness to a far higher level. She openly admits that she had been certain he would fail against an opponent so impossible to defeat. Alan admits that the battle was dangerously close. Curious now, the dragon woman asks how he managed to win, and after hesitating, he tells her that he used essence manifestation. The ancient dragon is completely stunned. In her mind, he must either be lying through his teeth or be a genius who appears only once in 1,000 years. She scoffs and asks whether he even understands what spirit projection is, only to receive a blank and utterly confused stare from Alan. Her disbelief breaks apart into loud, uncontrollable laughter when she realizes that Alan has no idea what he is even talking about. Alan's face burns with annoyance as the ancient being continues mocking his apparent ignorance right in front of him. Still chuckling to herself, she makes him an offer. If Alan can prove that he truly used essence manifestation, then she will call him her master. His pride instantly takes a hit, and Alan accepts the bet without backing down. Determined to wipe that smug grin from her incorporeal face, he begins chanting and weaves constellations of mana together for a powerful spell. A huge wave of freezing energy gathers in front of him, filling the library with a sharp, biting cold. The dragon woman's amusement vanishes completely, replaced by a look of pure and unfiltered shock. Alan completes the chant, forming an enormous ice crystal halberd that glows with overwhelming power. With a deafening impact, the massive halberd crashes into the library floor, sending a violent tremor through the entire dimension. The dragon woman is left speechless, her mind struggling to grasp what she has just witnessed. With his point thoroughly proven, Alan calmly tells her to honor her side of the agreement. Flustered, she tries to escape the promise by arguing that it is unfair, since he did not even understand the theory behind his own magic. Alan's deadpan chibi expression tells her everything she needs to know. He has absolutely no intention of letting her get away with it. Defeated, the mighty dragon puffs out her cheeks and lets out a tiny, reluctant pout. With obvious reluctance, she finally gives in and addresses him as master. Now that their wager has been settled, the dragon woman grows serious and asks how Alan managed something so extraordinary without formal training or even a proper understanding of magic. Alan can only explain that he followed the principles and incantations she had taught him before. The dragon woman begins laying out a far more complicated explanation, patiently diving into the true nature of magic itself. She explains that magic flows from incantations into laws, but that process requires something called spirit projection, the ability to truly bring the essence of a spell into reality. At that moment, Alan finally understands where the disconnect between them has been coming from. For an ordinary mage, understanding comes first, and that understanding makes casting possible. But for Alan, it works in the complete opposite direction. He casts the spell first, then gradually begins to understand what it truly means. That realization leaves him with a frightening question hanging over his mind. Can he ever become a real mage through self-study alone? The dragon woman is simply amazed. She can hardly believe that Alan discovered all of this through nothing more than instinct, repeated practice, and raw intuition. Alan breaks into a nervous sweat as the conversation makes him realize just how much there still is for him to learn. Then, without warning, the dragon woman's form begins to grow faint and transparent. Her time there is running out. Before she disappears completely, she gives Alan a new task: find an artifact called Sparrow's Staff, which will allow him to properly learn incantations and magical sentences. Alan immediately asks whether Sparrow's Staff is some kind of sentient weapon. She quickly explains that it contains the personality of a mad mage who never found an heir, making it the perfect teacher and tool for someone like him. With that new lesson and objective now in hand, Alan is teleported away from the library and returned to the entrance of the tower. The group resumes its journey, their carriage piled high with treasure as it races across the endless desert. Later, inside the carriage, a much happier Sairang turns to her godfather and eagerly demands more headpats. As Alan indulges her request, he starts recalling everything he knows from the game about Sparrow's Staff. He remembers that the staff is one of the greatest prizes kept within the royal treasury of the Colosseum. To claim it, he will have to enter the grand tournament and win the entire competition. It was a mandatory quest that Alan had completed many times in the game, but he always ignored the staff because he considered it useless. This time, though, the situation is different. He has no choice but to obtain it. Before long, their carriage reaches a bustling city, only to be forced to stop when the streets ahead are packed solid with people. Since they are stuck waiting anyway, Alan decides to step outside and stretch his legs for a while. The whole city is alive with noise and excitement. As Alan listens to the crowd, he overhears people talking about the arrival of the powerful Rosario family and a large contingent of paladins. Before he has the chance to look into it any further, an excited Sairang grabs his arm and pulls him straight into the bustling crowd. Then a clear, gentle voice cuts through all the noise and calls out to him, "Professor." Alan stops in his tracks and turns toward the familiar sound. Standing before him is a beautiful woman with long white hair flowing around her, her face partly hidden behind a delicate black veil. She smiles warmly and tells him that it has been a very long time. The moment she looks at him, an unexpected sense of warmth and familiarity washes over Alan. She gently takes both of his hands in hers. As Alan looks into her bright ruby-red eyes, recognition finally strikes him. He whispers her name in disbelief. Yusha? And it truly is her, the first villain he ever sponsored, standing before him with pure adoration shining in her eyes.